Chapter 1. The Goddess of Life. Tang Sen gradually shed his garments, tossing them aside with casual grace, and gazed fondly at the Goddess of Life. "Life, I have come to our rendezvous," he declared. The goddess, adorned in a resplendent red qipao that accentuated her exquisite figure, glided towards him. With one hand elegantly twisting her cascading waves of hair, she leaned in, silencing Tang San's impending words with a gentle kiss, leaving a vivid imprint upon the corner of his lips. "Third brother," she murmured, her voice dripping with sweetness that penetrated the very depths of his soul. Perhaps having relinquished his self-proclaimed image of a virtuous gentleman, perhaps having indulged in such acts too often, Tang Sen grasped the wrist of the goddess. He lowered his head, capturing the upturned face of the goddess with a kiss. The goddess paused momentarily, then inclined her head at a subtle angle, allowing Tang Sen a glimpse of her bashful profile, igniting a fiery passion within him. The Goddess of Life erupted into a melodic laughter, her voice a harmonious blend of dulcet tones and chime-like giggles, akin to a feather brushing against the heart, stirring an inexplicable restlessness within him. "You cannot escape today, await me," she teased, seemingly unaware of the ethereal pink mist that emanated from her form. Enraptured by this enchanting haze, Tang San found himself entranced, with thoughts of the goddess consuming his vision. The black velvet mattress cradled him, the delicate goose down gliding over his skin, igniting an insatiable desire, as waves of heat surged from his nostrils. Tattered fragments of the qipao lay scattered across the obsidian bedspread, reminiscent of blooming roses unfurling their petals. In an instant, the atmosphere transformed. Gentle rains wove intricate patterns, with silvery strands cascading from the heavens like ephemeral mist. Observing Tang San at the window, lost in contemplation, the goddess descended from the bed, approaching him stealthily like a cunning fox. She positioned herself behind him, her slender fingers gliding down his back, sending electric shivers coursing through him. Tang San quivered slightly, yearning to turn and confront this earthly enchantress, yet the goddess' delicate hand pressed gently against him. "Do not move, third brother." With a playful flick of her ethereal foxtail, she brushed against Tang San's thigh and then nestled against him. As he felt her form tremble slightly against his back, he was suddenly reminded of Xiao Wu, the companion who had stood by him during his most arduous times. "Xiao Wu, I cannot betray my Xiao Wu, my beloved," he murmured, caught in a moment of confusion. "Wait, how could the embodiment of life possess a foxtail?" he pondered, turning to glimpse the so-called Goddess of Life. But she clung to him tightly, as if seeking to fuse their beings into one. In that moment, disregarding the fragility of her form, he summoned his divine power to extricate himself from her embrace. The bare Goddess of Live's silvery voice rang out, "Brother Tang San, why so rough? You are hurting me." As she spoke, a denser pink mist enveloped her, and her form began to transform, her visage shifting from that of the Goddess of Life to the appearance of Hulaina, the saintess of the Spirit Hall. Tang San gazed at Hulaina with a visage of disbelief that on one hand, he could scarcely fathom how she had managed to ascend to the divine realm, a feat that necessitated not only a divine position, but also the acceptance of immense risks. When he himself had ascended, even Yu Xiaojiang and the others had been left behind to endure a solitary existence in the mortal realm. That on the other hand, he was taken aback to realize that his prior passionate encounter had been with none other than Hulaina, the saintess of the Spirit Hall. Although Tang San had often contemplated the idea of indulging in a harem during his time in the lower realm, particularly due to his feelings for Xiao Wu, had long harbored desires for the saintess, yet he never imagined their union would transpire in such a manner. After all, he had coveted the Goddess of Life for an extended period. As Tang San pondered these thoughts, the atmosphere in the room shifted abruptly, and from the void emerged the God of Destruction and the Goddess of Life. The God of Destruction draped his robe over Hulaina before turning to Tang San, nonchalantly biting into a slice of watermelon and mockingly exclaiming, "Tang San, you have truly outdone yourself. Look at the state you've left my little Nana in. See how astonished you are? Did you not expect this? You wish to bring someone to the divine realm, and I have delivered. Are you not moved? Hulaina is one of my 7 deadly sins, the embodiment of lust. Look at how you've worn her out. Are you not yet satisfied?" Listening to these words and observing the God of Destruction's taunting demeanor, Tang San summoned his divine power to conjure an outfit, then brandished the sea god's trident, pointing its tip menacingly at the God of Destruction as he declared, "You seek death, Douluo. I am truly terrified. But I wonder, when we engage in combat, will the image captured in this crystal suddenly project across the skies of the divine realm for all to witness your heroic stature?" "Ah, ha ha ha." Tang San was momentarily rendered speechless, his anger boiling over as he retorted, "You have already paved your path to demise. Come then, kill me," the god of destruction replied, swallowing the last bite of his watermelon with a mocking air. Tang San fell silent, preparing to hurl the trident at the god of destruction. However, he took a moment to temper his fury, reflecting quietly, according to the Tang sect's Xiantian treasure record, one must reconsider all actions multiple times before proceeding. Weighing the potential consequences of instigating a divine war, he ultimately regained his composure and cast a cold glance at the god of destruction, Hulaina, and the goddess of life, before soaring out of the window. This place is no longer safe, he mused. Unbeknownst to him, the pink mist had already permeated every inch of his being. By the time Hulaina's fingertip grazed his body, he was rendered nearly senseless, his six senses dulled to nothing but the most primal of impulses, leaving him oblivious to all else. Chapter 2. The Emergence of the Evil God. Nana, you've done splendidly. Now, I shall observe whether this god king, Tang San, can sustain himself any longer, the god of destruction remarked as he stepped forward to adjust Hulaina's robe. Thank you, Lord of Destruction, for your praise. Hulaina wished to express her gratitude by kneeling, as in her subconscious, the god of destruction had always been her lifelong savior. Had it not been for the god of destruction's divine projection locating the level 92 Hulaina and guiding her through the trial of the god of lust, as well as instructing her on how to refine her soul bone into divine bone, she could not fathom that her fate would lead her to a handful of dust or a pile of bones, especially considering the peril of being discovered by Tang San, the Shura god and enforcer of the divine realm, who had forcefully created a passage from the god of destruction's abode to bring her here. With swift reflexes, the god of destruction supported Hulaina with divine power. You are being too formal. You have performed admirably this time. Leave the rest to me. I have always regarded you as family, now and in the future, so there is no need for such formalities. Having spoken, the god of destruction turned and stepped into the void, proceeding to the next location of interest. In the depths of the divine realm, at the 19th level of the central hub, the gods were only aware that the central hub housed 18 levels, managing the energy operations of the divine realm and serving as the former site of the divine council. It also contained the origins of the powers of the five great gods: Shura, goodness; evil, destruction; and life. However, unbeknownst to them, a 19th level existed, a prison for the evil god. Once one of the six great gods, the evil god had been sealed by the combined efforts of Shura, goodness; evil, destruction; and life. The evil god is not to be confused with the god of evil. Rather, the evil god is composed of the wicked thoughts of ancient soul masters akin to numerous malevolent sword immortals, converging into one entity. The growth of the evil god's power defied logic. The more evil beings there were in the world, the stronger he became. Even the wars that erupted in the lower realms and the fallen warriors contributed to the evil god's might. Long before the emergence of the five great gods, the evil god had already established dominance within the divine realm. Though his power was somewhat restrained by divine laws, the arrival of the five great gods, who also harbored malevolent thoughts, caused his strength to multiply exponentially, hinting at a potential to break free from the confines of the small world. If left unchecked, his ascendance would inevitably pose a threat to the divine realm and its reigning powers. Thus, the chronicles of the divine realm labeled the evil god as the embodiment of malevolence, destruction, and subversion. The five great gods conspired to invite the evil god into the divine council under the pretense of collaboration, ultimately imprisoning him in the 19th level, keeping him forever subdued. When Tang San inherited the powers of the sea god and the Shura god, he became aware of the absolute taboo residing in the 19th level. Yet every time he approached the prison's entrance, he felt the latent desires within him stirred by the evil god's influence. Today, after his encounter with Hulaina, the call from him had grown increasingly potent, as if yearning to break free from confinement. Utilizing the sea god's trident and the Shura blade, Tang San unlocked the prison doors, revealing 108 chains, conjured from divine energy, each terminating in a formless gray mist. "Dada! You have come, you have finally arrived." A voice echoed from all directions, as if the entire prison were the very essence of that gray mist. Tang San stifled the shock within him and slowly approached the swirling mist. "Indeed, come closer, and I shall grant you immense power. You can possess everything. Why should I assist you in breaking free? You claim to offer me everything, but what benefits can you truly provide?" Tang San tilted his head slightly, catching sight of the heart of the gray mist, where countless gray skulls seemed to writhe within. Tang San, have you not always felt indebted to your sect? Yes, your Tang clan, renowned for its myriad hidden weapons. Oh, you know what has become of the sect leader, who treated you as his own son. Due to your obstinacy, he was ultimately subjected to a torturous demise, enduring 1,000 cuts, and he willingly bore the punishment for his disciple. Just thinking about it is agonizing. How do you know about the Tang clan? Tang, San was filled with astonishment. His secret of reincarnation should have been known only to him. We are of the same ilk, both willing to go to any lengths for our own gain. You claim to divide the divine positions for the sake of brotherhood, yet it is merely a means to prevent your isolation in the divine realm while you strive to re-establish your own power. From the celestial herbs to ascending in the divine realm, all of it underscores the truth of your character. Moreover, in your past life, you were aware that the Xiantian treasure record was housed at the pinnacle of the library tower, symbolizing the essence of the Tang clan's arts, accessible only to core disciples. However, do you know that the entire library was established to suppress a single tome, the evil god's myriad solutions? And in that moment you leaped from the ghostly cliff, the evil god's accumulated malevolence from over 700 years surged forth, bringing you to this world. I am your savior, and I possess the power to return you to your original realm. What do you think? No. Tang San seemed to lose his spirit, his eyes vacant as he collapsed to the ground, clutching his head. He had never anticipated that his master in the Tang clan would suffer in his stead, nor did he realize he was but a pawn of the evil God. And oh, as long as I do not release you, no one will know I am your pawn. I will find my way back to the Tang clan. Without your aid, you cannot control me. It is too late. The moment you entered this chamber, you hastened my escape from his prison. Do you truly believe you remain outside the chains? In a safe zone, 157 years of malevolence is sufficient to corrupt this entire area, he cackled. As he spoke, numerous tendrils of gray mist surged from all directions, coalescing around Tang San and spiraling into his being. Standing not far away, the god of destruction trembled involuntarily, striving to suppress his own divine power fluctuations. This has gone awry. My intention was to release him and then unite with other divine kings to weaken this evil god's strength, that I never expected to unleash a monster that would also impair Tang San's sanity. I must retreat and reconsider my strategy. One wonder if the pseudo-artifact he left behind can still be of use. I can only hope they serve some purpose. The god of destruction attempted to tear through the void to escape, but he could only see Tang San at the center of the gray mist, seemingly struggling against something as he knelt upon the ground. Only the faint glimmers of pale blue, crimson, and black light flickered on Tang San, the three colors alternating in an eerie display. His gaze shifted constantly, at times clear and bright, and at others deep and shadowy, as though two souls were vying for dominion over his body. Ultimately, his eyes settled into a unique state of half blue and half gray, inducing a sense of dread in those who beheld them. Meanwhile, a subtle gray mist began to envelop the ends of his hair, rendering him both mysterious and alluring, evoking an elusive aura. This formidable power, god of destruction, I, Tang San, shall make you pay a price. You will atone in blood for the humiliation you inflicted upon me today. Your path to demise is already set. The divine realm, I, Tang San, have returned. Chapter 3. Return to the Tang sect. Tang San's form gradually faded, and in an instant he soared from a 19th level of the underground prison, emerging into the surface of the divine realm, beholding the enchanting sights conjured by divine power birds singing, flowers blooming, and radiant sunshine. How marvelous it is. Freedom. I wonder if this world will remain as beautiful once it departs from the core of the divine realm. He ascended towards the sun suspended in the sky, feeling the searing warmth it emitted. Tang San smiled gradually. Indeed, this is the sensation. This sun, transformed from the ancient divine beast, the three-legged golden crow, is the very heart of the divine realm. For millennia, the laws of the sun have relentlessly scorched my body and eroded my soul. Behold how splendid it is. This warmth, this pure law, I shall seize it. Activate the purple extreme demon eye. A golden radiance burst forth from his eyes, allowing him to glimpse a fraction of the sun's laws before his vision was seared. Truly, the sun, ranking among the celestial bodies of heaven and earth, embodies the laws of the sun. Without innate spiritual eyes, even the most perfected techniques are rendered futile, Tang San remarked, channeling divine power to mend his scorched eyeball. What if I were to wield the Shura sword? Perhaps it could pry open the slightest fragment of the law. With that thought, he summoned the Shura sword and struck at the sun before him, the sound of metal clashing resonating in the air. Not far away, Xiao Wu, who was nibbling on a carrot, suddenly felt a shiver, sensing something amiss with the Shura sword's essence. Calming her spirit, she focused on the direction of the sword's core, employing her ability to shift between realities several times until she appeared by Tang San's side. Gazing at her elder brother from a distance, she inquired, "Brother, what are you doing?" Tang San was taken aback by Xiao Wu's sudden appearance beside him. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled gently at her. "Dear Xiao Wu, I am engaged in something of great significance. Please, go elsewhere for now. I shall explain everything to you shortly." "Okay," Xiao Wu replied reluctantly, her ears drooping instantly. Beneath Tang San's exterior lay the corrupted version of himself, yet he still harbored affection for Xiao Wu. Observing her dejection, he set aside his task and affectionately stroked her soft rabbit ears. Feeling his mood lift, "Be good. Listen to your brother. Return for now, and I will find you soon." Little Dance gazed at Tang San before her, contemplating words she wished to utter. In this moment, she found herself unexpectedly pregnant with their fifth child, a detail she had yet to decide upon regarding a name. Thinking it inconsequential, since the child was destined for miscarriage, the tremors sent by the Shura sword filled her with immense worry, causing her to temporarily dismiss her thoughts. Hesitant to disturb Tang San, she mused, "After all, Brother Sam will discover it in a few days. Perhaps it is better to surprise him." Seeing that he was unharmed, she skipped away with a light heart. Tang San sat cross-legged before the sun, channeling the laws of the sun's essence through his Xiantian skill, diligently unraveling the principles of the three-legged golden crow. Day after day, in the distance, the god of destruction observed a small dark spot before the sun and murmured, "Has this evil god lost all ambition? After being sealed for over a millennium, has his temperament dulled? He is unlike the malevolent deity who would wreak havoc upon the three realms, leaving countless lives in despair. Could it be that Tang San has usurped the evil god's essence? That would indeed be intriguing." The god of destruction weighed a flag-like artifact in his hand before carelessly planting it beside the pathway in his garden. The dark flag bore the intricate character for Qin in traditional script. He pondered the utility of this flag, cast down from a higher realm, for it contained a soul power so overwhelming that it was almost unbearable. Each time he retrieved it, he was met with a cacophony of resentful voices lamenting, "How I loathe this! Why must I be imprisoned? My friend is not like this, a sea of people, yet only one seat." Having mustered the determination to confront you, I wonder if the chains forged by the solar laws over the past millennium have left you scorched in contemplation beneath the sun. Are your masochistic tendencies so severe that a single day without the searing heat leaves you restless? The god of destruction internally scoffed. Meanwhile, Tang San remained oblivious to the god of destruction's derision, wholly engrossed in the analysis of solar laws. Suddenly, he rose, his divine power gradually transforming from a pale blue and light gray into a radiant sphere of mingled crimson gold and brilliant yellow, akin to a miniature sun. This confluence of hues shimmered brilliantly. Here, it should be nearly complete. My 1,000-year sojourn in the shadowy dungeon has not been in vain. The ethereal laws of darkness have long been inscribed deep within my soul. After being imprisoned by the chains of solar laws for a millennium, my body and spirit have indelibly memorized the sensation of being scorched. The pain of deciphering these laws pales in comparison. The 5 divine kings who confine me for a millennium shall pay dearly. I swear that their fate will be far more harrowing than they can possibly imagine. Yet, before addressing them, there remained a more pressing task. Utilizing the solar laws in his grasp, Tang San began to reverse engineer a simulation of the laws of time and space. Essentially, the 8 fundamental laws governing the heavens and the universe, sun, moon, and stars, belong to the same echelon of principles. Thus, mastering one allows for the simultaneous simulation of others, namely the cosmic laws of time and space. As Tang San harnessed the solar laws, his body radiated a dazzling brilliance, as incandescent as the sun itself. As his power coalesced, waves of ripples began to undulate through the void, swiftly expanding until they formed a colossal vortex of space-time. This portal emanated a mysterious and potent aura, as if connecting to another realm. Peering through the space-time gateway, Tang San curiously gazed toward the other side. In the distance, he faintly discerned the familiar ghost-seeing Grief Cliff, where robust chains were tightly entwined around the peak, anchoring it in midair. The summit appeared to defy the laws of gravity. Suspended in a peculiar manner above an abyss of unfathomable depth, shrouded in an ethereal mist that imparted a sense of profound mystery. Without hesitation, Tang San stepped forward into the void portal. In an instant, his figure vanished within, transiting to another world. Upon his reappearance, he found himself hovering above the ghost-seeing Grief Cliff. As he stood suspended in midair, surveying the sheer precipice and the magnificent scenery surrounding him, an indescribable exhilaration surged within him. I, Tang San, have returned, he proclaimed with a resounding laughter that echoed throughout the valley, brimming with ambition and valor. After a lengthy journey fraught with innumerable challenges, he finally returned to the place he once departed. Chapter 4. Tang San soared above the ghostly cliff, only to be unexpectedly surprised that the divine power from the divine realm could indeed be harnessed within the original world of the Tang sect. Indeed, the Xiantian skill could channel soul power and soul rings. The internal energy of the Xiantian skill could be compressed into a different form of energy, converging into divine power, transitioning from gas to liquid, ultimately refining into a divine core, transforming from liquid to solid. Essentially, this represented a sublime evolution of the internal energy of the Xiantian skill. And thus, the ability to summon divine power here was perhaps not astonishing. With this realization, Tang San gently descended upon the secondary peak of the Heavenly Gate and proceeded towards the main peak. The regulations inscribed in the Xiantian treasure record dictated that flight was prohibited within the main peak area, except for those leaping from cliffs to make a statement. Even after many years spent in the Douluo continent, Tang San had memorized all the rules of the Xiantian treasure record, which stood as one of his few virtues. From the lessons at Notting Academy advising against underestimating one's strength lest one become a true fool, to the Soul Master Elite tournament where he restrained himself with the teachings of the Xiantian treasure record to avoid recklessness, culminating in the strategic deployment during the Battle of Jialing Pass, where he even referenced the military strategies from the Xiantian treasure record. It could be said that this record served as a guiding beacon throughout Tang San's journey in Douluo. As he walked along the path from Heavenly Gate Peak to the inner gate of the Tang sect, he encountered disciples clad in white or black attire, engaged in various tasks, as well as those in elegant white robes leisurely enjoying the scenery with folding fans. Some were testing the potency of hidden weapons, practicing their crossbows by shooting at a massive tree, with many arrows missing their mark. How nostalgic it was, Tang San mused, recalling how the sect leader had brought him back to the Tang sect, meticulously teaching him, from the training on body tempering peak to the techniques of the Xiantian skill, the ghostly shadow, and the art of controlling cranes and capturing dragons. The sect leader guided him step by step in the circulation of internal energy and methods of breath control, all for the sake of a brighter future for the Tang sect. Later, when the old sect leader vanished, it was only through a twist of fate that he discovered the old leader had been guarding the Xiantian treasure record in the library tower, revealing the reason for his disappearance. Even so, the old leader bore no resentment toward him, treating him as if he were his own child. Unbeknownst to him, Tang San had already reached the summit of Heavenly Gate Peak, standing atop the mountain with his purple extreme magic eye. He gazed through the mist at the surrounding Poison Mountain, Medicinal King Valley, Iron Forging Peak, and the Ingenious Pavilion, stirring a ripple of emotion within him. The Heavenly Gate Peak is linked to the main peak of the Tang sect by a cableway stretching 300 meters, aptly named the Heavenly Road. The peak earned its name due to this cableway serving as its gateway. One side of the sect leader's peak features the 300-meter cableway, while the other three sides drop into the unfathomable depths of the ghostly cliff, making it easy to defend but difficult to assault. To penetrate the core inner sanctum of the Tang sect, one must first traverse this cableway. Moreover, flying is prohibited around the ghostly cliff. In the central hall of the sect leader's pavilion, there are 44 repeating crossbows and 72 firestone cannons, covering all angles. Any flying object, even if belonging to a disciple of the Tang sect, would be met with a barrage of cannon fire. With a mere 0.3 seconds between the firestone and the repeating crossbows, one would quickly find themselves ensnared in a deadly swarm, a truly terrifying prospect. The Heavenly Road, this cableway, consists of 3 sections. The first third is a wooden plank bridge, the middle third a broken bridge suspended by iron chains, and the final third a silk road. While it appears as silk, its resilience surpasses even that of iron chains. Each step taken on this silk road multiplies the force of the previous step geometrically, making it so that even a master of the ghostly shadow technique must relinquish some of their strength to bear the recoil. The inner disciples' tokens are a new type of shock absorber developed by the Ingenious Pavilion, enabling them to traverse 1,000 miles with each step and absorb shocks from afar. However, as an outer disciple, Tang San managed to navigate the final third by leveraging the reciprocal nature of force, enduring the last few surges of power with fewer steps than required, allowing him to withstand the rebounding force. As Tang San approached the sect leader's peak, many individuals greeted him, some cheerfully calling out sect leader Tang San, leaving him utterly bewildered. When had he become the sect leader? Before Tang San could traverse the lengthy path ascending the mountain, He noticed the elders hastily descending from the peak. Among them were the second elder, who once wielded the rainstorm pear blossom needle, and the ninth elder, who had concealed the 4 great killing techniques among a plethora of hidden weapons. Additionally, there was the vice master of the Chichu Pavilion, who specialized in intricate mechanisms, surrounded by an array of nearly translucent armaments. As Tang Sen observed the approaching elders, he was uncertain of their intentions. The first elder slightly bowed, performing the highest courtesy of the Tang sect, a gesture that was swiftly mirrored by the other elders. The surrounding disciples, eager to witness the spectacle, also lowered their heads in reverence, honoring Tang San with the respect befitting a sect leader. On the pristine white jade steps, thousands of disciples and dozens of elders bowed in unison, centering their homage upon Tang San. Once the formalities were concluded, the first elder gestured invitingly, urging Tang San to proceed ahead. Tang San, undeterred, took the lead, followed closely by the first elder, the second elder, and the remaining elders. Upon entering the sect leader's hall, the first elder addressed Tang San, stating that the former sect leader had bequeathed the position to one who could manifest the Buddha's Wrath Tang Lotus. With regard to Tang San's theft of the Xiantian treasure record, the former sect leader had already taken the blame on his behalf. Every cause yields a consequence. Since the sect leader had accepted the burden, Tang San should calmly endure the resultant outcomes. This matter should be left in the past, and he was implored to assume the role of sect leader, honoring the former leader's intentions. As Tang San surveyed his surroundings, a sense of familiarity washed over him, as if he had encountered this scene before. After careful contemplation, he recalled a past experience, during the New Year's Eve when he absorbed the soul ring of the human-faced demon spider. Its venom had plunged him into a hallucinatory state. The current scenario mirrored that moment perfectly. Could it be merely a dream? No, he had traversed the portal of time, returning to the Tang sect. This was not a dream. This was reality. Looking at the elders around him, Tang Sen spoke slowly. I shall accept the position of sect leader. May I inquire about the former sect leader? In the mouth of the malevolent deity, the old sect master endured countless tortures on behalf of his disciples, an ordeal that filled Tang San with profound guilt. Upon encountering the tombstone of the sect master in the back mountain, he gazed at the inscription that read Tomb of the Former Sect Master. He pondered that perhaps had he not pilfered the Xiantian treasure record, he would not have violated the rules of the Tang clan, nor would he have burdened the sect master. The more he contemplated, the deeper his self-reproach became. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had returned to his days within the Tang clan, where the former master imparted to him invaluable skills, which he had diligently mastered, ultimately transforming him into his current self. Tang San, with a graceful sweep of his robe cast aside, knelt before the tombstone, bowing deeply 3 times. Tears streaming down his face as he cried out, Sect Master, I am truly sorry. Chapter 5. The so-called malevolent deity. After paying homage to the previous sect master, Tang San joined the elders in the sect master pavilion for the ceremonial transfer of leadership. As he accepted the violet robe symbolizing the position of sect master, along with the hand command that could manipulate all hidden mechanisms within the Tang clan, a tumult of emotion surged within him. Grasping the sect master's token tightly, he momentarily envisioned the ethereal figure of the former sect master, benevolently smiling at him from the corner of the grand hall. Seemingly satisfied that his favored disciple would take over the clan, perhaps one day leading it to glory. Sect Master, your junior, Tang San, will surely elevate the Tang clan and honor your trust, he silently vowed. The apparition gradually faded, dissipating into shimmering starlight that scattered in the hall's recesses. Tang San slowly settled into the prominent seat that symbolized the sect master's authority, his gaze calm and profound. He quietly surveyed the surrounding elders, his expression devoid of emotion. After a brief silence, Tang San spoke softly, Elders, you may leave now. I require some solitude. His voice was low yet resolute, imbued with an undeniable certainty. The elders exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting confusion and uncertainty. They had anticipated that upon Tang San's succession, he would enact a series of edicts to adjust and manage the sect's affairs. However, his simple statement, let it be, left them astonished and perplexed. They could not help but ponder what Tang San intended to do, and despite their myriad questions, the elders found themselves compelled to remain silent. They understood that as members of the Elder Council, their role was merely to assist the sect leader and, at appropriate moments, to engage in collective deliberation. However, they also recognized the importance of respecting the decisions of the new leader. Thus, they discreetly withdrew, departing the conference room burdened with doubts. Tang San, seated high above, gazed upon the empty hall, one hand propping up his chin while the other toyed with the sect leader's token. Sensing the flow of the ethereal energy particles in the air, his heart swelled with emotion as he reflected upon his journey from a disciple who had once leaped off a cliff to affirm his resolve, all the way to becoming the figurehead of the Tang sect, the bearer of its power. Truly, his fate had been tumultuous. Slowly rising, Tang San took measured steps toward the entrance of the hall. He surveyed the 18 subpeaks and the countless pavilions, observing the disciples traversing various paths. Feeling a profound sense of perspective, akin to standing atop a mountain overlooking the world below. He finally understood why those who wield the highest authority often reside in the tallest edifices. Power, indeed, is magnificent. His desire intensified, and the gray mist at the tips of his hair seemed to revel, gradually spreading. A sudden thought struck him. His arrival at the Tang sect was not merely to relive past glories. He was uncertain how he had inadvertently ascended to the role of sect leader. Originally, he had intended to return to the Tang sect to visit the old leader who had once aided him, even if it meant spending the latter part of his life in confinement. Yet now, he found himself as the leader. His gaze shifted toward the scripture pavilion. It was time to embark on the next phase of his plan, the so-called evil god's 100 resolutions. Suppressed by the Xiantian treasure record, he was eager to discover the source of its power. The mere thought sent a thrill through him, as he could almost feel the surge of formidable energy coursing through his body once he obtained the evil god's 100 resolutions. He envisioned breaking free from his current constraints and ascending to a higher realm. His heart raced with fervor and excitement. Upon reaching the entrance of the scripture pavilion, the disciples stationed there did not recognize Tang San. They informed him that the pavilion was a restricted area and that unauthorized individuals were prohibited from entering. He was asked to present the elder's command token. Tang San regarded them calmly, retrieving his sect leader's token from his waist, and gently levitated it before them with his spiritual power. The two disciples, upon seeing the token, broke into a cold sweat, realizing the esteemed leader was present. They promptly requested Tang San to retract the token and instructed those within the pavilion to exit, as it was undergoing repairs and unauthorized personnel were not permitted entry. Yes, both disciples responded in unison. One of the disciples quickly turned, pressing a button on the token at his waist. In an instant, an invisible wave of power radiated from the token, spreading like ripples across the surface of water. As this force permeated the air, the atmosphere within the scripture pavilion fell into a profound silence. Tang San stood quietly aside, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the two disciples in the entrance of the pavilion. As time ticked by, the individuals inside the pavilion began to emerge one by one. Some bore serious expressions, while others appeared somewhat perplexed. Yet all were undeniably intrigued by the events unfolding before them. At last, when the final individual emerged from the library, the gatekeeper reported to Tang San, "Everyone has exited." Tang San nodded slightly, acknowledging the news, and replied, "Thank you for your efforts." He then gently stepped into the first floor of the library, his gaze captivated by the myriad of books before him. Each tome emanated a faint scent of ink and an ancient aura, as if whispering tales of bygone eras. Tang San tenderly caressed the spines of the books, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. He recalled the countless days and nights spent within these walls, diligently immersed in his studies. Whether it was the first light of dawn or the starry night sky, he never faltered in his dedication to learning. It was this accumulation of knowledge that shaped him into the Tang San of today. Slowly, he lifted his gaze, peering beyond the towering shelves toward the uppermost level of the library. There resided a resplendent gem, the Xiantian treasure record, radiating a mysterious brilliance akin to the brightest star in the night sky. Tang San understood that this luminous pearl was the source of all his endeavors and the inception of his journey to the pinnacle of Douluo continent. Employing his purple extreme magic eye, he surveyed his surroundings and finally discerned a clue on the first floor. He slowly approached the central bookshelf on that level and, with a single forceful strike, reduced it to dust. Beneath the bookshelf lay a broad gem crafted entirely from a deep azure stone, perfectly sized to match the bookshelf itself. Tang San mused, who could have imagined that amidst the tomes in the library, books that even the outer disciples would scarcely glance at, there existed such a treasure? Indeed, the shelves of the library were made from a millennium-old, darkened wood, known for its soul-binding properties and exceptional hardness. Only someone of elder rank could shatter it with a single blow. The strong would overlook the first floor, while the weak would remain oblivious. A testament to the meticulous design behind it. Tang San chuckled softly and placed his hand upon the blue crystal, marveling at its texture. Even having encountered countless wonders across the Douluo continent, He could not help but be astonished. This crystal was, astonishingly, solidified from concentrated faith power. With keen mental focus, he could faintly perceive the devout prayers and blessings within, wishes for the malevolent deity to refrain from tormenting the world, for global peace, and for the cessation of war. A profound aura of sincere faith subtly permeated Tang San's consciousness, evoking a tendency toward assimilation. Startled, he withdrew his hand, feeling an unsettling apprehension. This blue crystal was indeed peculiar, capable of merging with mental energies. Seated in front of the crystal, Tang San was at a loss for how to approach it. He gradually infused the entire crystal with the power of the sea god, reasoning that since the sea god's power was also a form of faith energy, it might yield some effect. However, the sea goddess' power merely enveloped the blue crystal, which remained an intact entity. No energy of any kind could penetrate its surface, including the sea goddess' faith, which could not infiltrate even the slightest degree. The two forms of faith were fundamentally distinct and could not assimilate one another. Tang San scrutinized the crystal closely with his purple extreme magic eye, recalling that the malevolent deity had mentioned accumulating malevolent power for over a century, which could aid in transcending time and space. Thus, there must be a method to allow this malevolent power to radiate from within the books contained inside. And if he could master this method, perhaps he could unravel the mysteries of the blue crystal. Quietly, Tang San summoned the suppressed malevolent power within him, and a faint gray mist began to emanate from his being. He concentrated the gray mist, causing it to undulate in a peculiar rhythm. The mist flickered erratically, akin to quantum entanglement, transmitting signals to the malevolent entity encapsulated by the blue crystal. Yet, despite his prolonged efforts, there was no response from within the crystal. Tang San remained steadfast before the crystal, exhausting every conceivable method, yet he could not budge it even slightly, akin to a child with a treasure trove, standing helplessly before mountains of gold and silver. In his desperation, he clutched at a sliver of hope and summoned the sect leader's token from the 24 bridges on a moonlit night, wishing that the highest authority of the Tang sect might have some effect on the blue crystal. To his astonishment, the moment the sect leader's token made contact with the radiant aura of the blue crystal, it suddenly emanated an extraordinary spectrum of colors, and the blue crystal began to transform rapidly upon encountering this beam of light, like the pristine white snow of winter rapidly melting under the intense sunlight. The blue crystal began to dissipate swiftly, transforming into wisps of azure mist that gradually merged into the peculiar beam of light. "It has come to fruition," Tang San exclaimed with a fierce countenance as he beheld the radiance emerging from the melting crystal. It is suggested to directly incorporate a meme of Tang San's expression here. Tang San reached out to delve into that extraordinary light, reverently cradling the tome of the evil goddess enlightenment. As he gazed at the four grand characters dancing upon its surface, a wave of disorientation washed over him, as if he were immersed in a surreal realm. Before his eyes unfolded a wondrous spectacle, where countless beams of light intertwined, forming a mysterious and formidable energy field. These luminous strands danced like slender serpents, swirling around the book. Tang San sensed a powerful force surging forth from the tome, akin to a frigid spring in the Arctic, ceaselessly flowing into his being. This essence, almost tangible, coiled around his arms and surged through his body, rapidly permeating his limbs and bones. Instantly, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his body trembling uncontrollably. The power of the evil god was both sinister and chilling, akin to being ensnared in a vortex of negative energy. Every cell in Tang San's body brimming with the evil god's energy. His once dark hair rapidly transformed to a grayish white, halting at about 2/3 of its length. His pupils, now even more demonic than when he first acquired the evil goddess power, exuded a sense of dread and cold that sent shivers down one's spine. As that formidable force continued to pour into him, Tang San's previously chaotic mind gradually regained clarity. While he reveled in the tumultuous power within him, he greedily absorbed the last remnants of energy from the evil god's enlightenment. His laughter grew louder, as if he aimed to consume the entire world. "I, Tang San, shall soon become the true deity of this realm. I crave power. This is insufficient, not nearly enough," he cackled. Chapter 6. The infiltration of evil thoughts. Tang San exited the library with the evil god's enlightenment, instructing the gatekeeper disciple to tidy the place before he proceeded to the sect leader's hall. Eagerly, he opened the tome he had long yearned for. The first chapter, detailing the birth of the evil god and the source of the first-level evil god's power, stirred the malevolent thoughts within him, as if he himself were the evil god incarnate. The power bestowed upon him by the evil god resonated within his subconscious, intertwining their essences. One could say that the evil god was now Tang San, and Tang San was the evil god, their powers influencing one another, ultimately manifesting through Tang San's corporeal form. The most crucial segment of the first chapter spoke of the evil god's fall, dividing his power into 4 parts, the greatest of which was inherited by the current evil god. However, due to improper application, the power expanded too rapidly, prompting a united resistance from the other deities, culminating in a divine war. Eventually, he was cunningly imprisoned in the 19th level beneath the divine realm for over 1,000 years, enduring the torturous burns of the solar laws day after day. The remaining 3 fragments descended into the lower realm of Douluo continent. One was devoured by a spider, transforming into the unparalleled evil spider demon, capable of battling beyond its rank. Another was consumed by a serpent in the realm of the Yellow Springs, merging with the Manjasaka to become the soul beast Mandala serpent. The last was an ordinary black tiger, which, after being tainted by the power of the evil god, underwent a mutation, evolving into the dark demon evil god tiger, a creature that instills fear among soul masters. Its peak strength allows it to manipulate wind, time, thunder, darkness, evil, and space. And it has even created a 6-element reincarnation technique that permanently sacrifices 3 of its abilities to grant a singular opportunity for rebirth, whether by prudently preparing for the future or directly entering a temporal rift to another dimension. Subsequent chapters delve into the evil god's cultivation techniques, encompassing extensive knowledge and skills, including various herbs, meridians, methods, and breathing exercises. These techniques were personally practiced by the evil god, who meticulously documented his insights and experiences within the text, annotating them in detail alongside the methods. Tang San gazed quietly at the book before him, his heart swelling with emotion. This volume resembled a key, unlocking the door to his innermost desires for power. He realized that only by continuously enhancing his strength could he secure an invincible position in this world governed by the survival of the fittest. As Tang San slowly closed the book, his gaze grew resolutely determined. He had charted his future course, to acquire the remaining powers of the evil god and become even more formidable. In that moment, he envisioned a world where none would dare to defy his will. He would ascend as the sovereign of this realm. As he pondered, the power bestowed upon Tang San by the malevolent deity guided his spirit, intensifying his yearning for greater strength. A deep crimson hue gradually enveloped his pupils, and the energy that had recently entered his being suddenly erupted, filling the air around him with a formidable tempest. Power, oh power, this is power. I can hardly contain my desire to experience this force. With a cackle, Tang San stepped out from the master hall, soaring into the sky. Wholly entranced by the exhilaration of his newfound strength, completely disregarding the Tang sect's prohibition against flying from the summit. In an instant, the sound of mechanisms whirring echoed around the peak of the master hall. The entire expanse of the white jade steps split apart, slowly elevating a massive iron rod. Circles of blue ripples emanated from its center, revealing 72 crossbows, 44 firestone cannons, and 3,000 small anti-air guided magical cannons. Even the very top of the master hall's loft opened, exposing a dark, honeycomb-like array of gun barrels, accompanied by 32 auxiliary gun ports, all menacingly aimed at Tang San. Hearing the commotion, Tang San glanced down with disdain, observing the various artillery aimed at him. His curiosity about the extent of his newfound prowess grew, leading him to forego activating the highest authority of the sect master's order to reset all the mechanisms. Instead, he dove downwards. In that fraction of a second, the artillery formed an unbreakable line of firepower, launching an array of black iron arrows, firestone projectiles, and even rarer bolts forged from mysterious crystal. The projectiles included 12 types of needles from the rain pear flower needle technique, each designed to incapacitate the opponent temporarily with magnetic fields. Among the auxiliary artillery, the projectiles were astonishing. Some were ordinary shells capable of straight-line flight, while others were yellow shells that accelerated and suddenly turned. There were also blue projectiles that could split into 3 upon detonation, powerful black shells that exploded instantly, and even bombs that released sound waves to disrupt one's thoughts. Tang San, with a mischievous smile, transformed his hands into a jade-like, azure-white hue, then executed the crane and dragon control technique. With deft movements, he redirected most of the ordinary projectiles, some soaring into the sky to erupt in a splendid display of fireworks, while others struck the surrounding peaks, sending plumes of smoke billowing into the air. His steps became increasingly ethereal, and under the gaze of his purple extreme magic eyes, He could discern the trajectories and impact points of the incoming projectiles. Is this truly the Tang sect's defensive measures? Tang San scoffed disdainfully, his form shimmering with a pale gray luminescence as he braved a barrage of artillery shells. The projectiles detonated around him, erupting in a cloud of smoke. Yet not a single crease marred his garments at the center of the explosion. Below, the disciples of Tang Min gazed up at the violet silhouette in the sky, descending into chaos, for this figure was withstanding the pinnacle of Tang Min's technological prowess with evident ease, inciting panic as they scattered in all directions. Only the elders atop the Zhongzhou peak remained composed, with the Grand Elder exclaiming, with such a formidable leader, "Our Tang Min shall undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the world." Indeed, indeed, the second elder echoed. Let us merely hope that during the testing of our equipment, the leader refrains from damaging these creations, expressed the master of the Chichu Pavilion with concern, for their fabrication is quite laborious. Rest assured. The leader is well aware of the situation, replied the peak master of the body refinement sect with a smile. He is the prodigy designated by the former leader. Should any of your aerial-guided shells suffer damage, the leader will surely repair them himself. As Tang San maneuvered through the shells, he instantaneously teleported to the blue signal tower. The closer he approached the tower, the more agitated he became. The toxic gases mingled within the barrage had been expelled. Yet he remained oblivious to the presence of Liuli Xin, a material that amplifies emotional perception infinitely with but a trace. This material, colorless, odorless, and weightless, 3 times lighter than air, had clung to him as he teleported toward the signal tower. Tang San's mind faltered, his pupils gradually shifting to a blood-red hue as the power of the evil god increasingly influenced him. His thoughts became consumed with a singular desire to unleash his might. Murder was all that occupied his mind. As he halted before the signal tower, the Grand Elder turned to the master of the Chichu Pavilion and remarked, "It is time for restoration, is it not?" The leader must be concluding his tests. Before he could finish, a resounding crash echoed as Tang San's fist shattered the signal tower in two, which then toppled with a thunderous roar, crashing towards the Zhongzhou Pavilion. What is happening? Is the leader not testing the strength of Tang Min's defenses? The elders gasped in astonishment, quickly reacting. They employed the ghostly shadow technique to hasten toward Tang San's position. Tang San appeared to be in a frenzy, transformed into a relentless force of destruction. He teleported once more above the Zhongzhou Pavilion, targeting an aerial-guided cannon, and with 2 powerful strikes, the cannon's barrel splintered like a blooming ephemeron. The master of the Qiqiao Pavilion felt his heart bleed at the sight, clutching his chest while exclaiming, "No, my treasure, please." The elders, witnessing the unfolding chaos, quickened their pace. Upon reaching Tang San, they first performed a gesture of respect befitting a leader and then inquired, "Why does the leader seek to damage Tang Min's concealed weaponry?" Tang San turned his head, a sinister smile playing upon his lips as he faced the elders. "Who do you think you are to question me?" The irascible master of the body refinement peak stepped forward, admonishing, "You little brat. Were it not for the favor of the former sect leader, you would not be worthy of this title. Simply answer my questions." In that moment, I completely forgot how I had just extolled the sect leader's magnificent prowess and his vision for leading the Tang sect to glory. Chapter 7. Annihilation of the sect. Tang San gradually turned to the side, invoking the ghost shadow perplexing steps, and within mere moments stood before the master of the body refinement peak. "Who do you think you are?" he declared, delivering a devastating palm strike that pierced through the master's chest, extracting the still beating heart. Blood splattered across Tang San's face as he smirked, truly filthy. He then crushed the heart in his hand, sending chunks of flesh flying onto the surrounding elders. They stood there, stupefied, seemingly unable to comprehend that their colleague of many years had just perished. Only when the lifeless body thudded to the ground did they gradually regain their senses. Trembling in disbelief, the elders seemed unable to fathom that the master of the body refinement peak had met such a fate. Just then, Tang San uttered, "Who else dares to challenge?" At that moment, the 5th elder suddenly recalled something, swiftly leaping back to create distance. From his sleeves, the rain pear blossom needles erupted, seemingly aimed at taking Tang San's life. "He has succumbed to madness. We must eliminate him," he shouted. The elder, regaining his composure, heard the commotion behind him and was about to protest when he saw Tang San grinning. "A few years ago, you pursued me, and I leaped off a cliff, only to survive. Now you wish to attack me with the same ineffective Tang sect projectiles? How naive you are," he retorted. With that, Tang San summoned his trident, hurling it forward with tremendous force, pinning the 5th elder against a nearby wall. The trident dragged the elder along the ground, leaving a long, dark streak, akin to an elongated shadow, while the elder resembled a kite with its strings severed, helplessly being dragged through the air. The friction between his body and the ground produced a grating sound, evoking pity in the onlookers. "You old geezers, are you still necessary? Come at me, all of you," Tang San proclaimed arrogantly, emboldened by the power coursing through him, confident that even if the remaining deities of the divine realm united against him, he would emerge unscathed. The elder had originally intended to engage Tang San in a rational discussion, appealing to reason and emotion. However, witnessing the demise and disfigurement of his old companions, he sighed deeply and fixed his gaze on Tang San. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Everyone, attack." At the decree, the various elders, peak masters, and sect leaders sprang into action, unleashing their signature techniques. A myriad of bizarre projectiles emerged, resembling phantoms. "If this is the extent of your strength, then let us conclude this," Tang San declared. Simultaneously, a brand new divine artifact was summoned, a weapon forged from the essence of an evil deity. At this moment, Tang San's malevolent thoughts had escalated to a terrifying degree, enabling him to wield the exclusive artifact, the scythe of the evil god, with ease. As he spun the scythe, its gray blade glimmered with a cold radiance, resembling a shield that effortlessly deflected most of the concealed weapons aimed at him. The remaining powerful projectiles were absorbed by the eerie gray mist enveloping Tang San. In an instant, he teleported behind an elder, the tip of his scythe piercing the elder's heart. The elder was instantly drained to a desiccated husk by the artifact, and with a flick of his scythe, the remains scattered into dust upon the ground. The elders of the old nine cried out in despair, before their lament could fully escape their lips. Tang San appeared above another elder, effortlessly slashing, causing yet another lifeless body to collapse. The Grand Elder, sensing the disparity in power, shouted for a retreat, urging everyone to distance themselves as much as possible. Yet, he himself advanced towards Tang San, employing the ghostly shadow technique to close the gap. With a flick of his wrist, concealed weapons flew forth. Tang San chuckled playfully. "You wish to engage me in close combat? Very well. I shall witness the prowess of the Tang sect's foremost warrior." With that, he discarded all his divine artifacts, seeking a fair duel. The Grand Elder drew a short sword from his sleeve, lunging at Tang San. Tang San leaned his head slightly forward, narrowly evading the strike. In the same motion, he raised his hand to execute the bone-splitting technique, attempting to sever the Grand Elder's arm. The Grand Elder, however, swiftly adjusted the direction of his dagger and retracted it, bending his arm to position the blade across the trajectory of Tang San's impending strike. Tang San was taken aback. The Grand Elder's formidable control over his limbs allowed him to counter Tang San's momentum. Sensing the instability in the Grand Elder's stance, Tang San capitalized on it. The Grand Elder pursued relentlessly, launching a series of rapid strikes aimed at Tang San's lower body, aware that being caught would spell his demise. Tang San evaded the Grand Elder's rapid three-pronged assault by sidestepping and tilting his head. The Grand Elder activated the ghostly shadow technique, stepping into the dead zone of Tang San's movements, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. However, Tang San, with a light chuckle, anticipated the attack, swiftly striking from his sleeve. A resounding noise echoed as the dark muzzle of a firearm was aimed at the Grand Elder's heart. Two deafening shots rang out, sending the Grand Elder flying. Though Tang San appeared to suffer significant injury himself, the faint gray mist swirling around him, just as Tang San believed the Grand Elder to be defeated. The latter rose from a short distance, tearing off his elder robe to reveal a suit of golden armor beneath. The heart-shaped mirror at the center of the armor was shattered, yet the Grand Elder remained silent. He raised his hand to reset his dislocated arm, discarded the golden armor to expose his robust muscles, and wiped the blood from his mouth with the tattered remains of his elder robe, wrapping his elbow, knuckles, and wrists. He declared, "How dare you continue to wreak havoc upon this world?" The Grand Elder, unburdened by the weight of his golden silk armor, stood resolutely, invoking the formidable techniques inscribed in the Xiantian treasure record of the Tang sect. In this critical moment for the sect's survival, there was no longer any need to conceal the secrets of the Xiantian treasure record. Should Tang San emerge from the sect master's hall, the disciples below would surely meet a gruesome fate, their bodies left to rot in the wilderness, and the entire Tang sect would face annihilation. While the reasons behind the sect master's drastic change in temperament remained unclear, such details were now inconsequential. What mattered was retaining the sect master, or, if necessary, eliminating him. The Grand Elder contemplated. Tang San appeared incredulous. His soul guide, powered by divine energy, had the potential to obliterate an entire city. Yet it had failed to vanquish his opponent. As he observed the Grand Elder rushing towards him, a sense of astonishment welled within. The Grand Elder summoned the Elder's token into his hand and gracefully floated before Tang San. With a mere flick of his fingers, Tang San effortlessly accepted the token. The Grand Elder, his expression impassive, muttered an incantation, causing the Elder's token to erupt into a flurry of fragments, enveloping Tang San in a cloud of purple poison. This was not merely an application of the elusive techniques recorded in the Xiantian treasure record. The items were flung forth in a weightless manner, though the high-frequency vibrations could shatter the hands of those who dared to grasp them. The Grand Elder, taken aback by Tang San's formidable physical resilience, nonetheless believed the concentrated poison, one of the 691 lethal toxins not documented in the Xiantian treasure record, would not be so easily dispelled. Suddenly, from within the poisonous miasma, a figure shot forth, the pale purple and faint gray vapors intertwining in a mesmerizing display. Tang San collapsed to the ground, his voice hoarse as he painfully exclaimed, "Old fool, what sort of poison is this? I have consumed the octagonal mystical ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, rendering me immune to any worldly poison. I possess divine status. How could I possibly succumb to your toxins?" The Grand Elder, having witnessed countless villains perish due to their loquaciousness, lacked the patience to elucidate the poison's composition to Tang San. Instead, he drew a dagger, intending to deliver a decisive blow. However, the vapor enveloping Tang San shimmered, swiftly suppressing the purple mist. Though a hint of purple still lingered in the surrounding gray fog, it was far less pronounced. The Grand Elder sensed something amiss and hurriedly launched the dagger at Tang San, only to hear the clash of metal as it fell harmlessly to the ground upon contact with his adversary. Not good, the Grand Elder thought. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, he attempted to create distance. Even the ultimate techniques recorded in the Xiantian treasure record were but mundane methods in the face of a deity. The swirling mist surrounding Tang San seemed to express his mounting frustration. Acknowledging his impending doom, the Grand Elder braced himself against a punch from Tang San, radiant energy bursting forth as myriad runes flickered across his skin, absorbing the impact of the blow. The sacred light even hinted at the possibility of dissipating the mist enveloping Tang San. However, with a single strike, the runes instantly dimmed. Tang San scoffed disdainfully, declaring, "I am eager to witness the remaining trump cards you possess, old man." The Elder, observing the fleeting violet hue amidst the gray mist, realized that Tang San was merely forcefully compressing the toxic gas rather than genuinely neutralizing the poison. Consequently, the Elder adopted a stance that welcomed the wind, intending to employ the most unadulterated physical techniques. The one-stem runes upon his body gradually began to radiate a crimson glow with each breath he took. He ignited his lifespan and soul. The Elder shattered the formation with a single word, employing leg techniques to restrain Tang San, while one arm trapped Tang San's torso. His elbow bent in an uncanny manner, using his entire body as an axis, his palm poised like a blade. He aimed directly for Tang San's face. Unfazed, Tang San did not evade. Instead, he opened his mouth and bit down on the Elder's palm, tearing away a chunk of flesh. He then spat out the bloody morsel, which, upon hitting the ground, swiftly corroded the bluestone tiles. The Grand Elder's bloodstream was tainted with thousands of toxins. Even a mere touch would render one's reactions painfully sluggish and thoughts obscured. When a chunk of flesh was bitten from his palm, he displayed no sign of pain, as if he were impervious to sensation. With a forceful thrust of his knee against Tang San, he expertly shifted his weight to gain a positional advantage. He withdrew his elbow and unleashed a series of strikes to Tang San's chest, all occurring in the blink of an eye. Although Tang San felt the pain and his thoughts slowed, he was unable to react in time. By the moment he comprehended the unfolding situation, he had already endured numerous elbow strikes from the Grand Elder. Grasping the Grand Elder's arm with both hands, he sought to incapacitate the Elder's limbs. However, the Grand Elder remained unperturbed. In a grim exchange of injuries, as Tang San yanked off the flesh of the Elder's left hand, he severed Tang San's left forearm in return. Lacking the steely composure of the Grand Elder, Tang San was momentarily shocked by the audacity of the assault, his mind consumed by pain. The Grand Elder, utilizing the severed forearm, broke free from Tang San's grasp, disregarding the blood flowing from his wound. In a sudden and brutal motion, he thrust a bone-like dagger into Tang San's abdomen, allowing his toxic blood to seep into Tang San's body. A sharp intake of breath escaped Tang San as the venom coursed through him, exacerbating his already sluggish state. Yet, the Grand Elder was far from finished. He pounded his fist mercilessly against Tang San's face. In a desperate bid, Tang San fought against his own malevolent thoughts, striving to regain control. He attempted to extract the bone embedded within him, But the Grand Elder glimmered with an otherworldly light, fueled by his own blood, which unexpectedly diminished Tang San's strength. Resolved, Tang San abandoned the extraction and instead shattered the Grand Elder's bone with his own hands, fragments scattering to the ground, while some found their way into Tang San's body. This decisive action startled the Grand Elder momentarily, yet he quickly regained his composure, stepping forward to deliver a knee strike that grotesquely bent Tang San's knee. Seizing this opportunity, Tang San elbowed the Grand Elder in the ribs, eliciting a pained grunt from him. From the depths of a moonlit night, Tang San summoned his favorite hidden weapons, thrusting them toward the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder, racing through his mental arsenal, found himself devoid of suitable weapons. Reluctantly, he discarded his mask, gripping it tightly in his right hand, intercepting Tang San's dagger with the mask's eye socket. In an instant, the Grand Elder's wrist flicked, causing Tang San's wrist to momentarily numb before he launched his mask toward Tang San's neck. Only then did Tang San react, enveloped in a gray mist that repelled the Grand Elder. For Tang San, the Grand Elder had revealed all his trump cards. The Elder, overwhelmed by the loss of blood and the ensuing chaos in his thoughts, resolved to take a desperate gamble. Hoping to inflict greater harm upon Tang San before his own energy waned, he glanced back at his brothers with a gaze full of fondness, and then, with unwavering determination, detonated himself. The sound of his muscles swelling echoed as they consumed the surrounding spiritual energy, rapidly compressing before the inevitable explosion. The other elders, witnessing their comrade's self-detonation from a distance, found their hearts heavy with a tumult of emotions, for he was a dear friend of many years. Having toiled together for over a century, tears gradually blurred their vision. Yet, even in such a state, Tang San did not succumb to death. Once more, he rose from the dust, dragging his battered body upright. His disheveled hair framed a visage marked by the loss of his left arm, while blood gushed from his abdomen, and his right leg contorted in a peculiar manner. The elders were taken aback. Remarkably, he was still alive. The master of the Chi-Chu Pavilion, witnessing this scene, wasted no time. He swiftly bound explosives around his ankles and detonated them, propelling himself forward with an unparalleled speed that would deny Tang San any chance of recovery. The tremendous force, accompanied by a shower of flesh and blood mingled with smoke, surged toward the gasping Tang San. The 13th elder grasped Tang San, while writhing remnants of flesh behind him extended 7 or 8 mechanical tendrils that coiled tightly around Tang San. Despite having assimilated most of the malevolent god's power during the recent battle, the severe exhaustion rendered him incapable of breaking free from these mechanical appendages. The second elder sensed impending doom, as if awakening to a grim realization. No, perhaps we still have a chance. The elder of Chi-Chu Pavilion, with a resolute demeanor, declared, "I have made my decision. As the oldest master of the sect, it is my duty to leave some hope for the younger generation. The sect master has lost his mind." With that, he embraced Tang San and activated the yellow iron block. Tang San struggled, but could not escape the iron grip of the Chi-Chiao Pavilion master. Suddenly, a wave of heat surged from the center of the yellow iron block, sending a massive shockwave that hurled the remaining elders away. An indescribable brilliance erupted, akin to the sun plummeting from the heavens, while the surroundings rapidly vaporized, vanishing without a trace. The elders, dragging their broken bodies, gazed toward the epicenter of the explosion, where a mushroom cloud quietly emerged. Had the initial design not included a first-tier detonation capable of generating a shockwave strong enough to push back 20 kilometers, all present might have been reduced to mere dust in the explosion. At the heart of the explosion, an audacious laughter erupted, surging like tumultuous waves, spreading outward relentlessly. This laughter seemed poised to pierce the heavens, shaking the very foundation of the earth. Tang San, with his battered form, slowly rose from the ground with great difficulty. His eyes burned with fury, as if he had been thoroughly provoked. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "You old geezers have truly enraged me once again. Is there nothing, not even a divine gift, that can bring about your demise? What manner of monster is he?" The elders found themselves engulfed in despair, realizing that this was a battle they could never hope to win. Before they could regain their senses, Tang San swiftly unleashed his scythe, sending forth a gust of energy that hurled the elders into the air. The phantoms moved in a bizarre manner, traversing the void and even transcending established physical laws. In less than 20 breaths, the remaining elders found themselves utterly powerless to resist, reduced to mere husks, their essence transformed into dust. Meanwhile, the stunned disciples of the Tang sect beheld in awe as Tang San's wings emanated countless golden threads, which seemed to possess a will of their own, stretching and writhing through the air. Upon encountering a person, these threads would ensnare them, siphoning off their life force. This was his devouring golden threads. Drawing strength from the flesh and blood of over 70,000 disciples of the Tang sect, Tang San gradually restored his ravaged form. The Tang sect was annihilated by Tang San alone, leaving behind only a desolate wasteland soaked in blood. He felt not a shred of guilt. Chapter 8. The hunt for the three evils ascending to the skies above the remnants of his world. Tang San surveyed the devastation and the bloodied remains below, his heart devoid of emotion. Even though he had orchestrated this destruction with his own hands, a mist of gray swirled around him, evoking the purple venom hidden within the power of the malevolent deity. He mused on the old Kut-s poison, which could indeed slay gods, though it had merely encountered him. The malevolent deity dwelled in the underground 19th layer of the divine realm, accompanied daily by sinister forces. Having thoroughly mastered the dark laws within, simultaneously, 9 days and nights of analysis allowed Tang San to dissect a portion of the solar laws, granting him an understanding of these principles that rivaled any deity of the present day. Perhaps during the battle, this trace of toxic gas had been a latent threat to Tang San, but in the aftermath, its influence would only serve to enhance the growth of his divine power. He skillfully wielded the laws of darkness to decompose the toxic gas within him while extracting the spiritual essence contained within, gradually replenishing his consumed divine energy. Thanks to the effects of the octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, along with the dual forces of the ice and fire eye, his internal balance of yin and yang was restored. The analysis of this toxic gas ultimately became a vital component in maintaining the equilibrium of opposing forces within him, amplifying his strength. What boundless utility, Tang San exclaimed with laughter. He waved his hand, summoning the solar laws, using them to simulate the cosmic principles, gradually manifesting a portal through time and space. As he looked down upon the Tang sect, now reduced to ruins, he felt no lingering attachment and stepped through the time-space portal. In the distance, at the ruins of the sect leader's pavilion, the blood of the Grand Elder coalesced, flowing into the ring on Tang San's finger. The ring shimmered with colors akin to the runes adorning the Grand Elder, and then it burst forth, releasing a page of gold leaf that spiraled out, entwining the Grand Elder's essence before tearing open a rift in time and space. Tang San stood in the void, forming seals with his hands, and enacted the laws of time and space. As he moved, a rift in time and space gradually opened, revealing a lush and verdant forest, the Douluo forest. At this juncture in the timeline, it was precisely after Tang San ascended to the divine realm, and the entire Douluo continent remained in a state of peace and tranquility. Upon stepping into the rift, Tang San's body shuddered slightly. For within the realm of the Douluo continent, there was no longer an ample supply of soul power to sustain his divine strength. In that moment, his entire power had been compressed to less than 1/10 by the thin soul energy of the continent. With no other choice, he had to retract his divine energy and various artifacts, retaining only the most fundamental capacity for movement. It is often said that a deity descending to the mortal realm disrupts the established order, but this notion pertains only to ordinary deities. When one's power reaches a certain magnitude, the so-called rules become mere instruments for subversion. For Tang San, he possessed the ability to alter these rules. However, the emergence of two distinct divine powers in the world warranted thorough scrutiny. In a situation where his strength could not easily dominate others, it was prudent to remain discreet. Tang San enveloped the entire Douluo forest with his divine consciousness, clearly perceiving the numbers of the human-faced demon spider and the mandala snake. A comprehensive glance over the forest revealed that there was only a single dark demonic tiger. Retracting his divine awareness, he contemplated the situation, deciding to first eliminate the human-faced demon spiders and mandala snakes, while postponing the matter of the remaining dark demonic tiger for another time. With his body taut, Tang San propelled himself forward in an instant, arriving above the nearest human-faced demon spider, which was a mere 4,000 years old and had no capacity for resistance. His formidable physique pierced through the spider's most resilient carapace effortlessly. Subsequently, he summoned the 8 wings of the sea god, which unleashed numerous golden threads that entwined the entire human-faced demon spider, siphoning its power until it was reduced to a desiccated husk. Upon invoking the power of the evil god, he was elated to discover a slight expansion in his evil flames. Even this minuscule increase filled him with exuberance. For accumulation of quantity leads to qualitative leaps. As Tang San surveyed his surroundings, his divine sense scoured for traces of other soul beasts. Suddenly, he detected a colossal 90,000-year-old human-faced demon spider hunting nearby. Realizing that his quarry lay ahead, He accelerated towards the creature. However, the spider swiftly spun a massive web, ensnaring him tightly. Despite the web being crafted by a 90,000-year-old spider, its durability was beyond comprehension. Tang San's physical prowess had transcended the conventional standards of the Douluo continent, enabling him to deliver a dimensional strike. He unleashed a tremendous burst of strength, breaking free from the web's confines. The human-faced demon spider was evidently taken aback by its prey's unexpected ability to escape so easily. Seizing this opportunity, Tang San executed the Ghost Shadow Misty Step, darting towards the spider like a flash of lightning. With astonishing speed, he slid beneath the human-faced demon spider, confronting its eerily menacing visage. Confronted with a visage that seemed to emanate from the depths of an abyss, Tang San's heart remained utterly unmoved. He summoned the scythe of the evil god. Its razor-sharp blade aimed directly at the eyes of the faceless demon spider. In an ephemeral moment, the creature's form melted away as if ice met a searing blade. The faceless demon spider emitted a pained shriek, unable to comprehend that it had mischosen its prey. This seemingly frail human was, in fact, immensely powerful. Opting for flight, it soon discovered that an 8-legged spider could not escape the grasp of Tang San, who had invoked the shadows of the ghostly shadow. In mere instants, he found himself atop the demon's back. From this vantage, wielding the colossal scythe, he struck down repeatedly, each blow imbued with inexhaustible strength. The faceless demon spider's body gradually became a grotesque shell of itself, ultimately succumbing to the ground. Ebon soul rings ascended slowly. Yet Tang San felt no inclination to absorb them. This 90,000-year-old creature was mere moments away from evolving into a 100,000-year soul beast. Yet the power of the evil god held far greater significance for him. He conjured the flames of the evil god, incinerating the last of its kind in this world. The crackling of the fire resonated with the mournful whispers of the wind, as if the Douluo forest lamented the loss of an entire species. In just a day and a half, Tang San had vanquished 796 faceless demon spiders, leaving no remains behind, thus marking the extinction of their lineage. His gaze then shifted to the mandala snake, which proved considerably easier to confront than the faceless demon spider. With his consciousness dispersed, he swiftly identified a 1,000-year soul beast. Without uttering a word, he soared towards it. The soul beast, feigning as a mandala flower, remained oblivious to the human's presence. With a forceful tug, Tang San yanked the mandala snake from its perch. It emitted a whimper, seemingly pleading for mercy. Yet Tang San momentarily forgot his promise to Xiao Wu. After all, how else could he enhance his strength without slaying soul beasts? He dismissed her words from his mind, expertly skinning and extracting the malevolent power with the flames of the evil god. At that moment, a 90,000-year mandala snake erupted from the ground like a bolt of lightning, its sharp fangs glinting ominously as it aimed to strike down the human with lethal precision. However, a slight smirk graced Tang San's lips. He had anticipated this move. With agile reflexes, he stepped back effortlessly, evading the deadly assault. Yet, an unexpected turn occurred as the mandala snake opened its maw wide, expelling a small red snake. This crimson serpent darted through the air with remarkable speed, twisting and turning like a released arrow, aiming straight for Tang San's neck. A mutated soul beast, capable of executing combination techniques. How intriguing! Tang San mused inwardly. In the face of this sudden turn of events, he exhibited no panic. Instead, he observed the unfolding spectacle with keen interest. However, he felt no sense of suffocation. His formidable divine body remained unperturbed by any threats from the lower realms. Unlike his previous solitary encounter with the humanoid demon spider, these mandala snakes exhibited a remarkable capacity for cooperation, showcasing a high level of intelligence and synergy. This phenomenon intrigued and amused Tang San greatly. He abruptly extended a hand, firmly grasping the body of a red mandala snake. With a powerful tug, he severed it in two. Subsequently, he summoned the flames of the malevolent deity, incinerating the dismembered red mandala snake entirely. In the same breath, his other hand swiftly seized the tail of a 90,000-year-old mandala snake, shaking it vigorously and sending it crashing back. The malevolent flames then began to spread from the tail of the mandala snake, rapidly engulfing its entire form. The flames blazed fiercely, crackling as they consumed the creature, ultimately reducing it to ashes. After 2.5 days of relentless effort, a total of 351 mandala snakes had been vanquished by Tang San, resulting in a transformative evolution of his malevolent divine power, deepening its essence. Next, the solitary dark demon divine tiger of the Douluo forest awaited. Were you prepared to become a part of the power within me? Ha ha ha. Tang Xin chuckled, immediately taking flight. As he gazed upon the dark demon divine tiger, memories of their first encounter flooded back to him. The creature had the ability to draw both into a space where they could battle as younglings. What a nostalgic feeling, Tang Xin mused. Just as he sensed a powerful aura fluctuating ahead, he recognized that it was the location of the dark demon divine tiger. In an instant, he erupted forth, his form flickering as he appeared directly behind the beast. The dark demon divine tiger instantly sensed danger, unhesitatingly unleashing its skills. Tang Xin felt his body jolt violently before he was abruptly pulled into another dimension. Indeed, this skill was astonishing. Tang Xin marveled inwardly. He swiftly extracted a multitude of concealed weapons from the 24 bridges on a moonlit night. His hands a blur as he unleashed these projectiles like a tempest upon the dark demon divine tiger. The creature had never encountered such uniquely shaped iron implements. Momentarily stunned, it failed to evade. Perhaps it believed that as a spirit beast contending with a soul master, particularly one so young, victory would come effortlessly, prompting it to toy with Tang Xin. However, it was utterly unanticipated that the potency of these hidden weapons would be so immense, transforming it into a mere sieve. Chapter 9. The narrative commences in the interstice of a spatial rift. A small secret realm was revealed. The soul tablet of the ancestral hall shattered instantaneously, its fragments scattering. The elder responsible for guarding it cast a glance, seemingly in disbelief. It is well known that their clan, the Dark Demon Evil God Tigers, had, since the time of the last cataclysm, utilized the time attribute from their 6 inherent attributes to permanently exchange a singular opportunity to create a secret realm within the annals of time. The price paid was that henceforth, any descendant, regardless of their innate talent, would never awaken the time attribute. Yet, every situation harbors both advantages and disadvantages. The outcome was that the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan thrived within the layers of the temporal rift for over 10,000 years, unscathed by the ravages of the cataclysm, leading a stable existence. Until now, the Dark Demon Evil God Tigers had resided harmoniously in this secret realm, never revealing themselves to the outside world. This sanctuary could be deemed a paradise for their clan, to the extent that the external world's knowledge of the Dark Demon Evil God Tigers has dwindled to mere legend. How could it be that 2 of their kin perished in quick succession, many centuries after the cataclysm had ceased? A formidable Dark Demon Evil God Tiger was dispatched to undertake the crucial task of exploring the current state of the continent. According to the information conveyed by the Soul Lantern, this Dark Demon Evil God Tiger had recently attained a prowess equivalent to 60,000 years and had, through ancient texts, comprehended its innate ability to instantaneously transport individuals into a peculiar space, reverting both parties to their juvenile forms. This extraordinary talent enabled the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger to prevail in territorial disputes, successfully claiming a region within the core area of the Star Do Great Forest. Yet, just days later, an unforeseen event transpired. The soul lantern of this Dark Demon Evil God Tiger shattered without warning. This abrupt occurrence left everyone bewildered and perplexed, plunging them into deep contemplation. After all, a Dark Demon Evil God Tiger at the pinnacle of 60,000 years, possessing such an exceedingly bizarre innate ability, could not possibly be slain by human soul masters. The juvenile physical form of human soul masters, lacking the cleansing of soul power, is frail and vulnerable. A mere touch would result in instant obliteration at the hands of a soul beast's formidable physique. Only mutated soul beasts could rival in physicality, however. The Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, wielding 6 attributes, was undeniably a crushing force in one-on-one combat. Furthermore, when other soul beasts contended for territory, they would invariably consider the strength of the occupying soul beast, and if their own power was insufficient, based on years of territorial warfare experience, they would retreat if faced with defeat. No soul beast could match the escape speed of a Dark Demon Evil God Tiger endowed with 6 attributes. It is truly unfortunate. The elder shook his head in confusion. The second clansman, inadvertently caught in the rift of time and space, seemed to have been taken from the secret realm by some indescribable force. A millennium has passed, and the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan has never experienced unnatural deaths among its members. Yet, in recent years, 2 clansmen have perished in succession. Perhaps a great catastrophe is looming once more. The elder on watch meticulously examined the shattered soul lamp, turning to head towards the residence of the clan leader of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. See, he said, addressing the elder responsible for guarding the soul lamp. See recounted the events clearly, then added, Lord Clan Leader, the soul lamp has shattered into 2 pieces. Such occurrences have not been witnessed in 1,000 years. Perhaps the great catastrophe that transpired a millennium ago is about to reemerge. This calamity could profoundly impact the Douluo continent, inevitably affecting our dwelling in the secret realm. We ought to prepare in advance to confront the impending crisis, C said, filled with anxiety, and stroking the six-pointed star necklace around his neck, which faintly shimmered with a silver glow, seemingly harboring immense power, casually remarked, "See, perhaps you are overthinking it. In the span of a millennium, only 2 clansmen have met with unnatural deaths, and both perished after leaving the secret realm, leading to their tragic demise. Do you recall our lineage's legacy? We were once the most devoted followers of the evil god, wielding the core power of the deity. Furthermore, we possess abilities that other beast clans do not, allowing us to negotiate with other deities to carve out a sanctuary for our existence. The very sanctuary negotiated with the god of time and space. Do not dwell on your worries, C. As long as we remain within the secret realm, we shall not suffer any harm." C wished to elaborate further. Having guarded the ancestral hall for so many years, even since the inception of the secret realm, he felt a sense of unease about the current situation and yearned to voice his concerns. Just as he was about to speak, a flicker of gray light flashed in Anne's eyes, radiating a formidable aura that bore down upon C like a heavy mountain, causing him to involuntarily shiver. This sensation was not merely a physical oppression, but a tremor that penetrated to the very marrow of his being, reaching deep into his soul. It felt as though invisible hands were tightly gripping C's heart, rendering him nearly breathless. Reminiscent of the days when the dark demon Evil God Tiger Clan served the evil god, C opened his mouth, intending to say something. Yet his throat felt as though it were obstructed, silencing him completely. A fine sheen of sweat broke out on his forehead as his body trembled slightly. He understood that continuing to speak might provoke Anne's ire even further, potentially leading to unforeseen consequences. Thus, he begrudgingly closed his mouth, refraining from uttering another word, and turned to leave. And, seated high above, fixed his gaze intently on C's departing figure, seemingly lost in contemplation. Suddenly, the sandalwood prayer beads adorning his wrist began to emanate a peculiar force. This force seemed capable of influencing everything around him, enveloping and in an inexplicable sense of tranquility and serenity. As time progressed, and discovered that his thoughts gradually became clearer and the distractions in his mind began to dissipate. The gray luminescence in his eyes slowly faded, transforming into clarity and brightness. And quietly embraced these changes, pondering the increasing influence of the malevolent deity's power over him. Even the prayer beads gifted to him during his transaction with the god of time and space could merely delay the encroachment of the dark god's might to a certain extent. A millennium had passed, and there was no telling when this body might succumb to becoming an empty shell. At that moment, a figure gradually emerged from the void, resembling the one who had just exited the grand hall. C chuckled, inquiring how and discerned that the individual was not the true version of himself. Momentarily disrupted in his thoughts, replied flatly that few knew he had received immense support from C when he was bestowed the title of Patriarch of the malevolent deity's Tiger Clan. The earlier C had referred to him as the Supreme Commander rather than treating him as an equal, which was already sufficient to raise suspicion. Moreover, he questioned whether C would directly address him as Patriarch. The previous figure must have been a time projection from the otherworldly rift. It had been advised to refrain from cultivating within the river of time, leaving behind one's imprint. You have no idea how difficult it is to find someone to replace oneself in overseeing the ancestral hall. If that foreign entity wishes to act, let them do so. After all, in their eyes, I perished in the fire and philosophical discussions 147 years ago. Now, I am merely an external entity. You are the only one who knows I am alive. Should I not indulge a bit? And waved his hand, signaling for him to sit down. C, unfazed, smiled and summoned a chair, saying, "Speak, you called me here. What is it?" And sighed, "The Dark Demon Tiger Clan. Even our name bears the character of evil. How can we hope to escape the encroachment of the dark deity's power? In the past, I sealed the dark powers of my entire clan within my own body. Yet now I can distinctly feel the dark deity's forces within me boiling anew. Perhaps the dark god's strength is once again on the rise, and the malevolent energy inscribed within the dark demon tiger will inevitably be reclaimed by the dark deity. For the Tiger Clan, the price of this is death, the fate of annihilation." C, stunned, sat in silence. His smile vanished as he remained motionless in his chair. After a long pause, he finally managed to utter, "Then do we have no means of resolution? I perish, the dark energy escapes, and it will sweep through the entire secret realm. The suffering I have endured for millennia will return to my kin 1,000-fold. How can I allow myself to die? I have left the Dark Demon Tiger clan, although I am uncertain if the Dark Deity can track those bearing its energy if I abandon the clan. Without my presence to stabilize the secret realm, even with you, we cannot evade the tumult of time and space. Ultimately, the entire realm will be torn asunder. I once contemplated channeling the malevolent energy within me into the external time tunnel, yet it resembled a one-way passage. The dark force could enter my body, but attempting to guide it outward in an energetic form was akin to a parasitic worm, clinging tenaciously to my being. This conundrum, alas, remains unsolvable, I sighed despondently. She gazed at it, her expression a tapestry of contemplation, as if pondering the means to unravel this deadlock. With a sigh, she remarked, "Having cultivated within the river of time for so many years, I have come to realize that the powers of time and space supersede all else. Perhaps the force of time can assimilate the malevolent energy, I am not entirely certain. I shall navigate upstream through the river of time to seize the essence of time itself and return with it. You must wait for me." And slowly seated himself, fully aware of the perils that lurked within the river of time. Since inheriting the name, I understood the fate that awaited me. I have contemplated this extensively. Thus, should danger arise, return promptly, and remember to retrieve my remains. Do not arrive too late, for if you do, you shall find me without my whole form, and chuckled. She flickered and became ethereal amidst the void, saying, "Take care of yourself." Chapter 10. I, the Dark Demon God Tiger. Awaken the 5 elements within the secret realm of the Dark Demon God Tiger. I am Jiang Liunian, an ordinary member born into the clan of the Dark Demon God Tiger. From a young age, I listened to the elders of my clan recount the harshness and injustice of the external world, and how our kin forged pacts with lofty deities during the times of great catastrophe to establish secret realms, thus ensuring the continuation of our lineage's illustrious history. Morning dawned. The sunlight cascaded through the clouds, illuminating the streets of the small town, where tranquility and beauty reigned supreme. Jiang Liunian emerged from his home, a smile adorning his visage, as he warmly greeted his neighbors. "Good morning, Auntie." Auntie stood at her doorstep, returning the smile. "Good morning, little Liuji." She deftly waved her hand, manipulating a small cluster of wind elements, skillfully sweeping the dust from her front yard and guiding it into the garbage bin. Her mastery over the wind elements was truly astonishing. Even a formidable warrior like Soul Fighter would likely feel a pang of inadequacy in her presence. At that moment, Old Sun from the blacksmith shop diagonally across the street stepped outside and cheerfully addressed Jiang Liunian. "You have come of age this year, haven't you, little Liuji? Is today the day you awaken your elemental powers?" "Indeed, time flies," Auntie mused. "Today marks your 18th birthday, little Liuji. I can hardly believe we have been neighbors for 18 years. Hearing this, Uncle Shui, who resided next to Aunt He, couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, time does pass swiftly." In the blink of an eye, little Liuji is on the cusp of adulthood. Hearing the words of those around him, Jiang Liunian smiled with delight and exclaimed, "Indeed. Today, I am to awaken my elemental power, which fills me with immense excitement." At that moment, a streak of black light streaked across the sky, swiftly approaching his location. The light descended to the ground, transforming into a mysterious elder. He surveyed his surroundings, and his gaze eventually settled upon Jiang Liunian as he inquired in a serious tone, "Is Jiang Liunian present here? I am the examiner for your awakening ceremony." Jiang Liunian respectfully replied, "Indeed, I am Jiang Liunian. Greetings, esteemed examiner." A wave of nervousness and excitement surged within him. The examiner glanced at Jiang Liunian before giving a slight nod. "Very well, let us commence," he said, casually unfastening the straps of his backpack and placing it on the ground. From within, he summoned the elemental awakening stones, 6 of which soared forth in a sequence, forming a 6-pointed star. Suddenly, they burst forth with an extraordinary radiance, and 5 of the awakening stones floated gracefully before Jiang Liunian, leaving a solitary, dim white crystal to descend gently at the examiner's side. Cradling the white crystal in his hands, the examiner intoned, "Since the cataclysm, the realm of soul beasts has suffered immeasurable losses, the earth stained with blood, and the populace in despair, as all creation mourns. Thunder roars from the heavens. Earthquakes strike with frequency, tsunamis rage, and hurricanes wreak havoc, leaving devastation in their wake and no respite for the living. Our ancestors, through their self-sacrifice, vowed not to enter the cycle of reincarnation. With reverence, they honored the god of time, seeking a singular promise. The god of time, compassionate in spirit, did not exploit human vulnerability but instead wielded divine power, carving a secret realm from the river of time. allowing the dark demonic tiger clan to preserve their lineage for eternity. We remain ever grateful for the benevolence of the god of time, etching this gratitude deep within our hearts, never to be forgotten. With that, the white crystal flickered momentarily before returning to silence, while the remaining 5 awakening stones emanated a faint glow. Come now, Jiang Yonyan, place your hand in the center and relinquish control of your body, allowing the power of the awakening stones before you to flow within, instructed the examiner. As Jiang Liuyan placed his hand at the center of the awakening stone array, he felt 5 distinct powers coursing through his outstretched right hand and entering his body. In an instant, the radiant glow of the 5 awakening stones burst forth, illuminating the essence of 5 elemental forces. The elder, witnessing the 5 vibrant colors, could not help but gasp in astonishment. It is known that should a soul master or practitioner awaken multiple spiritual roots, particularly 5, such a subpar constitution would struggle to progress throughout their life, often relegating them to the existence of an ordinary individual drifting aimlessly through the years. Even with abundant resources, the requirements would be monumental. Furthermore, if one were to relinquish 4 attributes to specialize in a single essence, it would lead to an imbalance, potentially resulting in catastrophic failure upon reaching a certain threshold. However, the dark demon divine tiger lineage was not bound by such limitations. Their inherent racial talent enabled them to absorb elemental energies with increasing efficiency over time. Should a member awaken only 1 attribute without fortuitous circumstances, they would find it challenging to advance in elemental quality. Yet, any dark demon divine tiger capable of awakening 3 or more systems would be fortified by the elemental energies, and if one were to awaken the time attribute, they could even draw upon the elemental forces to enhance their past, thereby becoming more formidable and capable of wielding the talents of time manipulation in the arena of life and death. The elder, regaining his composure, burst into hearty laughter, proclaiming that the dark demon divine tiger lineage had a promising future, and he patted Jiang Liuyan's shoulder, visibly optimistic about his prospects. Those surrounding, upon witnessing the dazzling display of colors, quickly grasped the significance of the event, having all participated in the awakening ceremony. The uncles and aunts from the streets gathered around, encircling Jiang Liuyan and the examiner, eager to discern the innate strength of the young prodigy. The examiner summoned the final gray crystal, gently lifting it with soul power until it hovered before Jiang Liuyan. "Give it a try," he urged, extending his hand and closing his eyes to truly feel the moment. The elder, filled with anticipation, mused that a talent with a full quintet of abilities was a rare gem indeed. In this cohort, there were likely few others like him. Such genius emerging within his jurisdiction in the Western District would surely merit a request for increased allowances from the central authority. The elder thought to himself. Finding Jiang Liuyan increasingly pleasing to behold, Jiang Liuyan extended his arm to touch the gray crystal, his fingers delicately brushing its surface. As he moved, he gradually closed his eyes, seemingly entering a state of isolation from the outside world. At the very moment he made contact with the gray crystal, it suddenly erupted in a dazzling brilliance, illuminating the entire street. Simultaneously, a powerful wave of energy radiated from the crystal, leaving those nearby in a state of shock. The gray crystal began to show cracks, accompanied by a faint sound of cracking, as if it were on the verge of shattering. The old man, taken aback, seemed to have conjured an ominous thought, yet it was too late to intervene. In the next instant, the gray crystal shattered into countless tiny fragments, scattering across the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers could not help but gasp in astonishment. They had never encountered such a breathtaking scene. The old man stared blankly at the debris. A mixture of helplessness and surprise etched on his face. He murmured, "Such extraordinary talent." However, he soon appeared to remember something, and his expression darkened considerably. "No. My allowance is gone. My year-end bonus is gone. Everything is lost. I will have to pay out of pocket. This won't be compensated by the central authority. I must purchase it myself. Truly, what wretched luck." He cursed under his breath before letting out a heavy sigh. Upon opening his eyes, Jiang Liuyan beheld the scattered shards, uncertain of how to respond. The old man, suppressing his heartache, kindly remarked, "Jiang Liuyan, your talent is remarkable. I shall report this to the central authority immediately. Arranging for your enrollment in the Central Advanced Soul Beast Academy, specifically the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy. You will receive the highest level of education there, ensuring that you do not squander such talent. In the future, you are destined to become a great Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, perhaps even achieving stature comparable to that of the captain of the Evil God Vanguard. Do not worry about the costs. We will proceed with the repair process. As the river of time flows, Jiang Liunian nodded dreamily in response. The elder carefully collected the 5 awakening stones, utilizing the power of wind to sweep up the scattered fragments with a pained expression, stowing them away in his backpack before swiftly transforming into a streak of black light, racing towards the east, where the central city lay. Upon the departure of the examiner, the crowd gradually regained their composure, their gazes fixated intently on Jiang Liunian. They began to chatter excitedly, astonished that such a prodigy could emerge from this humble street. Unable to contain their curiosity, they exchanged a flurry of remarks. Jiang Liunian, however, responded with amiable calmness to each inquiry until around 1 or 2 in the afternoon. As the novelty wore off and they realized they would see him again, they returned to their respective tasks. Meanwhile, Jiang Liunian ascended the mountain to gather some herbs, remaining engaged until evening. Even with the prospect of being admitted to the prestigious Soul Beast Academy, he still needed to make a living. These herbs could fetch a decent price to cover his expenses, he mused as he lay in bed, drifting into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 11. The journey begins. Jiang Liunian. Your letter has arrived. A crisp call from outside shattered the morning tranquility. The voice struck like a bolt of lightning, abruptly pulling Jiang Liunian from his dreams back into the realm of reality. Jiang Liunian rubbed his bleary eyes, gradually opening them as he endeavored to acclimate to the morning light. He stumbled out of his room in a daze, lazily stretching his arms in a grand yawn, as if attempting to dispel all the fatigue from his body. At that moment, the soft morning sun streamed through the window, bathing his face in its warm glow, enhancing the already radiant and handsome features he possessed. The golden light illuminated his visage, accentuating his well-defined contours and deep-set eyes, rendering him even more captivating and charming. Jiang Liunian gradually pushed open the door and walked to the mailbox, extending his hand to retrieve the letter. As he extracted the missive, he could not help but marvel at its exquisite packaging. The envelope bore the embossed dark golden characters, Dark Magic Evil God Tiger Academy. This name instantly enveloped him in an aura of mystery and majesty. This institution is rather impressive, Jiang Liunian mused inwardly. He scrutinized the inscription on the envelope, noting that it employed a unique gilding technique, causing the letters to shimmer with a distinctive luminescence. This design not only enhanced the letters' enigmatic allure, but also showcased the Academy's noble essence. Jiang Lu gently caressed the characters on the envelope, savoring their texture and warmth. He could sense the profound significance that the Dark Demon Tiger Academy bestowed upon its new students, which inevitably stirred a peculiar feeling within him, igniting his imagination of what it would be like to enter the esteemed Soul Beast Academy for his studies. As Jiang Liunian hummed a gentle tune, he nestled the mail under his arm and returned to his humble abode, not forgetting to bend down at the steps to retrieve the spiritual liquid he had ordered that morning. The cultivation of soul beasts differs significantly from that of ordinary individuals. While soul masters may spend years diligently honing their spiritual energy, progressing from level 0 to 100 to attain divinity, soul beasts draw upon the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and moon, and even the power of cosmic laws. By consuming other types of soul beasts, they can elevate their rank and lifespan. The higher their age, the greater their abilities, allowing them to harness the forces of nature to a remarkable degree. In a direct comparison, a soul beast of similar rank can easily overpower a soul master without the aid of external resources. Thus, the spiritual liquid, a product of heavenly essence, stands as the finest means to enhance one's power. Even in these tranquil times, who can predict what the future holds? Jiang Liunian poured the elixir into the elegant goblet, gently and gracefully swirling it. As he tilted it slightly, he meticulously observed the color of the liquid. Ah, such a hue. How exquisite. The gradient was natural, bright, and captivating, almost rivaling the vibrant red undergarments worn by Uncle Shui during his zodiac year. A commendation indeed. After gently swirling the wine glass, a harmonious bouquet of aromas wafted from within. Jiang Liunian paused for a moment, delicately inhaling the fragrance with the tip of his nose. A subtle sip revealed notes reminiscent of cedar, oak, violet, cinnamon, and perhaps even mint and blackberry. It seemed as though an assembly of rare northern species had been entirely commandeered by those madmen of the winemaking craft. Jiang Liunian mused to himself. The taste was not without its complexities, offering a hint of spiciness and bitterness. He inquired about the aftertaste, which bore a unique acidity. Could it be sweet fruit? No, that couldn't be right. Was it the golden fruit sold outside for 80 gold? Such extravagance to include it in wine. No wonder they claimed to have elevated the quality, necessitating a renewed membership fee. Indeed, the price of 130 gold per month was hardly an exaggeration. Jiang Liuyan savored the sensory impact that the spiritual liquid bestowed upon him, simultaneously refining the spiritual energy contained within. It must be said that the flavor was indeed diverse. However, it appeared that in an effort to economize, the ingredients were all sourced from materials less than 4 centuries old. Consequently, the spiritual energy was only marginally superior, merely a step above the ordinary. Nevertheless, Jiang Liuyan felt a surge of joy as he grasped the acceptance letter from the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy. Jiang Liuyan extracted a card forged from pure black gold, its front adorned with the emblem of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy, signifying exclusive access for inner disciples. The reverse bore the flamboyant and audacious characters of his name, Jiang Liuyan, while a singular S graced the lower right corner, the significance of which remained a mystery. Nevertheless, the card exuded an imposing aura. It perfectly aligns with my temperament, Jiang Liuyan remarked with a smile, simultaneously unveiling the acceptance letter. Dear Jiang Liuyan, with the approval of the Soul Master Committee of the Western District, you have been admitted as an inner disciple of our esteemed institution. Kindly present this notification upon your arrival at the school. For specific details regarding the time, location, and chosen subjects, please refer to the Freshman Enrollment Handbook of the Advanced Soul Beast Academy, affiliated with the Royal City Research Institute in the Central Region. Authorized by, authorized by Gene Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy Year 176 of the Evil God Tiger Era. May your journey at the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy be filled with vibrant youth and courage as you embark towards your aspirations, shouldering the weighty responsibilities of our nation. The Academy harbors great expectations for you, providing meticulous care and emphasizing your holistic development and future growth. Here, cherish every opportunity. Broaden your horizons, refine your studies, and continuously elevate your being. Embrace this new era with enthusiasm, allowing your youth to radiate with resplendent brilliance through relentless effort. While the Academy stands as a steadfast pillar in your life's journey, empowering you to achieve a magnificent future, on the reverse side is a breathtaking aerial view of the entire Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy, exuding a sense of solemn grandeur. Adjacent to this panoramic depiction lies a nationwide transport ticket, its surface shimmering with a subtle glow, seemingly hinting at its rarity and significance. Jiang Liuyan delicately picked up the train ticket, scrutinizing it with great care. His gaze gradually transformed into one of astonishment and exhilaration. For the words Fania were distinctly printed upon the ticket. This name might not resonate with the average individual, yet it reverberates profoundly among the affluent collectors of rare artifacts. The Fania ticket is lauded as one of the most exorbitant tickets in the world, having once fetched a staggering price of 10 million gold coins, making it a coveted treasure for countless collectors. Now, to find such an invaluable ticket in his possession left Jiang Liuyan in a state of disbelief. His eyes widened and as he exclaimed, Fania, the ticket that sold for 10 million gold coins. His words dripped with shock and excitement. He could scarcely fathom that the Dark Demon Academy possessed such lavish wealth, bestowing gifts of this caliber so readily. Jiang Liuyan once again cast his gaze upon the letter on the table, then glanced at the ticket in his hand, a subtle smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Jiang Liuyan repeatedly checked the time, realizing he could arrive early, and thus began to organize his belongings. This is unnecessary, and that as well. This piece of clothing can be washed and still worn. The white shirt makes me look exceptionally handsome. And this wine glass, which I have cherished for a decade, is nearly polished from use. I must take it with me. Also, the stone I picked up from the mountain, which appears quite extraordinary, deserves to be included. Jiang Liuyan ascended to the rooftop and pried open the 6th brick from the chimney, carefully scraping away the plaster and lime. Within, he uncovered a gleaming gold ingot. This will suffice, he mused, as he prepared to embark on his journey with something valuable in hand. He then replaced the plaster and lime before descending from the rooftop. Jiang Liuyan approached the offering table and gently tapped its surface. He then began to interact with it from various angles, pressing, striking, lightly tapping, and even kicking, producing a series of crisp sounds emanating from within the table. To his astonishment, the tabletop split apart, revealing a book hidden within. As he opened it, a silver ring slipped out from between the pages. This must be taken as well, Jiang Liuyan pondered, his thoughts drifting to her, wondering if she was well. A tumult of emotions surged within him, akin to a tempestuous sea. This was the only gift she had ever bestowed upon him. As for the book, he had perused its contents over the years. It primarily discussed the intricate art of mechanisms, various gears, levers, axles, and more. The knowledge contained within was profound. Seemingly authored by a figure named Zhu Mo. Jiang Liunyan cast one last glance at the book, flipping to its final page, only to discover a lamentable inscription stating that the golden page was crafted from celestial metal, a legendary weapon forged through a lifetime of effort. This weapon possessed the remarkable ability to grow stronger, absorbing the energy of those it vanquished. How I longed to witness it, Jiang Liunyan mused. Regretting that he had stumbled upon this book in a temporal rift, for the last page had already fallen away. He had only managed to learn various techniques from the book and the method of utilizing the elusive golden page. Nonetheless, he found value in it. With a gentle caress, Jiang Liunyan hurled the book into the roaring fireplace, where the fierce flames swiftly reduced it to ash. Jiang Liunyan cast one last glance at the home he had inhabited for 18 years, and with resolute determination, he departed, embarking on the path of self-improvement. Thus began his journey. Chapter 12. A series of twists and turns. Jiang Liunyan clutched the ticket for the soaring bird as he entered the dimly lit commercial establishment. Why not visit a station or a similar venue? Because the ticket for the soaring bird was an exceptionally unique pass, transcending the mere function of an ordinary ticket. Its purpose was to summon a vehicle from any commercial or auction house across the nation. This particular soaring bird SVP Black Gold Edition was even more extraordinary. One merely needed to wait a moment for the headquarters to dispatch the highest specification welcoming vehicle, the soaring bird 963, to escort him to any destination nationwide. While a station might lack a designated vehicle that reflects one's identity, possessing the soaring bird ticket ensured that a private car was always at hand. Esteemed guest, welcome to our establishment. We thank you for choosing us and look forward to providing you with satisfactory service. The moment Jiang Liunyan stepped into the commercial house, a young woman in a white qipao greeted him. Take me to the 6th floor, Jiang Liunyan said, feeling a bit reserved. Just as he was about to present his ticket, he was taken aback by the girl's appearance, leaving him momentarily stunned and forgetting to retrieve it. Indeed, the beauty of the girl was simply mesmerizing. Upon catching sight of the young woman clad in a qipao, Jiang Liunyan felt his heart clench tightly, akin to a refreshing breeze caressing the heart on an early summer morning, bestowing an endless sense of clarity and purity. Her visage resembled a lily blossoming for the first time amidst the mountains, untouched by the dust of the world, exuding an ethereal charm. Every inch radiated the fragrance of nature and the allure of unrefined beauty. Her eyes, as clear as water, seemed capable of reflecting the gentlest shadows of the human soul, harboring countless untold stories, compelling one to delve into the innocence concealed within their profound depths. Standing there, her figure was light and graceful, akin to the willow strands swaying in the dawn light, enchanting and delicate. Each subtle movement revealed an effortless elegance that stirred a sense of affection in the onlooker. Her smile, warm yet reserved, resembled a flower blooming unexpectedly in spring, unassuming yet sufficient to illuminate the hearts of those around her, offering unspoken solace and encouragement. Her voice, soft and nuanced, flowed like a mountain stream gliding over pebbles, with each word imbued with a perfect measure of care and thoughtfulness, providing the listener's spirit with the gentlest of comforts. In her presence, time seemed to slow its relentless march, inviting one to indulge in this rare purity and beauty, experiencing a world rendered softer and more delightful by her mere existence. She resembled a delicate and captivating ink wash painting, every stroke impeccably placed, sketching a visage that evokes both compassion and an unforgettable impression. Jiang Liunyan was secretly astonished, after all, having just emerged from the village. The most beautiful girls he had encountered were merely the village chief's daughter, Huniu, and, at best, Widow Li. A girl of such grace and elegance was indeed a rare sight for him. Jiang Liunyan was secretly taken aback by her beauty and service demeanor, feeling a profound discomfort. Am I to be regarded as a lord? Such a countenance is truly exquisite. Just as Jiang Liunyan's mind was overwhelmed with praises for the girl's appearance. Uncertain of where to commence, a sardonic remark cut through the air inopportunely. The 6th floor is for authorized personnel only. Please keep your distance. At that moment, a middle-aged woman strolled toward them, clad in a pale purple qipao. Her eyes reflected an unmistakable disdain, and her waist swayed gracefully, reminiscent of a serpentine creature, as if a purple viper ready to ensnare its unsuspecting prey, leaving no remnants behind. As Jiang Liunyan met the gaze of the girl with serpentine almond eyes, she felt the piercing chill of those eyes, which seemed capable of penetrating the deepest fears of the human heart. The disdainful superiority radiating from her was utterly chilling. enveloping Jiang in a shroud of coldness, causing involuntary shivers to course through her body, raising goosebumps in its wake. It was akin to a sudden, eerie breeze sweeping through on a sweltering summer day, inducing a profound discomfort. Looking again at the girl in the white qipao, Jiang Liuyan was about to speak. But as she lifted her gaze, the girl in purple shot her a fierce glare, compelling her to silence, like a timid chick, trembling and standing nervously behind Jiang Liuyan. The girl in purple, with one hand lifting her skirt to reveal her gleaming thighs, elegantly approached the girl in white. The brilliance of her legs, exposed in the dim corner of the 6th floor, drew little attention, preventing any gasps of astonishment. The girl in purple glided forward, her movements light and graceful, resembling a shadowy, enchanting figure in the night. She slowly approached the girl in white, her folding fan gently closing as she tightened her grip on the handle. The tip of the fan glided silently across the front of the white qipao, beginning at the first button and moving leisurely along the collar. Each time it brushed against a button, the purple-clad girl would deliberately pause, allowing the tip to lightly touch the button, producing a crisp sound. With each pause, the girl in white would quiver slightly, as if ensnared in a harrowing nightmare, her body trembling involuntarily, as though the fan's point had not merely grazed her garment but had also stirred some deep-seated taboo within her, awakening latent fears. The purple-clad woman exhaled softly, her red lips parting slightly, releasing a warm breath that enveloped the girl in white, infused with a faint, alluring fragrance. Yet, for the girl in white, this scent was akin to a lethal poison, invoking immense dread. This 6th floor of the dark heaven was not a place where just anyone could tread. You, Qingyu, have you forgotten the rules of the dark heaven chamber? Her voice was deep and magnetic, each word crafted like a finely honed arrow, piercing straight to Qingyu's heart. Every remark seemed to target Qingyu directly, yet subtly mocked Jiang Liuyan, who had audaciously sought entry to this 6th floor. It was no wonder she was looked down upon, having just emerged from the village. Jiang Liuyan donned a somewhat faded white outfit that paled in comparison to the luxurious texture of the qipao worn by the girl in white. At first glance, she appeared unworthy of ascending beyond the 4th floor, let alone the 6th. However, were not all those who seemed beneath contempt, be it the delivery boy, the impoverished son-in-law, or the war god, those who suddenly turned the tables on their detractors? With a smile, Zi apologized to Jiang Liuyan, saying, "Our establishment is not open to unauthorized personnel. Please leave." Although her smile graced her face, it left Jiang Liuyan feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. He glanced at the stunned Qingyu, feeling guilty for causing her distress. With a deep bow, he expressed his apologies and proceeded directly towards the exit. Qingyu, realizing her own oversight, felt compelled to chase after him, but was met with a sharp glare from Zi, who warned her not to disrupt the rules of Intian. After a moment, Zi waved her hand, permitting her to continue on her way. As Jiang Liuyan walked halfway, he suddenly came to an abrupt halt. "Wait a moment, the ticket must be taken from the 6th floor. What am I doing?" Once he grasped the situation, he turned on his heels to ascend the stairs. Just then, he collided with Qingyu, who was descending with a sense of urgency tempered by grace. "Why are you back up here? You're not allowed to enter. Come back again, and you'll be placed on the blacklist," Qingyu warned, her heart still racing from the earlier excitement. Jiang Liuyan waved the train ticket in front of Qingyu, inquiring, "Do you recognize this? I need to take the 6th floor. This ticket is only valid for that level and below. Do not attempt to use a counterfeit ticket. Forging the bird ticket could lead to dire consequences, including being blacklisted by the entire National Chamber of Commerce. Even if you are the son of an, you must consider the implications." Qingyu glanced at the ticket, expressing her concern. This ticket was indeed sent along with my admission notice. With a resigned smile, he turned and headed towards the 6th floor. "Hey, wait." Qingyu hurried after him. The 6th floor of Intian. Zi had initially thought that Qingyu's character and appearance were exemplary, possibly positioning her to succeed as Zi's assistant. This would allow Zi to cultivate a spokesperson to ascend to a higher rank in the central region of Zhongzhou. However, observing today's events, Zi realized that Qingyu still needed further refinement. On her first day at work, she had led an utterly ordinary person into the core area of the 6th floor of Intian. Who knows what unforeseen incidents might arise? Fortunately, today there were not many people around, but now it seemed they could not leave easily. Zi felt uneasy about entrusting the department to someone so naive. Zi let out a long sigh, feeling frustrated. When would she finally receive a promotion and a raise? As she picked up her teacup, ready to sip her tea, her peripheral vision caught sight of Jiang Liuyan, and she couldn't help but curse inwardly. All those years spent cultivating her composure seemed wasted. Why was he here again? And why had he taken her little Qingyu away? Ziyi approached Jiang Liuyan, gritting her teeth and addressing him as an interloper. But before she could finish, Jiang Liuyan pulled out a gilded ticket from his pocket, interrupting her. Ziyi was taken aback. In her entire life, she had only seen a train ticket 3 times. And now it was in the hands of this youth? Was he perhaps a direct disciple of the Ammo 6 hermits, or the scion of a prestigious family from Zhongzhou? Ziyi's mind went blank, and she found herself at a loss for words. Qingyu, arriving just in time, sensed that the situation was spiraling out of control. I beseeched the assistant to impose any punishment necessary. I could not stop him from coming here. I must take him away. She understood that if they did not leave promptly, by the time Ciyue and Zi truly became enraged, the consequences could be fatal, potentially leading to a gruesome fate for Jiang Liuyan. Zi waved her hand, signaling Qingyu to be silent. She scrutinized the ticket in Jiang Liuyan's possession. No. 051. How extraordinary. It was known that the bird tickets were always produced in collaboration with the Royal Central Research Institute, and only 50 had ever been issued. Only individuals of significant influence or wealth could obtain one. To see a ticket numbered 51 was astonishing. Its quality, material, and printing were indistinguishable from the authentic ones. Yet, there were only 50 in existence. Zi fell into deep contemplation, even doubting the ticket's authenticity. Chapter 13. False or genuine? Observing the contemplative figure in purple, Jiang Liuyan found himself at a loss for comprehension. Logically, since the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy had already issued him an admission notice, this ticket ought to be genuine. Yet, the intense gaze of the pensive figure across from him stirred a sense of unease within. After a prolonged silence, the figure in purple raised her head and directed her gaze at Jiang Liuyan. The moment their eyes met, the calm he had just regained was shattered. Her piercing eyes seemed capable of penetrating the very depths of one's soul. Perhaps it was the sheer intensity of her demeanor that rendered Jiang Liuyan momentarily hesitant, stammering as he contemplated what to say next. All right, take him down first. I shall contact the headquarters, she indicated, as if reaching a decision, gesturing for Qingyu to escort him below. What is your name? The figure in purple inquired, halting Jiang Liuyan. Jiang Liuyan, he replied. Qingyu, please escort this young Master Jiang to the 4th floor. Jiang Liuyan let out a sigh, and upon hearing the outcome, found it to be somewhat acceptable. After all, once he realized the value and means of acquiring such a ticket, he couldn't help but ponder what merit he possessed to deserve such a privilege. He worried that if it were indeed misplaced, using it would only lead to greater complications. As Jiang Liuyan's mind swirled with a myriad of thoughts, he followed Qingyu down to the 4th floor VIP lounge. Given that the situation had yet to spiral into uncontrollable chaos, it was neither feasible to leave him on the 6th floor of the Intian Association nor to expel him outright. Thus, they could only accommodate him with a level of service slightly above that of the ordinary VIPs. Qingyu, having undergone extensive training in etiquette and seasoned by the earlier events, quickly regained her composure, gracing Jiang with a poised and gracious smile. Yet beneath her calm exterior, her heart surged with tumultuous waves. At that moment, a fleeting glimmer of coldness flickered in her gaze. After a brief hesitation, she resolutely led Jiang Liuyan toward the 4th floor. With Qingyu's graceful strides, Jiang stepped through the intricately carved wooden door of the Intian Association's 4th floor, as if traversing a rift in time and space, instantly transitioning from the previous tense atmosphere to a realm of opulence and tranquility. Although the decor of the 4th floor VIP lounge was somewhat inferior to that of the 6th floor, every detail still exuded an extraordinary taste and understated luxury. Soft lighting cascaded over the exquisite carpets, casting a mosaic of shadows, while the air was imbued with a delicate lavender fragrance that invited relaxation. Young Master Jiang, please follow me. Qingyu's voice was gentle and clear, like a spring breeze, yet carried an undertone of the earlier coldness. She guided Jiang through a corridor adorned with precious artworks, ultimately halting before an elegantly appointed suite. This will be your temporary residence, fully equipped with all amenities. Should you require anything, simply press the call button by the bedside, and we will attend to you immediately, Qingyu explained with a smile, gently pushing the door open to beckon Jiang Liuyan inside. As Jiang Liuyan gazed upon the sudden change in his circumstances, a myriad of emotions swirled within him. On one hand, he was acutely aware that this treatment stemmed not from his own status, but rather from the ripple effects of the enigmatic ticket he possessed. On the other hand, he could not deny that this environment provided a brief respite for his taut nerves. Thank you, Miss Qingshu. I shall adhere to the rules here and strive not to be a burden, Jiang Liuyan replied courteously, stepping into the suite and beginning to survey this temporary sanctuary of his future. Inside the room, expansive floor-to-ceiling windows allowed warm sunlight to flood the space, casting a bright and inviting glow. Several profound landscape paintings adorned the walls, while shelves overflowed with ancient tomes and treasured volumes, silently narrating the rich history and cultural heritage of this place. Just as Jiang Liuyan was immersed in the rare tranquility, the communicator within the room suddenly buzzed, interrupting his reverie. Master Jiang, this is Z, came the calm yet slightly urgent voice from the other end. After verification with headquarters, your ticket is indeed valid. However, the specifics of how it came into your possession require further investigation. In the meantime, please ensure your communication remains open, as there may be subsequent arrangements. Understood, I acknowledge. Jiang Liuyan responded, a mix of astonishment and anticipation stirring within him. Upon ending the call, he stood by the window, noticing a corner of the acceptance letter peeking from his backpack, and he sighed deeply. What is this? Has this become a form of de facto house arrest? A sense of discomfort welled up in his heart, prompting him to rise and grab a piece of fruit from the platter, which he began to nibble on. To his surprise, it was quite delicious, and with that first bite, he felt the burdens of his concerns begin to dissipate. Meanwhile, Qingshu stood quietly behind him, offering no words. Jiang Liuyan picked up a piece of fruit and uttered a brief invitation to share it. However, he did not anticipate that their current relationship was akin to that of guest and servant. Almost immediately, the fruit in his hand traced a perfect parabola as it soared toward the blue fish. The blue fish paused momentarily, but being a trained individual, he subtly sidestepped to evade the approaching fruit. I apologize, young Master Jiang. As a servant, I must adhere to my duties and cannot partake. Jiang Liuyan was momentarily taken aback, for she vaguely discerned through their conversation that ascending to the 6th level of the Dark Realm could entail grave consequences. Nevertheless, she chose to accompany herself upward. Moreover, the version of herself that had offered reminders in that moment appeared markedly different from her current, exceedingly meticulous self. Or perhaps, there was something the woman in purple at the 6th level had communicated to her? Jiang Liuyan found herself utterly perplexed. Ultimately, she decided to dismiss these thoughts and refocused her gaze upon Qingyu. As Jiang Lion approached the blue fish, he picked up the fruit that had fallen behind him. The ground beneath him was extraordinarily soft, resembling the hide of a ferocious beast, so much so that the fruit, having fallen to the earth, remained unblemished, its skin intact. Jiang Liuyan gazed at the fruits with profound regret, glancing over at the blue fish that had somehow turned up beside him. He found himself at a loss for words, merely muttering about the unfortunate fate of such delectable fruits. Allow me to elucidate the various races inhabiting the entire secret realm. It is not solely the dark demon evil god tiger that reigns here. There exist numerous affiliated tiger-like species, as well as several herbivorous domesticated races. Those endowed with intelligence typically occupy the pinnacle of the food chain. The realm is not exclusively governed by the dark demon evil god tiger clan. Historically, there was a tiger that, against all odds, advocated for the acceptance of other races. However, this integration came at a cost for the other species involved. Moreover, there are additional races to consider. You may wonder why some characters I later unveil exhibit traits of other animals or possess unique characteristics. This can be likened to racial diversification, where a single race embodies a myriad of traits that evolve alongside elemental awakenings, guiding their training accordingly. For instance, those attuned to the wind would focus on enhancing their wings and related attributes, eventually developing wings of immense size capable of stirring formidable tempests or mastering the manipulation of wind elements with precision. Furthermore, some may possess tails reminiscent of scorpion stingers, and certain soul beasts may undergo training to ultimately transform into weapons. In cases of interbreeding between the dark demon evil god tiger and other races, the absence of reproductive isolation becomes commonplace, as seen with the enchanting snake, which may produce offspring that exhibit beguiling serpentine traits. Historically, it is worth noting that pure-blooded dark demon evil god tigers have dwindled significantly over the millennia, with Jiang Liuyan representing a rare exception. A more detailed explanation will be provided after approximately 20 chapters. This narrative lacks a formal outline, and while I strive for thoroughness, some narrative gaps may remain. Thank you all for your understanding. Chapter 14. True or False? Clad in purple, she activated the S-level communication device, preparing to seek assistance from headquarters to authenticate her findings. Each use of such a device consumed a substantial amount of energy, potentially affecting her year-end performance evaluation, which was crucial for her aspirations to become a red-robed attendant. Gritting her teeth, she weighed her options. However, at this juncture, no alternatives remained. After all, should it turn out that the individual possessing the avian artifact was indeed legitimate, neglecting him could jeopardize her future career, despite his youthful appearance. Reflecting on the exquisite craftsmanship of the avian ticket, even the adept forger, Master Chu Ningyi, might not possess such skill. If he were to impersonate someone or had the ability to forge to such a degree as to deceive the Intian Chamber of Commerce, capturing him could prove advantageous. Furthermore, the potential adverse effects of this communication with headquarters might be transformed into an asset for her future. Thus, having weighed her options, she resolved to prioritize maintaining his goodwill. Offending him was not an option. At headquarters, situated within the Intian Chamber of Commerce's West District Branch No. 176, she identified herself as the acting manager, administrative attendant, and attendant of Purple, codenamed Crimson Sand Snake. She sought guidance from headquarters, adopting an uncharacteristically respectful demeanor. Half squatting with her hands arranged in a circular gesture, bowing toward the screen before her. In the dim confrontation with headquarters, a middle-aged man sat at the nexus of shifting light and shadow, draped in a robe as deep as the night, exuding an ineffable calm and profundity. His fingertips delicately caressed a snow-white spirit cat, seemingly untouched by the dust of the world, each stroke weaving an invisible secret. Her voice, akin to a gentle rain brushing over a tranquil lake, carried an urgency that failed to stir even the slightest ripple within the heart of the man in the black robe, until the pure white cat leisurely stretched its limbs and emitted a contented purr. He slowly raised his head, half concealed beneath the shadow cast by the brim of his black cloak. Only half of his silhouette remained vaguely discernible in the dim light, adding an air of mystery. Zi dared not act impulsively, for the figure before her was none other than Qianyu, one of the four deities of the dark sky, clandestinely regarded as the most difficult individual to negotiate with in the Central Realm. He was also the most enigmatic figure in the external world, wielding unparalleled power and influence within the entire merchant guild. Even the president of the Dark Sky Merchant Guild would show him a modicum of respect. Zi's body trembled slightly, not only due to Qianyu's superior rank, which far surpassed her own, but also because of his imposing presence and the legendary tales surrounding him. Zi tensed, striving to maintain her composure. Nevertheless, the mere thought of facing such a person made her heart race. Rise, came Qianyu's magnetic voice, sounding nothing like the oppressive authority rumored to quell 3,000 insurgents. Instead, it resembled the gentle concern of an elder for a younger counterpart. Yet, Zi remained tense, her demeanor impeccably poised, every movement, from standing to bowing, executed with textbook precision. Seeing her rise without a hint of disturbance, Qianyu lazily remarked, "Speak. You should know when to employ such things. If you fail to satisfy me, you are surely aware of the 6th rule of punishment within the Dark Sky Merchant Guild." After 19 years serving as Zi, hearing these words, Zi quivered as she stammered, "Master," quickly pressing her right thumb against her palm to steady herself. No matter how terrified she felt under his authoritative gaze, she could not afford to incur Qianyu's displeasure and thus resorted to this method to distract herself. Once she calmed her nerves, Zi continued, "Master, I encountered a young man holding a bird ticket at Division 176. Since he possesses a bird ticket, fulfill all his wishes." "It cannot be that simple," Qianyu replied with an impatient coldness. "Master, the crux lies in the fact that the serial number on this ticket is NO 51. It is explicitly stated that the ticket numbers commemorate the 51 Dark Demon Generals from the era of Kaiyuan, with numbers ranging from NO 0 to NO 50. The existence of a NO 51 ticket is impossible," Zi stated respectfully. Qianyu appeared momentarily perplexed. After all, with his extensive knowledge, he had never heard of anyone issuing a ticket numbered 51. Who could this individual be? Perhaps the ticket was a forgery? No. Since Zi had not outright declared it a fake, perhaps the craftsmanship was exceedingly exquisite? After half an hour, I shall arrive. Each ticket, infused with a unique ethereal energy, will reveal the distinctive emblem of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan, thus confirming its authenticity. Moreover, the bearer of the ticket must guard it meticulously, ensuring it does not leave their possession. Moments later, a stream of black luminescence sliced through the sky, gracefully descending upon the rooftop of the Intian Chamber of Commerce. There, the elegantly attired Zi awaited, ready to serve as the welcoming party. It was imperative that this task not be entrusted to another, lest it provoke the displeasure of Lord Qianyu. Upon landing, Qianyu regarded Zi with a cursory glance before instructing her to lead the way, as she wished to personally verify the tickets. Zi opened the grand door to the top floor and, at a designated location, proceeded to press several buttons in quick succession, followed by an intricate rotation of others. Ultimately, she activated a concealed mechanism within a wall, causing a mural to part dramatically, unveiling a spatial passage to the 7th level. To the uninitiated, this mechanism might easily be mistaken for an ordinary mural. However, should one err in activating it, an alarm would sound, marking their soul within the entirety of the Intian chamber, resulting in imprisonment within a death cell. Notably, each branch of the Intian chamber comprises 7 levels, appearing as 6 from the outside. The heart of each branch exists within a spatial rift, where fragments of time and space abound. The headquarters of the Intian chamber, gleaming as the 9th floor, is colloquially dubbed the 9-story demon tower by the denizens of the central region, for it houses the preserved specimens of all creatures vanquished by the dark demon evil god Tiger prior to the cataclysm. Often referred to as demons, though that is a tale for another time. Zi bowed gracefully, addressing Qianyu with utmost respect. "My lord, please allow me to guide you to the very core of this branch, the 7th level." Chapter 15. Verification and Departure. Upon reaching the 7th level of Intian, Qianyu approached the central round table, which was crafted from the entirety of a millennium-old golden silk Nama spirit beast. Its golden luminescence, however, paled in comparison to that of the avian ticket. Each scintilla of golden light emanating from the tickets was forged through a special technique, distilled from millions of malevolent souls. It is said that from the extreme of darkness springs the inception of light. Malevolent souls, when refined to a certain degree, transmute from yin to yang, evolving into nurturing souls that can invigorate one's spiritual essence. These may be referred to as enlightenment souls, possessing the ability to nourish and augment the strength of the spirit. For every 10 strands of luminescence, a primary soul is birthed, with the experiences of these 10 primary souls subtly imbuing the bearer's being in the form of energy. It can be said that it is not merely a symbol of identity, but also a miraculous artifact for rapid cultivation. Qianyu cautiously lifted the ticket with his soul power, not daring to even breathe, for he understood that even someone of his caliber could only gaze upon it in reverence. The more formidable the individual, the greater their awareness of the intricate secrets it harbors, the complexity of its creation, and the significance it embodies. It signifies a status so elevated that, if one were to wield it, they could potentially bring an entire merchant association to its knees. While the world acknowledges this ticket as an omnipotent pass, only a single imitation exists, known as Ticket Number 50, meticulously replicated by 27 masters of imitation from the secret realm following identical procedures. However, even when these 27 masters voluntarily surrendered, they could evade the death penalty yet not the consequences of their actions. To exemplify the inviolability of the ticket, the landlord of the rented property, every previous owner of that residence, and all who had conversed with them were eradicated, resulting in the annihilation of the entire 11 clans. With a total of 144 non-pureblood dark demon tigers and 17 pureblood dark demon tigers, one of which was a 90,000-year-old dark demon tiger, alongside 573 individuals from other races. This is undeniably terrifying. Hence, Qianyu's urgent flight to ascertain its authenticity. He also yearned to discern whether this ticket number 51 was genuine. Channeling his soul power, he summoned the energy sealed within his ring. A green aura coiled around Qianyu's fingertips, and then the silver ring suddenly emanated a black-purple radiance, subtly releasing an immense pressure into the air. A roar akin to that of a tiger accompanied the compressed cyclone of air and soul power, instilling an overwhelming sense of oppression. Zi widened his eyes as he beheld Qianyu to his side. Although Qianyu deliberately concentrated his soul power's pressure before him, the unyielding might still left Zi in awe. This force bore down upon him like a heavy mountain, causing her heart to skip a beat. Just moments ago, as Qianyu had focused intently on the ticket before her, the tension in Zi had momentarily eased, but now her nerves tightened once more, a flicker of trepidation stirring within her. With precise control over her soul power, Qianyu directed the dark purple energy from the ring into the black and gold card. The energy seemed to vanish into the card, as if a clay ox had sunk into the sea. After waiting a brief moment, Qianyu stared at the unresponsive ticket. Momentarily stunned, she thought to herself that it was now almost certain this item was a counterfeit, Yet the craftsmanship was indeed exquisite. Should this information come to light, it could potentially resurrect the horrors of the past. Just as Qianyu prepared to stow the ring and turned to inform Z to apprehend that rascal, a resounding roar of a tiger erupted from the ticket, akin to a sovereign of the mountains. The roar transported Qianyu back to the audacious days when he had dared to challenge the four war gods. At that time, brimming with confidence, he believed himself capable of standing atop the world, which led him to confront Black Flame, one of the war gods, who had transformed into the shadowy, demonic tiger. In that moment, the tiger's form eclipsed the sky, its roar reverberating through mountains and seas with the force of an unstoppable wave, an innate pressure emanating from the apex of the food chain towards those below. Qianyu envisioned a landscape of corpses and blood, witnessing the demonic tiger. Akin to a deity standing amidst the clouds, its very soul trembling. She was momentarily dumbfounded. Who claimed that the phantom within this card was merely a projection of a 6th-level steward's soul power? Who had the audacity to speak such falsehoods? Qianyu railed inwardly. Having foolishly believed this item was inauthentic, thinking she could trace the source and uncover the counterfeiting ring, potentially securing a significant achievement. The ticket's ability to invoke the primordial soul power of the demonic tiger, a creature with an ancestral legacy of over 400,000 years. Or even 2 projections of the demonic tiger's soul power spanning 800,000 years, was no trivial matter. Who would dare to counterfeit something like this? What counterfeiting team would risk such an endeavor? It was akin to claiming the production cost of a golden soul coin was 1,000 gold. With no possibility of mass production, creating only one at a time, was that not sheer folly? Qianyu held the train ticket. Gradually emerging from the shock that had momentarily engulfed him, he gazed at the ticket before turning to hand it to Z behind him. Although the majority of the spiritual energy projections had been blocked by Qianyu, a faint glimpse of one remained, yet Z, with her limited strength, could not withstand the mental pressure and stood frozen, seemingly rendered speechless by fear. Qianyu sighed, acknowledging that the situation stemmed from his own recklessness. Having drawn all the soul energy from the ring into the card in one go had led to this predicament. If his actions resulted in the division's steward becoming a mere shell of their former self or mentally incapacitated, he would feel a profound sense of remorse. Qianyu retrieved a white jade pendant from his pocket and gently flicked it with his fingertip. Instantly, delicate ripples spread across the surface of the pendant, releasing a slender wisp of white mist, comparable in thickness to a hair. Although Qianyu felt a twinge of sorrow, he guided the wisp into Z's forehead. After a considerable time, Z gradually regained her senses. Looking at the impassive Qianyu, she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She immediately bowed and apologized. "My lord Qianyu, I was lost in thought. Please, punish me." Qianyu waved his hand dismissively and replied, "No harm done. Lead the way. Time is of the essence. This ticket is genuine, and the holder is one of our most esteemed guests at the Intian Commerce Association." Z acknowledged with a nod and promptly exited the door to guide Qianyu, who followed closely behind, eager to discover the identity of the ticket holder. As the elevator doors slowly opened, they arrived at the 4th-floor VIP lounge. The ambience was refined, with a subtle fragrance of lavender wafting through the air, creating a stark contrast to the cacophony outside. Z expertly navigated through intricately designed screens, ultimately arriving at a tastefully decorated reception room. "My lord Qianyu, please." Z respectfully pushed open the door, revealing a young man clad in a white outfit, Jiang Liuyan, reclining on the sofa in a rather unconventional manner, his eyes closed in relaxation. Next to him, Qingyu was bending over to fan him, while a fruit platter rested on Jiang Liuyan's abdomen. A multitude of beverages, numbering around 17 or 18 cups, adorned the nearby table, one of which sported a straw. Jiang Liuyan alternated between sipping from various cups and nibbling on fruit, exuding an air of utter contentment. Upon witnessing the sight of the white-clad man sprawled across the sofa in such an eccentric pose, Qianyu was taken aback, her heart brimming with astonishment. Despite her extensive experience, the sheer nonchalance radiating from him was enough to leave her momentarily speechless. She exchanged a glance with Z, who promptly understood and called over Qingyu, who was fanning beside them. With a gentle poke of the fan, Qingyu roused Jiang Liuyan from his reverie. "Mr. Jiang, this is someone from headquarters," Z introduced. "Lady Qianyu, this is Mr. Jiang Liuyan, the owner of the bird ticket." Qianyu assessed the now-sitting Jiang Liuyan, who was preparing to rise slowly, and could not help but marvel at his youth. He appeared scarcely past adolescence. How could he possess such a remarkable ticket? Yet, she recognized that this was not the moment for inquiries. Fully aware of the significance that the ticket carried, she resolved to treat him with utmost respect. meticulously restraining her own soul power, fearing that it might inadvertently inflict irreversible harm upon the young man before her. "Hello, Mr. Jiang." Qinyu extended her hand, greeting him with polite cordiality, all the while reflecting on the irony that in the presence of this ticket, she felt dwarfed, as though he could overshadow her and influence 100-fold. The prospect of shaking hands with such a powerful individual, even if he were merely an ordinary beast in another context, was indeed an honor. As Jiang Lionian clasped Qianyu's hand, it served as a subtle acknowledgement. He ventured to inquire, "What about my ticket?" Oh, it's right here, right here." Qianyu hurriedly summoned the black and gold ticket, cradling it delicately in her hands and presenting it to Jiang Lionian with the utmost reverence, as if offering an invaluable treasure. Although he was uncertain why the demeanor of the person before him had shifted to one of markedly greater respect, Jiang Lionian, after several minutes of introspection, felt he had gained clarity on the matter. Furthermore, he sensed no trace of spiritual energy emanating from the individual opposite him. Even the connection to his own Qingyu revealed only the faintest ripple of spiritual resonance. In the depths of his mind, Jiang Lionian pondered whether this individual could truly be an ordinary person, despite claiming to have come from the central headquarters. Was he not merely someone who had descended from the upper echelons to gild his experience at the grassroots level? Perhaps he was a second-generation wealthy heir or bureaucrat, lacking any ambition or intellectual acumen. Jiang Lionian had silently scorned this so-called affluent offspring numerous times. If Qinyu were to discover the extent of his disdain, she would likely be infuriated to the point of blood pressure rising dramatically. "Esteemed Mr. Jiang Lionian, how may we assist you?" "The Anyan Chamber of Commerce is committed to serving you," Qinyu inquired. As Jiang Lionian mentioned preparing a vehicle for my journey to the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy, I expressed my gratitude. "Very well, please take a moment to rest. Your dedicated vehicle will soon arrive at the Intian branch." After bidding farewell, Qinyu turned away with Zi, leaving Qingyu to continue fanning Jiang Lionian. Qinyu summoned a communication stone from her spatial storage pouch. "This is Qinyu, located at Intian Chamber of Commerce Branch 176. Is this the central headquarters of the Intian Chamber of Commerce? The operation codename is Flying Bird 51. The authenticity of the ticket has been confirmed, and the headquarters is dispatching the vehicle, ensuring the highest standards of arrival. Please respond promptly upon receipt." "Received," came the reply from the other end. Qinyu stored away the communication stone and instructed Zi to lead the way to the 6th floor for a rest, as the method to access the 7th floor was rather cumbersome, and she was disinclined to wait. Upon seating herself, Qinyu noticed Zi still standing by her side, hesitant to overstep her bounds. Observing Zi's fatigue from the day's endeavors, Qinyu generously summoned a scroll from her storage pouch, using her soul force to present it before Zi. "Considering your respectful demeanor towards the esteemed ticket holder of the Flying Bird, I shall make an exception and gift you this item in my private capacity. It is a technique I crafted in my youth that will enhance your abilities and is compatible with your essence. I hope you will contribute even more to the Intian Chamber of Commerce in the future." Zi was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of confusion crossing her face, but it was quickly replaced by uncontainable joy. She bowed deeply, her voice betraying her excitement. "Thank you, esteemed Qinyu. I am truly grateful for your generous gift." Qinyu waved her hand dismissively, choosing silence as she closed her eyes in contemplation. After a significant pause, a distinct rumbling echoed above the Intian Chamber of Commerce, and two attendants descended from the rooftop toward the 7th floor. Upon encountering Qinyu, they swiftly knelt and clasped their fists in salute. "We pay our respects to you, esteemed Qinyu." Qinyu gestured for them to rise and turned to Zi, saying, "You may go." Zi led the two attendants to the VIP room on the 4th floor. Drawing from prior experience, she instructed the attendants to wait at the door before entering to assess the situation. Upon entry, Zi found Jiang Lionian asleep, as expected. She subtly waved her arm, gesturing for Qingyu to awaken him. Understanding her cue, Qingyu gently poked Jiang Lionian, who abruptly jolted awake from the sofa, exclaiming, "Who? What is happening?" Observing Jiang Lionian's startled reaction, Qingyu couldn't help but smile, but considering the authority of the person before her, she quickly covered her face with her hand, regaining her composure. She pointed towards the door and whispered to Zi, "It seems the vehicle you require has arrived." "Oh, is that so? I thought someone was attempting to ambush me while I slept." As Jiang Lionian approached the grand entrance, he was accompanied by Qingyu, while Zi took the initiative to lead the way. The two guards trailed silently at the rear, not uttering a word. Upon reaching the rooftop, They were met with the ostentatious luxury of the so-called VIP exclusive vehicle. The car at the center of the rooftop occupied 5 parking spaces. A testament to its immense scale, resembling the brightest star in the night sky, instantly captivating the attention of all onlookers. Crafted from the rare deep-sea blue obsidian metal, the vehicle shimmered with a profound and enigmatic luster as the light danced upon its surface, each reflection akin to the rippling waves of the ocean, enchanting and mesmerizing. The front of the car boasted a sleek design reminiscent of a cheetah poised to pounce, adorned with the emblem of the Dark Heaven Chamber of Commerce. Composed of hundreds of brilliant diamonds, glistening in the afterglow of the setting sun, proclaiming its extraordinary status even among such a colossal entity as the Dark Heaven Chamber. The sole guiding lights on either side shone like the brightest stars in the night sky, illuminating the path ahead while seemingly possessing the ability to perceive the depths of one's soul, making it difficult for anyone to gaze directly at their brilliance. The 2 guards led Jiang Liunian forward until they reached the immense flying vehicle, at which point the door slowly opened without the customary mechanical clatter. Instead, a gentle, technologically advanced wave of air flowed forth, as if even the atmosphere were yielding to the grandeur of this vehicle, embodying sheer opulence. Jiang Liunian gasped in astonishment and promptly stepped into the spacecraft, which was adorned with an opulence beyond compare. A colossal crystal served as a display screen, vividly portraying the surrounding scenery, while the plush carpets added to the lavish atmosphere. An abundance of fruits, beverages, and wines was available, epitomizing ultimate luxury. "Shall we commence our journey?" inquired a guard with utmost caution. Jiang Liunian responded with a single sound, and soon the spaceship gently ascended, piercing the heavens. Their destination, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy. Chapter 16. Arrival at the Academy after a journey that was relaxing, comfortable, yet tinged with a hint of thrill. The reason for such excitement lay in the fact that Zi had proclaimed Jiang Liunian as a VIP client of the Intian Chamber of Commerce. Taking matters into her own hands, she had bestowed upon him 2 life-saving artifacts from their treasury. One was an ordinary jade piece, yet it possessed the ability to ward off calamities, belonging to the category of karmic items. The other was a peachwood waste token, which contained the full-force strike of Lord Xianyu, ready to be unleashed in a moment of dire need. Indeed, these gifts were a testament to her earnestness. The thrill also stemmed from Zi's determination. She believed that her protege, Qingyu, could achieve greater heights alongside Jiang Liunian. With a heavy heart, she entrusted Qingyu to Jiang Liunian, allowing her to accompany him to classes and assist as needed. The Intian Chamber of Commerce maintained a minor business relationship with the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy, and after years of effort, Zi had acquired the privilege to recommend students to the academy. Thus, with a pained expression, she handed Qingyu over, but as they journeyed, Qingyu gradually reverted to her true nature, becoming an inquisitive child. She pressed this and poked that, inadvertently triggering a hunting ultrasonic sonar device, specifically installed for clients with a penchant for hunting. After all, Jiang Liunian was merely 18 years old, and the sonar attracted a void star-eater bird that had not transformed for 5,000 years. Its wingspan nearly rivaled a quarter of the spaceship's length, and the colossal bird swiftly collided with the vessel. Fortunately, a 30,000-year-old mixed-type Dark Demon Evil God Tiger was present as a bodyguard to fend it off, narrowly averting disaster. However, Qingyu was left greatly startled. Observing her reaction, Jiang Liunian could not bring himself to chastise her and chose to let the matter rest. After a long silence, Jiang Liunian's gaze was firmly fixed upon the suspended Dark Demon Tiger Academy, a place that ignited within him both an insatiable curiosity for the unknown and a palpable eagerness to confront the forthcoming academic challenges that lay ahead. The airship glided gently to the Academy's designated aerial port, where a profound and ancient aura enveloped him, as if each stone slab and every whispering breeze bore the weight of a rich history and deep cultural heritage. As the hatch slowly opened, Jiang Liunian stepped forth from the vessel, followed closely by Qingyu and several guards. The ground beneath them trembled lightly under the arrival of various airships, seemingly welcoming all who had come. At the entrance of the academy stood a magnificent stone statue, imposing in its stature. It was the embodiment of the clan leader of the Dark Demon Tiger lineage, the mythical entity known as An. This statue not only served as the most prominent landmark within the academy, but also symbolized the glory and strength of the Dark Demon Tiger clan. Despite enduring the ravages of time, the statue emitted a faint dark purple glow, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, guiding every student within the academy on their journey. Towering at approximately 10 zhang, the sculpture was rendered with exquisite artistry, every detail revealing the artisan's unparalleled skill and profound understanding of the dark demon tiger lineage. The tiger's head was held high, its eyes wide open, seemingly imbued with the wisdom to perceive the essence of all things and an ineffable majesty. Within its deep gaze, dark purple lightning appeared to flow slowly, hinting at the mysteries of power and destruction. A subtle smile graced its lips, embodying both disdain for challengers and hope for the future of its kin. The tiger's physique was robust, with muscular lines that exuded explosive strength, each sinew appearing to harbor the might to shake mountains. Its dark purple fur shimmered under the moonlight with a metallic sheen, both alluring and perilous. Its limbs were thick and powerful, with claws as sharp as blades, ever poised to rend any obstacle asunder. The tail curled gracefully, its scorpion-like tip brushing the ground, a testament to restrained power and perfect balance. The statue's pedestal was crafted from obsidian, intricately engraved with complex totems and ancient runes, which seemed to serve as a bridge connecting the past and future, narrating the illustrious history and immortal legends of the Dark Demon Tiger clan. As night fell and a gentle breeze stirred, these totems and runes appeared to quiver softly, emanating a deep and distant resonance, reminiscent of ancient ballads that echoed across the academy, allowing every listener to feel the call and legacy of the ancients. Its eyes, seemingly capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul, instilled a sense of reverence in those who arrived for the first time. In Jiang Liuyan's heart, an undeniable sense of admiration arose. It is essential to understand that the existence of the Dark Demon God Tiger and is of paramount importance to the Dark Demon God Tiger clan, akin to the West's unwavering attachment to Jerusalem, and founded the Dark Demon God Tiger clan and once led them to the pinnacle of their glory. Moreover, during a critical juncture for the survival of his race, he made the astute decision to negotiate with the god of time and space, guiding his people to settle in the temporal rift, where they prospered. His monumental achievements are destined to be immortalized within the annals of the Dark Demon God Tiger clan. After passing through a portal adorned with intricate runes, Jiang Liuyan and his companions arrived at the Academy's registration hall. The hall bustled with activity, filled with a myriad of youthful faces, each reflecting a blend of anticipation and anxiety about the future. At the registration desk, several staff members clad in the Academy's uniforms were diligently processing the paperwork of the new students. Jiang Liuyan approached and presented his admission notice and identification. Upon receipt, the staff member swiftly reviewed the documents, only to express astonishment. "You are the Jiang Liuyan rated as 3S? Instantly, the hall fell into a hush. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, followed by murmurs circulating among the crowd. Is he truly the 3S? The one whose lineage is so potent that even the time crystal responds to him? Let me see. He seems rather young. Is this really the 3S? He feels so ordinary. Don't you think he resembles him? Could he possibly be his illegitimate child?" That earlier remark was quite reckless, daring to slander him. "We have a walking fortune here. Someone call for help." I must say, the young man is rather handsome. As the situation escalated beyond containment and the murmurs grew louder, Qingyu, standing beside Jiang Liuyan, began to comprehend the source of his flight ticket. It was no jest. With such a concentration of lineage, not only would flying birds be within his reach, but even the president of the Incheon Merchant Association would be compelled to wear a smile and offer him the entire association. Jiang Liuyan gazed at the admissions officer across from him, a wry smile escaping his lips. For he had never anticipated that his seemingly ordinary awakening power would be rated in such a manner. Until now, he had always regarded himself as an average individual. The young lady appeared to recognize her mistake, respectfully presenting him with a jade token engraved with the Academy's emblem, along with a comprehensive guide for new students. As Jiang Liuyan sensed the increasingly cacophonous crowd surrounding him, he seized the token and, taking Qingyu with him, stealthily slipped into the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy while the outer throng remained oblivious. "Welcome to the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy, Jiang Liuyan. Please proceed to the freshman reception area to complete your registration process as instructed in the guide." The staff inside, despite the overwhelming noise from outside, remained undeterred. Her voice still warm and brimming with enthusiasm. Jiang Liuyan nodded thoughtfully, then turned to accompany you and the guards to the new student reception area. There, they not only received information regarding their dormitory assignments, but were also informed of a unique traditional trial for newcomers. The content of the trial would be randomly generated based on each student's abilities, designed to test their potential and courage, while also serving as an initial evaluation of their strengths by the Academy. During the dormitory allocation process, Jiang Liuyan was pleasantly surprised to be assigned a charming independent cottage located on the Academy's picturesque rear mountain. Together with Qingyu, he named the cottage Luoyuxiayuan. Although modest in size, the cottage was well-equipped and surrounded by numerous magical arrays for training and defense, clearly reflecting the academy's meticulous care for its promising students. After settling in his belongings, Jiang Liuanian decided to familiarize himself with the surroundings and wandered alone through the academy. Along the way, he witnessed a variety of training scenes. Some individuals meditated on the grass, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Others engaged in fierce duels in the arena, showcasing their martial skills, and still others immersed themselves in study within the library, exploring the vast ocean of knowledge. All of this left Jiang Liuanian profoundly inspired, reinforcing his determination to dedicate the next 4 years to diligent study. As night descended, Jiang Liuanian stood on the terrace of the cottage, gazing at the academy beneath the starry sky, which donned a mysterious veil. In the stillness of the night, the lights below began to twinkle, echoing the stars above and weaving a warm and dreamlike nocturnal tapestry. A gentle breeze brushed past, carrying a refreshing chill. The protagonist stood by the window, contemplating this world that felt both familiar and foreign, filled with boundless imaginations of the future. As the night deepened, Luoyuxiayuan became even more tranquil under the tender caress of the moonlight. After a long day, the two soon succumbed to sleep. Chapter 17. A minor incident the following dawn. As usual, Jiang Liuanian rose early to engage in his morning exercise, though he had transitioned from running around the town to training amidst the mountains. The uphill endurance training, coupled with the extravagant fruits he had indulged in the previous day at the Intian Chamber of Commerce, left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. A 40-kilometer run elicited a modest sweat, yet as a soul beast, his physical prowess was unparalleled by ordinary individuals. The foremost tenet of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan is the cultivation of one's physique. For the innate skill etched into their very bones, the life and death arena of combat relies on superior stamina to outlast the hunted soul beasts. Thus, Jiang Liuanian diligently honed his body. Whether through morning runs, foraging for herbs in the mountains, or even while studying the text of Mo. After an hour, he returned to his humble abode. The flowing fish courtyard, bearing buns, fried dough sticks, and soybean milk purchased from the market. The blue fish had already risen early, diligently tidying the table, Jiang Liuanian's bedding, and the weeds in the courtyard. As Jiang Liuanian gazed at the meticulously tidied courtyard, a sense of joy inevitably welled up within him. At times, he mused upon the prospect of such a life persisting, exercising daily, leisurely wandering, and returning home to savor breakfast, all while she busied herself with the household chores. Life would be utterly delightful. Chitai observed Jiang Liuanian, who seemed lost in thought, and rather than feeling annoyed, she gracefully approached him, took the breakfast from his hands, and gently advised, "You sit in the courtyard for a while. I will warm this up," thus drawing Jiang Liuanian back from his reverie. Jiang Liuanian had breakfast and contemplated taking another stroll around the campus. Yesterday, in a rush, he had only glimpsed a portion of the architecture. Today, he resolved to explore the entire academy. For someone like Jiang Liuanian, with a penchant for wandering, remaining at home felt like a form of torment unless something more captivating drew his attention. Jiang Liuanian descended the mountain path towards the outer courtyard, observing the throng of individuals gradually arriving at the mountain gate. The scene was a tapestry of figures, a veritable sea of humanity. It appeared that he was among the earliest cohort of students to arrive. Jiang Liuanian mused to himself. Jiang Liuanian navigated through the throng, eager to behold once more the imposing statue of the dark demon god Tiger. There was no other reason, it was simply too magnificent, and he yearned to capture a photograph as a memento. Upon reaching the obsidian pedestal near the statue, he realized the stark difference in height. Even in his most formidable form, prior to consuming the transformation herb, he measured merely 1/8 of the pedestal's stature. Standing before it in his human guise, he felt as insignificant as an ant. Jiang Liuanian sighed in awe, exclaiming how grand and imposing it was. With a reflective stone in hand, he was able to capture the intricate details of the statue from several hundred meters away. He then proceeded through the side entrance toward the inner courtyard of the dark demon, evil god Tiger. The courtyard was divided into numerous sections, featuring a teaching area with 28 main buildings and 36 auxiliary structures. The various floors were interconnected by passageways and sky bridges, creating a labyrinthine structure that exuded a unique aesthetic appeal. The tallest teaching building soared to 61 stories, resembling a sharp sword piercing the heavens. In truth, this edifice served as a magical artifact, designed to prevent the merging of spatial fissures as it traversed through the 8 most crucial regions at the center. Within this secret realm, there were 7 additional auxiliary cores, 1 primary core, and countless stone pillars supporting the outer periphery of the domain. Turning his gaze to the adjacent library, he marveled at its faade, constructed from rare obsidian and white jade. During the day, the white jade radiated a soft and warm glow, reminiscent of the first rays of sunlight at dawn, imbued with warmth and hope. However, during his visit to the market the previous evening, Jiang Liunian was struck by the library's breathtaking appearance. The obsidian's presence seemed to absorb all surrounding light, rendering the entire structure even more enigmatic under the moonlight, as if it were cloaked in a veil of night, shrouded in mystery. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Liunian found himself within the confines of the martial arts arena, where various students engaged in combat. Some transformed into their primal forms, fiercely battling one another, while others maintained their human guise, exchanging lethal strikes with fists and feet, yet inflicting no harm, adhering to the principle of restraint. The objective was to pinpoint the critical vulnerabilities of their opponents, emerging victorious without reliance on brute strength, but rather through skillful technique. Alternatively, two combatants might stand upon the stage, locked in a silent gaze, motionless, awaiting the first move from their adversary to seize the initiative. Embodying the philosophy of remaining still while the enemy remains still, Jiang Liunian found himself entranced, utterly oblivious to the figure hurtling towards him. Suddenly, a cloud of dust erupted from his position. What on earth is happening? Who are you? Even with Jiang Liunian's typically affable temperament, he could not help but feel a surge of irritation at this unexpected projectile from the heavens. What is this flying object? He muttered to himself. Hey, who are you calling? At that moment, a middle-aged man descended from the platform, grasping the figure and bowing an apology. My apologies, young brother. I lost control just now. Please forgive me. Jiang Liunian gazed at his counterpart, who exuded sincerity. Truth be told, in this unfamiliar territory, he feared that should this stranger take a disliking to him, he might find himself in a precarious predicament. Fortunately, it seemed that the other party was reasonably inclined. Jiang Liunian glanced at the middle-aged man across from him, and then at the young man who had just been sent sprawling. I am unscathed. So do not take it to heart, young lad, the middle-aged man remarked, patting the boy's shoulder. Chapter 18. A minor incident continues. Sunlight dappled the ancient martial arts arena, while dust gently rose from the ground, adding a touch of dramatic flair to this unexpected confrontation. The young woman, by Ruoli, had just descended gracefully from midair. Her long, raven hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her exquisite features shone with an ethereal beauty as she removed her protective gear. Her lips were tightly pressed, and her eyes sparkled with defiance and fury, the pent-up rage within her akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Standing to the side, Jiang Liunian wore a subtle smile, yet his gaze was as profound as the night sky. He paid no heed to Jiang Ruoli's fury, instead finding himself perplexed by the imposing figure of the brawny man before him. This muscular individual, seemingly forged from steel, had just remarked, "Kid, you're quite impressive." Jiang Liunian pondered, could it be that my striking appearance is the reason? At that moment, the brawny man stood between the two with a look of exasperation. Glancing from the irate little kitten, Jiang Ruoli, to the composed young man, who remained utterly unperturbed. Shally, listen well. We cannot take our modest abilities for granted and challenge others indiscriminately, especially someone like this young brother here. While he may have erred, your attitude leaves much to be desired. Li Tieju's voice resonated with a deep authority, clearly wishing to prevent Xiaoli from confronting the young man in white. From the perspective of the brawny man, having patted Jiang Liunian's shoulders twice had already allowed him to gauge the latter's physical strength. Although it did not match that of Ruoli, who diligently practiced martial arts day and night, Jiang Liunian had undoubtedly put in considerable effort. Given that Xiaoli was currently in a state of agitation and her opponent remained utterly calm, her chances of victory were considerably diminished. The outcome of this potential confrontation became glaringly apparent. The brawny man understood well that victories and defeats are commonplace in battle. However, he feared that a loss might leave an indelible psychological scar on his apprentice, jeopardizing her future. Nevertheless, once Ruoli's stubbornness flared, it was as if even 9 oxen could not rein her back. Humph, who does he think he is? Merely a braggart, she declared, determination radiating from her being. I shall make him realize that in the face of true strength, all words are but empty echoes. As she spoke, her soul power began to surge, clearly indicating her readiness to engage once more. Upon witnessing the situation, Jiang Liunian felt an ominous foreboding, setting aside whether he could prevail in a confrontation. The troubles at hand were already sufficient to occupy him throughout his academic pursuits. He inwardly mused that the circumstances were indeed dire. Yet, Jiang Liunian swiftly regained his composure. and the reason for his tranquility lay in the calming techniques he had studied. When engaged in woodworking, one must first harmonize one's energy and quiet the mind. Only then can one create exceptional works. Thus, in a mere moment, Jiang Liuyan's thoughts became strikingly lucid, leading him to contemplate possible solutions. Jiang Liuyan was not in a hurry to engage in battle. Instead, he strolled leisurely to the side, repeatedly gauging the distance. His gaze intentionally, yet inadvertently, swept over the northwest corner of the martial arena, where the stage had been set by that obstinate young girl for their impending showdown. If you truly wish to compete, I, Jiang Liuyan, shall gladly accompany you to the end. However, given the multitude of onlookers here, it is inevitable that innocents may be harmed. Let us agree to meet on the platform in 1 hour's time, where we can ascertain the victor. What say you? Jiang Liuyan's voice was calm and confident, as if the outcome were already predetermined, imbued with an unwavering sense of impending triumph. The burly man, upon hearing Jiang Liuyan's words, mistakenly interpreted them as a mutual concession, perhaps an apology of sorts, and mindlessly responded with agreement, Yes, that is indeed correct. What? Could you repeat that? The burly man suddenly realized, his astonishment palpable. He had assumed Jiang Liuyan, appearing so composed, would take the opportunity for a graceful retreat, thereby resolving the conflict. He had even prepared to restrain his own apprentice, urging Jiang Liuyan to abandon the duel. To his utter disbelief, Jiang Liuyan had accepted the challenge instead. This shattered his preconceived notions. Could it be that those donned in white garments possessed a hidden, sinister depth? He was reminded of the scarred dark demon god tiger that had emerged from the rift in time and space, smiling radiantly, and a shiver ran down his spine. Surely, it could not be. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruoli's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment, which was swiftly supplanted by an even more intense fervor for battle. Excellent. It is settled. Should you dare to flee, I shall pursue you to the ends of the earth, relentless and unyielding. Having uttered these words, she turned on her heel and strode purposefully towards the arena. As Jiang Liuyan gazed at the retreating figure of Bai Ruoli, a mysterious smile crept upon his lips. Oh, the art of strategy. Does one not know that the best course of action is to retreat? Thus, with a graceful leap, he began to mentally sketch the layout of the duel arena. Fortunately, Jiang Liuyan possessed remarkable spatial reasoning. After traversing a typical route once, it was etched in his memory. Seizing the moment while Bai Ruoli turned away, he transformed into a fleeting white shadow, vanishing in an instant to the opposite end of the arena, leaving behind a crowd of astonished gazes and hushed murmurs. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the river of time, a pair of eyes inadvertently caught sight of Jiang Liuyan's silhouette in the arena, and a knowing smile curled upon their lips. This young man possesses a certain intrigue. Do not run away, Bai Ruoli exclaimed, her ire rekindling like a volcano on the verge of eruption, ready to incinerate the fleeing Jiang Liuyan. Look at him, master. He disregards the rules. Master. All right, the burly man consoled. After all, he hasn't even stepped onto the stage, nor has he declared when he will. Perhaps tomorrow, or the day after, or someday in the future. He is merely playing a game with words. Do not take it to heart. The learned are indeed a bothersome lot, he muttered under his breath, clearly having been bullied by scholars before. Bai Ruoli, her eyes fixed on the direction Jiang Liuyan had vanished, stomped her foot in frustration. I swear, I shall have you flayed alive. You are unworthy of existence. Jiang Liuyan fled the dueling arena, managing to halt his steps only after covering a distance of 20 kilometers. Surely, she would not pursue him any longer. It was truly terrifying, a madwoman who seemed to relish in challenging others to combat. Should he encounter her again, he resolutely decided to keep as far away as possible. After catching his breath, Jiang Liuyan arbitrarily chose a direction to continue exploring the campus. Remarkably, even the School of Foreign Languages sprawled across an extensive area, its numerous buildings resembling a forest of steel. Jiang Liuyan turned left and right, ultimately becoming disoriented, despite his keen spatial awareness. He found himself unable to navigate among the nearly identical trees surrounding him. Eventually, he stumbled upon an ancient grove, a desolate area that seemed untouched by human presence. He contemplated retreating along the path he had come, but then recalled the words of a renowned figure who once stated that there were originally no paths in the world. Trails are forged through frequent passage. Having come this far, turning back seemed implausible. Unbeknownst to him, this forest was the heart of the entire secret realm. Its surrounding barriers, reinforced over centuries, boasted thousands of intricate formations. Were it not for the subtle alteration of spatial fissure coordinates by a certain entity within the river of time and space, Jiang Liunian would not have easily accessed this core area. Perhaps this was merely fate's way of bestowing an opportunity upon a younger generation. As for why I possess knowledge of Jiang Liunian's existence, I had long inscribed his soul into the fabric of the river of time and space, merging it with that of an enigmatic race, thereby granting me the ability to observe the continuum. This race lacks a fixed form. It may manifest as insects, serpents, or even trees. Thus, I dedicated millennia to refining these aberrations, enabling the resonance of souls to connect across the river of time and space, which is the fundamental reason I can perceive Jiang Liunian's circumstances. Before he realized it, Jiang Liunian had wandered into a cavern. Due to the changes in the terrain, I guided him safely to the cave where I ascended to the sacred rank. Gazing at the dark mouth of the cave, he ultimately resolved to investigate further. After all, what if there were treasures within? It would indeed be a pity to miss such an opportunity. The cave was enveloped in profound darkness, yet Jiang Liunian, awakened to the shadows, could discern shapes 10 meters away. With the increasing presence of dark elements, he might even extend his vision to a kilometer. But that was a matter for another time. The moment he stepped into the cave, a brisk chill enveloped him, mingled with the faint scent of earth and minerals. The dim light within the cave was punctuated only by a few rays of sunlight filtering through crevices and the occasional glimmer of phosphorescent stones on the walls, lending an air of mystery and unease to the gloomy space. The surrounding stone walls were slick with moisture, and droplets fell intermittently, producing a crisp echo that emphasized the cavern's desolation. As Jiang Liunian cautiously advanced, one hand tracing the cool surface of the wall, he remained vigilant, acutely aware of the uncertainties that lay within the depths of the cavern. Soon, he encountered his first challenge, an unassuming stone door, yet it concealed intricate mysteries. Adorned with complex runes, it appeared to demand a specific sequence or power for its revelation. He scrutinized the door, drawing upon his limited knowledge of ancient scripts, yet ultimately conceded defeat, for he had never truly studied such antiquities. The Western region, being predominantly practical, was notably deficient in the study of ancient texts compared to the other 4 regions. Gazing at the imposing stone door, Jiang Liunian sighed, lamenting that this treasure was not meant for him. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A colossal serpent emerged before him, speaking in human tongue. "Young one," it declared, "I guard this realm. Answer my question correctly, and I shall teach you how to unlock this grand door. Speak." Reluctantly, Jiang Liunian, unwilling to let the treasure slip from his grasp, replied, "I am ready." The serpent responded, "Pray tell, do you acknowledge the existence of the supreme, invincible dark demonic priest of the secret realm, a being unmatched in intellect and beauty, where courage and strategy intertwine, the wanderer through time and space, revered one, the most handsome in the world?" Jiang Liunian has adequately prepared himself for a protracted battle, for he stands alone within this vast secret realm. He could easily make his escape, yet he chooses to acknowledge my words, proclaiming himself the unrivaled champion of the universe, the dark demon priest of unparalleled wisdom and beauty, a paragon of courage and strategy, a wanderer through time and space, and the most handsome being in existence. The great python nodded, gradually awakening the dormant stone door with an ancient and cryptic tongue. The door creaked open, revealing a narrow passage leading deeper into the unknown. The corridor was fraught with peril, featuring treacherous floors that could collapse at any moment, stone crevices that exhaled toxic fumes, and an underground river that appeared placid yet concealed turbulent undercurrents. Jiang Liunian had to rely on his agility, extraordinary intellect, and indomitable will to navigate these challenges. In a moment of peril, nearly succumbing to the dark river, he ingeniously employed his rope and grappling claw, stabilizing himself just in time to avert disaster. After traversing numerous hazards, Jiang Liunian arrived at an expansive cavern. Here, the menacing atmosphere had dissipated, replaced by a breathtaking spectacle. The ceiling was adorned with stalactites of various forms, shimmering under the glow of luminous stones, resembling stars scattered across the night sky, a sight to behold. In the center lay a crystal-clear underground lake, its waters emanating a gentle blue luminescence, mirroring the beauty of the cavern's ceiling, evoking a sense of tranquility. Lin Yi stood by the lake, absorbing the serenity and harmony, as if his very soul were being purified. As Jiang Liunian reveled in this peacefulness, a gentle breeze swept across the surface of the lake, creating delicate ripples, and from the depths emerged an ancient stone platform. Upon this pedestal rested an exquisitely crafted jade box, clearly a treasure left behind by a predecessor. With a heart full of reverence, Lin Yi delicately opened the jade box. discovering not only the 9-turn life-replenishing pill and magical artifacts but also an ancient cultivation manual, chronicling the profound insights and unparalleled martial techniques of the Elder's lifetime. Moreover, the Elder had etched the characters for sacrifice upon his memorial tablet. Jiang Liuyan, possessing a wealth of knowledge about the coffins of past sacrifices, had never contemplated the identity of the sacrifice. How could it be possible for such a figure to be present here? The sacrifice was still engaged in duties at the library. It was inconceivable that his remains would manifest in this location. Jiang Liuyan etched the two profound characters of sacrifice upon the altar into his memory. These characters, imbued with an ancient simplicity and depth, seemed to encapsulate the essence of countless years in the contemplative wisdom of his forebears. As he gazed upon them, an unprecedented surge of awe and curiosity welled within him. He gently closed his eyes, allowing his spirit to descend into a tranquil state, endeavoring to reach out and perceive the mysteries concealed behind these characters through his very soul. In Jiang Liuyan's understanding, sacrifice was a ritual through which the ancients expressed their reverence and gratitude towards the divine forces of nature. Yet, at this moment, these two characters blossomed with a different significance in his heart. He began to contemplate that sacrifice was not merely an external observance, but rather a spiritual embodiment and inheritance, a remembrance of the past, a hope for the future, and a profound comprehension of the essence of life and the principles governing the universe. As his reflections deepened, Jiang Liuyan sensed an intangible force stirring within him, a nascent awareness of the laws of existence. He recognized that the term sacrifice distilled the cyclical nature of all things, the eternal continuity of life. It was in homage to the natural laws, an understanding and adherence to the mutual interdependence of all entities in the cosmos, the balance of yin and yang. Throughout this process, Jiang Liuyan gradually grasped that true power does not stem from external artifacts or martial prowess, but arises from a profound understanding and mastery of the laws that govern existence. Having only scratched the surface of this realization, he marveled at the immense enhancement to his own capabilities. The presence of those who inscribed these characters was formidable. And as he departed the altar, he murmured apologies to the ancestors, expressing regret for any disturbance caused. He meticulously scoured the area for elixirs and texts, even tapping the walls to uncover any hidden compartments, demonstrating an unwavering attention to detail. Chapter 19. Idleness and the martial contest begin. After thoroughly rummaging through the cavern for resources, Jiang Liuyan swaggered out, musing that the treasures of heaven and earth rightfully belong to those with the capability to seize them. Why should one be timid or hesitant? Is it wrong to claim what is rightfully theirs? Quite the contrary, he felt utterly justified in his actions. The silhouette amidst the river of time had anticipated this behavior. Yet witnessing him strike the stone walls and scrape the dust from the floor tiles still elicited a tinge of embarrassment. If this young man possessed a means of storage, would he not attempt to package the entire cavern's stone walls for transport? This lad is undoubtedly more formidable than I was in my youth. As Jiang Liuyan navigated the twists and turns cast by that elusive figure, he emerged from the depths of the forest. Upon stepping beyond its threshold, the verdant backdrop of trees began to fade, becoming concealed within the landscape. A sense of unease washed over Jiang Liuyan, prompting him to glance back, only to find remnants of the forest still lingered behind him. The cobblestones beneath his feet led towards a gazebo. Yet the vast and intricate wilderness had vanished without a trace. A sudden realization struck him. Perhaps he had encountered an illusion. His first instinct was to inspect the treasures and martial arts manuals stored within his bag, questioning their authenticity. With a surge of spiritual awareness, he delved into the depths of his storage, meticulously examining each item. A wave of relief enveloped him. Everything remained intact and genuine. He thought to himself, should the forest have disappeared, it mattered little. His heart swelled with contentment at the thought of casually wandering through the campus and stumbling upon such treasures. Hence, he ceased his aimless wandering. After orienting himself, he set off towards his quaint little courtyard, contemplating the need to secure these precious items. Who would dare to traverse the world unprotected from theft? Jiang Liuyan returned to the courtyard, breathlessly revealing all his bountiful harvest, startling the nearby Qingyu, who suspected he might have pilfered treasures from the sect's vault. Where could he have acquired such an abundance of rare celestial materials? Jiang Liuyan merely smiled and remarked, "These are all ours." This statement sent a shiver down Qingyu's spine. She certainly did not wish to be apprehended upon her entry into the Dark Demon Evil God Academy, subjected to severe torture, and ultimately stripped of her cultivation, only to be confined in a death cell. The very thought was terrifying. Instinctively, she reached for the academy token at her waist. contemplating whether to seek justice from the law enforcement team, hoping that exemplary conduct might allow her to be released 2 years early. However, as soon as her hand brushed against the token, Jiang Lionian sensed trouble brewing. "No, no," he exclaimed. "Put your hand down. Don't be so anxious. I found all this in a cave, which is clearly an abandoned ruin. What do you think I am? I wouldn't dare steal from the merchant guild. Be good and listen. Put your hand down." In an instant, Jiang Lion rose with a deliberate grace, moderating his tone, fearful that a careless word might provoke the irate bluefish across from him. With a swift motion, he dialed the enforcement team's number, aware that should matters escalate, these items could very well be confiscated, rendering his efforts futile. The bluefish, adorned with a visage of skepticism, seemed to question the authenticity of his words. "Is this true? Are you not deceiving me?" With an air of righteousness, Jiang Liunian declared, "When have I ever deceived you? I am inherently kind-hearted and do not resort to deceit under normal circumstances. Truly, just look at me." The Qingshui fish seemed to lower her guard, withdrawing her hand from the waste token. "Exactly," Jiang Liunian continued, as he uncovered a pristine white flower from a pile of items on the ground. It resembled an immaculate white lotus, exuding an aura of refreshing elegance. This herb was, in fact, the Narcissus jade musclebone, cultivated within a pot. Remarkably, it had survived apart from the eye of ice and fire, thriving despite having endured centuries without water. The pot itself cracked, yet still nurturing life. The age of the herb appeared to be around 3,000 years, perfectly suitable for the Qishui fish to absorb, as its primary effects lay in nourishing tendons and fortifying bones. This would enhance the structural integrity of the body, rendering the user more resilient and vigorous. Furthermore, the Narcissus jade muscle bone facilitated the flow of vital energy through the body's meridians, invigorating the constitution and internal strength of its consumer. It was an exceedingly rare botanical treasure, likely capable of extending the Qingshui fish's soul power by approximately 2,500 years, with gradual absorption possibly reaching 3,000 years. Thus, she could approach the formidable threshold of 9,000 years, further augmenting her prowess. After all, she was one of the few compatriots who had accompanied him from the Dark Sky Merchant Association, deserving of careful nurturing, Jiang Liunian mused, observing the flower. The Qingshui fish appeared momentarily stunned, enchanted by its delicate beauty. "Is this flower meant for nurturing?" she inquired. "I shall go prepare new soil for it at once." Jiang Liunian could not help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. Indeed, were it not for the extensive knowledge he had acquired from the tome Heavenly Secrets, which encompassed a plethora of subjects such as mechanics, carpentry, physics, herbalism, alchemy, talismans, and formations, he would not have been able to recognize such herbs, let alone comprehend their applications. Who could have imagined that a seemingly ordinary pot of flowers on the table was, in fact, a treasure of nature? Hold on. This is meant to enhance your abilities. If you wish to cultivate flowers, you can easily find a vast expanse in the back mountain. Jiang Liunian remarked with a hint of annoyance. But these flowers are different. They are so beautiful. These flowers can indeed elevate your strength. You should decide how to proceed. Then it's settled. I shall indulge. The eyes of Qingyu sparkled with a green glow, for the Dark Demon Tiger clan had always revered power above all else. Even a simpleton like her dreamed of a day when her strength would surge, transforming her into an unparalleled warrior. This herb, known as the Water Fairy's Jade Skin, has a rather unique method of consumption. One must only eat the petals and, at the end, suck the stamen, while simultaneously channeling one's soul power to facilitate absorption, ensuring that its medicinal properties are fully realized, Jiang Liunian explained. Upon hearing the instructions, Qingyu could no longer contain herself and promptly followed the method, immediately enveloped in a powerful aura that began to harmonize with the medicinal essence of the Water Fairy's Jade Skin. Is it really happening so quickly? Jiang Liunian could not help but feel a sense of astonishment. Though Jiang Liunian was astonished, he nonetheless continued to crouch down and examine whether there were any treasures among the natural materials that he could utilize. Dragon's bloodgrass? It was hardly more than a dye for furniture. Its purity was even inferior to that of the blood from Sun Sanyang's dog. To his surprise, the wooden table was made of enlightenment wood. Who could have imagined that this piece, which appeared akin to a 1990s wooden table, was actually a new product from Balenciaga? The sheer volume of this enlightenment wood was sufficient to comprehend one. No, 2 laws, Jiang Liunian exclaimed excitedly. And then there was this, initially misjudged. The contents of the porcelain vase were nothing but ordinary broken dream pills meant to dispel inner demons. However, the glaze on the vase was a rarity, a precious calming incense that was hard to come by. seemingly made from the essence of ambergris, aged 40,000 years. Jiang Liuyan's smile broadened. He longed to grasp the porcelain vase and shout in delight, such a rare find. As for the tattered sheepskin scroll, it contained inferior techniques of the earth grade, utterly worthless. The adhesive was useless for bonding wood, it would only stick to one's hands. Such items offered no enhancement to his physique. Perhaps they might serve Qingyu. But if Qingyu were to develop a muscular physique, he would have no place to lament his fate. No, this simply wouldn't do. Better to feed it to the pigs in the back mountains pigpen. After all, lean meat would be more delectable for his desired dish of sweet and sour pork. Should these thoughts reach the ears of the being from the river of time and space, he would undoubtedly spit out a liter of blood. Although he would scorn these items, they represented a collection of treasures he had yearned for at that age, now carelessly sifted through by a mere youth. How audacious! After the passage of time, only a few items remained. The first was the poison origin pill, known for its ability to trace the roots of toxins. The second was the life-extending herb pill, designed to balance toxic effects. The third was the Arctic pill, crafted from an exquisite blend of 81 extreme cold herbs, reputed for its chilling potency. The fourth was the infernal pill, composed of 81 varieties of intense fire toxins, claimed to embody the essence of extreme heat. Individually, each of these elixirs would undoubtedly lead to demise, yet when consumed together, they promised to harness the greatest energy. The final elixir, the restoration pill, possessed the remarkable ability to channel all of its energy through the yin-yang transformation technique and the innate skill of the life and death arena, thereby enhancing its physical strength in a manner that could potentially alter its own constitution and manipulate the timeline. As the Dark Demon Tiger clan resided within the secret realms of the Temporal River, they could directly access the laws of time. Thus, the ancient tome The Transformation of Destiny spoke of altering one's past self through these temporal laws, allowing the past self to grow stronger and accommodate greater spiritual energy, ultimately creating a positive feedback loop that fortified the future self. This intricate cause and effect cultivation method might indeed be feasible for personal practice. If successful, the physical form of the self from childhood would progressively strengthen to its utmost limits. With determination, Jiang Liuyan observed as Qingyu approached the final stage of absorbing the water immortal's jade skin. Paying her no further mind, he left her to her own devices, confident that the remaining risks were minimal, for they were, after all, celestial herbs. Consuming one would not lead to Qingyu's explosive demise. Why should he fret unnecessarily? Jiang Liuyan gazed at the 5 elixirs before him, his heart a tumultuous blend of resolve and trepidation. He acknowledged the gamble he was about to take. Yet he found himself with no alternative. This moment was not merely a wager of life and death. It represented his singular opportunity to transcend his limits and rewrite his destiny. To attain power, one must inevitably endure suffering beyond the capacity of ordinary mortals. And therein lay the opportunity. Taking a deep breath, he reached for the first elixir, the poisonous origin elixir, which emanated a haunting green glow. As the potion entered his mouth, an indescribable agony surged throughout his body, as if countless venomous creatures were unleashed within him, gnawing at his flesh and soul. Jiang Liuyan's complexion turned ashen, and beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, yet he gritted his teeth resolutely, suppressing any sound of anguish. He summoned the faint remnants of his spiritual energy, attempting to guide the toxin, only to discover that it surged through his veins like an uncontainable specter, wreaking havoc upon every fiber of his being. The potency of the poison sought to annihilate every cell within him. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Jiang Liuyan's lips. He understood that only through the destruction wrought by the poison could the next elixir, the lifeblood restoration pill, nurture his meridians further. Just as he felt his dwindling will poised to succumb to the overwhelming toxicity, Jiang Liuyan collapsed to the ground, disregarding the dust beneath him, and quickly grasped the second elixir, the lifeblood restoration pill, in his mouth. This was the swiftest method he could conceive for consuming the elixir. And though it appeared somewhat disheveled, he knew no one was watching. Upon entering his abdomen, the pill transformed into a soothing stream, fiercely battling the encroaching toxin. The restorative properties of the lifeblood restoration pill were both gentle and formidable, gradually neutralizing the rampant toxins. Though the process remained excruciating, Jiang Liuyan sensed the flicker of life within him becoming steadier. Next, he felt his meridian cells beginning to reconstitute. The vestiges of vitality once annihilated by the poison now rekindling their brilliance. Without hesitation, he swallowed the third elixir, the Arctic essence pill. This potion unleashed an extreme chill. as though he were suddenly ensconced in an ancient ice cavern. His blood threatened to congeal, and every inch of his skin trembled, yet Jiang Liuyan, bolstered by an extraordinary will, directed the frigid toxin to his dantian, intertwining it with the previous poison and restorative energies in a most peculiar state. Soon after, the fiery kiss of the infernal purgatory pill followed. In stark contrast to the preceding cold, this elixir brought forth a searing heat, threatening to reduce him to ashes. His consciousness began to blur, yet driven by his yearning for life, he forcibly assimilated this fiery toxin into his being, merging it with the previous energies to forge an unprecedented reservoir of power. Just as he feared being torn asunder by these four extreme forces, he produced the final elixir, the Origin Restoration Pill. Upon entering his mouth, it transformed into a warm and mysterious force, beginning to circulate gently within him. It seemed to possess the power to reverse the tides of fate. Jiang Liuyan dared not let his guard down in the slightest. In terms of medicinal potency, this reversion pill was even more formidable than the combined strength of the previous four elixirs. Yet, astonishingly, this pill posed no threat to the body. Rather, it harnessed its potency to draw upon the surrounding laws to reverse its own energy. For an ordinary individual, consuming it would merely allow them to revert to their peak condition and maintain that state, making it particularly suitable for those suffering from hidden injuries or chronic ailments. However, with the four immense forces residing within Jiang Liuyan, the consumption of the reversion pill was akin to igniting a fuse that could lead to an explosive outcome if mishandled. Cautiously, Jiang Liuyan activated the yin-yang transformation technique, while simultaneously unleashing the latent talent of his hidden skill, the arena of life and death. In that moment, his body transformed into a colossal battlefield where four extreme powers clashed violently, and he stood as the sovereign of this conflict. Through his profound understanding of life and death, along with the relentless exploration of his own potential, he gradually transmuted these forces into the strength of his flesh. Each transformation was accompanied by excruciating pain, yet his resolve only grew stronger. Could pain ever outweigh the determination to attain formidable power? The river of time guides the forces of life and death to influence his younger self. In his childhood, his physique gradually expanded and then contracted, continuing this cycle to hone his physical strength to its peak. Bit by bit, he loosened his control over the arena of life and death, allowing each version of himself, at every age, to harness their utmost power. Thus, every punch thrown by the present Jiang Liuyan embodies the strength of each of his 18 selves. Finally, as he absorbed all this power, transforming it into an integral part of himself, Jiang Liuyan underwent a profound metamorphosis. His muscles became more resilient, his bones denser, and even his skin radiated a subtle sheen. He seemed to be reborn, emerging as an entirely new being. When he rose to deliver a punch, it felt as though the mastery of his muscles, cultivated over the past 18 years, was etched into his very being, requiring no further adaptation. He then turned his gaze to his dantian, where four spirals of energy had emerged, expanding to accommodate even greater soul force. And this was merely the beginning. As he deepened his understanding of the cultivation manual on the laws of cause and effect within the transformation of celestial mechanisms, he believed he could continually transcend his limits, elevating his physical form to unprecedented heights. Jiang Liuyan was quite pleased with his transformation and contentedly began to gather his belongings. Meanwhile, Qingyu had also swiftly refined the medicinal essence, achieving a remarkable soul power limit of 9,300 years. At present, Jiang Liuyan's physical prowess is unparalleled among his peers, with a soul power that spans 16,500 years. For a student who has barely graduated from the primary academy of soul beasts after a mere 10,000 years, this strength is, in truth, not particularly remarkable. By the way, Qingyu possesses a soul power of 9,300. Thanks to a special permit from the Dark Heaven Merchants Guild, even as an ordinary individual, he is allowed to attend the Advanced Academy of Soul Beasts for the Dark Demon, Evil God Tiger. Both individuals have experienced a significant enhancement in their abilities, filling them with confidence as they prepare for tomorrow's freshman martial arts competition. Chapter 20, the Grand Martial Arts Exhibition, Freshman Trials on the following morning. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the training grounds of the primary academy of soul beasts. The atmosphere was thick with a blend of tension and exhilaration. The Freshman Martial Arts Competition, a grand event that would determine the allocation of resources and honors for the forthcoming year, was finally set to commence. Jiang Liuyan and Qingyu stood side by side in front of the audience, their eyes shimmering with an ardent desire for victory. With a commanding call from the referee, The competition commenced. On the arena, the newcomers took turns showcasing their unique abilities, each striving to demonstrate their prowess, aiming for superior classes and better resources. They were eager to etch their names onto the ranking board. However, none could shake Jiang Liuyan's unwavering composure. He had consumed 5 elixirs, transforming them into tangible strength, and he was destined to radiate his own brilliance on the stage. When it was Jiang Liuyan's turn to compete, he walked steadily to the center of the arena, each step resonating with confidence, as if the entire platform quivered slightly at his arrival. His opponent was a wind element hybrid beast known as Windrao, recognized for its unparalleled speed. The introduction revealed that it was a mutated soul beast, a cross between a gale wolf and a dark demon tiger, adept in 2 distinct wind attributes. In a flash, it turned into a blur, lunging towards Jiang Liuyan. Yet, in the face of this tempestuous assault, Jiang Liuyan merely assumed a defensive stance, tilting his body slightly to evade effortlessly. With a graceful flick of his right hand, an invisible force descended upon Windrao, akin to a mountain's weight. Taken by surprise, the dark demon tiger lost its balance, but its remarkable control over the wind allowed it to stabilize, avoiding a disastrous fall. Windrao steadied itself, gazing at Jiang Liuyan, who remained immovable in the center of the arena, his posture resolute as a mountain, muscles like the foundation of an iron tower, perfectly sculpted on his well-proportioned frame. Windrao dared not underestimate him again. The previous blow had left a lingering pain in its ribs, and it could clearly sense the restrained force behind Jiang Liuyan's punches, which had been softened just before impact. Even so, it knew it could withstand no more than 3 punches before succumbing to defeat. With a self-deprecating chuckle, Windrao remarked, "Everyone says I could contend for a spot in the top 10, and that is my limit." Jiang Liuyan, he believed, was no match for his ultimate technique. "If you can withstand this blow, I shall withdraw voluntarily." Suddenly, Windrao laughed heartily as its left hand conjured a pale blue cyclone spinning clockwise, while the dark blue cyclone in its right hand spun counterclockwise, both gaining speed. The 2 cyclones, rotating in opposite directions yet at the same velocity, began to draw in the spiritual energy from the air, expanding their power. As Windrao spread its arms, the 2 whirlwinds collided, and it laughed triumphantly, declaring, "You are the first to force me to use this technique. If you wish to surrender, now is your final chance." The spectators gasped in astonishment. Windrao was a seed contender for the top 10, and its self-created dual wind technique was known only in confidential records. No one had witnessed it in action before. And yet here stood Jiang Liuyan, an ordinary dark demon tiger, who had never even fought a renowned battle, compelling Windrao to unveil its signature skill. "I shall not surrender," Jiang Liuyan declared softly. Feng Rao had never unleashed the full force of this finishing move, leaving its true power uncertain. Thus, with a steely resolve, he pressed his hands together, merging 2 swirling vortices into one. The eye of the storm collided, generating a formidable current of air. With his feeble mastery over the wind elements, Feng Rao directed the cyclone ever so slightly towards Jiang Liuyan, but it was merely a modest attempt. Prior to this, even as he retreated swiftly, the razor-like wind elements had already inflicted numerous lacerations upon him, causing copious amounts of blood to flow. Jiang Liuyan observed the cyclone before him, akin to a tempest of the highest magnitude. Even from half the distance of the arena, he could sense its overwhelming presence. The ability to forcibly release a soul technique not inferior to one of 50,000 years, drawing upon a foundation of 11,000 years, indicated that his opponent was truly worthy of respect. Jiang Liuyan mused. To face such a soul technique head-on would be the highest form of reverence he could offer. Jiang Liuyan's entire body was taut with muscle, glistening with a metallic sheen as it flowed. His feet seemed rooted to the arena, and as the approaching hurricane threatened to make contact, his garments fluttered wildly in the wind. With each inch the tempest drew closer, the scars adorning Jiang Liuyan's body multiplied. His clothing was violently torn asunder by the storm, yet he remained steadfast, an immovable force amidst the chaos. He endured the fierce winds until he found himself within the eye of the storm, where he began to rotate against the gale like a colossal top. Eventually, the whirlwind subsided, leaving him standing at the center of the arena, resembling a primordial beast, crouched and supported by sheer will, his attire reduced to mere tatters. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. How could he withstand a technique that existed only in the whispers of secret arts? Who was this individual? The black market's records are due for an update. Such an unexpected dark horse has yet to be listed. Leaning against the arena's barrier, Feng Rao chuckled. "You are formidable, Jiang Liuyan. It is a pleasure to meet you." Jiang Liuyan extended his hand, wishing to clasp Feng Rao's in camaraderie. Feng Rao accepted the gesture without pretense, declaring, "I will surely surpass you," before stepping down from the platform. This battle concluded with Jiang Liuyan's victory. In the subsequent match, his opponent was a mere unknown, dispatched with a single punch that sent them flying from the arena. The following contest presented a slightly more capable adversary. Yet they too were swiftly kicked off the platform by Jiang Liuyan. Except for his bout against Feng Rao, Jiang Liuyan dominated each encounter with remarkable swiftness. Time and again, he showcased his formidable physique, effortlessly navigating both direct confrontations and intricate soul energy manipulations, demonstrating an unparalleled prowess. However, he consistently held back, as if awaiting a particular moment. Finally, in the last match before the finals, Jiang Liuyan's long wait came to an end as he encountered the striking figure of Bairuoli. Bairuoli had inadvertently wandered into the combat arena during her leisurely stroll, and an errant strike from her had nearly knocked him down. Fortunately, his robust physique and remarkable reflexes spared him from significant injury. In a moment of bravado, he had made a remark that, to his surprise, was overheard by the astute Bairuoli, who immediately challenged him to a duel. It had only been 2 days since that incident, yet it remained vividly etched in his memory. In the depths of his heart, Jiang Liuyan silently lamented the presence of a rival, yet he dared not lower his guard. Who could predict whether his opponent would seek vengeance for past grievances? Thus, he resolved to remain steadfast amidst the turmoil. At this moment, the two stood facing each other, the atmosphere thick with an indescribable tension. "Jiang Liuyan, I never anticipated our paths would cross here," Bairuoli remarked, a faint smile gracing her lips, though her eyes sparkled with a fierce fighting spirit. "Indeed, I too wish to see if I can rectify my previous misstep," Jiang Liuyan replied, his tone composed. Yet the fire of determination in his gaze remained undiminished. The air was charged with the imminent clash of combat, yet Bairuoli refrained from rushing into an attack. Instead, she danced gracefully around him, employing her agile movements and unpredictable soul power. After a couple of days of calm contemplation, she resolved to deplete Jiang Liuyan's stamina through this method, for she had observed his fighting style thoroughly. Knowledge of both oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory. She understood that his method of assault was one that relied on overwhelming force to shatter all techniques. Therefore, she aimed to exploit his unfamiliarity with the terrain. Conversely, Jiang Liuyan chose to counter with unwavering resolve. He was well aware of Bairuoli's intentions, prompting him to exercise greater caution while simultaneously seeking an opportunity for a decisive strike. If a single blow suffices, why grant the chance for a second? He pondered. Just as the standoff persisted, Bairuoli suddenly sprang into action, executing a meticulously planned assault. However, Jiang Liuyan had already anticipated her move. He stepped forward with a fierce determination, 5 swirling vortices of energy whirling within him. An unprecedented force surged forth, manifesting as a shadow of his fist that shattered all of Bairuoli's advances and sent her staggering back several paces. What formidable strength! Bairuoli's complexion shifted momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure, fully aware that the true contest had only just begun. She unleashed a soul power trap that erupted in a cloud of dust to Jiang Liuyan's right, obscuring his vision. Memorizing his precise location, she held her breath, twisting her slender waist as she advanced with a remarkably deceptive fluidity, closing in on Jiang Liuyan's side and thrusting upward toward the right. As Jiang Liuyan sensed an impending doom, he felt as though he had lost all of his senses amidst the swirling smoke, becoming utterly adrift in darkness. The soul power trap devised by Bairuoli was aptly named the absence of all senses, capable of ensnaring one through the respiratory passages, with even minimal contact with the skin proving effective. Thus, Bairuoli held her breath, engaging in a cunning game. "You chose not to come to the arena, making me wait for so long. Now you are aware of my prowess, aren't you?" Bairuoli inscribed a mark within Jiang Liuyan's consciousness, poised to reveal her message once his senses were unshackled. Within Jiang Liuyan, a sense of restlessness brewed, for he found himself upon the arena, yet was deprived of all 6 senses. Should this state persist, defeat was inevitable. In a moment of resolve, Jiang Liuyan summoned a dagger, gripping it firmly in his right hand, and plunged it into his left arm. Although devoid of tactile sensation, the formidable prowess honed within the crucible of life and death combat granted him remarkable control over his body, enabling him to accurately locate his arm. The blade struck true, blood gushing forth, leaving Bairuoli, who sought to teach Jiang Liuyan a lesson, utterly astonished. Jiang Liuyan's conjecture was indeed accurate. Any intense pain could activate one's intrinsic protective mechanisms to restore the six senses. Although it is likely that the poison employed by Ruoli still lingers within oneself, its efficacy has probably diminished significantly. At this moment, my foremost objective is to vanquish her. Jiang Liuyan tore a strip of cloth from his attire to bind his arm. After retrieving a dagger from his storage pouch, he stood barehanded, palms facing outward, signaling Ruoli opposite him to engage in a duel. Though Jiang Ruoli was momentarily taken aback, she swiftly regained her composure, unable to suppress the shock instilled by Jiang Liuyan's resolute demeanor. However, after regaining her calm, she remained incensed, determined to personally vanquish Jiang Liuyan across from her. The ensuing battle intensified, with both combatants exchanging blows, each showcasing their unique strengths. Jiang Liuyan struck at Ruoli with an array of bizarre techniques, each punch infused with a peculiar intensity. Through the mastery of his physique within the arena of life and death, he consistently pushed the boundaries of his own body, teetering on the brink of irreversible harm should he venture a mere half-inch further. Conversely, should he fall short by that same margin, he would find himself unable to land even a glancing blow on Ruoli, rendering him incapable of achieving the slightest touch. With an unparalleled mastery over his physical form, Jiang Liuyan consistently maintained the upper hand. Ruoli, in a state of bewilderment, found herself retreating step by step. She was astonished that the Jiang Liuyan she had observed just days prior, a mere weakling, had undergone such a remarkable transformation. Her master had even informed her that his physical strength was slightly inferior to her own. Yet, in a mere span of days, the youth before her had experienced a qualitative leap? It was utterly unreasonable. Jiang Liuyan executed a series of strikes, hammering, thrusting, sweeping with his legs, pinpointing, pivoting, and swinging his arms, each movement seamlessly flowing into the next, showcasing an exquisite precision of control. Ruoli's arms throbbed with pain, leaving her dazed and unable to muster a coherent strategy. However, just as Jiang Liuyan prepared to deliver his final blow, Ruoli finally regained her wits. She took a step back and detonated all the soul energy traps she had meticulously arranged, instantly enveloping the area in smoke. Utilizing the wings at her back, Ruoli ascended into the sky. Jiang Liuyan has already discerned the weaknesses of the soul energy trap. Holding his breath, he realized that a typical 10,000-year-old dark demon evil god tiger spirit beast could manage to hold its breath for the duration of 2 incense sticks. Just as he calculated the timing perfectly, Jiang Liuyan thought, the hunting operation begins. Jiang Liuyan's form flickered like a specter, traversing the entire arena in the blink of an eye. Oddly enough, the stage was devoid of any presence. There were no holes in the ground. Could it be that he was soaring through the skies? Jiang Liuyan pondered with curiosity. Jiang Liuyan tore away the bandages that wrapped his wounds, allowing approximately half a bowl of blood to flow forth, which he then ignited in flames. Instantly, the arena was enveloped in swirling smoke. What was the purpose of such an act? Did he consider his own bloodletting insufficient? How could you comprehend the profound significance of young Master Zhang's peculiar actions? A mere assembly of short-sighted individuals, Zhang's conduct undoubtedly harbors deeper intentions. You understand him best. Jiang Liuyan, indeed, you possess formidable strength, yet I am resolute in my pursuit of the championship in this contest. Ruoli soared through the air, contemplating her strategies. Her wings were independently fueled by her own energy, allowing her to ascend even in moments of exhaustion. I am eager to witness how you navigate this. Oblivious to the tendrils of crimson mist wafting up from below, gradually thickening. At last, Ruoli felt her body lose control and succumb to the ground, her limbs stiffening as she addressed Jiang Liuyan, conceding her defeat. After all, Jiang had recently consumed the 4 great toxic pills, leaving remnants of their potency within his blood. If ignited, this vapored blood could saturate the arena, compelling the enemy to yield without a fight. Jiang Liuyan lifted Ruoli, administering an antidote to her, and thus they reconciled their differences. For Jiang not only subdued Ruoli, but his blood also contained the coveted medicinal properties she had long desired. Chapter 21. Secrets and Ailments. The following morning, though the sun shone brightly, its rays seemed unable to penetrate the heavy atmosphere of Ruoli's bedroom. Inside, her complexion was as pale as parchment, her quintessence severely disrupted by the tumultuous events of the previous night. In the finals of the recent grand competition, Jiang Liuyan's bloodletting and subsequent combustion of his blood had fogged the entire arena. While employing poison to secure victory is justifiable, such methods are indeed effective. Yet the toxic mist acted as a fuse, igniting the latent ailments within by Ruoli. Her internal balance among the 5 elemental energies had already been precariously disrupted, exacerbated by her reckless attempts to enhance her strength in the fiery jungle prior to the competition. This had allowed the fire element to invade her body, leaving a dangerous residue near her heart. The 5 organs corresponded to the 5 elements, further igniting her inner fire and causing her soul power to spiral into chaos. In her current state, she resembled a flickering candle in the wind, her life force teetering on the brink of extinguishment. Jiang Liunian sat at the edge of the bed, his eyes brimming with guilt and anxiety. He was acutely aware that all of this turmoil stemmed from his own actions. Had it not been for the competition where his own blood was involved, Ruoli would never have found herself in such dire straits. Had alternative methods been employed, perhaps Ruoli would not have descended into this lamentable condition. He diligently scoured every ancient medical text he could find, even rummaging through his mind page by page, line by line, in search of his scant reliance on the elusive art of transformation, hoping to uncover a remedy. Yet, he was met with utter futility. For not every tome could correspond to the peculiar symptoms at hand. Confronted with the fierce internal fire and chaotic soul energy intertwined in her affliction, he felt powerless. Helplessly watching as Ruoli's life force gradually waned, her vitality fading day by day. It was not surprising that the burly man, upon witnessing Jiang Liunian's haggard countenance, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. After all, Jiang Liunian was merely an 18-year-old youth, grappling with overwhelming remorse. Today marked the 3rd consecutive day he had kept vigil by Ruoli's bedside, yet he remained utterly at a loss, ensnared by despair. Just as hope seemed to slip away, news arrived from the academy. The committee had summoned Jiang Liunian personally, intending to bestow upon him the honor of first place in the freshman competition, along with a reward. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Liunian felt an even deeper sense of frustration and self-reproach. What significance does winning first place in this competition hold for me? The burly man sighed and said, "You may go. I will guard this place. Perhaps this is simply fate. Do not worry. There will be a solution." The robust figure hesitated, yet ultimately offered a comforting word. Jiang Liunian nodded slightly, casting a grateful glance at the burly man before turning to depart. His steps appeared somewhat labored, as if he bore the weight of the entire world upon his shoulders. Jiang Liunian entered the student council in a state of disarray and confusion, only to be greeted by a solitary maid who said, "You must be Jiang Liunian, correct? Please follow me. The meeting is not held here." Jiang Liunian nodded slightly, following the maid as she led him onward. Eventually, they arrived at a spatial rift. The maid turned to Jiang Liunian and said, "Once you pass through this rift, you shall discover who wishes to meet you. It would be inconvenient for me to accompany you further along this path." Jiang Liunian nodded slightly, inhaling deeply as if to solidify his resolve, and then boldly stepped into the spatial rift before him. Upon entering, he found himself in a profound corridor that seemed to stretch endlessly. As he advanced, he ultimately arrived before a formidable black iron door, intricately carved with a vividly lifelike image of an evil deity tiger, its fangs bared and eyes glimmering with an eerie green light, as if poised to leap forth and devour any creature daring enough to trespass upon its domain. The door handle, crafted from pure silver, bore exquisite engravings that hinted at its extraordinary craftsmanship. Gently pushing open the heavy door, the entirety of the principal's office came into view. The room was spacious and bright, yet exuded a warmth that starkly contrasted with the chill outside the tower. The ceiling soared high above, adorned with an enormous crystal chandelier that cast a soft, inviting glow throughout the space. The walls were embellished with a myriad of certificates, trophies, and precious ancient scrolls, chronicling the illustrious history and remarkable achievements of the Dark Demon Evil Tiger Academy. At the heart of the room stood the principal's desk, carved from a massive piece of obsidian, its surface smooth as a mirror, reflecting a cold, sharp light. The desk was cluttered with various documents, books, and a meticulously crafted map, indicative of the principal's busy life and responsibilities. Behind the desk was an imposing high-back chair, its backrest intricately engraved with the totem of the evil deity tiger, while the seat was upholstered in soft black velvet, striking a balance between solemnity and comfort. In one corner of the room, a grand bookshelf towered, filled with an extensive collection of volumes ranging from ancient magical tomes to the latest scholarly research. Next to the bookshelf stood a reading table accompanied by 2 chairs, clearly intended for quiet study and reflection. The entire principal's office was suffused with an ineffable atmosphere, rich with the depth and vastness of knowledge, as well as the solemnity and gravitas of authority. From behind the bookshelf emerged a middle-aged gentleman. Jiang Liunian recognized him from his visit to the school history museum a few days prior. This man was the current principal of the Dark Demon Evil Tiger Academy. The middle-aged gentleman wore a smile, though his eyes held a deeper significance. "Allow me to introduce myself," he began. "My surname is Gu, given name Ling. I am the principal of this esteemed Dark Demon Evil Tiger Academy. Greetings, Jiang Liunian." Jiang Liunian paused momentarily, then respectfully replied, "Good day, Principal Gu Ling." The principal glanced at Jiang Liunian and gestured for him to take a seat at the desk. He then settled into his own chair, steering the conversation towards the main topic. "Jiang Liunian, I have heard of your involvement with Bairuoli. Do you realize that your fleeting actions have stirred significant ripples across various factions?" The dean spoke slowly, his tone imbued with a measure of gravity. "Principal, the student acknowledges his mistake and is willing to bear all consequences." Jiang Liunian bowed, sensing the inevitable repercussions of his actions. He had foreseen the ramifications of injuring Bairuoli and felt a pang of sorrow as he witnessed her life force gradually waning over the past few days. "The fault does not lie with you, yet the burden of responsibility falls upon your shoulders." The dean waved his hand, shifting his focus. "Let us first discuss Bairuoli. Her grandfather harbors an old grievance against me, but that is a matter of the previous generation and should not ensnare the younger ones. Even Bairuoli's master, Chui Ru, known for his imposing physique and the moniker Nine-Powered Demon Monk, though seemingly simple-minded, has fortified his body through Buddhist practices and chants daily. The Chui family, once a subordinate of the Bai family, has now risen as a significant power and is deeply concerned about this matter. I understand your anxiety, and I possess a method to save Bairuoli, but it requires your personal involvement." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Liunian's eyes glimmered with a flicker of hope. With a means to remedy the situation at hand, how could he not seize this final lifeline to save Bairuoli? He hastily inquired, "Please, esteemed Dean, enlighten me." "I shall devote myself wholeheartedly." Deep within the icy expanse of the Nine Heavens, there exists a rare Tianshan snow lotus known for its extreme cold properties. While consuming this herb alone may allow the chilling toxins to invade the body, leading to a gradual decline in bodily functions. It possesses remarkable efficacy against fire toxins and other ailments, particularly in treating Bairuoli's injuries. However, the journey is fraught with peril and vast distances. Thus, one must exercise utmost caution. The dean spoke with earnest gravity, then added, "Upon the successful completion of this task, I shall arrange for the Grand Elder to take you as a disciple. We have never crossed paths, nor do I know you personally. But this moment serves as my obligation to the Bai family. Despite my old grievances with the venerable Mr. Bai, Bairuoli is undeniably a part of our Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy. I cannot stand idly by in her time of need. If I were to personally intervene, the Bai family would not express gratitude. In fact, they would likely prevent me from approaching Bairuoli at all. However, I have reviewed your records and noted that you possess the potential of all 5 elements, with an innate resonance with spatial crystal stones. This path, the one leading to the salvation of Bairuoli, presents itself as an opportunity for camaraderie between us. You are the most suitable candidate to break this impasse. Should you procure the Tianshan Snow Lotus, both the Bai family, the Chui family, and our Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy will become significant allies on your journey of cultivation." Jiang Liunian was profoundly astonished, as he had not anticipated the intricate secrets entwined between the principal and the Bai family. This revelation prompted him to reassess their relationship once more. As Jiang Liunian savored the moment, an overwhelming sense of gratitude enveloped him. He vowed resolutely to retrieve the Tianshan Snow Lotus and rescue Bairuoli from peril. The principal smiled gently, subsequently assigning Jiang Liunian a B-level solo mission to investigate the geological and meteorological changes in the Nine Heavens ice field. The principal mentioned that the route had already been meticulously planned for him. All he needed to do was to set up signal-collecting soul-guiding devices along the high mountains en route, thus fulfilling his task. Moreover, the Snow Lotus lay atop one of these mountains. This B-level mission served as a mere facade, with the objective clearly marked on the map. As he approached the Snow Lotus, his collecting device would detect the elemental reactions it emitted, thereby facilitating the harvesting of the precious flower. Jiang Liunian expressed his profound gratitude before swiftly exiting the principal's office, embarking on a quest to procure the necessary equipment for his journey to the Nine Heavens ice field. In a concealed corner, the principal snapped his fingers, and a clandestine rift in space latched onto a strand of Jiang Liuyan's hair from 100 miles away. Days later, under the pretext of an external mission, Jiang Liuyan set forth alone on his expedition to the Nine Heavens ice field. Jiang Liuyan exchanged a few words with Qingyu before preparing to embark on the journey to the Nine Heavens ice field. Despite repeatedly emphasizing the dangers of the journey, Jiang Liuyan ultimately acquiesced to Qingyu's persistent persuasion. In Jiang Liuyan's heart burned an unprecedented resolve and courage. He understood that this journey concerned not only the life and death of Bairuoli, but also marked a pivotal turning point in his own destiny. After bidding farewell to the principal, filled with gratitude and a sense of responsibility, he embarked on a solitary journey towards the icy plains of the Nine Heavens. Jiang Liuyan meticulously prepared for his journey, selecting the most suitable equipment from among the students for the frigid environment, specially designed thermal garments capable of withstanding temperatures far below zero. A pair of ice claw boots with an integrated heating system, ensuring his steady progress across the treacherous icy surfaces, and those compact yet intricate signal-collecting soul-guiding devices, which would prove crucial for the completion of his mission. As the first light of dawn broke, Jiang Liuyan and Qingyu set forth on their expedition. The journey was long and fraught with uncertainty, yet his heart was singularly focused on rescuing Bairuoli. Traversing the vast snowfields, where the biting cold wind cut like a knife, Jiang Liuyan's resolve remained unwavering. Drawing on the knowledge imparted by the academy, he and Qingyu deftly navigated perilous ice fissures and blizzard zones, each decision revealing his extraordinary wisdom and courage. Along the way, Jiang Liuyan encountered unprecedented challenges. A sudden blizzard nearly engulfed him, but with unwavering determination and exceptional survival skills, he discovered a sheltered cave to temporarily escape the storm. Inside the cave, he utilized his provisions and a heat source stone to warm himself while inspecting and repairing his damaged equipment, preparing for the arduous journey ahead. After several days of relentless trekking, Jiang Liuyan finally arrived at the heart of the Nine Heavens ice plain. This was a realm draped in shimmering silver, where ice crystals sparkled under the sunlight, breathtakingly beautiful yet concealing hidden dangers. Following the map and guidance provided by the principal, he advanced step by step toward the mountain that concealed the fabled Tianshan snow lotus. As the altitude increased, the air grew ever thinner, forcing Jiang Liuyan to slow his pace and descend with utmost caution. Each step demanded immense patience and strength, yet he wavered not for a moment. At last, atop a cliff blanketed in ice and snow, he beheld the legendary Tianshan snow lotus. The lotus, translucent and ethereal, was adorned with a delicate layer of frost, resembling a masterpiece exquisitely crafted by nature itself. Jiang Liuyan inhaled deeply and approached with care. He meticulously used a specially designed ice pick to excavate the surrounding ice and snow, fearful that the slightest misstep might jeopardize this precious spiritual entity. As the snow lotus gradually came into full view, a powerful elemental fluctuation began to manifest on the signal-collecting soul-guiding device in his hand, confirming the principal's prophecy. Ultimately, after countless heart-pounding moments and beads of sweat crystallizing in the cold, Jiang Liuyan successfully harvested the Tianshan snow lotus. He gingerly placed it into a specially designed insulated box, as if cradling the very essence of his life. Gazing back at the frozen expanse, an overwhelming sense of emotion and pride surged within him. He knew he had not only accomplished a formidable task, but had also saved a life, laying a solid foundation for his path of cultivation. With the Tianshan snow lotus in hand, Jiang Liuyan embarked on his journey homeward. His heart brimmed with hope and anticipation, for he understood that with the Tianshan snow lotus, Zhang Ruoli's life was assured. When the crystal-clear lotus, emanating a gentle chill, was delicately cradled by Jiang Liuyan, Bairuoli's life force was nearly extinguished. Despite the Bai family's use of the 9 Transformations Resurrection Pill, a miraculous elixir that claimed to breathe life into the deceased, Bairuoli merely clung to a fragile breath. And the onlookers harbored little expectation for this flower. Yet, at the brink of despair, the chilling power of the Tianshan snow lotus gradually infused into Bairuoli's body, miraculously stabilizing her erratic soul energy and quelling the rampant heart fire. As time elapsed, Bairuoli's pallor began to regain its color, and her life force commenced its gentle resurgence. Ultimately, under Jiang Liuyan's vigilant guardianship, Bairuoli awakened, her eyes shimmering with the radiant light of survival. The Bai family, overwhelmed with gratitude, made a heartfelt promise to Jiang Liuyan. Whenever he called upon them, they would offer their unwavering support. Even Cui Ru, the formidable monk of 9 strengths, rarely revealed a smile, expressing his admiration for Jiang Liuyan and his willingness to impart further esoteric knowledge. The Tianshan snow lotus, which Bai Ruoli could not consume, was traded to the head of the Gu family, who had suffered a hidden injury in his youth and required the Tianshan snow lotus alongside 48 other medicinal ingredients to heal. After searching for over 50 years without success, the Tianshan snow lotus presented the Gu family patriarch with a second chance at life, extending the family's existence by another 50 years. Thus, the Gu family also pledged a singular promise to Jiang Liuyan. Following this event, not only did Jiang Liuyan earn the friendship of the Bai and Gu families, but he also rose to prominence within the academy, becoming the center of attention. His bond with Bai Ruoli and Qingyu had evolved into a profound camaraderie. Chapter 22. The Ordinary Campus Life, Worthy of Remembrance. In the tapestry of fate, Jiang Liuyan, Qingyu, and Bai Ruoli are inextricably intertwined. Having endured trials of life and death that have forged a camaraderie and understanding between them akin to an exquisite vintage wine, growing more fragrant with the passage of time. The first rays of morning sun pierce through the clouds, casting a golden hue upon the ancient bluestone of the academy, bestowing a resplendent cloak upon the dawning day. As Jiang Liuyan, Qingyu, and Bai Ruoli stride toward their classroom, their steps are measured and resolute, their eyes shimmering with boundless aspirations for the future. Bai Ruoli, recently rescued from the brink of death, Jiang Liuyan, the stalwart leader in the quest for the snow lotus, and Qingyu, the fortunate soul who stumbled upon the celestial snow lotus within a cave, walk side by side. The morning light filters through the window panes, illuminating every corner of the classroom, while the air is suffused with a delicate fragrance of books. At the lectern, a venerable elder with hair as white as snow unfurls a scroll, commencing a narrative of the ancient history of the Dark Demon God Tiger clan. Dear students, today we shall delve into the origins and illustrious legacy of the Dark Demon God Tiger clan. Our ancestors were among the most formidable magical beasts of antiquity, endowed with the unique ability to manipulate dark elements and the powers of the malevolent deities. The elder's voice resonates with a steady and magnetic quality, transporting the students into a realm of wondrous intrigue. As the tales unfolded, Jiang Liuyan, Qingyu, and Bai Ruoli were utterly captivated, particularly when the narrative delved into how the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan stood resilient amidst countless calamities, ultimately emerging as an indomitable force on the continent. Excitement sparkled in their eyes as they envisioned their ancestors valiantly battling on the battlefield, a profound sense of honor and duty swelling within them. The saga continued, recounting how the entire clan managed to endure through the cataclysmic upheaval. After class, the trio gathered in a circle, engaged in a fervent discussion about the knowledge they had acquired. Our ancestors were truly formidable. I earnestly hope that one day I, too, can contribute to the protection of our family and academy, just like them, Qingyu expressed with heartfelt aspiration. Bai Ruoli nodded in agreement, her smile illuminating her face. Indeed. And I have also heard that the bloodline of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan harbors limitless potential. With diligent cultivation, we shall undoubtedly awaken our unique powers. Jiang Liuyan, having perused the tome Tianji Bian, found himself enveloped in the grandeur of the world it depicted, deeply resonating with the inexhaustible power that history embodies. After a contemplative pause, he articulated, I believe that the study of history serves not merely to honor the past, but to glean wisdom that will illuminate our path forward. We must carry forth the glory of our ancestors while also forging our own illustrious legacy. As if conjured from thin air, the instructor unexpectedly materialized behind the trio, startling them. History ought not to be confined to the pages of books. The span of 30,000 years is but a fleeting moment. For the majority of the Dark Demon Evil God Tigers, it represents merely a period of seclusion. The arduous path of soul-beast cultivation necessitates that history reside within our hearts. History acts as a mirror, reflecting the rise and fall of civilizations and the trajectories of cultural evolution. Through the diligent study of history, we can extract valuable lessons, avoiding the pitfalls of the past. Whether it pertains to governance, cultural transmission, or personal development, history offers invaluable references and insights. It is not merely an accumulation of events, but a profound manifestation of humanity. Throughout the river of history, we witness the brilliance and darkness of human nature, the valor and cowardice, the wisdom and folly. By analyzing historical figures and events, we gain a deeper understanding of the complexity and diversity of human nature, prompting introspection and the enhancement of our own character. The elder spoke, this is my understanding. I hope it proves beneficial to you, Zhang Liuyan. As the course progressed, the students embarked on the study of elemental combinations from the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan. This intricate and sophisticated discipline demands that students master the artful amalgamation of dark elements and other forces, as well as the precise control over these elements. For soul beasts, the accurate manipulation of elements reflects their true strength, and while physical prowess is a significant factor, not everyone possesses innate divine power. Therefore, the precise mastery of elements to create formidable offensive and defensive techniques tailored to one's physique becomes paramount. In the classroom, the instructor employed advanced soul-guiding devices to simulate various elemental environments, allowing students to personally experience the mysteries of elemental combinations. In the center of the simulation arena, Zhang Liuyan, Qingyu, and Bai Roli stood, fully engrossed in sensing the elemental fluctuations surrounding them. Qingyu, your mastery of water and dark elements can be harnessed to create a domain of shadowy water, capable of ensnaring and bewildering foes. The mentor offered guidance, noting that after the unique dual-stage elemental awakening at the Intian Chamber of Commerce, Qingyu's elemental prowess surpassed that of ordinary soul beasts. Her affinity for water elements even subtly exceeded that of the water element mentor. It was only now that Zhang Liuyan realized that Qingyu possessed a trace of the Kuanping bloodline, albeit diluted over generations, leaving her with the ability to command both water and dark elements. With her eyes closed in concentration, Qingyu gracefully waved her hands, causing ripples to ripple through the air, which then transformed into an abyssal domain enveloping the simulated adversary. This domain, composed of water elements and shrouded in dark elements, reflected the figures of her enemies in deepening shades, their presence enhanced by the dark elements to an extent comparable to that of the dummies. Following diligent training, the mentor remarked that her combined technique could potentially manifest 64 facets, creating 64 copies to simultaneously ensnare opponents. Qingyu, radiating joy, flashed a victory sign at Zhang Liuyan. Having endured the oppressive environment of the Intian Chamber for too long, she had gradually reverted to her true nature, blossoming into an optimistic and somewhat playful individual, reminiscent of a genuine fish. By Ruoli, your physical strength can synergize with the elemental forces within you, allowing you to cultivate a path where elements nourish the flesh. Countless gifted predecessors have paved this way, including a legendary body warrior who harnessed all 5 elements, storing elemental energy within every cell and drop of blood. This path is particularly suited for you. Even though you have awakened 4 elements, the Heartfire and the Tian Shan Snow Lotus remain within you, allowing you to absorb their energy. Furthermore, you must enhance your internal organs and bloodline with rare treasures to ensure your skeletal structure can support your muscle mass. For without this, your muscles may become a mere mass of decay. Ruoli took a deep breath and bowed deeply before her mentor. Recalling how her grandfather had spoken of similar concepts, albeit less meticulously, she thought to herself, indeed, the advanced philosophies at the Nmo Xieshun Hu High Soul Beast Academy are truly ahead of their time. When it was Zhang Liuyan's turn, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in the mentor's eyes. Zhang Liuyan, with your full awakening of the 5 elements and your unique insights into spatial elements, you may endeavor to merge spatial power with dark elements and the power of the wicked god, crafting a spatial dark trap that ensnares your enemies silently and unseen. You possess the extraordinary ability to fuse the 5 elemental forces, enabling you to unleash devastating attacks. The sheer variety of elements within you is so abundant that combinations of pairs, triplets, or even random assortments can yield formidable techniques. The nature of these moves is solely limited by your imagination. The 5 elements of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger serve as 5 pathways leading to greatness. These paths will ultimately elevate you into a formidable force, allowing you to surpass the majority of your peers and become a pivotal strength for the future of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. As Jiang Lion closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment, he suddenly opened them, and an overwhelming force of spatial energy surged forth from within him, intertwining with the dark elements and the power of the malevolent deity, creating a vortex of space that appeared intangible yet brimming with peril. Observing this, the mentor couldn't help but nod in approval. Excellent. You have begun to grasp the essence of elemental combination. Remember, true strength does not lie in the number of elements one possesses, but in the ability to harmoniously blend these elements to unleash their maximum potential. Even with your multitude of elements, you must commence your journey by mastering the intricacies of each type. Only through a profound understanding of every nuance of an element can you achieve perfect control over it. thus averting the risk of defeat in future confrontations due to insufficient mastery. Jiang Liuyan deeply bowed to his mentor, expressing his earnest commitment to commence his studies from the fundamentals. He understood that a solid foundation is essential for achieving greater accomplishments. The mentor smiled and patted Jiang Liuyan's shoulder, affirming his potential for growth. "You flatter me. Thank you, teacher." Beyond the acquisition of theoretical knowledge, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy also emphasizes physical training and practical combat skills. The weekly specialized physical education class is the most anticipated yet arduous moment for the students. On the playground, they are divided into several groups to engage in various high-intensity drills. Jiang Liuyan, Qingyu, and Bai Ruoli, as members of the same group, have developed an increasingly harmonious cooperation. Today's training activities include shadow tracking and evil god assault. The physical education teacher stood on a high platform, announcing the training objectives with a commanding voice. Shadow tracking tests the student's speed, agility, and stealth capabilities. Jiang Liuyan, utilizing his faint perception of spatial elements, can detect movements of students within a 20-meter radius, establishing himself as an adept tracker within the group. Meanwhile, Qingyu employs his exceptional control over water elements to create mist and water screens during the tracking phase, making it challenging for opponents to discern their movements. The Evil God Assault is a practical drill where students must simulate a battlefield environment to engage in offensive and defensive confrontations. Bai Ruoli's formidable physical prowess is fully showcased as she executes lightning-fast movements, delivering devastating strikes that catch opponents off guard. Jiang Liuyan, on the other hand, employs spatial dark traps to deliver critical blows at crucial moments. After the training, the trio, panting heavily, sat on the grass, exchanging smiles. Although their bodies were utterly fatigued, their hearts brimmed with a sense of accomplishment and joy. They understood that every drop of sweat and effort was dedicated to better protecting those around them and safeguarding the peace and tranquility of this continent. Following physical education class, the Academy offers unique games characteristic of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Advanced Soul Beast Academy. 1. Shadow Transit Race. In this event, a maze or complex terrain is specially designed within the Academy, featuring multiple checkpoints and obstacles. Students must utilize their dark element abilities, such as invisibility and teleportation, to navigate swiftly and reach all checkpoints without being detected. This not only tests their speed, but also their mastery of dark elements and tactical strategy. 2. Evil God Power Confrontation. Students are divided into 2 teams to engage in combat on a simulated battlefield. Each team must employ evil god powers, such as dark flames and curses, to attack the opposing side while utilizing defensive skills to protect themselves. This event aims to enhance the student's ability to wield evil god powers, foster teamwork, and develop quick adaptability. 3. Element Fusion Obstacle Course. This course features a series of obstacles that require elemental fusion skills to overcome. For instance, students must merge water and wind elements to create a water vortex to disperse mist or combine earth and fire elements to form a lava path to cross chasms. This project encourages students to explore the boundless possibilities of elemental fusion and enhances their practical application abilities. 4. Exploration of the Spatial Maze Project Description. Utilizing Jiang Liuyan's unique perception of spatial elements, design an ever-changing spatial maze. Students must navigate through it to find the exit and collect treasures or mission items scattered throughout. This project not only tests the students' spatial awareness and navigation skills, but also ignites their desire for exploration and adventure. 5. Comprehensive Test of Physical and Elemental Control Project Description. Combining traditional physical training with elemental manipulation skills, design a series of comprehensive testing projects. For instance, students must carry heavy loads while traversing an obstacle course filled with firewalls and ice spikes within a limited time, simultaneously employing elemental abilities to clear obstacles or protect themselves. This project aims to holistically enhance the student's physical fitness, willpower, and elemental control capabilities. 6. Team Tactical Drills Project Description. Simulating real combat scenarios, organize team tactical drills for students. By simulating various enemy situations and battlefield environments, students learn how to utilize elemental abilities, devise strategies, allocate tasks, and collaborate in combat. This project can strengthen students' sense of teamwork and strategic thinking. These activities comprehensively enhance students' physical fitness, elemental control capabilities, and tactical literacy, laying a solid foundation for their future growth and development. Through these daily learnings and exercises, both Jiang Liuyan and his companions, including Qingyu and Bai Ruoli, have significantly improved their physical qualities while deepening their bonds. They have shared countless days and nights of struggle and challenge, as well as endless laughter and tears. Their friendship shines like brilliant stars, forever illuminating their path forward. Chapter 23. The Dance of the Reverse Scale. From the moment Jiang Liuyan stepped into the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy, the gears of fate began to turn silently, drawing him into a tempestuous struggle. If it is said that attracting attention is a path every genius must traverse, then Jiang Liuyan, with his formidable yet undisclosed talents, holds a metaphorical golden spoon. This academy, outwardly resplendent, is in fact rife with undercurrents. Its internal dynamics are intricate, with various factions vying for dominance, each yearning to control the supreme resources and power. Within every institution, there exists a tangle of factional conflicts. And at the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Soul Beast Advanced Academy, the pinnacle of the secret realms, the facade of glamour belies the presence of extraordinarily gifted individuals, haughty descendants of powerful clans, and even those with ties to the academy and military, leaving one astounded. As time progresses, 6 months into Jiang Liuyan's enrollment, Jiang Liuyan, endowed with a prodigious talent, swiftly ascended to prominence within the academy, becoming the center of attention. However, with great stature comes inevitable envy and hostility. Previously, the two dominant factions within the academy, the Shadow Moon Pavilion and the Radiant Sun Alliance, sought to recruit fresh blood, hoping to embrace him into their ranks. Yet, Jiang Liuyan had no desire to engage in their conflicts. Hailing from a modest town in the Western District, his mindset was one of tranquility. He preferred to avoid strife, believing that after graduating from the Dark Demon Evil God Academy, he would simply comply with the Academy's arrangements and find a quiet place to spend his future. As for his talent, Jiang Liuyan pondered that such exceptional gifts might, in the future, become a source of trouble. Nevertheless, his abilities resided within him, and he could only accept his current situation. Thus, upon learning that he would not join either of the two factions, both abandoned their attempts at persuasion. However, through an unknown source, word spread that this seemingly unremarkable junior, Jiang Liuyan, was quietly mastering the 5 elemental forces and exhibited signs of resonating with the time crystal. This revelation rekindled the interest of both factions, prompting them to assign representatives to entice Jiang Liuyan, which brought him significant distress. The Shadow Moon Pavilion, skilled in assassination and stealth, comprised members who thrived in nocturnal operations, while the Radiant Sun Alliance was renowned for its open displays of strength, with its leader recognized as one of the Academy's formidable figures. The subtle and overt struggles between these two factions had become an open secret within the Academy. And the emergence of such a rare genius like Jiang Liuyan, one that appeared once in a century or even a millennium, intensified their rivalry as they vied for a single member. Yin Jian, the second in command of the Shadow Moon Pavilion and the eldest son of the Yin family's third branch, came from a lineage that had thrived as salt merchants 3,000 years ago. The extensive experiences of the Yin family over millennia had allowed Yin Jian to navigate his life with ease. It was an egregious error for him to orchestrate an infiltration of the Radiant Sun Alliance by using their name to harass Jiang Liuyan, as well as Qingyu and Bai Ruoli. Although Jiang Liuyan preferred to avoid conflict, any discerning observer could perceive that this harassment was aimed directly at him, especially since Qingyu was known for her minimal interactions with others, and Bai Ruoli, with her master, the 9-energy demon monk, served as an even more effective shield. After Jiang Liuyan harnessed the energy of the dark element and awakened his first level of control, he finally took action. Remarkably, this was merely the 7th day since those around him had been disturbed, and within that week, he had successfully awakened his elemental abilities, achieving a speed of awakening that was unprecedented in history. Jiang Liuyan, enveloped in dark elements, unleashed a newly comprehended tracking technique following his awakening. After several days of pursuit, the two individuals being harassed finally revealed their true colors. As for why he did not simply confront them and dispose of them outside, it is because the Radiant Sun Alliance is comprised of individuals of utmost integrity, incapable of employing such underhanded tactics. However, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that the Radiant Sun Alliance might employ reverse psychology, betting on the notion that others would not believe they would resort to such cunning stratagems. Moreover, Jiang Liuyan is no ordinary villain who would let an opportunity slip by. Thus, he chose to remain vigilant, observing whether those behind the scenes were indeed affiliated with the Radiant Sun Alliance, leading to several days of relentless tracking. Jiang Liunyun, the head of the discipline department, acquired a set of lie detection equipment, which he carried at all times. However, this equipment could not be used directly. If the subject was forewarned, it would compromise the accuracy of the results. This was the second reason Jiang Liunyun refrained from resorting to coercive measures against the two students. "Hey, brother, do you think we are akin to undercover agents or spies?" inquired student A. Another student from the Qiang Alliance. Student B glanced around cautiously before covering the mouth of student A. Once he confirmed the surroundings were quiet, he whispered, "We must be prepared for the role of infiltrators. Be wary. For walls have ears. Who shall we harass today? How about that Qingyu? After some surveillance, I noticed her routine is rather predictable. She seldom ventures out," replied student A. Bai Ruoli, the eldest daughter of the Bai family, is indeed a formidable opponent. Her mentor is truly intimidating, and her own strength is not to be underestimated. One punch from her, and my wounds are still unhealed. Do you think this endeavor is truly worthwhile? I can't shake the feeling that we may be branded as perverts one day. Let it be, student B said. We work for the higher-ups. And as long as we are compensated, that suffices. What does it matter? We are just two individuals from a small village with decent talents. If we can earn some money, we will have surpassed expectations. Others might wish to have such an opportunity but lack it. We simply need to play our roles. Exude a bit of rogue charm, and incite Jiang Liunyun's disdain for the Qiang Alliance. If we perform well, there may even be additional rewards. Salt, the second-in-command, has already promised as much. Furthermore, let go of any fanciful notions. We are too deep into this to reconsider. Perhaps this is the tragedy of being insignificant. Student B patted student A. All right, brother, I shall heed your advice, student A affirmed, expressing his loyalty. Once the two had distanced themselves, Jiang Liunyun descended from the tree. Landing quietly. There was no one around, nor anything that might alert him, and with his stealth technique, he remained undetected. The lie detector on him remained silent, leading Jiang Liunyun to ponder that perhaps the two were correct. So that is how it is. Inghua Pavilion. I shall remember, Jiang Liunyun thought, his teeth clenching in frustration. He promptly followed the two. Upon encountering Qingyu, the two began their insipid attempts at flirtation. Are you alone, beauty? Have you considered joining the Qiang Alliance? As a high-ranking member, I can offer you protection, one of them said, extending his hand toward Qingyu. Jiang Liunyun swiftly maneuvered from behind to position himself in front of the disruptive Qingyu, directly obstructing the fervent disciples of the Qiang Alliance. The clay figurine still held a trace of indignation. Upon seeing the two disciples before him, Jiang Liunyun, despite understanding the underlying circumstances, found it exceedingly difficult to accept and was filled with profound disdain. Get lost, Jiang Liunyun barked. The two disciples were unfazed, after all. Their mission was to cast this murky water upon the Qiang Alliance. As for the outcome, it mattered little to them, for the second-in-command of the Inghua Pavilion, Yin, had already promised medical compensation and a bonus. Once this task was accomplished, they could secure a comfortable life for their later years. Are you the much-lauded Jiang Liunyun? Sneered Qiang Alliance disciple A. Merely a fledgling just stepping into the fray. This matter does not concern you. I am a purple-level disciple of the Qiang Alliance. Be wise and step aside, lest you impede your lord's business. Qiang Alliance disciple B proclaimed, brandishing his disciple token with an air of superiority. In the bright light of day, under the vast heavens, Jiang Liunyun, filled with rage, ironically smiled. What sort of decorum is this? If you believe me to be an easy target, then you are gravely mistaken. As Jiang Liunyun stepped forward, he had already sidled up to their ears before they could react, softly stating that the infiltrator from the Shadow Moon Pavilion was despicably cunning. If such underhanded tactics could deceive me, it would indeed be the height of folly. The two were equally astonished. The two students were baffled as to where their blunder lay, yet they stifled their shock and feigned indifference, replying, "The Radiant Sun Alliance is present." Why discuss the Shadow Moon Alliance? Jiang Liunyun student A sneered. Surely you are unaware of the animosity between the Radiant Sun Alliance and the Shadow Moon Alliance. You must weigh your options. Shall I hand you over to the Enforcement Hall of the Radiant Sun Alliance or the Enforcement Hall of the Academy? After all, disturbing students is a grave matter. Do you truly believe you can escape unscathed? Just as student A intended to confront Jiang Liunyun, raising a fist to strike first, he paused to consider that should the society's students act with tyranny in private, Jiang Liunyun's aspirations to join the society would likely be dashed. However, student B perceived the situation with greater clarity, recognizing that Jiang Liunyun's boldness in standing before his companion suggested he possessed some form of support. Utilizing his unexpectedly acquired aura perception technique, he attentively sensed the fluctuations of Jiang Liuyan's soul power. To his astonishment, upon making contact, Student B's expression changed dramatically, and he quickly grasped Student A's arm, signaling him to refrain from rash actions. To Student B's shock, in just 7 days, Jiang Liuyan's cultivation had evidently progressed to the point of nearly matching theirs, although there was a significant chance that the two together could overpower Jiang Liuyan. The prospect of his mysterious hidden strengths remained uncertain. Acknowledging his disadvantage, Student B uttered a fierce retort and forcibly withdrew alongside Student A, vowing internally never to oppose Jiang Liuyan again. Experiencing such rapid growth in merely 7 days, if future grievances were to be settled, he feared he would find no refuge. Subsequently, Student B accompanied Student A to process their leave of absence, perhaps a reflection of their nature, leading him to become an opportunistic external investigator. Yet, even from a distance of 1,000 miles from the center, he remained on edge, dreading the day when Jiang Liuyan might remember past grievances and bury him alive. Before long, an unexpected gang conflict shattered the tranquility of the academy. Under the cover of night, the Shadow Moon Pavilion launched a surprise attack on the Radiant Sun Alliance. In truth, such incidents have occurred no less than 100 times over the past few decades, each merely a minor skirmish. However, this time, the Shadow Moon Pavilion was earnest in its intentions, dispatching the full high-tier combat forces of their alliance to assassinate the leadership of the Radiant Sun Alliance. According to the regulations of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy, should one be outmatched and subsequently be killed or robbed, the consequences are borne solely by the deceased. Indeed, it is the dead who must take responsibility. This rule, often criticized, has nonetheless enabled the elite standards of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy to surpass all other high-level elites within the realm, embodying a system of elimination by merit. Jiang Liuyan, due to the recent Qingyu incident, had proactively declined the invitation to join the Shadow Moon Pavilion, while subtly rebuffing the overture from the Radiant Sun Alliance. However, the Shadow Moon Alliance perceived this as an outright rejection of their invitation, contrasting it with his more courteous decline of the Radiant Sun Alliance's offer. Thus, amid the ensuing chaos, Jiang Liuyan was mistakenly regarded by the Shadow Moon Alliance as an ally of the Radiant Sun Alliance, tragically becoming embroiled in the conflict, even finding himself placed on the black-level kill list. The Shadow Moon Alliance categorizes its kill list from highest to lowest in 6 tiers: red, black, purple, blue, green, and white. And Jiang Liuyan's placement on the black-level list signifies a notable acknowledgement of his capability. During the battle, Jiang Liuyan demonstrated remarkable martial prowess, successfully fending off wave after wave of assaults. Alas, the assassination techniques employed by the Shadow Moon Alliance were exceptionally refined. Despite Jiang Liuyan's repeated escapes from peril, he ultimately found himself overwhelmed, sustaining grievous injuries from simultaneous strikes to his shoulder and the outer side of his thigh, leaving him severely wounded and on the brink of losing his combat effectiveness. As the river of time flowed, Jiang Liuyan coughed up a mouthful of blood. In the face of life and death, Bai Ruoli recklessly positioned herself before Jiang, enduring a fatal blow with her frail form, instantly collapsing to the ground in grave injury. This scene profoundly shook every onlooker present. Cradling the unconscious Bai Ruoli, Jiang Liuyan's mind went blank. He tore off the remnants of his tattered clothing to staunch the gaping wound on her abdomen. No. Even as he held the gravely injured Bai Ruoli amidst the chaos of the crowd, Jiang Liuyan let out a heart-wrenching howl to the heavens, indifferent to his own myriad wounds. Observing the figure seated in the corner of the battlefield, the members of Shadow Moon Pavilion sought to harm Jiang Liuyan. While the impassioned individuals of the Sunfire Alliance were reluctant to let innocent bystanders become entangled in this gang conflict, Jiang Liuyan gently laid down Bai Ruoli, employing his own innate soul force to sustain her breath, despite the grievous wounds that could have rendered him unconscious. Jiang Liuyan summoned his formidable willpower to rise to his feet. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sweeping across the onlookers. The assassins lurking in the shadows were struck dumb by the intensity of his stare. At that moment, Jiang Liuyan beheld the fallen Bai Ruoli and erupted into wild laughter, his chilling mirth echoing throughout the battlefield. Jiang Liuyan actively unshackled the restraints left within him by the tome of Tianji Bian. The ancient power coursing through his veins surged and roared, rhythmically pumping towards his battered body with each heartbeat. Previously, after he inadvertently consumed the spirit herb contained within the book, Its innate spiritual energy had forcefully suppressed the signs of his ancestral regression, allowing him to retain his humanity, albeit at the cost of only 70 to 80% of his power. Now, with a fierce determination to protect his own, Jiang Liuyan felt a sense of impending doom. For Bai Ruoli had sustained grave injuries in her efforts to safeguard him. In that moment, he resolved to break the seals. Consumed by a singular thought, they must all perish. Jiang Liuyan was fully transformed into a beast. Yet the potency of the anti-spirit herb had diminished by 20 to 30% after 7 years of spiritual transformation. Consequently, it merely guided the ancient power within him and augmented his being, preventing the bloodline's strength from overwhelming his will, thus allowing Jiang Liuyan to maintain his clarity of mind. With a swift motion, Jiang Liuyan's transformed beastly form struck with a single claw, sending the 3 lurking assassins hurtling away. As they flew through the air, they left behind elegant trails of crimson. As Jiang Liuyan unfurled his wings, a tempest erupted instantaneously, akin to a hurricane unleashed by a celestial wind deity, capable of rending the very earth asunder. Jiang Liuyan himself stood as the pinnacle of a new generation of warriors, after his transformation into a beastly form. His strength surged even further, permitting him to strike down the leader of the Shadow Moon Alliance with a single, devastating blow. In this moment, Jiang Liuyan had succumbed to madness. Any human that obstructed his path within his line of sight fell victim to his wrath, including the Blazing Sun Alliance. Once his allies who had aided him. With a piercing howl, Jiang Liuyan's voice resonated through the air, sending shockwaves that toppled the surrounding students. As he advanced, his imposing figure seemed to obliterate anyone in his path, reducing one unfortunate student to mere pulp. In that moment, Jiang Liuyan transformed into a harbinger of death, an unstoppable force. Suddenly, the bells of the clock tower tolled from 100 meters away, signaling a Level 3 alert, Class A mobilization. Instantly, a throng of A-class students clad in purple combat gear surged forth from the inner courtyard. At that moment, a supervising instructor stepped forward, brandishing a token, and commanded, "Step back." In a flash, an individual soared toward Jiang Liuyan, surrounded by swirling talismans and an overflowing array of magical formations. These energies coalesced into a radiant golden chain that bound Jiang Liuyan, as the instructor single-handedly restrained him. Turning to the gathered crowd, he instructed, all right, disperse." The students hovered in place until the clock tower issued the command to lift the Level 3 alert, at which point they gradually departed. The instructor, bearing the beastly form of Jiang Liuyan, swiftly entered a time portal, landing in a vast expanse. After healing Jiang Liuyan, he remarked, "You owe me a personal favor." Jiang Liuyan. Remarkably, the instructor's form then morphed into that of Principal Guling. In the aftermath of the campus gang conflict, the various corpses had been dealt with, and Bai Ruoli was entrusted to a confidant of the principal, who was tasked with delivering her to the Bai family. Jiang Liuyan lay in a state of unconsciousness for 10 days and nights, during which the principal personally transmitted spiritual energy into his body. Meanwhile, Qingyu remained at Liuyu Xiaozhu, patiently awaiting Jiang Liuyan's awakening, even searching far and wide without catching a glimpse of him. On the eve of Jiang Liuyan's awakening, the principal discreetly escorted him to the Liuyu cottage, performing a benevolent act without seeking recognition. Yet, is the situation truly as straightforward as it appears? After awakening, Jiang Liuyan adjusted his body and, without a moment's pause to ponder the reasons for his survival, hurriedly informed Qingyu before sprinting towards the Bai family. His thoughts were consumed with concern for Bai Ruoli, who had once shielded him from a blade. Jiang Liuyan recalled a favor once bestowed upon him by the Bai family and resolved, at any cost, to rescue Bai Ruoli. Yet, despite being the eldest daughter of the Bai family, the reality of aristocratic clans is such that when the anticipated future benefits of an individual pale in comparison to the current sacrifices, even a prominent family like the Bai clan, bound by familial ties, must weigh their options. After considerable deliberation, they ultimately chose to forsake Bai Ruoli. This decision was made after assessing her potential achievements and the value of the 9 turns resurrection pill she had consumed during her previous fainting spell. Even with her master being the formidable Qianjin demon monk and a member of the Cui family, the Bai family resolved to abandon her, as their ethos prioritized collective benefit over individual welfare, rendering the sacrifice of one person a justifiable act. Jiang Liuyan let out a sigh, reflecting on the fact that Bai Ruoli had sustained such grave injuries solely to rescue him. He wished to leverage the goodwill of the Bai family to secure treatment for her. However, It must be acknowledged that this goodwill was derived from the very act of saving Ruoli. Ultimately, the authority to determine the outcome lay with the Bai family, leaving Jiang Liuyan empty-handed. Consequently, he contemplated seeking fortune with the Gu family. The head of the Gu family remarked that Jiang Liuyan bore a striking resemblance to his younger self, pursuing a cherished beauty with relentless fervor, yet still unable to save her. Nevertheless, the head of the Gu family shifted his tone, declaring that if Jiang Liuyan could agree to a certain condition, he would be willing to guarantee treatment in his capacity as the head of the Gu family. Jiang Liuyan readily agreed. The head of the Gu family stated that as long as he consented, matters would be simplified, though he did not disclose the specifics, merely assuring that Jiang would come to know in due time. With the goodwill of the Gu family and the head's endorsement, Jiang Liuyan gained access to the family's secret medicinal garden, a sanctuary flourishing with countless rare herbs and the legendary healing elixirs. Under the guidance of the Gu family's adept alchemists, Ruoli's injuries gradually stabilized, allowing Jiang Liuyan to develop a deeper appreciation for the Gu family's benevolence. 40 days later, just as the internal turmoil within the academy began to settle following Jiang Liuyan's annihilation of nearly 90% of the higher-ups from two major factions, a shocking piece of news swept through the institution. The ancient secret realm within the academy was about to be unveiled. This realm was said to conceal an abundance of celestial treasures and formidable spirit beasts, and it held the promise of elevating individuals to great heights, bestowing upon them supreme techniques or divine artifacts. In the face of such temptation, both the nearly extinguished Shadow Moon Pavilion and the Blazing Sun Alliance, along with various minor factions, eagerly prepared for a grand endeavor. Meanwhile, Jiang Liuyan harbored more profound ambitions. He understood that only by achieving breakthroughs within the secret realm could he genuinely safeguard himself and those around him, preventing the recurrence of past tragedies. At that moment, Ruoli awakened, her recovery accelerated by the healing elixirs, allowing her to ascend 6 minor realms in succession, embodying the notion that even in slumber, one could grow stronger. The secret realm resembled an ancient relic left behind since the dawn of creation, with every inch of land brimming with undiscovered secrets and treasures. Inside the realm, peril lurked at every turn, yet opportunities abounded. Armed with keen intuition and extraordinary courage, Jiang Liuyan forged ahead, navigating through thickets and challenges to reach the core of the realm. Here, he encountered a myriad of trials, ranging from fierce spirit beasts and intricate traps to the covert rivalries of other disciples from various academies. Within the enigmatic and fantastical world of the secret realm, Jiang Liuyan embarked on a journey filled with both serendipity and peril. The moment he stepped into the secret realm, he was awestruck by the sights before him. Surrounding him was a lush, primordial forest, where towering ancient trees pierced the heavens. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The air was imbued with a gentle fragrance of blossoms and the earthy scent of soil, yet beneath this tranquility lay countless unknown dangers. Jiang Liuyan, wielding a longsword, cautiously navigated the narrow path through the woods. Suddenly, an unusual bird call shattered the surrounding tranquility, followed by a vibrant flock of ethereal birds that soared in from all directions, dancing gracefully around him. These celestial avians appeared devoid of malice, seemingly guiding him onward. As he delved deeper into the mystical realm, Jiang Liuyan encountered his first spirit beast, a colossal flame lion, enveloped in raging fire, its eyes betraying a fierce and cunning nature. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Jiang Liuyan did not falter. He swiftly regulated his breath, channeling his spiritual energy in preparation for battle. The clash was intensely fierce, with each strike from the flame lion carrying destructive force, while Jiang Liuyan skillfully evaded and countered using his agile movements and exceptional martial prowess. Ultimately, after a heart-stopping confrontation, he executed a flawless counterattack, successfully vanquishing the flame lion and claiming the precious fire spirit pearl from within its being. Continuing his journey, Jiang Liuyan stumbled upon a mysterious ruin, shrouded in ancient runes. Hidden deep within a dense forest, the site was fraught with intricate mechanisms and traps. Utilizing his remarkable intelligence and courage, Jiang Liuyan skillfully unraveled each enigma, finally reaching the core of the ruin. There, he beheld a magnificent stone mirror, which reflected not his own image, but an ancient and enigmatic scene. In the vision, a robed warrior battled a colossal beast, employing techniques strikingly similar to those Jiang Liuyan had learned. As he became engrossed in the imagery, the stone mirror suddenly radiated a blinding light, inundating his mind with a torrent of profound information. It revealed that this mirror was an artifact from an ancient powerhouse, containing the essence of that warrior's lifetime of cultivation and martial arts mastery. Under the impact of this surge of knowledge, Jiang Liuyan underwent a spiritual awakening, experiencing a qualitative leap in both his cultivation and martial skills. Just as he prepared to depart the ruin, he unexpectedly discovered a secret passage leading to the innermost depths of the mystical realm. The passage twisted and turned, fraught with uncertainty and peril. Yet, Jiang Liuyan understood that only by venturing further could he hope to uncover the legendary celestial tier treasure. After a grueling odyssey filled with trials and combat, Jiang Liuyan finally arrived at the deepest part of the mystical realm. There, he beheld the celestial tier treasure, a fragment of an ancient and mysterious longsword, radiating a dazzling brilliance. This shard contained immense power, invigorating Jiang Liuyan's very soul. In the final moments before the mystical realm closed, he, through unwavering determination and relentless effort, successfully harnessed the longsword fragment. As it merged with his spiritual essence, his strength surged to unprecedented heights. With the bounteous gift of the celestial tier treasure, Jiang Liuyan returned to the academy. He was no longer the fledgling youth he once was, but rather a formidable force capable of reshaping the very fabric of the academy itself. He first reignited the gang wars with his formidable strength, single-handedly suppressing various small factions and establishing himself as the sovereign of all alliances. At that time, the image crystal depicting Jiang Liuyan's beastly transformation had already been circulated among the students, allowing everyone in the outer academy to recognize his immense power. Thus, Jiang Liuyan managed to quell the strife among the gangs entirely, restoring tranquility to the academy. Subsequently, he leveraged his influence to instigate a series of reforms aimed at nurturing warriors who were not merely ruthless machines of slaughter, but individuals of both virtue and talent. These actions garnered him widespread admiration and respect from both faculty and students alike. After enduring 2 life and death trials, Jiang Liuyan and Bai Ruoli developed mutual affection, evolving from adversaries to individuals who could entrust their backs to one another, ultimately progressing together hand in hand. Chapter 24. The Prelude of a Storm at Last. I have found you. Surrounding Tang San in the heart of the divine realm was a gray mist, swirling around him like a living entity, akin to a horde of menacing serpents tightly coiling around him. Each tendril of gray mist radiated an overwhelming aura, instilling an irresistible sense of oppression. A cold smirk graced Tang San's lips, his eyes glimmering with a gray light that betrayed boundless killing intent and authority. His voice was deep and frigid. Remnants of the dark demon evil god Tiger Clan, do you believe you can evade your fate? His laughter was laced with a hint of the sinister and cruel, sending chills down the spine. Tang San slowly extended his palm and gently pushed towards the massive gray mist. In an instant, the mist seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, surging rapidly forward. Simultaneously, as the gray mist swirled, the surrounding air appeared to be disturbed by a powerful soul force, creating twisted currents. This surge of soul energy was so intense that it shattered the stone wall where Tang San had been in seclusion, reducing it to rubble. Through fierce battles with the elders of the Tang sect, Tang San's mastery over soul power had become increasingly refined. However, it was this very conflict and the subsequent events that propelled his emotions to an unprecedented zenith, especially when he personally ended the life of his master from a previous life and that of the sect leader who had treated him like a son. The inner turmoil and contradictions reached a peak. This complex web of emotions plunged his state of mind into chaos. At that moment, the malevolent power of the gray mist seized the opportunity to invade, beginning to erode Tang San's spirit. The wicked thoughts within him were magnified beyond measure, and his previously steadfast beliefs began to waver. He started to question his actions, doubting whether he had truly embarked on the right path. In this process, he discovered that the dark thoughts buried deep within him were gradually transforming into a part of his own power. The remnants of the evil god concealed within Tang San's soul sensed the density of the surrounding gray mist and could not help but chuckle. Tang San truly astonished me. Even within the confines of the dungeon, he, having fused with the essence of the evil god, relinquished a significant portion of the evil god's power to him, allowing their essences to merge. However, after this fusion, can he still be considered himself? The evil god once single-handedly confronted the 5 law enforcers of the divine realm and instigated a divine war. In the evil god's heart, he regarded himself as a once glorious figure, a paragon who led an era. To be reborn in such a manner was a bitter pill for the evil god to swallow. Consequently, this cunning entity left behind a sinister contingency. He skillfully embedded his lingering thoughts within the power of the evil god, subtly intertwining them with the dark powers granted to Tang San. This plan was remarkably intricate during ordinary times. When Tang San did not employ the evil god's power in battle or merely utilized it for cultivation, he would be utterly oblivious to the hidden scheme. Should Tang San's soul be weakened by an attack, the evil god could swiftly assimilate the dark power within Tang San, consuming him and extinguishing his soul in an instant. If successful, the evil god would seize Tang San's body, becoming the new master. At that moment, the dual divinity of the sea god and the Shura god, along with Tang San's formidable strength, would be bestowed upon the evil god. He would ascend to his peak once more, wielding unparalleled power. Yet, this was not his ultimate ambition. He sought vengeance against the 5 enforcers who had imprisoned him for a millennium, intending to make them experience the agony of being confined for 1,000 years. He aimed to exact retribution upon those who had once held him captive. In the ancient and profound principal's office of the dark demon Evil God Tiger Academy, the flickering candlelight cast a warm glow, illuminating the towering stacks of ancient tomes and the artfully arranged artifacts, each exuding the essence of time's passage. The principal, Gu Ling, an elderly man with hair as white as snow yet eyes sharp as an eagle's, adorned in a robe intricately embroidered with complex runes, glided between the shelves, each step resonating subtly with the laws of space. His gaze was profound, akin to a sage capable of discerning the essence of all things. As he slowly surveyed the seemingly ordinary yet intricately meaningful shelves, each book upon those shelves was not merely a vessel of knowledge, they resembled keys to another realm. Awakened by Gu Ling's unique methods, he gently pressed a few books that appeared haphazardly placed, and at the point of his touch, faint glimmers flickered between the pages, signaling the subtle activation of spatial power. These glimmers swiftly intertwined to form a complex web, faintly outlining the contours of a portal to a hidden realm. Next, Gu Ling's hand glided over a specific area of the bookshelf, where a barely perceptible seam lay concealed. With a gentle tug, the bookshelf seemed to be nudged by an unseen force, gradually parting to reveal a stone door adorned with peculiar runes. This door was the entrance to a secret realm imbued with the art of divination, its existence unknown even to the most learned scholars within the academy. As he opened the bookshelf, Gu Ling meticulously rotated several scattered artifacts resting upon it. These exquisite ornaments, some intricately carved with ancient totems and others adorned with shimmering gemstones, each encapsulate specific spatial coordinates. Under the deft artistry of the ancient spirit, these artifacts seem to pulsate with life, emanating a gentle glow that resonates with the light released from the previous tomes, collectively forming an extraordinarily precise temporal coordinate lock. With a thunderous sound, it is not merely the creaking of doors that is heard, but the very resonance of the entire space, as if time itself has been stirred by this formidable force. As the stone portal slowly opens, a refreshing breeze from an unknown realm brushes against him, carrying an ancient and mysterious aura that evokes both serenity and reverence. He ventures into the secret realm, driven by the distressing omen of his tortoise, which he has nurtured for 3 millennia. A fissure has appeared upon its shell, the pattern extending to its limbs, tail, and head, a sign of impending doom that stirs a sense of unease within him. The ancient spirit is acutely aware that behind this door lies a legacy concerning the profound art of divination, of which he has only glimpsed a single page in the tome of inheritance. This realization has transformed his life in unimaginable ways. With resolute steps, he crosses the threshold of the gateway to the secret realm, his figure gradually vanishing into the distorted light and shadows, leaving behind a whisper of silence and anticipation, awaiting his return with answers. Upon entering the secret realm, the surroundings undergo a sudden transformation. Stars scatter like grains of sand, and time flows like threads. The ancient spirit finds himself enveloped in a living cosmic tapestry. Here, the notions of space and time blur. Every ray of light and every speck of dust is imbued with boundless information and potential. Closing his eyes to attune himself, a powerful surge of mental energy floods forth, intertwining with the divinatory forces of this realm, as he endeavors to capture the faintest traces of future possibilities. You should not be here. A venerable consciousness suddenly erupts like thunder within the ancient spirit's mind. Your previous opportunity has expired, and you are not one of the chosen. The divine tortoise in the secret realm has perished, and the cracks upon its back signify dire omens. What does this have to do with me? The voice chillingly retorts. In light of the inheritance I have received from the celestial master, I beseech you, esteemed mentor, to lend me your aid. I implore you to provide me with answers. I swear by my 12,674 years of cultivation that once this matter concludes, I shall not disturb you again. So be it, such is fate. You and I share the bond of master and disciple. Let me divine the will of heaven. Suddenly, a peculiar wave emanated from the depths of the secret realm. Ancient Ling abruptly opened his eyes to behold a spectacle in the void, where myriad patterns and shapes flickered like a revolving lantern, fragments of the future, some resplendent, others shrouded in ominous clouds. He furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why his master had compelled him to witness these visions. With unwavering focus, he meticulously analyzed each detail, striving to uncover clues tied to his own destiny as a spirit turtle, as well as potential threats looming over the academy and the entire continent. As time elapsed, Ancient Ling's expression grew increasingly grave. He discerned that this divination journey transcended the mere life and death of a turtle. It offered profound insights into the fate of the entire continent. Amidst the endless deductions and choices, he gradually unearthed a glimmer of hope, a necessity for the collective strength of the continent to confront the impending crisis together. "Master, I comprehend," he uttered. "Alas, my disciple, do not depart. Should you return now, this spatial rift will sever your connection to your world, and you shall never return here again. It is not merely the chaotic currents of space that render this location's coordinates elusive, but you have also glimpsed 3,600 outcomes, 3,600 deaths. The most favorable scenario involves a student of your academy named Jiang Liuyan, who escapes this vast world's temporal river with the last remnants of our bloodline. If you stay, I can ensure your safety, but your kin will dwindle to one. Whether that individual be you or an elder, it matters not." The elder appeared before Ancient Ling for the first time, speaking these words directly. Ancient Ling smiled bitterly. "If I do not return, can Jiang Liuyan truly escape?" "Not a chance," the elder replied. "If this frail body of mine can prolong the lineage and allow the new generation to continue the legacy of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan, I shall die without regret. I have lived for 126,743 years, though I am but a mere flicker compared to my master. How can I linger in existence when our race's survival hangs in the balance? I'm acutely aware that my life's achievements are limited to this. The one who could annihilate the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan is assuredly formidable, far beyond what my fleeting cultivation could contend with. If I remain alive, what are the odds of vengeance?" Ancient Ling's complexion turned pale, a glimmer of despair and helplessness flashing in his eyes. "Less than 1 in 1,000. The elder eventually spoke, his tone heavy yet resolute. Upon hearing this, Ancient Ling's gaze dimmed, an indescribable sorrow swelling within him. He recognized the insurmountable chasm between himself and his adversary. The aspiration for vengeance seemed nearly unattainable. Yet, he persisted in his inquiry. "What are the odds of Jiang Liuyan avenging our clan if he survives?" The elder pondered for a moment before responding, 3 years hence. Jiang Liuyan's fate will be obscured. Even I cannot ascertain. However, it is known that his fateful star has only fallen 3 times in the next 400,000 years. Upon hearing this, Gu Ling's eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of hope, although it was merely a vague conjecture for one who had lost everything. Any semblance of possibility was worth clinging to. No outcome is indeed the best outcome, is it? Gu Ling murmured softly to himself. "Master," he exclaimed suddenly, rising to his feet and bowing solemnly to the elder. His gaze brimmed with gratitude and respect, expressing profound appreciation for the mentor who had guided him thus far. Subsequently, he swept his sleeve and, in a gesture of reverence, knelt heavily upon the ground, bowing thrice with resounding sincerity. "Disciple Gu Ling, unworthy as I am," he whispered, tears cascading down his cheeks. He understood that his fate had been sealed. He had attempted to defy destiny, yet each endeavor had ended in failure. Since this was to be their final encounter, he thought, "Until we meet again in the next life, master." The elder turned back and bestowed upon Gu Ling a jade pendant, saying, "Hope, my boy, may you return." By then, Gu Ling was already weeping profusely. Upon returning to the office of the principal of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy, Gu Ling glanced at the jade pendant in his hand. A wave of sorrow washing over him. He gently caressed it, as if he could sense the power and warmth it contained. With a sigh, Gu Ling resolved to attempt once more to reach out to his master. He approached the bookshelf, delicately touching the tomes and trinkets upon it. However, this time, there was no response. He anxiously fumbled with the mechanism, but despite his fervent efforts, he could not unlock the passage to his master's secret realm. Gu Ling's heart sank to the depths, a sense of helplessness overwhelming him. He stood there, staring at the spot where the entrance should have appeared. Now nothing but an empty wall. Tears blurred his vision as he realized he might never see his master again. "Master," Gu Ling whispered, his voice laden with loss and anguish. He recalled the moments spent with his mentor, the teachings, the care, and the days they faced adversity together. The memory of his master's parting words deepened his sorrow. Douluo composed himself and penned a letter to An, the leader of the dark demon evil god tiger clan, detailing the omens he had discerned, leaving no detail unrecorded. He sealed it with his personal stamp and entrusted it to the super invincible supreme VIP messenger of the Incheon Commerce Association, ensuring it would be delivered into An's hands. With the influence of the dark demon evil god tiger academy, he laid the groundwork for the impending battle. After completing these tasks, Douluo curled up in his office chair, unable to find tranquility. Chapter 25. Seeking the secret realm deep within the distorted rift of time and space, Tang San's figure emerged like a specter, his eyes shimmering with an intense yearning for power. The power of the evil deity, that ancient and malevolent force, attracted him like a magnet, compelling him to possess it at any cost. Unfortunately, the Dark Demon Tiger clan, a peaceable and harmonious lineage in this era, became the unwitting victims of Tang San's ambition. After Tang San refined the evil deity's power from the human-faced demon spider and the mandala snake, his desire for the evil deity's power residing within the Dark Demon Tiger intensified. He understood well that to acquire the remaining evil deity's power and attain supreme strength, he must locate the source, the homeland of the Dark Demon Tiger clan. This place was not only their breeding ground but also the wellspring of the evil deity's power. Fortunately, Tang San could be considered a half-son of the plane, even if his actions were condemned by others, even if he ruthlessly slaughtered the innocent and disregarded his kin. With unwavering focus, Tang San controlled the evil deity's power within him, allowing it to flow in a rhythmic surge, coalescing into a unique vortex. Meanwhile, within the secret realm of the Dark Demon Tiger, the soul power of the entity known as An gradually ignited under the influence of the evil deity's power, entering a state of fervor, and sat before a desk, pen in hand, composing a letter, then sat down, striving to suppress his tumultuous emotions. However, Tang San's endeavor required immense soul power, causing his evil deity's energy to dim, as though it had been depleted to its limits. At that moment, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes, as if he had grasped an epiphany. Suddenly, he extended his hand and struck his chest forcefully, an impulsive action that threw his breath into disarray, resulting in the involuntary expulsion of a mouthful of blood. This blood splattered into the gray mist before him, instantly triggering a remarkable transformation. The gray mist shimmered with blood-red light, rendering the entire scene extraordinarily enchanting, leaving one in awe. Tang San stepped into the vortex before him, witnessing a world beyond it, where stars twinkled like scattered jewels, vaster than the outer edges of the divine realm. He was immediately engulfed in bewilderment. The spectacle was overwhelmingly breathtaking. In the profound depths of the river of time, space and time interwove into a magnificent and intricate tapestry, transcending the dimensions comprehensible to mortals, representing one of the most ancient and enigmatic realms in the universe. Here, there were no fixed forms, nor a linear passage of time. Everything unfolded in an endless cycle, interweaving the mysteries of the cosmos. The river of time appeared to be an infinite universe, but this universe was not the well-known three-dimensional space. Rather, it was an existence of higher dimensions. Surrounding him were stars and nebulae pulsating with strange luminosity, not stationary, but rolling and colliding in the waves of the river of time at speeds surpassing that of light. These stars and nebulas are, in essence, the embodiment of temporal nodes and significant events, each one bearing witness to a monumental moment in the annals of the universe, whether it be a glorious or a somber chapter in history. Within this vast ocean of space-time, Tang San perceives the boundaries between past and future becoming nebulous, as fragments of history intertwine with omens of what is yet to come, conjuring breathtaking visions. He glimpses a scene from the distant past, where ancient stars explode, releasing a resplendent light, marking the magnificent moment of the universe's birth. He foresees the destruction of a distant planet, where a colossal black hole devours everything in its vicinity, heralding the end of the cosmos. Time and space are merely dimensions of the universe. The true continuum of time is far broader, deeper, and more enigmatic than one can imagine. Strangely, he observes his own past lives from an oddly detached third-person perspective, performing the Buddha's wrath lotus, leaping from the cliff of despair at Ghostly Grief Cliff to assert his will, or aiding his so-called brothers at Shrek Academy. As Tang San drifts along this temporal river, the force of time washes over him, compelling his body to age at an astonishing rate. He is taken aback, for he has ascended to godhood, one of the most formidable beings in the Douluo world, yet even such peak power cannot withstand this peculiar force. After merely 10 minutes, He feels as though nearly a century of vitality has slipped away. Tang San, astonished, marvels at the fact that the last remnants of the evil god, the dark demon evil tiger, could escape to such a place. However, guided by the power of the evil god, he is spared from unnecessary detours. If he can acquire the ultimate divine power of the evil god, he is certain he could restore the lost years of his life, perhaps even refining the very core of the divine realm to match the lifespan of heaven and earth. Chapter 26, Annihilation of the Dark Demon Evil Tiger Clan, Part 1. After a considerable time, Tang San ventured into the secret realm of the Dark Demon Evil Tigers. This sanctuary is designed solely to prevent the tumult of time-space from encroaching, leaving the entry of living beings beyond its protective barriers unaccounted for. This explains why aberrant entities can infiltrate the sanctuary en masse, and why the priests of the Dark Demon Evil Tiger Clan can enter and exit at will. Within the sanctuary, verdant life flourishes, brimming with vitality. The Dark Demon Evil Tigers frolic amidst the woods or bask leisurely in the sun-drenched grass. They remain blissfully unaware that an impending catastrophe looms. When Tang San unleashes his initial assault, the entire clan is plunged into panic. Utilizing his blue-silver emperor and the Haotian hammer, he releases a cataclysmic force that swiftly brings several dark demon evil tigers crashing to the ground. Blue-silver entangles. Tang San believed that there was no need to summon divine artifacts to confront these dark demonic god tigers that had existed for 3,000 or even 5,000 years. The devouring golden threads of the Silver Emperor entwined around each dark demonic god tiger lying upon the grass, consuming their soul power and life force. Although the soul power of these ancient soul beasts was negligible to him, the accumulation of small amounts would lead to significant results. Adhering to the principle of leaving no trace behind, Tang San exterminated every dark demonic god tiger in the area. He even took a particular interest in planting a parasitic seed on the back of one tiger adept at flying, which was on its way to spread the alarming news. This parasitic seed, tainted by the power of the evil god, had long since deteriorated, waiting for Tang San to ignite the soul power within it. The seed would feast upon flesh and blood, draining the host of vitality, eventually breaking through the desiccated skin to emerge, consuming the last remnants of life and potentially feeding itself through the golden threads of devouring. Tang San smiled amidst the blood-stained grass. Just a moment ago, gentle sunlight had cascaded upon the earth, draping the vast meadow in a gossamer veil of gold. A soft breeze wafted through, carrying the fresh fragrance of flora, reminiscent of nature's gentle breath, serene and tranquil. This meadow lay like a vast emerald carpet beneath the blue sky and white clouds, both soft and teeming with life. Wildflowers of various hues bloomed vibrantly, red as fire, yellow as gold, purple like lavender, and white as snow, intertwined to create a breathtaking tapestry of colors. Bees flitted among the blossoms, busily collecting sweet nectar, occasionally emitting a low hum that added vivacity and harmony to the tranquil scene. In the distance, tall trees stood majestically, their branches swaying gently in the wind, casting dappled shadows that danced with the light on the grass, forming a dreamlike interplay of light and shadow. Beneath the trees, small birds joyfully hopped about, pecking at the ground for food and occasionally lifting their heads to sing, their melodious chirps infusing the warm meadow with joy and vitality. However, after Tang San's massacre, this once vibrant and inviting meadow seemed to be shrouded in despair and death. Though the sun continued to shine, it appeared to have lost its warmth, becoming pale and glaring. The breeze no longer brought the freshness of flowers, but was instead heavy with the scent of blood and sorrow. The green of the grass was obscured by a thick layer of dark red, a testament to the blood spilled by the dark demonic god tigers. The once resplendent wildflowers now lay mostly withered and wilted, with only a few remaining, swaying in the wind as if silently mourning the tragedy that had transpired. The industrious bees were nowhere to be seen, their buzzing absent, replaced by a profound stillness and desolation. The towering trees, although still standing, seemed to have lost their former vitality due to the devastation, their leaves dull and lifeless. Beneath the tree, the cheerful chirping of birds had ceased, replaced only by the occasional mournful caw of crows, which added a touch of eeriness and dread to the desolate expanse of grass. Tang San, with a sense of curiosity, strode across the meadow wielding the Haotian hammer, leaving a deep gash in the ground. He traversed the entire northern district, slaying every dark demon tiger he encountered until all 753 of them lay dead. Word of this devastation gradually reached the Central Authority. In the Central Authority, the ancient spirit and other high-ranking members of the Dark Demon Tigers convened to deliberate on how to address the situation. According to intelligence reports, This interdimensional demon displayed no hesitation in taking lives. If left unchecked, it could spell the end of our clan's million-year legacy, remarked the head of the Ming family. Ming Siluo, let us not concern ourselves with how he entered or his motives. Could it merely be for the sake of slaughter? We ought to seek the assistance of the four great war gods. Perhaps only these renowned deities can halt this celestial demon. The grass he wields resembles the rampant blue-silver grass of the Cataclysm era. While blue-silver grass is not uncommon, the specimens I have encountered were pure and delicate, entirely devoid of malice. Yet, the grass in his hands exudes an aura of strength and malevolence. The assembly erupted in discussion, proposing several illuminating strategies. Only Guling, the headmaster of the Dark Demon Tiger Academy, truly comprehended the formidable nature of this adversary. Silence, please, Guling commanded as he rose. Though not the eldest nor the most powerful among them, his extensive connections, having sent countless talents to the military in various regions each year, commanded attention. This very background rendered the room quiet, as all awaited his insights. Ladies and gentlemen, you are all aware that I began my journey through divination. My skills boast a probability exceeding 98% accuracy. Recently, I divined a dire omen, signaling catastrophe for the entire Dark Demon Tiger clan. Tell me, does our verbal sparring serve any purpose? We have deliberated for nearly 2 incense sticks worth of time, and just 2 more. The celestial demon may have slaughtered the outer 4 districts and the underground 6. I wish to convey one crucial point. Not long ago, I issued the highest level SSR protection decree for the Dark Demon Tiger clan. With a mere word, I can summon all 230,000 of our kin to safety. As for how long the sanctuary can endure, that depends on how long we, the Old Guard, can last. Do any of you have objections? The atmosphere in the conference room of the Dark Demon Tiger clan was tense and somber. Guling, seated among the last 3, cast a grim gaze upon the assembly. His voice deep and authoritative, imbued with an undeniable gravity. The attendees, all significant figures within the clan's hierarchy, fell into silence upon hearing Guling's words. Some individuals bowed their heads in contemplation, seemingly pondering over something significant. Others wore expressions of distress, uncertain of how to respond. The entire conference room was engulfed in an oppressive silence, with no one daring to voice their opinions lightly. The figure of the esteemed leader, Guling, surveyed each person with a gaze that sparkled with resolute determination. He understood that this was not the time for debate, but rather for decisive action. As seconds ticked away, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly suffocating. At last, one person shattered the silence. We cannot simply give up. We have other options. Guling raised his head, his sharp eyes fixated on the speaker, and slowly inquired, "What alternatives do you propose?" He recognized the man as the former administrative officer from the 3rd District, who had ascended 7 ranks to his current position as the director of the 6th Division, thanks to the strength of his background. The man's courage faltered under Guling's piercing gaze, yet he mustered his resolve to respond. "We can organize a counterattack, utilizing our strength to confront the demons." "A counterattack?" Guling scoffed, seemingly mocking the man's fanciful notion. "Do you truly believe we hold any chance of success? Continuing to fight will only lead to the sacrifice of more of our kin. A counterattack can only be waged by those of us with mid to high-level combat capabilities. Are you suggesting that civilians should wield shovels and pickaxes to attempt to daze the demons?" Once again, the conference room fell into silence as the attendees exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a mix of helplessness and despair. Guling took a deep breath and, with unwavering conviction, stated, "Our sole option now is to execute my command. Immediately activate the SSR-level shelter decree, ensuring the safe evacuation of our people. This is our last hope." With that, Guling rose and turned to leave the conference room, indifferent to the bewildered expressions of those left behind. They remained rooted in place, their hearts brimming with conflict and struggle. Guling, regardless of his lofty position, was resolute in initiating the SSR shelter order. He had glimpsed countless futures, yet had escaped only once. Returning to a time he now questioned whether he could alter. Even if only 2 individuals escape, it would still preserve the hope for the continuation of our race. Guling stood atop the bell tower of the academy, casting a final glance at his vibrant classmates, and sighed heavily. He then rang the bell 6 times, signaling the activation of combat readiness for the entire Dark Demon Evil Tiger Academy, prompting all members to assemble in the underground chamber 1, 400 meters below ground. "This was all I could do for you. Survive," Guling contemplated silently. Chapter 27, The Annihilation of the Dark Demon Evil Tiger Clan, Part 2. Though Guling was aware that predetermined events would inevitably occur, He understood that today could witness the eradication of the dark demon evil tiger clan by the first heavenly demon. Should this attempt fail, there would surely be a second and a third, until the clan faced such existential threats. Throughout the millennia spent learning from his mentor, he had discerned many truths. The future of this world would invariably unfold at some juncture. The actions taken along the way might temporarily delay the inevitable. Yet the relentless march of time would ultimately prevail, its formidable power of correction rendering every individual seemingly insignificant. Those choices that appeared crucial might alter the course momentarily. But in the grand scheme of things, time would always return everything to its rightful path. Each person, amidst the vast cosmos, is but a minute entity, akin to a single drop in the boundless ocean, insignificant yet an indispensable part of this expansive sea. The corrective force of time imbues all with an air of natural inevitability, inspiring in Guling a profound reverence for this grand order, even as he grappled with his own insignificance. Ah, time, which brings all splendor and decay, glory and dimness. Ultimately back to simplicity and tranquility, Guling mused. With a hand gesture, Guling invoked a spell, and with a resounding boom, a rift in time materialized before him, revealing the former principal's office from 346 years ago, located in the old campus of the Dark Demon Evil Tiger. At that time, Guling served as the vice principal, and following the management's decision to foster talent, a central area was allocated to establish the new Dark Demon Evil Tiger Academy. In collaboration with various institutions, including the Dark Sky Chamber of Commerce, the Advanced Soul Beast Academy, and the Central Education Committee, the former principal retired, and Guling, the erstwhile vice principal, ascended to the role of principal for the past 346 years. Entering the temporal passage, Guling was overwhelmed by nostalgia as memories surged forth. In the drawer of the principal's desk, he discovered a military uniform from his days of service. Perhaps, in this moment of life and death for the Dark Demon Evil Tiger clan, this uniform, which had accompanied him through numerous battles against foreign adversaries, would significantly bolster his confidence, for the heavenly demons were also demons, also outsiders. He yearned to proclaim the oath he had sworn during his military service, with loyal souls forging swords to protect our homeland, with iron will and unwavering resolve. We shall stand united. He recalled the brutal clashes of iron and blood upon the battlefield. Guling levitated his military uniform with his sole power, meticulously examining the garment. The wind outside swept through the treetops, drifting into the room and causing the fabric to flutter gently, allowing Guling to faintly catch a whiff of the scent of blood, stirring his very essence into a simmering fervor. The jacket featured a stand-up collar, intricately outlined at the edges with intertwining golden and silver threads, symbolizing the honor and nobility of a soldier. The epaulets displayed a masterful embroidery of rank insignia, with golden stars and stripes shimmering against a black backdrop, not only signifying Guling's esteemed rank as a divine general of the earth, but also reflecting a pursuit of exquisite craftsmanship. The hierarchy of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Army is structured as follows. At the apex stands the Emperor, the leader of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan, known as An, followed by 4 formidable war gods. Independent of these 4 war gods is a guard regiment directly under An's command, consisting of 50 elite members stationed in the Imperial City, the Central Region. Each of the 4 war gods commands their own forces stationed in the east, west, south, and north, while the allied forces of the 4 armies collectively occupy the subterranean 6th district, interconnected throughout the underground realm. The ranks within this coalition include the Celestial Tiger, the Demon Tiger, the Winged Tiger, the Earthly Tiger, the Earthly Demon Tiger, and the Earthly Winged Tiger, followed by subordinate units comprising 1,000-man legions, 100-man brigades, and 10-man squads, along with various specialized roles such as reconnaissance, protection, and security, which are freely assignable. On the left breast of the uniform is worn a badge representing the unit, inscribed with Divine General of the Earth, 923rd Division Commander. The design ingeniously merges the unit's insignia with that of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan, featuring vibrant colors. The darker elements are profoundly deep, evoking the gaze into an abyss, rich with meaning. Beneath this badge lies a name tag, elegantly inscribed in silver-white lettering, displaying the calligraphic characters for Guling. Against the dark backdrop, it stands out conspicuously. As Guling reached out to touch the badge, memories flooded his mind, his first enlistment, his initial battle alongside comrades, and the moment he tore off his insignia to save a soul exhausted of power, shouting in unison with his instructor, "I am the elemental force of the 4 affiliates of wind and thunder. I, Guling, pledged to use my soul power to rescue him. The jacket features practical pockets on both sides, secured with concealed fasteners, lending an air of neatness while providing convenient storage for small items. Guling rummaged through the pockets of his uniform, retrieving a button, pondering that his old class leader would likely face inspection. And how fortunate it was that the leader had retired, sparing him from a personal visit. Who could guarantee victory in this battle? The sleeve cuffs are similarly adorned with delicate golden or silver threads, enhancing the garment's elegance. The cuffs were stained with the blood of countless foreign foes. Guling donned her military attire, meticulously adjusting every crease in front of the mirror in the old principal's office, resembling a general poised for battle. After casting one last glance at her reflection, Guling stepped into the time tunnel, making her way towards the central tower of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy. The very pillar that upheld the realm of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. She knocked upon the door of the Hall of Heroes beneath the central pillar, announcing her presence as a junior, requesting the esteemed elders to emerge and confront the enemies. With that, she pushed open the grand door, carving a mark upon her wrist, causing droplets of blood to spatter into the air. Within the Hall of Heroes resided 92 spirits, some merely a step away from breaking through to soul beasts of 200,000 years, others on the cusp of reaching 800,000 years, and one, the father of An, whose soul power had reached an astonishing 900,000 years, though he had not made any progress in quite some time. Furthermore, there was An's grandfather, whose soul power had reached the terrifying milestone of 999,000 years, just a step away from establishing his own divine status. Stimulated by the sin of blood, the spirits gradually awakened. After Guling recounted the circumstances and shared her visions of the future gleaned from the river of time, the assembly was left in profound shock. They had been in slumber within this secret realm for tens of thousands of years, having contemplated that this day might eventually come. Yet, they had envisioned sweeping across the previous Douluo continent, with their formidable strength to dominate a segment of the world, never anticipating that their very doorstep would be besieged, nor that they would face the peril of annihilation. The souls of the spirits returned to their corporeal forms, feasting upon the thousands of blood offerings concealed beneath the Hall of Heroes, which was alternatively known to other races as the Bone Chamber. As for An, the chieftain of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan, upon Tang San's entrance into the secret realm, the dark power within him surged to unprecedented heights, even hinting at a potential loss of control over his soul power, and had never imagined that the power of the evil god, one of their most relied upon abilities, could one day backfire to this extent. Fortunately, the additional condition of his pact with the divine was to consolidate the clan's dark power within himself alone. Had it been allowed to disperse, the strength of this demon might have absorbed additional power amidst the chaos, propelling him to even greater heights, and perhaps we would not witness the return of C. An exerted great effort to suppress the tumultuous waves of the evil god's power within his being. Not far away, Tang San had eradicated every dark demon evil god tiger in the northern district. Finding it rather dull, he remarked with a smile. Before him lay the strategic passage from the northern district to the central region, known as the Northern Pass. Tang San gazed at the three characters inscribed on the great gates with a sense of melancholy, only to break into laughter shortly thereafter. I shall demonstrate the disparity of power to you and reveal the essence of true despair. With that, Tang San surged forth, akin to a freshly fired cannonball. Thanks to Guling's meticulous deployment, nearly half of the forces in the entire region were now concentrated here, with another third in transit, hastening to the front lines. Soul beasts that had existed for millennia were converging upon the Northern Pass. Should this stronghold fall, the path to the central region would be reduced to but a rocky barrier and a clouded obstruction. Surpassing these minor fortifications would allow for an unimpeded advance into the heart of the central region, leading to its imminent downfall. Therefore, the Northern Pass must not be breached. The soldiers received their orders. The third-tier soldiers activated the soul power sensor rings to commence the soul cannon's operation. The fourth-tier amplification array was initiated, aimed precisely, with a target linear velocity of 97 Hz, launching 7 seconds ahead of time. The commander provided the most accurate targeting method, and with a single command, they executed the strike. Is this truly all you possess? Tang San stood amidst the billowing smoke, holding a sphere of luminous energy, the very essence of the compressed soul power from the recently fired soul cannon. The onlookers were taken aback. Although this was merely a third-tier cannon enhanced by fourth-tier amplification, it was not something an ordinary person could withstand. The high-ranking commander ordered those above the third tier to channel their soul power into the machine containing the compressed soul energy before retreating. Based on his years of battle experience, he recognized the extraordinary peril of this confrontation. knowing even the elite third-tier soldiers would prove ineffective in the eyes of the outside world. Tang San chuckled, "Is this truly your strength?" It would be remiss not to reciprocate. He infused his own gray mist into the cannonball and hurled it toward the walls of the northern pass. A resounding explosion echoed as the soul cannon was entirely thwarted by the unique soul defense of the northern pass, the Mo Qianxi defensive array. With only a slight dimming of its light, Tang San paused, intrigued. He summoned the sea god's trident and cast it forth, aiming to pierce the defensive works. However, the high-ranking commander had already discerned Tang San's intent and activated the super defense mode, which intercepted the attack just 3 feet from the Mo Qianxi's magnetic reversal soul guiding system. Yet, could a divine artifact be restrained by mere mortal contraptions? Even the might of technology would falter before it. Tang San laughed heartily, redirecting the trident with a swift motion to penetrate the defensive shield, creating a breach. Although the golden light flickered, it soon restored itself to perfection, leaving the sea god's trident ensconced within the protective barrier. "You are indeed far more entertaining than the faceless demon spider and the mandala serpent, yet you remain mere insects, destined to become my nourishment, my strength." Tang San's maniacal laughter resonated across the battlefield, imbued with an undeniable aura of dominance and madness. However, the high-ranking commander exhibited no signs of panic. He understood that in the face of such an opponent, it was imperative to remain composed in order to seize any chance of survival. "Tang San, you are indeed formidable. Yet this is our territory. You have underestimated our resolve and wisdom." The commander's voice resonated across the battlefield through the loudspeaker, each word imbued with unwavering determination. "Do you believe that you can overturn everything relying solely on your own power? You are mistaken. True strength emanates from unity and conviction." As the commander's words echoed, a transformation unfolded on the battlefield. The seemingly disorganized soldiers swiftly regrouped, aligning themselves according to pre-rehearsed formations. Each individual's soul power began to resonate in a peculiar rhythm, as if an invisible force connected the entire battlefield. This was the soul formation unity. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Tang San's eyes. Such a tactic was exceedingly rare, demanding a profound degree of synergy and cooperation, capable of converging the soul powers of numerous soul masters into an overwhelming force, temporarily surpassing individual limits. Above the battlefield, a colossal vortex of soul power gradually formed, containing the will and strength of countless warriors. At the center of the vortex, a brilliant beam of light shot upward, aimed directly at Tang San. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Tang San did not falter. He took a deep breath. With gray mist swirling around him as if he melded with the surrounding air, he formed hand seals, softly chanting an ancient incantation. And an even more formidable power erupted from within him, standing in opposition to the converging vortex of soul power. "Light of the sea god, illuminate my path." Tang San bellowed, as the sea god's trident seemed to respond to his call, breaking free from its protective barrier and transforming into a golden streak of light. This light merged with Tang San's soul power, creating a resplendent beam that soared into the heavens. The two forces clashed violently in the air, producing a deafening roar. The entire battlefield trembled, dust and debris filling the air, obscuring the sun. Yet, amidst this chaos, a glimmer of clarity began to emerge, revealing Tang San's figure. Still standing resolute, his gaze grew more resolute, as if no force could topple him. "Your power indeed impresses me, but a true warrior never fears a challenge." Tang San's voice pierced through the haze, clear and powerful. "Today, allow me to demonstrate to you what true power of the sea god entails." With that, Tang San's form flickered, transforming into a gray lightning bolt, bearing the sea god's trident, and charged toward the crumbling vortex of soul power. "A mere soul formation unity of the dark demon evil tiger clan? Do you truly think I fear you?" Tang San, undaunted, sought to confront his adversaries head-on, eager to ascertain the extent of his current prowess. In Chapter 28, The Annihilation of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Clan, Part 2, he wielded formidable might, mastering 2 distinct divine powers with his hands. Like a wraith, Tang San traversed the shattered vortex of soul energy, each strike precise and lethal. The sea god's trident in his grasp seemed to possess a life of its own. With every swing, it unleashed a force akin to thunder, tearing through the air and dismantling the meticulously crafted defenses of the dark demon evil god Tiger Legion. Despite having trained for countless years, achieving a state of unity between man and formation, the Legion found themselves as fragile as paper when confronted with such overwhelming strength. Their soul formation, while potent, merely prolonged their inevitable defeat. The members of the dark demon evil god Tiger clan were stricken with terror. They had never encountered such a formidable foe. The dual energies emanating from Tang San were both breathtakingly powerful and imbued with an irresistible aura of majesty and sanctity, evoking a desire to worship within them. Yet, the other energy felt familiar, chilling, and malevolent. They could hardly fathom the coexistence of such disparate forces within a single individual. As Tang San moved across the battlefield like a graceful dragon, his agility and precision allowed him to evade enemy attacks with impeccable timing. His eyes gleamed with a cold light, seemingly capable of perceiving every subtle shift in the turmoil around him. The members of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan, unwilling to yield, roared and unleashed their respective soul abilities, striving to overwhelm Tang San with a torrent of soul power. However, he remained at the eye of the storm, maintaining an inner tranquility and clarity despite the chaos surrounding him. With anguished cries echoing through the air, the members of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Legion fell one by one. Some were impaled directly by the sea god's trident, while others were grievously wounded by the soul energy he unleashed, collapsing and unable to rise again. The battlefield became a grim tableau, littered with bodies and drenched in blood, a thick shroud of despair enveloping the entire space. Standing at the center of this carnage, surrounded by a faint gray mist, Tang San's gaze bore a hint of disdain, intermingled with a shadow of darkness. Gradually, he sheathed the sea god's trident, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, a mockery of the plight of his enemies. "I am Tang San." Tang San's voice was frigid and devoid of compassion as he surveyed his surroundings, where the desolation of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan lay before him. "Remember? No, you shall not have the chance to remember. You will ultimately become a part of my power." Standing amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, Tang San laughed with unrestrained arrogance. Despite the combined strength of over 10,000 soldiers from the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Legion, even with the enhancement of soul formations, their collective effort merely evoked a fleeting sense of fatigue within him. After speaking, Tang San did not hasten to depart. Instead, he slowly approached those remnants of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan who were still clinging to life. Each step he took was laden with an eerie gravity, as if he were treading upon their very hearts, instilling in them an unprecedented sense of oppression and despair. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted. Tang San's tattered ropes, stained with the blood of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan and his own, billowed in the wind. He turned, astonished, towards the peculiar flying object approaching from a distance where a dense shadow loomed 800 meters away, led by Guling, the headmaster of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy. The flying object that intercepted Tang San's advance was a poisoned token pilfered from an ancient being in the Hall of Heroes. Wrapping his bleeding arm in divine energy, Tang San levitated, bringing himself to eye level with his adversaries. "Is something interesting finally happening? These people have bored me to tears," he cackled, his head thrown back in laughter. In an instant, he surged forth, his form flickering as he darted towards Guling. Being the foremost diviner of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger realm, had anticipated such unpredictable maneuvers from the celestial fiend, retreating several hundred steps while allowing his predecessors to shield him, for while he appeared gallant in throwing the token, he knew when to be prudent. At that moment, a figure emerged from the crowd, known as Imo. He raised a hand, and a pitch-black domain swiftly expanded from him like ink, shrouding the heavens and eclipsing the sun in darkness. This domain, named Immobile, rendered those ensnared within it devoid of their senses and cognitive faculties. The words spoken around them merely drifted away, akin to a devoted admirer obliviously pursuing someone indifferent, convincing themselves that the lack of warmth was merely a sign of a slow-burning affection. Such a domain was birthed from most century-long experience as a devoted admirer, channeling his emotions entirely into this realm, which reflected the myriad wonders of the universe. Tang San's speed was so formidable that he could not evade in time, plunging headlong into the depths of the domain, where he was instantly engulfed and rendered helpless against its overwhelming grip. Had never experienced such sycophantic behavior. Having lived 2 lives and endowed with various advantages, being the child of destiny and the favored son of the world, he had never lacked female companionship. He was accustomed to women throwing themselves at him, with numerous rejections throughout the narrative. The intricacies of heart and mind, akin to the enchanting allure of love, gradually ensnared him. He found himself contemplating the role of a devoted admirer. "Old Imo, you haven't let that celestial demon perish, have you? Your domain is truly formidable. Only those who cultivate the path of indifference in our Hall of Heroes can withstand it. We need not intervene. Let us conclude this matter." They spoke of the celestial demon with great reverence, yet had not witnessed its true power before the encounter abruptly ended. Old Bai and Little Chow, Please attend to the wounds of our kin below, and, while you're at it, discreetly eliminate some members of other races. After all, the celestial demon did not come in vain. We must prepare for our next feast of blood. Suddenly, a flash of silver light illuminated the throat of the speaker, who instinctively clutched at it. What's wrong? Do not jest, a youth admonished, only to witness the head of the man cleanly severed from his body, as if sliced by an exceptionally sharp blade. I must say, you are quite intriguing. A silver light emanated from the dark domain, shattering the realm of ink and white. Alert! The youth sensed something amiss and shouted, but it was too late. The silver light flashed once more, cleaving him in two from shoulder to waist. Gucci, Lon. A sorrowful elder lamented, for this was a descendant of their lineage, and the bond was profound. Tang Sen chuckled softly. Is this trivial trick enough to ensnare me? Has the dark demon evil god tiger clan been entirely wiped out? Let us advance together. The four, heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, exchanged knowing glances. Instantly grasping the gravity of the situation, they sprang forth to encircle Tang San, realizing they could no longer afford to underestimate him. Should they do so, it was likely that the ominous prophecy spoken by Gu Ling would come to fruition. Heavenly Seal, Earth Vein Seal, Profound Nether Seal, Yellow Jade Seal, the four of them summoned their elemental energies, invoking their innate treasures to forge a terrifying combination attack. Each of them possessed the formidable cultivation of 700,000 years, and their lethal technique had once slain the moonlit silver wolf, a being with over 900,000 years of power, to remember this name. Upon executing their deadly strike, the other members of the Hall of Heroes also sprang into action. Some, adept at enhancement, swiftly inscribed numerous buff formations. Others, skilled in confinement, unfurled their ropes, revealing intricate binding arrays that surged toward Tang San, aimed at diminishing his strength. There were even those who ignited their soul power cultivated over 100,000 years, sacrificing parts of their own essence to summon beings from other realms. Additionally, some isolated a specific element, restoring it to a semi-complete Tao, intent on suppressing Tang San's power through the weight of the Tao itself. In their perception, all power derived from laws. Elements were also manifestations of these laws, as were emotions, love, and formations, all applications of the power of law. Moreover, the dark demon evil god Tiger, born with an innate affinity for 6 elemental laws during the cataclysm, possessed a natural closeness to the Tao, and the essence of cultivation lay in imprinting the grand Tao of the world within oneself. A multitude of vividly colored formations and elemental paths surged toward Tang San as if they were free, and due to the confining formations in those robes, he barely had time to react. A gray mist enveloped him, cocooning him like a chrysalis, as he resolved to endure the impending damage. Having witnessed the history of the evil god, he understood that the power of the evil god surpassed that of the sea god's divine might and the judgmental force of the Shura god. The hierarchy of divine power was significantly greater. Thus, Tang San unleashed all the evil god's power within him to withstand the assault. In the distance, within the chamber of the dark demon, evil god Tiger's chieftain, and gritted his teeth against the negative effects brought on by the evil goddess power. He had endured this for tens of thousands of years. What were a few more days? Unbeknownst to him, the dark demons had already decimated the entire northern district and were battling the denizens of the Hall of Heroes. His sole belief was to await the arrival of C, who would bring a solution, though thousands of years had passed without a resolution. Suddenly, and felt the turbulent evil god's power within him quiet down, and an unsettling intuition washed over him. In the next moment, the evil god's power erupted within him like a volcanic explosion. Corresponding to Tang San enduring a wave of attacks with the evil god's power, it had weakened under the strain, leaving Tang San astonished. How could such insignificant creatures render him so beleaguered? Dark thoughts began to swell within him, hinting at a burgeoning amplification of the evil god's power. This ultimately led to the complete loss of control over the malevolent deity's power within it. In the final moment of this chaos, and consumed a peculiar object from the table, and his eyes turned a vivid crimson, roaring like a primal beast, indulging in his unrestrained desires. Suddenly, Tang Sen felt the missing fragment of the malevolent deity's power, which was the primary reason for his presence here. He exerted his will to summon another portion of divine power, urging it to hasten its arrival. Even if the malevolent deity's essence possessed a mere dog, Tang San was confident it would become a formidable ally against his adversaries. Unceasingly, others intervened. Some tore open their books, scattering pages to create an array that sought to sever Tang San's path to life. Others unleashed hidden poisons upon him, while some struck him with relentless punches infused with energy. Tang San continuously wielded the malevolent deity's power to withstand the assaults, even allowing his own sea god power to be devoured, thus perpetually augmenting the malevolent deity's strength. In the distance, one remarked, "Shura, why do I feel a sense of unease lately? It seems as if something monumental is about to transpire." Another retorted, "You've grown complacent. Whenever there's a task, you concoct excuses. Hurry and complete your reconnaissance, swift as possible." As Tang San's consciousness surged fervently, the uncontrollable malevolent deity's power appeared to be drawn by invisible chains, gradually converging towards him even from deep within his body. Under the influence of this force, his form underwent a remarkable transformation. Dark red patterns writhed beneath his skin. His crimson eyes intensified, and ultimately he let out a deafening roar, his physique expanding into a colossal beast exuding an aura of malevolence. A form neither human nor entirely of this world, embodying the dread and majesty of an ancient malevolent deity. Now devoid of reason, pierced through the ceiling, emerging from the underground into Tang San's battlefield. "What is that? Such a creature exists within the secret realm?" someone exclaimed, observing the beast's resemblance to the current clan leader. "That isn't," spoke another, standing amidst the crowd, "the grandson of the only sole beast in the Hall of Heroes to have existed for 990,000 years. What has become of it?" The immense beast roared, its limbs striking the ground, causing tremors beneath, each breath seemingly siphoning the surrounding air, instilling an unprecedented sense of oppression among the elders of the Hall of Heroes. A cold smirk crept across Tang San's lips. He understood that it had now transformed into his most potent weapon, an unyielding, tireless machine of slaughter, devoid of fear. "Go forth, my blade, and let these ancient ones witness the true essence of despair." Tang San silently contemplated, intensifying his control over his divine consciousness while infusing the malevolent power of the evil god into his body, rendering his movements more precise and lethal. Transformed into a colossal beast under Tang San's command, and charged fiercely towards the elders of the Hall of Heroes. Each of its attacks was accompanied by devastating force. No matter how formidable the defensive barriers or exquisite the sword techniques, they appeared feeble in the face of this malevolent power. The elders hastily summoned their respective treasures and ultimate techniques, striving to avert this catastrophe, yet it seemed impervious to pain, growing ever more valiant with each confrontation, with every wound only igniting deeper fury within it. However, just as the battle appeared poised for Tang San's resounding victory, an elder from the Hall of Heroes, an aged man with white hair and profound eyes, made a shocking decision. He closed his eyes, and a brilliant radiance erupted from his being, a culmination of his lifelong cultivation. "Demon of heaven, return my son and's life." In the elder's eyes, perhaps by vanquishing this demon, and could regain his freedom. So sacrificing himself seemed a trivial cost. As the battle reached a fever pitch, with the colossal beast that it had transformed into nearly unstoppable, the Hall of Heroes faced an unprecedented crisis, and the elder resolutely chose the path of self-sacrifice. He understood that with the current strength, it was nearly impossible to contend directly with this uncontrollable evil power, to protect the Hall of Heroes, the dark demon evil god Tiger clan, and most importantly, his son. Thus, he resolved to use himself as a catalyst, initiating self-detonation in an attempt to seal the demon along with its malevolent power. "For the dark demon evil god Tiger clan, I willingly pay the price of my life to seal this evil." The elder's voice resonated through the heavens, his body gradually expanding in the brilliance until it transformed into a cataclysmic force, surging towards Tang San. A deafening explosion echoed, causing the entire Hall of Heroes to tremble at that moment. In a sudden rush, the colossal beast that it had become lunged at Tang San, intercepting the fatal blow. Enveloped tightly in a thick cocoon of light, while the elder vanished, leaving only swirling black dust in the air. Tang San emerged from the haze, exclaiming, "Truly splendid. Killing among kin." As he applauded, he drew forth the malevolent power from the cocoon. It must be said that if he could absorb all the malevolent power intertwined within it, he would master the path of the evil god entirely. Thus, while engaging in verbal mockery, he quietly absorbed the power of the malevolent deity. Taking a step forward, he confronted the very demon before him, the one responsible for the tragic loss of his kin and the massacre of countless compatriots. With a wave of his hand, the members of the Hall of Heroes understood his intent, forming a unique arrangement that resembled a funnel, positioning Dao at the forefront. They began with the weakest, a 170,000-year-old soul beast, progressing to a 200,000-year-old, then a 400,000-year-old, followed by an 800,000 year old, and ultimately culminating in a 960,000-year-old. After the latter's demise, he, being the most powerful among them, experienced some energy depletion, yet the power was transmitted layer by layer until their soul energy was entirely exhausted. They held nothing back. Driven solely by the desire for Douluo to break through the million-year threshold and attain divine status, for the god of time had left behind a divine position. Should his soul energy increase, he could inherit such a divine rank and possess the strength to contend with a deity. Chapter 29. Near Annihilation, A Glimmer of Life? As the special formation within the Hall of Heroes was established, an unprecedented surge of soul energy emanated from its core, akin to rivers converging into the sea, layer upon layer accumulating. Each soul beast poured forth their entirety, transmitting their accumulated soul power unreservedly to Douluo, who stood at the forefront. This force transcended the constraints of time and space, causing the very fabric of the universe to tremble, as if even the heavens and earth shifted in response. Douluo closed his eyes in concentration, surrounded by a kaleidoscope of radiant light, a wondrous phenomenon born from the fusion of various soul beasts' energies. Each beam of light contained distinct powers and wills, intertwining and colliding, ultimately converging into an unstoppable torrent that surged into Dao's being. In that moment, Douluo seemed to resonate with the cosmos itself, and within the depths of his soul, an unprecedented awakening began to unfold. As the soul energy continued to flow into him, Dao's body gradually became translucent, with his meridians, bones, and even his very soul undergoing an extraordinary baptism and metamorphosis. His aura intensified, reaching a realm that defied description, transcending the capabilities of ordinary soul masters and even surpassing the limits of million-year soul beasts. At that moment, the sky suddenly split open, a radiant beam of light piercing through the rift and illuminating Douluo. This was the legacy of the divine position left by the god of time. Sensing the power within Douluo that could shake the divine realm, it preemptively opened the gates of inheritance. Douluo opened his eyes, filled with an unprecedented resolve and determination. He gazed up at the radiant light, his heart a tumult of emotions. He looked across at the demon, Tang San, and knew that this enmity must be avenged. This divine inheritance marked the beginning of both his retribution and his guardianship. Without a moment's hesitation, Douluo stepped forward, entering the luminous beam. Tang San attempted to intervene. Wielding the malevolent deity's power, transformed into a colossal scythe that he hurled, but it crashed violently against the light. What kind of inheritance is this? Unfortunately, no one answered Tang San's inquiry. In an instant, the radiant legacy of divine power enveloped Douluo, causing ancient and potent divine energies to circulate within him, merging harmoniously with his own soul power to forge a novel strength. This energy was then continually refined and compressed, ultimately resulting in a density far surpassing that of his previous 99,000 years. Although the soul beasts of that era could be deemed semi-divine, they were ultimately bound by mortal flesh. After being washed over by divine power, the quality of soul power he could harbor was significantly elevated, allowing this body to serve as a vessel for divine energy. Throughout this transformative process, Douluo underwent countless trials and tribulations with his will, soul, and body being perpetually reshaped and exalted. Each struggle and breakthrough brought him closer to the divine realm. At last, when the final glimmer of light faded, Douluo slowly opened his eyes, devoid of the past anger and hatred, replaced instead by a serene and profound tranquility. He sensed within him not merely soul power, but true divine energy. He had succeeded. He had inherited the divine position of the god of time, becoming a genuine deity. In this moment, he fought not only for himself but for his entire kin, for those dear ones who had sacrificed for him. He vowed, in the name of the divine, to protect this continent, ensuring that the fiends across the void would be utterly annihilated, with nowhere to escape. Douluo familiarized himself with the newfound power, the elemental godhood, which enabled him to master elemental forces, space, time, wind, thunder, and even the malevolent powers bestowed upon the dark demon evil god Tiger clan by the sinister deity, returning to him in an unfamiliar yet intimately familiar form, as if it were an intrinsic part of his being. He cautiously controlled his burgeoning power, his expression grave and solemn. He understood that this immense strength was not solely his own, but stemmed from the legacy and accumulation of the entire dark demon evil god Tiger clan. At this moment, he felt the expectations and trust of the 87 spirits behind him. They had pooled their soul power into him at the cost of their lives, aiding him in his ascent to the divine realm. Simultaneously, the countless soldiers at the northern defense gate unhesitatingly burned their own soul power, selflessly contributing to this battle. Faced with such profound sacrifice and support, Dao's heart brimmed with gratitude and a sense of responsibility. He realized that he could not betray the hopes of the many at this juncture and must give his all to defeat the adversary before him. Thus, he silently vowed, "This battle shall be victorious." With unwavering faith and resolve, Dao once again gathered all his strength, preparing to meet Tang San's onslaught. This is the power of evil? No. How could you possess such malevolent force when the entire evil power of the dark demon, evil god tiger clan has been transferred to a single individual? As Tang San sought to reverse control over and using the evil god's power, he inadvertently accessed its memories, grasping the general situation of this secret realm. Therefore, upon witnessing the presence of evil power within Dao, Tang San could not help but be taken aback. To comprehend the malevolent deity's power is to recognize his greatest asset. Dao remained silent, channeling energy into the palm of his right hand. The formidable force gradually coalesced into a wave of energy, stirring the surrounding air and causing Dao's robes to ripple audibly. "Very well, if silence is your choice, then allow me to test the waters of your divinity." Tang San's demeanor shifted to one of calm vigilance. With a swift whoosh, the energy wave erupted from Dao's hand, and in an instant, Dao's form shifted. Utilizing the essence of darkness to conjure 3 shadowy figures arranged in a triangular formation, trailing behind the energy wave, Tang San felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Was he being regarded as prey akin to the mandala serpent from 422 years past? A cold smile graced his lips. In that moment, the vast realm of the purple extreme demon eye illuminated his gaze with a golden glimmer. Yet, despite fully unleashing its potential, he could not discern which form was genuine and which were illusions, as they all mirrored the same movements. If one were true and 2 were false, the form would reveal the reality, but what of 3 illusions? Where could one find a point of reference? Tang San was convinced that one of the figures must be authentic, neglecting the possibility that all 3 could be mere facades. Thus, he transformed the malevolent deity's power into 3 sharp projectiles aimed at the shadows. However, before he could launch his assault, a chill crept up his spine, raising the hairs on his neck and causing his muscles to tense. Years of combat experience had honed his instincts to acute sharpness. Something was amiss, danger loomed. In the mere fraction of a second that followed, Tang San reacted instinctively, swiftly turning to the side. Concealed in the shadows, Dao, armed with a dagger, left a long crimson trail across Tang San's armored back. The flesh twisted, and the wound instantly turned a shade of blue and purple. The 3 phantoms dissolved into a puddle, leaving no trace of their shadow. It turned out that they were mere illusions conjured by a water mirror, augmented by dark elements to create an illusion. Tang San, feeling the pain, knelt down, his mind racing. The figure, still cloaked in black, vanished into the shadows, leaving behind a grass element that sprouted into a dogtail grass, taunting Tang San and unsettling his mindset. Tang San found himself in a situation where the enemy lurked in darkness while he stood in the light. After a moment of contemplation, he burst into laughter, declaring that if that was the case, he would show no mercy. Tang San's target shifted to those lying on the ground, drained of their soul power. He proclaimed, "Old man, weren't you quite brave? If you don't show yourself in 1 minute, I shall kill 1 person until none remain." The figure hidden in the shadows trembled, feeling the weight of Tang San's threat. Consequently, the onslaught intensified, unleashing array symbols and debuffs without restraint. Tang San braced himself against the incoming damage, keenly observing his surroundings, hoping for an oversight from his adversary to seize the opportunity for a counterattack. Compared to the lives of the entire Dark Demon Tiger clan, he was more intrigued by the new malevolent power that enveloped his opponent. After all, there were myriad paths in the world, each interpreted differently. There were only so many great paths in the heavens. If a single individual could wholly consume one great path, one could only surmise that he was a congenital Dao body, while hundreds of others would toil for days merely to decipher a fraction of that path. With a sudden kick, Tang San sent the sea god's trident soaring, the massive weapon swiftly lifting from the ground and spinning in the air before stabilizing mid-flight. In Tang San's grip, the trident became remarkably docile, akin to a tamed behemoth, slowly rotating and emanating a powerful, mysterious aura. Gripping the sea god's trident firmly, Tang San's gaze sharpened. He softly uttered, "Come, let the battle commence." Drawing upon elemental forces, his adversary fashioned a chain. Before achieving fame, he had utilized his tail as a scorpion's tail hook, triumphing in the martial arts competition with a record of 93 victories, 2 draws, and 3 defeats, ultimately claiming the championship. It could be said that wielding chains was his forte. On the battlefield, the 2 figures intertwined like phantoms, each clash sending ripples through the air, shattering the surrounding silence. Heavenly demon, you shall pay for your actions today. The voice from the shadows resonated with undeniable resolve. The chain, forged from elemental power, gleamed with an eerie blue light in the night, as if capable of binding all things in existence. The chain was suddenly hurled forward with a sound that split the air, aimed squarely at Tang San's heart, its speed astonishing. Tang San's eyes narrowed, yet his form remained as steadfast as a mountain. With a slight twist of his wrist, the sea god's trident seemed to sense his will, transforming into a bolt of blue lightning that shot towards the chain, engaging it in an intense clash midair. The resounding clang echoed deafeningly, and the shockwaves from their collision made the very fabric of space tremble. A mere chain dares to bind me? Tang San let out a cold laugh as the soul power surged within him. The trident of the sea god radiated a brilliant light, and an overwhelming force erupted from its tip, sending ripples through the very fabric of space and forcefully pushing back Dao by several meters. Upon witnessing this, Dao's expression shifted slightly. In the clash of divine powers, he suffered considerable losses, despite having cultivated for tens of thousands of years within the realm of 990,000 years. Soul power remained distinct from divine power. Moreover, having just recently merged with the divine throne, he could not fully unleash his strength, resulting in Tang San's relentless suppression. Yet, he had no retreat left, for behind him stood millions of his kin from the dark demon evil god Tiger clan. He could not afford to back down. In an instant, Dao transformed into a shadow, his speed multiplying as he created a distance of several hundred meters. Blood pact, ignite. Spirit pact, ignite. Soul pact, ignite. With my blood, I shall shatter the heavens. Dao laughed heartily. Life inherently leads to death. Whether light as a feather or heavy as a mountain, upon entering, I shall slay you, demon. Even if it costs me my life, I shall not regret it. The divine power emanating from Dao gradually dissipated, solidifying upon the surface of his skin, merging with the blood essence seeping forth from his life force, emitting an eerie blue glow. Indeed, it was the manifestation of his formidable mental and spiritual power. Tang San attempted to counter Dao's assault, but merely a single encounter left him spitting blood. This was due to the explosive nature of Dao's burning blood, spirit, and soul, all three igniting with each strike. If the physical body could withstand a blow, the dark energy and spiritual force would penetrate, delivering a double impact. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, Tang San summoned an ominous artifact, the scythe of the evil god. This scythe, entirely black, flowed with dark purple divine power, emanating a chilling aura of death. The evil god descends, all things wither. Tang San roared, wielding the scythe and conjuring a frigid whirlwind that surged toward Dao. This strike contained not only the power to annihilate the heavens and earth but also the sinister force to corrupt souls, making it nearly impossible to defend against. Dao's eyes blazed with intensity. Far from retreating in the face of this lethal blow, he charged forward. The elemental chains in his grasp intertwined with the blood essence, soul power, and spiritual energy, seemingly imbued with life as they spun and twirled, transforming into an indestructible shield that met the evil god's scythe head-on. The collision erupted in a dazzling brilliance and a deafening roar, as if the very heavens and earth were altered in that moment. Celestial demon, I acknowledge your might. Yet you have slain too many of my kin. Today marks your end. Dao bellowed, the chains in his hand trembling violently. A pure and vast fusion of three powers surged forth, clashing fiercely with the wicked force of the evil god's scythe. As time progressed, the energy fluctuations on the battlefield intensified, and the confrontation between the two had escalated to a fever pitch. Each clash resonated like the collision of stars, reverberating in the hearts of all who bore witness. In the midst of this fierce battle, despite Dao being a newly ascended deity, he found himself locked in an intense struggle with Tang San, where he even seemed to gain the upper hand after consuming his blood, spirit, and soul. Dao, invigorated by his resolve, relentlessly attacked Tang San with his chains, yet Tang San, possessing considerable combat experience, deftly evaded the onslaught. With a sigh, Dao gazed at the towering pillar in the central area, realizing that if this depletion continued, he would soon be left with nothing to burn and face certain death. It was time. With a thunderous declaration, he summoned his sword. This proclamation momentarily stunned Tang San, but he quickly regained his composure. From the broken pillar, a long sword soared forth, tracing a graceful arc across the sky like a radiant comet, and came to rest firmly before Dao. The blade was adorned with ethereal engravings of mountains and trees, shimmering with a faint azure glow. Dao bound the elemental chains around the sword's hilt, which instantaneously transformed into a multitude of elemental ions, infusing themselves into his weapon. The sword quivered slightly, as if the sword's spirit lamented in sorrow. The elemental refinement of the sword's spirit would unleash greater power. Only a single strike could justify the sacrifice of his final vestige of strength, regardless of success or failure. The sword would shatter, and the spirit would be reduced to ashes. Dao silently whispered an apology to his old friend, for he knew he must prevail. The sword's spirit trembled slightly, as if in response. With determination, Dao thrust the sword towards Tang San. At last, in a decisive confrontation, Dao identified a flaw in Tang San's defense, aiming to strike the final blow. Just as Dao's sword tip was about to pierce Tang San's chest, Tang San deftly sidestepped, evading the lethal strike, and, utilizing the momentum of Dao's attack, moved in like a wraith. The scythe of the evil god, an artifact imbued with boundless malevolent power, seemed to come alive in Tang San's grasp, its blade glimmering with a sinister green light, a manifestation of the evil god's insatiable hunger to devour all vitality. With a crisp yet heavy sound, the scythe found its mark, striking precisely at Dao's heart. In that moment, time appeared to freeze. A flicker of disbelief and despair flashed in Dao's eyes. The life force within him dissipated like leaves caught in a tempest, while the evil god's power ravenously consumed his remaining vitality. The secret art of burning one's life should have been Dao's ultimate trump card to reverse the tide of battle. Yet at this moment, it became a catalyst for his demise. His body began to tremble. He struggled to maintain his footing. But the malevolent force emanating from the scythe utterly shattered his will and strength. His eyes gradually lost focus, filled with reluctance and despair. He could not fall here. His kin still needed him. He could not die. In a desperate roar, he realized it was already too late. The scythe of the evil god pierced through his body, shattering his heart, stripping him of all his power and life. On this land, scarred by the ravages of battle, only the silhouette of Tang San remains. This signifies that the tempest of the final chapter of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan is about to arrive in full force. Chapter 30, Prelude to Escape. 7 days prior to Tang San's incursion into the secret realm of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, Jiang Liuyan, the Academy President's aide, was dispatched to summon him to the president's office. Under the silvery glow of the moonlit night, the enigmatic Principal Guling, who often appeared genteel yet possessed depths of inscrutability, sat solitary within his office. The flickering candlelight cast shadows that revealed an uncommon gravity and resolve upon his countenance. As the most outstanding member of the younger generation within the academy, Jiang Liuyan had quelled the long-standing strife between two rival factions, and he was subtly poised to become the foremost figure among the youth of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy. Moreover, he was the sole individual in nearly 2 decades capable of resonating with fragments of the key of time. If nurtured properly, he could undoubtedly emerge as one of the premier forces of the future. With a deep sigh, Guling lamented the scarcity of time. Liuyan, I have summoned you for urgent matters to discuss. His gaze pierced through the flickering candlelight, as if he could discern the veils of uncertainty that shrouded the future. His voice resonated deeply, shattering the tranquility of the room. The forthcoming situation is far more intricate and volatile than we can fathom. Through divination and deduction, I have uncovered an ominous force drawing near, an otherworldly demon. Strangely, I could not glean any insight into its origins, save for a vague sense that it hails from the Douluo continent. Its objective, however, is unmistakably aimed at the secret realm of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, and the fate of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan is growing dim. Yet, the divination suggests that you may be the sole variable. The gaze of Jiang Liuyan suddenly sharpened, for he understood all too well that each manifestation of the celestial demons wrought unimaginable devastation. It was as though an unseen hand was systematically extinguishing the vitality of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan. Each battle resulted in significant casualties among his kin, preventing their numbers from ascending to greater heights. Thus, having journeyed from the humble villages to this pivotal moment, Jiang Liuyan comprehended the profound implications of these events. Is there a means for us to resist? He inquired. Listen closely to what I am about to say, came the response. Do you think he might enter the secret realm through an entrance in the sky? Jiang Liuyan posited. Guling shook her head, retrieving an ancient yellowed tome from her sleeve and gently placing it upon the table. This is a divination manual left by my master, containing numerous ancient and enigmatic predictive methods. Based on these arcane techniques and the recent celestial alignments, I surmise that the celestial demon is most likely to infiltrate through the Nether Valley in the northern district. It is the closest point to the Douluo continent, where the flow of time is distinct. Once inside, the passage of time within will accelerate exponentially. Therefore, an attack from the celestial demon is inevitable. If he harbors intentions of massacre, the inhabitants of the northern district will face utter annihilation. The predictions yielded by the stargazing technique indicate that the strength of this demon is unfathomable, compelling us to abandon the defense of tens of thousands in the northern defense pass. However, this remains a hypothesis. Moreover, Guling shifted her tone, producing a jade pendant as smooth as silk from her bosom. It emanated a faint blue light, seemingly encapsulating boundless power. This is the life-saving pendant my master bequeathed to me. It will safeguard you in critical moments. Yonyan, I have grown old. The prophecies suggest that the last bloodline of the dark demon evil god tiger clan will survive only through you. Yet, is it not said that man can triumph over fate? Destiny is not immutable. What if we were to prevail? You are among the most gifted of your generation. Should the moment of extermination arise, do not hesitate to wield this artifact to fend off fatal harm. Additionally, I shall impart to you a unique technique. Strive to live on. Jiang Liunian accepted the jade pendant with both hands, a warm current surging within him. He understood that this was not merely a treasure, but a profound expectation and trust bestowed upon him by his master and the principal. Guling instructed Jiang Liunian to stow away the treasure before beginning to rummage through the drawer, ultimately activating a spatial rift hidden within the bookshelf. Perhaps this clan was on the brink of annihilation. It would be wiser to bestow a token of goodwill upon the younger generation. If they were to survive, he could always shamelessly request its return, Guling mused. He randomly retrieved an ancient tome titled Six Elemental Transmutation Method. Guling explained that this book was authored by the primal bloodline ferocious beast, the six elemental celestial beast. Long ago, during the primordial era, they could no longer awaken their six elemental forms due to the depletion of spiritual energy, fading into obscurity among the myriad beasts. It was possible that the wind elemental gale wolf, the electric elemental purple tiger, and the grass elemental vine fox were all descendants or variants of the six elemental celestial beast. The method detailed within the book pertained to the six elements and required an innate connection to them. Any attempt to harness external elemental forces through perception could result in catastrophic self-destruction. The essence of the tome revealed that one could inscribe arrays from the book using the six elements, thereby linking to the river of time and the omnipresent spatial rifts to facilitate escape from pursuit. However, a notable limitation existed. This technique, bound to a span of 50,000 years, could exhaust all soul power for 5 usages, increasing to 6 for 60,000 years, and so forth, potentially becoming limitless only upon achieving divine status at the 100th level. But principle, I possess only 5 elements. Most critically, the time element is absent, Jiang Liunian lamented. In the future, I might perish in battle or fall prey to malevolent forces. Only the precious artifact from the dark demon evil god tiger clan in my possession can aid you. Jiang Liunian hesitated to mention the silver necklace, clearly aware of its legendary status. Guling nodded slightly, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. That necklace was a treasured relic left behind by the god of space, encapsulating the mysteries of the path of time. There were rumors that it represented a transaction involving the path of time, exacting the cost of an entire clan to forge a complete pathway. However, due to the varied perceptions of time among individuals, impurities inevitably emerge within this avenue. The god of space, along with In and the time sorcerer, collaborated to create 2 pathways. One, a pure essence, dazzling like the stars above and easily absorbed, and the other encompassing the path of time along with other interpretations. Since the path of time was extracted from the dark demon evil god tiger clan, the impurities were left to their chieftain. Should an outsider attempt to wield it, the residual soul marks could potentially assimilate them into a genuine dark demon evil god tiger. As the chieftain of the dark demon evil god tiger clan, and had contemplated directly absorbing this power and had persistently sought to purify the necklace's impurities with malevolent energy, hoping to restore his clan to wholeness. Yet, as you are well aware, the malevolent energy within him was akin to a double-edged sword, serving as both a source of power and a cause of destruction. What is truly admirable is that in order to prevent the necklace in his possession from being stolen by the celestial demons and transformed into a formidable weapon against the malevolent tiger clan, and resolutely erased all consciousness related to the necklace, the process of purifying the impurities within the necklace became a form of muscle memory. For it has been several 100,000 years since he first undertook this task. Jiang Liunian nodded in a somewhat perplexed manner. At this juncture, Guling's voice grew notably somber. After a brief pause, It seemed she was about to reveal a significant secret to Jiang Liuyan. In truth, I am not the genuine Guling. Upon hearing this, Jiang Liuyan was left utterly bewildered, while the preceding words had briefly clouded his mind. This revelation struck him like a thunderbolt, leaving him stunned in place. I am but an external manifestation of Lord C. The true Guling has long since perished in the battle against the extraterrestrial foes. I have inherited fragments of Lord C's memories and will. Yet the trauma of the battlefield has rendered my recollections chaotic, resulting in occasional lapses in control. Fortunately, the muscle memory of this body remains intact. The will of the external manifestation retains shards of that memory, thereby inheriting certain idiosyncratic behaviors. After 15 years of warfare, suffering from PTSD and disordered memories, some behavioral fluctuations are to be expected. Only recently did I, as Lord C, come to realize the gravity of the situation upon discovering the shattering of Anne's soul tablet, coinciding with my inability to perceive time slices within the secret realm. How could it still be alive if his soul tablet is shattered? Jiang Liuyan inquired, perplexed. The river of time in this world flows like a continuous current. Each cresting wave represents a fleeting moment, and this river flows unceasingly downstream. In my quest to uncover a remedy for the malevolent force within it, I dared to navigate upstream through the river of time, seeking its mysteries. However, the inception of this river is in direct opposition to the flow, where the speed increases and time dilates. If the ordinary flow of time is at a rate of 1, then upstream, it diminishes to 0, 5, or even less. Thus, I have received countless possibilities transmitted from the future, learning of future events from the past of the current river of time, and imparting those future occurrences back to the distant past. Lord C, that is, I foresaw Anne's demise through the river of time and reasserted control over myself, allowing my visions to align with his, compelling me to safeguard you. Should the dark demon God Tiger clan encounter misfortune, I must ensure that the silver necklace does not fall into the hands of the celestial demons, preventing greater calamities. Guling's gaze was resolute and profound, and you, Liuyan, may indeed be the one destined to alter the course of fate. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Liuyan felt as though a fierce blaze had ignited deep within his soul. An unprecedented sense of mission and responsibility surging forth like a mighty tide. He realized that his burdens extended far beyond merely safeguarding the academy and protecting his companions. It was imperative that he bear the weight of his race's potential extinction, serving as a beacon of hope amidst despair. This solemn duty rested heavily upon his shoulders. Yet he did not flinch, for he understood that only by confronting challenges with courage could one truly emerge as a hero. Rest assured, Headmaster, I shall devote myself entirely to this cause and will not betray the trust you have placed in me, Jiang Liuyan vowed earnestly. His expression grave and his eyes aglow with unwavering determination. His voice resonated with resolve and strength. The headmaster, ancient spirit, nodded approvingly, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. He recognized that his initial choice had not been in vain. The young man before him had already manifested extraordinary bravery and a sense of duty. He believed that Jiang Liuyan's future held boundless potential, albeit he would not be there to witness it. A spirited youth indeed, how splendid. 3 days prior to Tang San's invasion of the dark demon Evil God's secret realm, as Jiang Liuyan listened intently to the intricate explanations provided by Gu Ling, an unprecedented determination and longing shimmered in his eyes. He was acutely aware that, in the face of the impending invasion by the celestial demons, any opportunity to enhance his own strength could not be overlooked. Thus, he resolved to dedicate himself wholeheartedly, seizing the next 3 days to thoroughly master the 6-element transformation technique. The countdown marked the 3rd day. Jiang Liuyan chose the most serene chamber as his sanctuary for cultivation, fully aware of the profound dual trials it posed to both mind and body. He first closed his eyes and focused his spirit, allowing his consciousness to return to its purest state, and began to sense the faint and intricate power of the 6 elemental forces within him. This was no simple task. His bloodline did not directly descend from the 6-pulse celestial beast. However, through his profound understanding of the natural order and years of meticulous manipulation of elemental energy, he gradually sketched a vague outline of the 6 elemental forces within his being. The countdown to the 2nd day had begun. The journey of Jiang Liuyan has entered a more arduous phase of practical application. Following the ancient texts, he endeavored to simulate the intricate array required for the 6 elemental reversal within his own body. This demanded not only precise control over every strand of elemental power, but also the ability to fuse them in a specific sequence and rhythm to create a peculiar structure capable of bridging time and space. Throughout this process, he faced countless failures, each one akin to being at the eye of a tempest, with the powers of the six elements colliding violently within him, nearly tearing asunder his flesh and soul. Yet, through remarkable perseverance, he made adjustments and corrections time and again. As night fell once more, he finally sensed the subtle fluctuations of the nascent array within him. The first day of the countdown marked a crucial moment for validation and consolidation. Jiang Liuanian understood that merely constructing the array within his body was far from sufficient. He needed to test its efficacy in real combat and refine it further. He chose a secluded forest, far removed from human habitation, teeming with various natural elements, an ideal setting for practicing the six elemental reversal. Deep within the thicket, he closed his eyes, concentrating intently, silently reciting the incantation. In that instant, he felt as though he had transformed into a messenger of the six elements, with the wind, lightning, darkness, and other elements responding to his call, coalescing into a formidable force. Though he currently possessed only 5 elements, he could always draw upon the exotic magical power of the belt he wore. Crafted from an exceptionally rare mineral, this belt could emit an almost imperceptible chill. Should he truly employ its powers, even 10 such belts might prove insufficient. However, for this preliminary exercise, it was more than adequate. With a low shout, the array within Jiang Liuanian suddenly activated, causing space to warp and time to seem to slow. He felt an unprecedented surge of power erupting from within, propelling his form through the forest with instantaneous precision, as though transcending the boundaries of space. In that moment, he deeply grasped the profundity and strength of the six elemental reversal, further solidifying his resolve to protect his homeland. After 3 days of relentless effort, Jiang Liuanian finally mastered this ancient secret technique. Although he had yet to reach the realm of unrestricted usage, it was sufficient to provide him with an additional means of survival amidst the impending crisis. He understood well that the true battle was only just beginning, and he was ready. Chapter 31. The retreat time rewound to the moment when Tang San's scythe pierced the heart of Dao. Before the blood-stained gates of the northern pass, the setting sun bled a crimson hue, casting a feeble glow upon the mottled earth, revealing a heart-wrenching tragedy. Even the secret realm trembled slightly, as the heavens shifted to somber shades, seemingly mourning for the last hope of the dark demon tiger clan. Dao, the final bastion of hope for his lineage, slowly fell, his eyes filled with resentment and despair, a poignant indictment of fate's cruelty and a fierce anger directed at Tang San. Tang San, a formidable figure from the celestial realm, an enforcer of divine law, a dual deity of the sea god and the Shura god, and a member of the divine council, had even inherited the powers, consciousness, and divinity of the malevolent deity. At this moment, he resembled a demon emerging from the depths of hell, a sinister smile etched upon his face, embodying both triumphant arrogance and an utter disdain for life. He approached Dao's fallen form slowly, each step echoing in the hearts of those present, rendering the very air around them still. Dao, you believed yourself to be the savior of the dark demon evil god tiger clan, yet today, you shall become the most exquisite offering in my grasp. Tang San's voice was deep and devoid of warmth, imbued with a chilling sense of terror and undeniable cruelty. He crouched down, gazing intently at the fallen Dao, whose eyes still flickered with defiance, as though admiring a piece of art, his own eyes gleaming with madness and delight. The onlookers appeared paralyzed with fear, for it took the full might of their clan to elevate Dao to godly strength, capable of obliterating even ordinary deities. Yet, unexpectedly, this celestial demon had pierced Dao's heart with a single stroke. The crowd trembled in terror, for in that moment, their essence had dwindled to a state indistinguishable from that of mere mortals. I shall make everyone witness the fate of those who challenge me. You shall behold how Dao meets his demise, and I will ensure you all vanish into despair. It seemed Tang San aimed to obliterate the very spirit of the dark demon evil god tiger clan. Yet it was more likely that he sought to satiate the heart corrupted by the evil god. The malevolent power of the deity incessantly seeped into Tang San's being, warping his sanity and nudging him toward madness. His words struck like icy blades, piercing the hearts of all present. Rising to his feet, he retrieved a pitch-black dagger from his storage soul guide, its surface shimmering with an eerie dark purple glow, yet it was remarkably dull, clearly crafted for the purpose of humiliation. As Tang San moved, the surrounding air began to tremble violently, waves of malevolence emanating from his being, intertwining with the dark elements around him, creating grotesque shadows that seemed to darken the very heavens. If Tang San's previous divine power distribution had been 3, 5, 3, 5, and 3, with the sea god and Shura god powers each occupying 3, 5, and the evil god power the least at 3, After resolving to undertake such actions, his internal soul power distribution plummeted to a terrifying 2, 2, and 6. As the evil god power swiftly consumed most of the sea god and Shura god powers to augment its own strength, Tang San grinned wickedly, advancing towards Dao's lifeless body. The malice within his smile sending shivers down the spines of all present. "Behold the fate that awaits those who oppose me," he bellowed, his dagger slicing down with sudden ferocity, the dull blade sinking halfway into Dao's chest, erupting a spray of crimson. He did not cease his assault. Rather, he swung the dagger with increasing fervor. The blade was blunt, often failing to sever flesh, prompting Tang San to repeatedly slash at the flesh. Each strike landing with surgical precision upon various parts of Dao's body, as if engaged in a grotesque artistic endeavor. Fortunately, Dao had long since lost all vitality, and even the staunchest of those in power seemed unable to withstand such torment. A cacophony of terrified screams erupted from the surrounding crowd, their eyes wide as they bore witness to Dao's dismemberment. That horrific scene etched into their minds like a nightmare. Some attempted to shut their eyes, yet found themselves unable to escape this brutal reality. At that moment, as Tang San continued his relentless assault on Dao, a few soul masters, having barely regained some of their spiritual power, exhibited a glint of resolve in their eyes. They understood that their individual strength was no match for Tang San. But even so, they were determined to use their lives to defend their last vestige of dignity. The Dark Demon God Tiger clan had never known cowardice. They gathered their remaining soul power, preparing for self-detonation, intent on perishing alongside Tang San. However, their efforts appeared utterly futile in his presence. Tang San's malevolent aura surged around him, forming an indomitable barrier that repelled their explosive energies. Not only did the self-destructing soul masters fail to inflict any harm upon Tang San, but they were also ensnared by tendrils of his dark divine power. Each one pierced through the heart, their life force swiftly drained, ultimately reducing them to desiccated corpses that crumbled to dust, scattered by the wind. This scene instilled an unprecedented sense of despair in all those present. They gazed at Tang San's merciless silhouette, their hearts brimming with fear and rage, yet feeling utterly powerless. Dao, once the beacon of hope in their hearts, had only hours ago been the embodiment of their aspirations to vanquish the celestial demon. Now he lay beneath Tang San, a shattered remnant of what once was, his sacrifice seemingly failing to awaken any salvation, instead casting an even darker shadow of death over the Northtown Pass. "Remember, this is the price of defiance against me." Tang San's voice resonated through the skies of Northtown Pass, imbued with a chilling authority. He rose, leaving a tableau of blood and despair in his wake. The survivors could only watch silently as Tang San loomed before them, their eyes reflecting confusion and dread regarding the future. On this cursed land, the fate of the Dark Demon God Tiger clan appeared sealed. Tang San might very well become the architect of their demise. Perhaps from this day forth, the Dark Demon God Tiger clan would cease to exist in this world. Tang San felt no remorse, for the human-faced demon spider and the mandala snake had been exterminated. The only remnants might be the library's reference materials and biological samples from the infirmary. In a final act of defiance, a young clan member, unwilling to succumb to despair, charged towards the protective barrier formed by the dark divine power, only to detonate in a fiery explosion. "Do you believe you can kill me?" Another youth dashed towards the site of the earlier explosion, fervently shouting, "Slay the demon." He pressed on with unwavering resolve. Various individuals, having regained a semblance of their soul power, sacrificed their very lives and souls to amplify the explosion's impact. Although the price for such an act might be eternal damnation and the inability to be reborn, countless others followed suit, charging fearlessly into the fray. However, following this one-sided massacre, Tang San bore a heavy toll. His strength seemed to be consumed by an endless darkness, plunging him into an unprecedented void. As his soul power resembled a parched river, incapable of sustaining his once impenetrable defenses. At that moment, an unexpected figure emerged, Gu Ling, the head of the Dark Demon Tiger Academy, who concealed astonishing secrets. As an embodiment of the spirits, under the divine directive, she possessed the ability to harness the powers of all the avatars within the sacred realm of the Dark Demon Tiger. When her race stood on the brink of annihilation, Gu Ling unhesitatingly chose self-sacrifice. With unwavering will and fearless courage, she summoned the souls of hundreds of avatars, including those of long-departed friends. These souls responded to her call, wholeheartedly offering their formidable spiritual power. Merging with Gu Ling, thousands of units of spiritual energy converged upon Gu Ling, forming an unparalleled force. Yet, this immense spiritual power also imposed tremendous strain upon her. Each soul's integration weighed heavily on her mental realm, as if countless mountains pressed upon her heart. A moment's carelessness could lead to her spirit being torn asunder by this overwhelming force, potentially vanishing from existence forever. In that instant, Douluo transcended the boundaries of an individual, becoming the embodiment of the spirit of the entire Dark Demon Tiger clan. The convergence of all these souls within her elevated her spiritual power to unprecedented heights. This formidable strength allowed Douluo's consciousness to transcend mortal limits, sharpening her mind and enhancing her insight remarkably. Even more astonishingly, her spiritual prowess began to brush against the divine. She sensed an ineffable power, one that could only belong to the gods. This force granted her extraordinary perception of her surroundings, as if she could discern the essence of all things. At that moment, Douluo had surpassed the realm of ordinary beings, evolving into a divine entity. With a somber expression, Douluo's gaze flickered with unwavering determination. She approached Tang San cautiously, as silent as a specter. At that juncture, Tang San, weakened from the previous battle, was on the verge of collapse. Douluo understood that to conquer such a formidable adversary, extreme measures were imperative. Taking a deep breath, a glint of resolve flashed in her eyes. She resolved to employ the most forbidden technique, the soul disintegration method. This perilous secret art demanded the burning of one's own soul in exchange for a fleeting yet overwhelming surge of power. This arcane technique inflicts immense harm upon its wielder. Yet at this moment, C can no longer afford to dwell on such matters. He clenches his jaw tightly, his hands swiftly forming intricate seals, while incantations flow from his lips. As her spell resonates, a mysterious aura surges forth from him. His body begins to tremble slightly, as if enduring excruciating pain. Nevertheless, his gaze remains resolute, devoid of any hint of retreat. Deep within C's heart, a tumult of grief and determination swells. He understands that this endeavor may herald his demise, but he is prepared to wager his life on it. If he can strike a fatal blow against Tang San, then every sacrifice will be worthwhile. He closes his eyes, focusing his spirit, gathering all his strength into a single point. His soul ignites, radiating a brilliant light. Concurrently, his form gradually becomes ethereal, as though he might vanish into the ether at any moment. In the final instant, C opens his eyes, which blaze with fervent light. He expends every ounce of his strength, lunging fiercely toward Tang San. Her silhouette streaks across the night sky like a meteor, imbued with boundless sorrow and resolve, aiming to inflict a grievous wound upon Tang San. Indeed, when C unleashes the heavenly soul disintegration technique, her spiritual power surges violently, crashing against Tang San's vast spiritual realm like a torrent. Though Tang San is formidable, he cannot deny the severe blow he has received. His soul feels as though it is being torn apart, consciousness wavering between clarity and oblivion. However, C pays a heavy price for this assault. Her body withers rapidly after casting the secret technique, her vitality flickering like a candle in the wind. Yet, she harbors no regrets, for she knows her sacrifice has afforded her kin a glimmer of hope. At that moment, the malevolent consciousness within Tang San stirs, seeking to seize the opportunity for possession. However, Douluo, or rather C at this juncture, has already discerned the unfolding events. Although surprised, she seizes the final thread of opportunity. She expends the last flicker of her life force, burning all her remaining strength, and casts the pivotal necklace into the distance, landing it squarely before Jiang Liuyan. This necklace is the key to the future, the final hope that Douluo has bequeathed to Jiang Liuyan. As Tang San's malevolent consciousness merges with his own, a new and more potent spiritual force emerges, tumultuous and eager to break free from its constraints, revealing its true might. Yet, at this moment, Tang San is weary and unwilling to continue the fight. His heart is heavy with exhaustion and helplessness, confronting the current predicament with a sense of futility. He leaps into the air, soaring like a bird toward the heavens. Simultaneously, the three sacred artifacts beside him ascend, scattering in all directions. These artifacts whirl through the air, emanating resplendent light, akin to three brilliant stars. Tang San's gaze is steadfast as he surveys his surroundings, concentrating intently and commanding the three artifacts with all his might. Guided by his will, the artifacts race forth like lightning, aimed directly at the pillars that uphold the entire secret realm. Each artifact embodies boundless power and majesty, colliding with the pillars at an astonishing speed, producing a deafening roar. In an instant, the entire secret realm began to tremble violently, the ground collapsing in layers, and cracks rapidly spreading. The once sturdy edifices and landscapes crumbled at this moment, dust swirling in chaos. Massive stone columns shattered and fell, walls fractured, and debris scattered. Meanwhile, Jiang Liuyan, under the desperate protection of Gu Ling, finally discovered an opportunity for escape, clutching the necklace tightly in his hand. An overwhelming wave of sorrow and fury surged within him. He understood that this necklace was purchased with Gu Ling's life. He could not betray her sacrifice. Thus, without hesitation, he extracted the element of time from the necklace, absorbing it into his being. At that moment, he could no longer afford to refine these elements. He was solely intent on following Gu Ling's final words. In a moment of dire peril, Jiang Liunian adeptly employed the six-element turnaround technique, swiftly escaping the secret realm of the dark demon evil god tiger clan. His silhouette moved with the swiftness of lightning, traversing through a series of space-time rifts. Each crossing was accompanied by immense energy fluctuations, reflecting his urgent emotions and resolute determination. He understood that only through such means could he elude the relentless pursuit of his enemies and safeguard the necklace that Gu Ling had sacrificed her life to obtain. As he repeatedly navigated the chaotic space-time fissures, Jiang Liunian experienced unprecedented pressure and challenges. The tumultuous energies within the rifts bore heavily upon his body. Yet he gritted his teeth and pressed on. His eyes shone with unwavering resolve, his heart consumed by a singular belief: to survive for Gu Ling, for his kin. Chapter 32. Remnants of the Fallen. With Tang San's earth-shattering strike, the secret realm of the dark demon evil god tiger seemed to bear an unbearable weight, shattering into countless fragments of varying sizes that scattered into the void. Once glorious palaces, profound caverns, and lush forests had been reduced to desolation and ruin, leaving behind only the remnants of battle and ashes. Tang San gracefully landed upon one of the larger fragments of the secret realm, which remained relatively intact, sufficient to support his form without allowing him to plunge into the abyss. Standing at the edge of the fragment, his gaze was deep and complex. Though he had merely destroyed a few of the most vital pillars, it was enough to demonstrate the magnitude of his current power. Beyond the realm lay an expansive and boundless void, dotted with stars that resembled jewels embedded in black satin, twinkling with a mysterious and distant luminescence. Here, the concept of time was absent, and the constraints of space dissolved, leaving only endless silence and profundity. Occasionally, a beam of light from a distant galaxy would pierce this stillness, bringing a hint of warmth and hope. On this fragment of the secret realm, Tang San could distinctly feel the forces of the void converging from all directions, some gentle, others tempestuous, continuously battering against his body and soul. Yet, he appeared unaffected, allowing these forces to rage around him. The support and protection of the fragment prevented the temporal energy from siphoning away his vitality, thus averting the swift passage of time. In the depths of the dark demon evil god tiger's secret realm, time seemed to freeze, rendering everything quiet and enigmatic. Tang San sat there in tranquility, enveloped in a faint grayish light, exuding an air of solemn divinity. After an extended period, Tang San finally achieved profound comprehension of the principles of the evil god. His eyes slowly opened, shimmering with a deep luminescence, as if capable of unraveling the mysteries of existence. At that moment, his evil god power had undergone a transformative evolution. Having absorbed the residual strength within the body of the dark corpse, Tang San's evil god power surged to unprecedented heights. This formidable energy roared within him, imbuing him with an extraordinary sense of strength. This power manifested not only in a marked increase in his abilities but also in his understanding and mastery of the principles. In this moment, Tang San transcended the realm of ordinary divine beings, emerging as a true evil god. His dark, godly power resembles an immeasurable ocean, profound and unfathomable, harboring boundless might. In this realm, Tang San has reached a stage where he can wield the power of the dark god at will, conjuring countless astonishing miracles. However, just as he was preparing to depart the secret realm and integrate this understanding into his cultivation, a subtle anomaly caught his attention. He discovered that a small portion of his core dark, godly power was inexplicably missing, as if it had been silently stripped away by some invisible force. This revelation instilled a sense of vigilance in Tang San, according to the tales recounted in the Dark God's annotations. The dark, godly power is divided into four principal segments: the portion inherited by the dark god, and the three entities known as the dark demon tiger, the mandala snake, and the faceless demon spider. He had completely absorbed the dark god's share, leading him to surmise that remnants of the three clans might still linger. These latent threats may not stir up significant turmoil, yet Tang San resolved to eradicate the hidden dangers. Wildfires may not be extinguished, only to regrow with the spring breeze. Perhaps some remnants were attempting to undermine his strength in this manner. Thus, he resolutely decided to return to the Douluo continent and embark on a meticulous investigation. Tang San navigated between the great spirit beast forests and human cities, personally exterminating numerous faceless demon spiders, mandala snakes, and other creatures of their ilk, even extending his efforts to obliterate their offshoots. Yet, despite his relentless endeavors, he found no trace of the dark godly power within these beings. That missing core of dark godly power remained elusive. This loss and unease loomed over him like ominous clouds. Suddenly, Tang San recalled a peculiar method of divination mentioned in the Dark God's annotations, which detailed an ancient and malevolent divination technique that piqued his interest. This method required the sacrifice of countless lives, its malevolence appalling, yet Tang San found himself with no alternative. He yearned to reclaim the strength he had lost, and was unwilling to allow the potential threat to continue lurking. In truth, the aftermath left by the ancient spirit had quietly erupted within Tang San's sea of consciousness. The self-detonation of the ancient spirit's mental energy not only severely damaged his sea of consciousness, but also provided an opportunity for the dark god's remnants to wreak havoc. Tang San exerted every ounce of his strength and willpower to suppress these malevolent thoughts, yet the ferocity of the battle nearly shattered his psyche, bringing him to the brink of losing his soul. Although he ultimately succeeded in suppressing the majority of these dark thoughts, a small fraction still lingered within his sea of consciousness, subtly altering his mental state. These dark thoughts took root like seeds, silently eroding Tang San's will, embodying the dark god's ultimate intent to transform him gradually and ultimately seek to usurp his very being. In this contest of soul and will, while the dark god was also wounded and fell into silence, the impact of its presence was profound and enduring. Tang San, once a dual deity wielder who may have scorned life and regarded countless lives as trivial, found his mindset subtly shifting under the dark god's insidious influence. He began to grow indifferent to life, perceiving the lives of countless individuals as mere trifles. Tang San contemplated in his heart that a mere few 100,000 lives could not possibly compare to his future prowess, revealing the coldness and resolve within him. To fulfill the wicked prophecy, Tang San spared no effort in employing his formidable powers. Capturing the souls of hundreds of thousands of innocent citizens of the Douluo Empire, those devout believers in the sea god, as sacrificial offerings for a malevolent ritual. This spectacle sent shockwaves throughout the entire Douluo continent. Standing atop the lofty mountains of Sea God Island, enveloped in a faint blue glow, the emblem of the sea god's power, his gaze was sharp and profound, as if he could discern the essence of all things in the world. Under his command, the souls of hundreds of thousands of followers drifted like aimless spirits, drawn together by an invisible force, coalescing in the air to form a magnificent ocean of souls. These devotees, in their lifetimes, had fervently worshipped the sea god, believing that their faith would bestow upon them protection and peace. Little did they realize that, in this moment of life and death, their faith had become the shackles binding them. Their voices intertwined in a chorus of lamentation, echoing across the shattered realm, each word imbued with despair and confusion. Great sea god, we have been exceedingly devoted to you. Why must you treat us thus? An elderly, trembling voice emerged from the ocean of souls, belonging to one of the aged followers, whose eyes brimmed with unwavering loyalty and bewilderment towards the sea god. Yet, Tang San's response was as frigid as ice, devoid of warmth. It is precisely because you worship me that you, insignificant insects, ought to contribute to my cause. In my eyes, your lives are but fleeting shadows. Your faith is merely a source of power for me. His tone was imbued with an undeniable authority, as if stating a matter of fact. The protection and peace you believed in were mere illusions I granted you. Before true power, your faith is but inconsequential dust. We only wish to receive your protection. Another youthful voice quavered with tears, her soul trembling as she struggled to accept this harsh reality. Tang San's lips curled into a cold smile. Protection? Huh. For you insignificant insects, being able to contribute to me is your stroke of fortune. In the realm of divinity, there is no reward without sacrifice. Your sacrifices will transform into a part of my power, aiding my ascent to a higher divine throne. As Tang San's words fell, the souls of the followers began to gradually dissipate, transforming into wisps of pure energy that merged into the array beneath his feet. At that moment, the aura of the array grew deeper and more powerful, as if the entire cosmos trembled in response to his might. For Tang San, all of this was merely a trivial interlude on his path to ascend the divine throne, as his gaze pierced through the illusions before him, looking towards a future far more distant and expansive. There, He found the power and glory he yearned for, alongside the potential of everything he might possess in the future. Provided he perfected the final remnants of the path of the malevolent deity, he would then acquire all that he had envisioned for his future. Tang San stood atop the high mountains of Sea God Island on the Douluo continent, illuminated by the eerie yet solemn radiance of the malevolent formation. Surrounded by an evil energy coalesced from the countless innocent souls. This force was formidable and distorted, seemingly capable of tearing apart space and glimpsing the future. His gaze was as profound as a black hole, transcending the boundaries of time and space, capturing the secrets that had been continuously erased from memory and desperately concealed. Thus it is, Tang San murmured, his voice imbued with a sense of enlightenment, tinged with lamentation for the capriciousness of fate. Yuan, have so ingeniously tempered the essence of the malevolent deity's power, intertwining it with that seemingly inconspicuous necklace, allowing it to seep in silently. With its most crucial part hidden away, unbeknownst to me. It turns out that the ancient spirit's feigned assault was ultimately aimed at that necklace. The gears of destiny are indeed exquisitely intricate. Tang Sen sighed, as he revisited the scene of the fateful battle, only to realize a subtle inconsistency. He continued to observe, knowing that mere conjecture required further exploration of the past to ascertain its authenticity. Tang San's brow furrowed. He recognized that, although he had glimpsed a fragment of the future, it resembled a lighthouse shrouded in fog, illuminating but a small expanse of sea ahead, while greater unknowns and dangers lurked in the shadows. In's daily caress of the necklace. The faint flow of the malevolent deity's power within was unmistakable and had indeed forged the quintessence of that dark power into the seemingly unremarkable necklace. After witnessing nearly 10 millennia of In's life, Tang San made a resolute decision. Regrettably, the souls of hundreds of thousands could only sustain the recollection up to the day before the memories were erased. Tang San whispered, his tone laden with profound regret and discontent. He understood that the necklace contained the most critical fragment of the path of the malevolent deity, which he desperately lacked. Thus, he was determined to seek its trace, even at the cost of exhausting all his strength. However, the memory retracing and the malevolent formation's recall only extended to the day after In erased his memories, leaving Tang Sen unaware that the necklace was a gift from the god of space. Nor did he realize it contained a complete path of time imbued with impurities, a power capable of distorting time and space, of manipulating fate. Mastery of it could lead to ascension to the divine realm. Perhaps, had he known, he might have made more extreme choices, willing to sacrifice everything to once again seize the lives of hundreds of thousands to activate the formation, merely to glimpse the ultimate fate of that necklace and the deeper secrets concealed within. Tang Sen inhaled deeply, as if to draw in all those fragments of the past surging like a tide into his chest, yet those images sliced through his awareness like sharp blades. His gaze flickered intermittently, sometimes luminous, at other times dimmed. In this pivotal moment, Tang Sen swiftly summoned his soul power, invoking the ancient and mysterious heart-purifying art. As the incantation flowed, a refreshing energy arose from his dantian, gradually traversing through his limbs and bones, soothing his tumultuous thoughts one by one. His breathing steadily transformed into a deep and tranquil rhythm, while the anger and resentment within him dissipated like ripples on a lake caressed by a gentle spring breeze, gradually returning to serenity. Yet beneath this calmness lay profound helplessness and anxiety. Tang San was acutely aware that at this juncture, he could not directly locate the necklace imbued with the power of the malevolent deity, nor could he foresee where its bearer might travel or the consequences that would ensue. This sense of impotence elicited a sigh from him, yet he understood that lamentation would not resolve the issue. Only action could alter the current state of affairs. Thus, he cast his gaze toward a more distant future, resolving to refine the path of the malevolent deity through his own insights. The path of the malevolent deity was one he himself had traversed, and with his experience of wielding dual divine powers, he possessed a wealth of knowledge that might enable him to enhance this perilous journey, despite its potential to be fraught with uncertainty and danger, possibly even deviating from the righteous path. However, under the present circumstances, it was the sole method within his grasp. He believed that with relentless effort, there might come a day when he would not need to find that necklace to perfect the path of the malevolent deity, ultimately mastering its principles and acquiring formidable strength. With this thought, Tang San gazed up at the sky of the Douluo continent. It was an expansive, boundless azure, seemingly capable of encompassing all the joys and sorrows of the world. His eyes pierced through the clouds, transcended the starlit expanse, and appeared to traverse the river of time itself, catching a glimpse of the distant and enigmatic figure, Jiang Liuyan. This formidable being, adept in the 6 elemental transmutation technique, moved freely through the realms of time and space. Every action and decision he made could alter the course of the entire world. Jiang Liuyan, Tang San murmured to himself. Having gleaned these 2 names from the malevolent deity's array, names that seemed to possess an intrinsic allure, igniting his curiosity. One was the ordinary dark magic malevolent deity from the Tiger clan who had taken the necklace, while the other was a being who had concealed his identity and traversed the river of time for tens of thousands of years. I shall certainly find you. The treasures you have taken will be returned to me by my own hands, whether it be the last vestige of the malevolent deity's core power or the deeper, hidden forces that lie behind this world. In the distance, within a secluded paradise of the Xianwu continent, a bamboo house emitted 2 resounding echoes. Volume complete. Chapter 33. Bamboo Forest. The River of Time is inherently a unique timeline that transcends both past and present. The tributary where the dark magic malevolent deity Tiger clan resided was but a narrow offshoot within this vast river, akin to a mere strand of hair. After Jiang Liuyan executed the 6 elemental transmutation technique, the 5 elemental powers within him and the temporal force in his hand were drawn by the spirals inscribed within him, forming a special passage before Jiang Liuyan. With the necklace in hand, he leaped into the passage. The reason he alone could escape was that once the temporal force within the necklace recognized its master, no one else could wield it. And the execution of the 6 elemental transmutation technique necessitated complete mastery over the elements. Jiang Liuyan gazed through the passageway and beheld an endless, flowing river, profound and distant. He could even discern each droplet of water outside the spatial tunnel, some sparkling like stars, illuminating the splendor of civilization, others dim and lackluster, chronicling the silence and vicissitudes of time. The sight of the river of time left Jiang Liuyan profoundly astonished, as he had never imagined that the world beyond the dark demonic realm of the tiger's secret held such magnificence. Jiang Liuyan gazed around, witnessing the secret realm he had departed from, a scene that would be etched in his memory for eternity. In an instant, that sacred sanctuary, the very haven upon which the dark demon Tiger clan depended for survival, disintegrated and scattered into oblivion. The heart of Jiang Liuyan resembles a shattered mirror, each fragment reflecting boundless sorrow and anguish. He stands amidst the barriers of time, his eyes ablaze with fury, fixated on that shadowy figure as if determined to reduce it to ashes. That shadow looms over him like a dark cloud, suffocating his very breath. His fingers are clenched into fists, nails embedded deeply into his palms, blood trickling from his fingertips, yet he remains oblivious to the pain. The secret realm, once a sanctuary for his soul, a cradle of countless cherished memories and dreams, now crumbles under the weight of the demonic forces. Every stone that falls strikes heavily upon his heart, invoking an indescribable agony. And he, Uncle Sun, Uncle Shui, Bairuoli, and Xingyu, his most revered elders and kindred spirits he has met in recent months, now lie beneath the ruins of the shattered realm, perhaps reduced to mere bones and dust. Jiang Liuyan recalled the years spent in the company of his neighbors, and an indescribable surge of anger and hatred towards Tang San welled up within him. He vowed, with the remainder of his life, to ensure that you were torn to pieces and your bones ground to dust. Kneeling before the secret realm, Jiang Liuyan deeply bowed 3 times before proceeding towards the other end of the passage. In the depths of the ancient river of time, there exists a colossal entity known as the Immortal Alliance, which has emerged victoriously in the fierce competition throughout the timeline, claiming the upper reaches of this temporal river. Its purpose lies solely in the past, while all others, all nations, belong to the future. Within the ranks of the Immortal Alliance, there lies the enchanting clan of Illusion, which harbors a breathtaking paradise that seems to be meticulously sculpted by nature itself, far removed from the clamor of the world, where one can almost hear the gentle footsteps of time. In spring, this haven is tenderly enveloped by a thin veil of mist. As dawn breaks, golden sunlight filters through the gossamer, casting dappled patterns upon the verdant bamboo growth. Each bamboo leaf appears to be kissed by a delicate golden sheen, shimmering with the vitality and hope of life. Under such illumination, the entire bamboo forest seems to be cloaked in a fine layer of gold, with every stalk glowing radiantly, intertwining with its inherent emerald hue, creating a mesmerizing tableau. The dewdrops on the bamboo leaves, illuminated by this golden light, become crystalline and translucent, resembling pearls embedded in green satin, glistening with dazzling brilliance. The air is imbued with a refreshing fragrance of earth and bamboo leaves, and a deep breath feels as though it can cleanse the soul of all its dust. In the depths of the bamboo growth, A quaint and elegant courtyard lies serenely, surrounded by towering, upright bamboo that, whether sparse or dense, forms a natural barrier, shielding it from the disturbances of the outside world. The shadows of the bamboo sway gracefully in the breeze, producing a rustling sound akin to celestial music, evoking a sense of tranquility. Within the courtyard stands a bamboo house, nestled against the mountainside and beside the water, simple yet elegant. Constructed from naturally grown bamboo, the house is woven together by skilled artisans, exuding both strength and an air of refinement. The roof, thickly thatched with bamboo leaves, provides shelter from the wind and rain while adding a rustic charm. Sunlight streams through the sparse gaps in the bamboo leaves, casting beams of light upon the interior, where simple furnishings and delicate bamboo decorations harmoniously converge, creating a warm and serene atmosphere. In the courtyard, a small pond lies crystal clear, where a few koi swim leisurely, occasionally leaping from the water and sending ripples dancing across the surface. Along the pond's edge, several wildflowers sway in the breeze, reds, yellows, and blues, adding a touch of vibrancy and color to this tranquil space. A swing gently hangs beneath the shade of a tree, swaying softly as if recounting the joyous laughter of days gone by. At this moment, the sky is a brilliant blue, with a few white clouds drifting lazily by. The occasional chirp of birds flitting through the trees further underscores the tranquility and harmony of this realm, where every corner pulses with life and hope. Here, time seems to slow, allowing one to forget the troubles of the mundane world, immersing oneself in this rare tranquility and beauty, permitting the heart and soul to find complete relaxation and renewal. Suddenly, the horizon appears to be torn apart by an invisible force, revealing a terrifying rift that emerges before one's eyes. The barriers of time and space were torn asunder with a brutality akin to that of fragile parchment. In the midst of this chaos, a deafening, shrill buzzing resonated through the air, piercing the heavens like a sword cleaving through the very fabric of existence. Accompanying this piercing sound, a colossal shadow descended from the sky with the velocity of a meteor, its size unfathomable and its presence overwhelming, shattering the tranquility of the bamboo grove in an instant. Bamboo leaves swirled in the air, violently stirred by the shadow, creating a tempest of emerald hues. Amidst this verdant maelstrom, a massive figure plummeted from above, embodying a cataclysmic force that forcefully crashed into this peaceful realm of green bamboo. This dark entity was none other than Jiang Liuyan, who had just emerged from the temporal corridor. Due to an unexpected temporal turbulence, he was compelled to awkwardly exit the time tunnel, revealing his primal form as the dark demonic god tiger. His physique was enormous and fearsome, with ebony fur glimmering with a chilling sheen under the dim light. Despite its disheveled appearance, it exuded an aura of regal dominance. His eyes resembled two profound night skies, flickering with a blend of madness and despair. As his forelimbs struck the ground, they trembled the entire bamboo grove, as if the earth itself quaked in response to this sudden manifestation. The surrounding air seemed to solidify, and time appeared to slow in that moment. The creatures within the bamboo grove, whether the leisurely foraging squirrels or the birds poised to take flight, were struck with terror by this abrupt upheaval, scattering in all directions in search of a safe refuge. Jiang Liuyan slowly lifted his head, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings, his eyes brimming with confusion. Where is this? Where am I? Who am I? Jiang Liuyan awkwardly rose to his feet, his massive frame pressing against the bamboo. After a brief moment of disorientation, his mind swiftly began to process the surroundings. Towering bamboo groves loomed above him, and apart from the verdant forest, he could discern no clear direction. Shaking off the fallen bamboo leaves clinging to him, Jiang Liuyan arbitrarily chose a path and moved forward. However, the sheer size of the dark demon, evil god tiger, made traversing the bamboo thicket an arduous task, as he inevitably brushed against the thick stalks, which obstructed his progress. Jiang Liuyan had come to realize the predicament he faced, channeling his soul power to transform himself into human form. He understood that due to the chaotic currents of time and space, he had deviated from his intended destination and was uncertain of his whereabouts. Consequently, he needed to swiftly acclimate to his surroundings, ideally locating a place inhabited by others to address his survival needs. Although bamboo was consumable, it was not Jiang Liuyan's desire. He was not a mythical beast that feasted on iron, but rather a tiger that craved flesh. In the coolness, a middle-aged man appeared in the courtyard, painting while conversing with a cat that lay beside him. It seemed that the feline understood his words. Meow, what do I care about visitors? Meow, things have settled. It's just an illusion. How he arrived is how he must depart, The little cat meowed. This was indeed the case, yet he represented an unpredictable variable. When he tires, you may invite her inside. In these 1,000 years, we have had our share of guests, the middle-aged man remarked, placing his brush on the stand. The painting he had created depicted a vividly lifelike representation of the dark demon evil god tiger, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Jiang Liuyan's true form. Over the millennia, I have encountered many so-called children of fate. Those endowed with great fortune invariably experience serendipitous encounters and exhibit astonishing growth, often transcending one or two significant stages to challenge opponents far beyond their level. Such individuals should be befriended rather than antagonized. If enmity is unavoidable, it must be extinguished before they rise, severing them from their roots. And he, with whom I share a connection, is ready for another to inherit my legacy. The man declared. Meow, 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 good, good, good. The lounging cat replied in a sarcastic tone. The middle-aged man, incensed by the cat's interruption of his cultivated emotions, was poised to retaliate when the feline, seemingly foreseeing his intent, leaped from the table and bounded onto the eaves, resuming its slumber. After a considerable time, Jiang Liuyan wandered through the intricate maze of the bamboo grove for an extended period, never once contemplating the possibility of losing his way amidst the towering stalks. After all, his spatial reasoning was quite exceptional, and he had meticulously marked numerous indicators along his path. He was acutely aware that he was certainly not meandering aimlessly. However, in this verdant labyrinth, the concepts of east, south, west, and north had lost their significance. All that surrounded him were bamboo. An endless sea of green that stirred an inexplicable restlessness within his heart, as the grove exuded an air of unsettling mystery. As Jiang Liuyan lifted his gaze towards the heavens, sunlight filtered through the dense bamboo leaves, casting a mosaic of light and shadow, yet it failed to illuminate the confusion dwelling within his heart. Surrounding him was an endless expanse of verdant green, each bamboo stalk standing tall like a sword, piercing the sky as if nature had woven a labyrinth that obscured direction and concealed any path to escape. What astonished Jiang Liuyan even more was that, despite possessing the formidable physique of the dark demon tiger clan, which allowed him to effortlessly sprint hundreds of kilometers, merely wandering through this bamboo grove for an afternoon had drained his spiritual energy at an alarming rate. Moreover, the ethereal energy in the air was utterly unfathomable, as if a higher power rendered him incapable of replenishing his own strength. With this exchange of energies, an overwhelming fatigue surged through Jiang Liuyan's body. Could it be that I am destined to perish in this nameless bamboo grove? The vendetta against my clan remains unavenged, the blood-soaked enmity of my race still unresolved. That demon, Tang San, has yet to meet his end at my hands. How can I succumb here? A tide of unwillingness and fury welled up within Jiang Liuyan as he struggled to rise, only to collapse helplessly to the ground, sweat and tears mingling, blurring his vision. The bamboo leaves rustled around him, as if responding to some unspoken sentiment. The wind carried a hint of melancholy, sweeping through the grove and gently brushing against Jiang Liuyan's face, taking away some of his sweat and tears. Yet it could not diminish the tenacity and resilience within his heart. The sound of the bamboo leaves, at that moment, transformed into a clarion call for inspiration. Amidst the whispering leaves and the howling wind, an unusual radiance emerged from the depths of the bamboo forest, illuminating Jiang Liuyan's face. Startled, he raised his head to behold a resplendent spirit bird soaring out of the grove, its feathers seemingly imbued with a mysterious power, gliding gracefully towards him. Is this the will of the heavens? Jiang Liuyan pondered silently, extending his hand as the spirit bird gently landed in his palm, imparting a warmth and strength. With the arrival of the spirit bird, an unprecedented vitality surged within him, and the fatigue that had consumed him began to dissipate at an extraordinary pace. The heavens do not forsake me. Jiang Liuyan, nourished by the spirit bird, gradually reclaimed his peak condition. Just then, from the depths of the dense bamboo forest, a white cat emerged silently. Its steps were as light as falling feathers, each movement harmonizing with the sway of the bamboo leaves, creating an aura of elegance and mystery. This white cat's fur was as pure as freshly fallen snow, devoid of any blemish, exuding an innocence akin to the first snowfall. Its eyes sparkled with wisdom and vitality, deep and luminous, as if they could perceive the innermost thoughts of the world around it. When it gazed upon its surroundings, an extraordinary aura emanated from its eyes, imbuing the entire scene with tranquility and serenity, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The white cat gracefully weaves through the bamboo grove, its silhouette melding seamlessly with the surrounding environment, evoking thoughts of the enigmatic creatures from ancient legends. Chapter 34, Illusion. As the cat approached with a gait as light as the wind, a profound sense of awe and anticipation surged within Jiang Liuyan. This was not merely due to the cat's ethereal presence, which seemed oddly out of place amidst the bamboo, yet its essence harmonized perfectly with the grove, instilling a sense of paradoxical wonder in Jiang Liuyan's heart. "Are you here to take me away?" His voice trembled slightly as his gaze remained fixed on the white feline. In this tranquil and mysterious bamboo forest, he felt as though he had exhausted every ounce of strength, yet remained unable to depart from this place. Thus, he entrusted his last flicker of hope to every possible direction, silently praying, what if there truly is a chance to escape? The white cat halted its light steps, elegantly turning to gaze at him with its bright, expressive eyes, gently swaying its tail as if to respond to the turmoil within him. Then it turned once more, resuming its graceful stride, leading him deeper into the bamboo thicket. Each step exuded an air of serenity, as if this grove were its domain, familiar with every corner. Navigating through the dense foliage, the light grew softer and more mysterious, permeated by a subtle, ethereal fragrance, a scent that seemed to embody the essence of millennia of culture and tradition, a truly unique aroma. At last, in a clearing, an ancient and elegant bamboo courtyard came into view. At its center, an elderly man clad in a white robe was engrossed in painting, his brushwork revealing an extraordinary artistic vision. "Meow, little illusion, I've brought someone for you. Don't keep me from my slumber." The white cat raised its head, meowing with a lack of the earlier elegance, then leapt onto the eaves, curling up atop the house, thinking that for the sake of 10 small fish snacks, it was not a bad idea to bring someone for little illusion. The middle-aged man in white, upon hearing this, slowly lifted his gaze. His deep-set eyes seemed capable of piercing through the human heart. He smiled gently, a warmth radiating from his expression that could dispel all worldly gloom. "Jiang Liuyan, welcome to the replica secret realm of the Illusion Sect. I'm Huanqi, the former master of the Illusion Sect and a temporary resident of this bamboo grove and secret realm." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Liuyan felt a surge of respect within him. He bowed deeply, his gratitude evident. "Thank you for your rescue, Sect Master. I am profoundly grateful." Huanqi smiled. "Do not be hasty in your thanks. To be candid, the grand formation outside was devised by me. The large array within the bamboo grove is a specialized formation, meticulously crafted to emulate the protective array of the Huan sect. It is filled with myriad formations, including illusion arrays, energy absorption arrays, and counteracting arrays. Surely, you have sensed that within the illusion, you are unable to exert your full strength, and the rate at which your stamina and power are depleted is several times greater than usual. The external structure of this grand array consists of 18 gathering arrays that absorb external spiritual energy, while 3 internal exchange arrays gradually assimilate the energy of those within the formation for its own use. Altogether, the grand array is adorned with 46 major spiritual energy transformation arrays and 148 minor transformation arrays. Each formation can convert the internal energy of its participants into a form that cannot be directly utilized. What do you think? Isn't this grand array remarkably profound? Meow, a white cat perched on the eaves, interjected, signaling that he had said too much, and they had yet to ascertain whether the young man before them could join the sect. Zilu gently waved his hand, seemingly unconcerned, and addressed Jiang Liuyan. "Young man, we are fated to meet. Would you be willing to become my disciple?" Although Jiang Liuyan was momentarily unsettled by the illusionary array that consumed his afternoon, he soon found solace in the sheer awe inspired within him. Observing the refined middle-aged man before him, he promptly performed a respectful bow, acknowledging him as his master. Huanqi cast a sidelong glance at the white cat, seemingly reveling in its own superiority, its gaze brimming with a silent triumph that suggested, "See how well I am regarded." Despite my earlier claim of not taking you as a disciple, unable to conceal his delight, Huanqi turned to Jiang Liuyan, raising a hand to indicate that no further formalities were necessary, and instead gestured towards the unfinished painting on the table. "Behold this artwork." As Huanqi's voice faded, Jiang Liuyan focused on the painting laid before him, depicting an immensely formidable dark demonic tiger. When he had been ensnared by the illusionary array in the bamboo grove, the painting had merely revealed its essence through Jiang Liuyan's perception, appearing vivid and lifelike, akin to the actual dark demonic tiger. However, after Huanqi's subsequent modifications, the painting now transcended mere representation. It seemed to draw upon Jiang Liuyan's very essence to traverse time, capturing a pinnacle moment from millennia past when the dark demonic tiger clan reigned supreme, a portrayal of unrivaled majesty and invincibility. The massive form of the dark demonic tiger nearly dominated half of the canvas, its fur shimmering with an enigmatic bluish-purple hue. Reminiscent of the most profound dreams in the night sky or the tumultuous currents beneath the abyss, exuding both mystery and a heart-stirring allure. Its eyes, like two brilliant yet detached gemstones, appeared capable of penetrating the deepest fears of the human soul, glimmering with a haunting light that seemed to weave invisible curses and nightmares with each blink. Surrounding it was a tendril of black demonic energy, though seemingly still. Upon closer inspection, it bore an almost lifelike quality, swirling and coiling around the tiger's form as if transforming into sharp blades or grotesque visages, reflecting its supreme authority and terrifying power as a deity's sacrificial guardian. The very paper of the painting felt heavy and distorted under the weight of this force, as if it were on the verge of shattering into fragments. With Huanqi's words concluding, the painting seemed to animate, the bamboo leaves swaying gently, a soft breeze wafting through, and a phantom of the dark demonic tiger emerging from the canvas, landing before Jiang Liuyan. Its posture was lithe, its eyes radiating defiance and pride, embodying the most spirited essence of its kind from eons ago. This painting serves as a testament to your indomitable spirit and, as a reward for withstanding my trials, a personal gift from me to you. Huanqi's voice was deep and resonant, imbued with magnetism. I hope you can glean from it the unique qualities of your clan's most glorious past, a reminder that regardless of the adversities faced, one must remain true to oneself and pursue authenticity, just as the creature depicted in this painting, who, despite being in the depths of hardship, stands proud among its peers. Jiang Liuyan gazed intently at the painting, his heart surging with an unprecedented sense of awe. His kin had all perished at the hands of the celestial demons, perhaps leaving not a single survivor. This painting was not merely a work of art, it represented a profound connection to his past. Each stroke and line captured the essence and memories of his people, evoking a deep sense of familial love and the warmth of his community. As he beheld the artwork, it was as if he could hear the joyous laughter of his relatives and feel their presence. This overwhelming sensation brought tears to his eyes, filling him with nostalgia for the past and hope for the future. He understood that although his kin had departed, their spirit would forever be etched in his heart, inspiring him to forge ahead. Furthermore, this painting symbolized the great expectations and aspirations of the sect leader towards him. As a disciple, he was acutely aware of the responsibility he bore to inherit and promote the culture of his sect. This artwork served as a testament to the leader's recognition and encouragement, solidifying his resolve to persevere on his path. Jiang Liuyan secretly resolved to transform this hope into motivation, diligently cultivating himself to become a formidable practitioner. He aimed to repay the trust bestowed upon him by the sect leader with tangible actions, ensuring that he did not disappoint their expectations. Simultaneously, he sought to grant peace to the souls of his ancestors, making their sacrifices worthwhile. Sect leader, I am willing to become your disciple and join the illusory sect to avenge our clan. Initially, his desire to learn techniques stemmed merely from witnessing the formidable array abilities of Huanqi. Yet, upon receiving this painting, Jiang Liuyan was profoundly moved. The sect leader's earnest efforts touched him deeply. Thus, he knelt before Huanqi, his tone resolute and his eyes glimmering with unwavering determination. Fully accepting Huanqi as his master, Huanqi nodded in satisfaction and promptly announced the commencement of the apprenticeship ceremony. The ceremony, though not elaborate, was solemn and sacred. Huanqi personally brought forth a bowl of clear spring water and placed it before Jiang Liuyan, stating, "This spring is called Source of the Heart. Drinking from it purifies the heart and clarifies one's aspirations, allowing one to forget worldly troubles. You shall partake of it. If you do not sever the 3,000 threads of vexation and momentarily set aside your hatred, how will you be able to reclaim it later? Harboring hatred will profoundly impact your future studies. The sect leader does not intend to persuade you to relinquish your hatred in favor of love to influence everyone. On the contrary, one aspect of the illusory array is to perceive malevolence. Understanding how to magnify the flaws within human hearts is essential for our path. Therefore, one must first let go before being able to grasp. If you pursue strength while clinging to hatred, although you may experience rapid advancement in the short term, in the long run, when the string within your heart snaps, the consequences will be dire." As Jiang Liuyan listened to the words of the sect leader, he fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, he had always believed that his ultimate goal was to attain strength and then exact vengeance. However, upon further reflection, he recognized that each of his thoughts and every ounce of his effort stemmed from a profound hatred for his enemies and an unwavering resolve for retribution. Memories of his past flooded his mind, those agonizing moments of losing loved ones and friends. Such recollections ignited within him a tempest of anger and sorrow, while simultaneously awakening a fierce determination deep within his soul. Yet, he also came to a sobering realization. If one day he were to achieve his revenge, that taut string of purpose might very well snap. At that juncture, would he still be able to retain his relentless pursuit of power? Or would he find himself ensnared in a labyrinth of confusion and self-doubt, bereft of his once clear objective? Jiang Liuyan was acutely aware that the path of vengeance was fraught with hardships and challenges, demanding a tremendous sacrifice. Yet, without such an objective, how could he discern the direction in which to advance? He found himself pondering the true significance and value of his existence. As these thoughts crystallized, he accepted the crystal-clear spring water, drinking deeply, feeling a refreshing essence flow from his throat to his heart, as if even his soul had been cleansed to a pristine clarity. Subsequently, Huanqi produced an ancient jade pendant, intricately engraved with elaborate runes that emitted a soft luminescence. This pendant, known as Huanming, was the sole token of my identity as the previous leader of the Huan sect. It not only offers you protection but also serves as a guiding light on your path of cultivation. Henceforth, you shall be a member of the Huan sect and my personally cherished disciple. Ziliu gently affixed the pendant to Jiang Liuyan's waist, her eyes brimming with satisfaction and anticipation. Jiang Liuyan accepted the jade pendant, feeling the enigmatic power it harbored. A wave of gratitude surged within him. He understood that this pendant held profound significance for him. It was not merely a symbol of his identity as the direct disciple of the sect leader, but it also served to safeguard his soul. Moreover, it epitomized the trust and support that Huanqi bestowed upon him. Thank you, esteemed senior. Jiang Liuyan expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Huanqi with utmost sincerity. Huanqi smiled gently and nodded, saying, "There is no need for such formality. This is the result of fate. Our paths have intertwined by destiny, and you shall find this pendant invaluable in the future. I hope you wield it wisely to achieve great endeavors." Through Jiang Liuyan's eyes, Huanqi seemed to glimpse a moment in the future when the jade pendant would shield him from a lethal blow capable of extinguishing his life. Jiang Liuyan grasped the jade pendant tightly in his hand, a flicker of determination gleaming in his eyes. He understood that the road ahead was fraught with uncertainties and challenges. Yet with the protection of this jade pendant, he felt emboldened to confront any adversity. "Rest assured, Master, I shall not betray your trust," Jiang Liuyan vowed. The esteemed Master Huanqi nodded in satisfaction. With the completion of the apprenticeship ceremony, Jiang Liuyan's heart brimmed with gratitude and exhilaration. He knew he was about to embark on a path of cultivation filled with trials and opportunities, a journey he had never envisioned. The dark demon tiger, rooted in the 6 elemental systems, had evolved into myriad skills, while the innate abilities of the life and death arena could only be grasped by the most exceptional soul beasts. He had never anticipated studying illusion formations under a master, a realm he had yet to explore. Perhaps, through this knowledge, he could one day vanquish Tang San, exacting vengeance for his annihilated race. On this path, with the meticulous guidance of Master Huanqi, the former head of the illusion sect, he believed he could surmount all obstacles and steadily grow stronger, ultimately realizing the aspirations that resided within his heart. In the distance, where the currents of time converged with the timeline of Douluo continent, a shadow flowed upstream against the river of time, its form oscillating between age and youth, its physical capabilities fluctuating through various stages of life, rendering it unable to discern whether it was youthful, middle-aged, or elderly. At that moment, if dark were present, he would undoubtedly recognize the silhouette of the shadow, which was traversing the river of time in search of a remedy for the impending eruption of the dark divine power within him. However, during this journey upstream, it became aware that the entire secret realm had been obliterated by a being named Tang San, a celestial demon. Thus, only 2 members of the Dark Demon Tiger clan remained. Chapter 35, The Pursuit of Strength. With the successful conclusion of the apprenticeship ceremony, an unprecedented fervor and resolve ignited within Jiang Liuyan. He was acutely aware that to become powerful enough to confront Tang San and avenge his kin, sheer determination alone would not suffice. Relentless effort and the guidance of wisdom were imperative. Under Huanqi's direction, Jiang Liuyan traversed the meandering paths of the bamboo forest, arriving at a secluded courtyard nestled deep within the sect. This courtyard resembled a paradise, isolated from the clamor of the outside world, tranquil and elegant. The layout of the courtyard was simple yet refined. The path paved with bluestone was bordered by meticulously pruned flowers and grasses, which, though not rare, swayed gently in the breeze, releasing a faint fragrance that invigorated the spirit. At the heart of the courtyard lay a petite pond, its waters crystal clear, where several koi swam leisurely, occasionally leaping from the surface to trace graceful arcs in the air. By the pond's edge, a rockery was artfully constructed, with clear springs trickling through the crevices, merging into the pond and producing a melodious tinkling that infused life into the serene courtyard. However, the most striking feature was the bamboo forest encircling the yard. These bamboos stood tall and verdant, their branches lush, sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows that enveloped the entire courtyard in a shroud of mystery and softness. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the bamboo leaves to rustle softly, as if whispering ancient legends. Huanchi lightly waved her sleeve, and a wave of gentle spiritual energy surged from her palm, instantly enveloping the entire courtyard. The fallen leaves and weeds, once scattered across the ground, began to rise gracefully under the influence of this ethereal power, before being tenderly ushered out of the courtyard. In an instant, the space transformed into a pristine haven, filled with a refreshing and transcendent aura. This shall be your sanctuary for cultivation and repose. Huanchi smiled at Jiang Liuyan, expressing her hope that he might find inner peace here and soon fulfill his aspirations. As Jiang Liuyan gazed upon the transformed courtyard, his heart swelled with gratitude. He stepped slowly into the house, where the simplicity of the decor exuded warmth and elegance. His fingers brushed over the bed, absorbing the care and affection bestowed upon him by his mentors, stirring a complex array of emotions within him. As night descended, enveloping the world in silence, Jiang Liuyan reclined on the bed. Through the partially opened window, he beheld the moonlight cascading upon the bamboo shadows, creating enchanting scenes that danced before his eyes. He closed his eyes, replaying the events of the day in his mind, the sense of impending doom as he found himself ensnared within the bamboo grove. The anxiety of first encountering Huanchi, the exquisite portrait she had meticulously crafted for him, the solemnity of the initiation ceremony, and the carefully prepared sanctuary for his cultivation. All of these experiences filled him with both wonder and an invigorating sense of purpose. As Jiang Liuyan gazed upon the artwork he had hung on the wall, a wave of gratitude surged within him, and he felt a subtle increase in his inner strength. He was acutely aware that he bore not only his own honor and disgrace, but also the hopes and future of his entire clan. This heavy burden of responsibility left no room for complacency. Thus, he silently resolved that regardless of how arduous the path ahead might be, he would forge ahead relentlessly until he realized the aspirations nestled deep within his heart. In this contemplative state, Jiang Liuyan gradually drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he found himself standing atop a peak, overlooking the world below, enveloped in a sense of confidence and serenity that he had long sought. The moonlight, like a silken thread, cascaded over the tranquil bamboo grove, draping this secluded sanctuary in a veil of silver. The night breeze gently rustled, carrying the unique fragrance and coolness of bamboo leaves, weaving through the dense shadows and emitting a soft, lingering hum, reminiscent of nature's most melodious nocturne. Within this moonlit bamboo grove, each stalk stood tall and elegant, their leaves shimmering in the moon's glow, appearing as if carved from jade. The foliage, densely layered yet harmonious, intertwined to form a vast green canopy that tenderly filtered the starlight and moonbeams, casting mottled shadows that infused the serene night with an air of mystery and dreaminess. Moonlight filtered through the sparse bamboo leaves, dappling Jiang Liuyan's form and bestowing a gentle radiance upon his handsome features, further enhancing his otherworldly demeanor. Huanchi, observing from the tips of the bamboo, gazed intently at the slumbering Jiang Liuyan and remarked to the white cat perched on his shoulder that this young man's disposition might indeed shatter the long stagnant patterns of this continent. The white cat meowed dismissively, its gaze imbued with disdain, as if to say, "What can a fledgling like you truly accomplish? Perhaps you overestimate him." With that, the white cat leapt from Huanchi's shoulder and vanished into the thick bamboo growth. Huanchi, glancing between Jiang Liuyan and the departing white cat, let out a sigh. Despite being of the same feline lineage, the animosity between them was palpable. He recalled the last disciple with phoenix blood, who had nearly been devoured by the white cat, only narrowly escaping due to his keen awareness. Huanchi resolved to provide Jiang Liuyan with the most comprehensive training. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the bamboo house nestled within the grove, Huanchi awaited at Jiang Liuyan's door, prepared to commence his first lesson. As the warm, radiant sunlight gently caressed the bamboo forest, casting golden hues upon the simple yet elegant bamboo dwelling, Huanchi stood tall before Jiang Liuyan's abode. His countenance was calm and solemn, with a glimmer of anticipation and determination for the future in his eyes. As soft sounds emanated from within the bamboo house, Jiang Liuyan slowly emerged, momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. In the morning light, Huan Qi seemed to merge seamlessly with the tranquil bamboo grove, exuding an indescribable aura of authority and compassion. Jiang Liuyan, you awaken at just the right moment. The voice of Huan Qi was gentle yet powerful. He nodded slightly, gesturing for Jiang Liuyan to draw closer. Today marks the official commencement of your journey in cultivation. The first lesson I shall impart is a narrative of the profound history of our continent. Huan Qi turned, leading Jiang Liuyan into a secluded glade deep within the bamboo forest, where dappled sunlight danced upon the ground and the shadows of the bamboo swayed gracefully. It was an exceptionally tranquil spot. He slowly seated himself and gestured for Jiang Liuyan to follow suit, then began his tale. Our world, known as the Xianwu continent, is divided into 16 segments. Millennia. Even tens of millions of years ago, our ancestors gazed upon the resplendent starry river above from a singular land and fell into deep contemplation. Why is this world so expansive? Is there a realm beyond the heavens? Can I reach out and touch that vast sky? If I were to walk endlessly, could I ascend to the heavens? Thus, humanity began its journey northward, measuring the entirety of the continent by their own strength. In those ancient times, the land was not divided into the 16 segments we recognize today, but existed as one vast expanse. Eventually, during a cataclysmic conflict between heaven and earth, the fabric of time itself was shattered, resulting in the division into 16 parts, a topic I will elaborate on later. Following this, the narrative took on a familiar trajectory, akin to many tales we have encountered. Humans, after all, are still mortals. Their physical strength and lifespan have limits. Over the ensuing centuries, humanity authored 2 tomes, one titled The Transmission of the Sky and the other The Chronicle of the Land. The former recounts the 32 tribes delineated within the vast expanse of the continent, the conflicts among races in the central region, and various natural phenomena, including the quakes we now refer to as earthquakes, the whispers of the storm king known today as tornadoes, and the fury of the sea god that we call tsunamis, among other natural calamities. Observing the forces of nature and gazing into the fabric of time to glimpse the past, present, and future, our ancestors crafted numerous cultivation techniques. After enduring the test of millions of years, these techniques were distilled into a select few: the dark breath of the nether, the wandering shadow of the wind, the radiant light of the holy, the dreadful sound of the nether, the purple lightning storm, the raging flames of heaven, the chronicles of time flow, the void escape technique, the illusory realm technique, the toxin dispelling method, and the grand record of the infinite. There are also secondary techniques of notable merit, such as the mighty opening of heaven and the carefree existence sutra, though I advise against their study. The primary techniques have no significant flaws and have withstood the scrutiny of countless ages, while the secondary techniques have existed for merely a century, a fleeting moment in the grand scheme of time, and therefore are not reliable. It is also worth mentioning some particularly unique techniques, such as the Buddha speaks, "I am invincible," the scholar states, "prosperity for all," and the Tao states, "I am supreme." These texts demand a foundation of belief and must not alter one's faith, despite their peculiar titles. The techniques they contain can indeed rival those of the foremost echelon of legendary practices. Jiang Liuyan nodded with a semblance of understanding. He continued, reflecting on the human experience and the transformations of this continent. After humanity devised their techniques, these methods birthed spiritual essences. The spiritual energy that flourished millions of years ago was far more abundant than what we encounter today. The richness of this energy was so profound that even the least gifted of humans, if transported back in time, could, through the passage of years, attain the status of a celestial emperor, an astonishing prospect. In those times, the spiritual essences were categorized into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. Notably, those essences that resonated more profoundly with the cosmos were of a higher tier. And it is worth mentioning that all techniques created during this era were of the heavenly grade. This serves as a testament to their recognition by the heavens and indirectly affirms the potential inherent in these methods. Once the spiritual essence was born, it revered humanity, accompanying them across the vast expanse of the world and witnessing the transformations of diverse environments. Subsequently, a singular individual wielding 26 spiritual essences swept across the continent, reaching a pinnacle where humanity asserted dominion, proclaiming phrases such as "those who align with me shall prosper, those who oppose me shall perish." This was merely a minor skirmish in the early stages of humanity's journey. Later, as humanity formed clans known as the human race, The density of spiritual energy experienced a significant resurgence, leading to a period of explosive growth akin to a geyser. This epoch is historically referred to as the first spiritual transformation. During this time, humans and other races focused on enhancing their own strength. Although minor conflicts arose, they did not escalate into genocidal wars. However, resources are finite while the population continues to swell. Upon reaching a certain threshold, the imbalance between resources and population distribution necessitates alternative means to either deplete the populace or augment resources. Clearly, this world opted for the former, igniting the first cataclysm. The catalyst could have been a loaf of bread valued at millions of spirit stones, the crack of a gunshot, or other unforeseen events. In any case, the cataclysm unfolded at an unpredictable pace. Continuous battles ensued, and even the mightiest of the human race suffered grievous losses. The progenitor of humanity, whom we shall refer to as the ancestor of humanity, witnessed the 26 spirits under his command, each governing distinct territories, dwindle to a mere 13. As nearly half were invaded by various foreign races, some of the spirits were brutally slain on the spot, their essence harvested to bolster the strength of these alien factions. In response, the ancestor of humanity beseeched the heavens for divine intervention, and perhaps due to humanity's status as the pinnacle of creation, they communicated more effectively with the cosmos. Thus, the heavens bestowed upon humanity the power to contend with the entirety of the continent. While this force vanquished the foreign races, it ultimately led to the ancestors' demise. Following this, the continent fractured into 9 segments, historically known as the 9 provinces, with the remnants of the dreaming flower continent rendered desolate. And the 4 seas indifferent to the 9 provinces. Our sect has existed since ancient times, weathering countless storms and witnessing the profound changes of the world. After the first great cataclysm, it was the spirit of the Book of Illusions that inspired the creation of the ethereal techniques known as the Illusory Realm's Ethereal Decision. This sacred sect is not merely a sanctuary of martial arts and sorcery, but a hallowed hall of wisdom and moral principles. Every corner of this land is imbued with the sweat and sagacity of our ancestors, each site bearing witness to the brilliance and glory of the sect. Huanqi's voice, deep and magnetic, flowed like a gentle stream, unfolding the history of the continent and gradually revealing the saga of the sect before Jiang Liuyan's eyes. From the inception of the sect to the illustrious leadership of successive masters. From the steadfastness and transmission of knowledge during tumultuous times to the profound exploration and flourishing of martial arts and sorcery in periods of peace. Each tale is steeped in legend, stirring Jiang Liuyan's heart with fervor and passion. As a member of the sect, one must not only master profound martial techniques and spells, but also inherit the aspirations of predecessors, upholding the sect's principles and beliefs. Remember, true strength lies not solely in physical power, but in the purity and nobility of the spirit. Huanqi's words brimmed with expectation and encouragement for Jiang Liuyan. As the narrative unfolded, the sun ascended higher, casting brighter and more vivid shadows among the bamboo grove. Jiang Liuyan listened intently, filled with reverence for the sect's history and aspirations for his future cultivation. He understood that from this day forth, he would embark on a path replete with challenges and opportunities, with Huanqi serving as his steadfast ally and guiding beacon. Chapter 36. The dark breath of the netherworld. In the profound depths of the bamboo forest, the moonlight had quietly receded, yielding to the nascent dawn. Golden rays of sunlight filtered through the dense bamboo leaves, casting dappled patterns on the clearing before the bamboo cottage. Huanqi, a man of remarkable skill with a stern visage yet gentle gaze, sat upright on a cushion woven from naturally grown bamboo, facing Jiang Liuyan, whose countenance was filled with anticipation and reverence. Jiang Liuyan, I perceive within you the quintessence of the 5 elemental forces, exceedingly pure yet remarkably feeble. However, should you cultivate a singular elemental power, it may catalyze the growth and transformation of the other elemental forces, yielding unforeseen results. Thus, after much contemplation, I have resolved to impart to you the unparalleled technique of the dark breath of the netherworld. Huanqi's voice resonated with depth and magnetism, each word seemingly imbued with boundless strength and mystery, compelling Jiang Liuyan to hold his breath in rapt attention, fearing the loss of any detail. This technique, originating from the netherworld, was once one of the 32 spirits under the dominion of the ancestral beings. After its transformation, it harnesses the purest dark energy from the cosmos, using breath as a conduit to infuse the essence of darkness into oneself for personal use. However, before we proceed, I must first assess your affinity for the dark element. Huanqi slowly unfurled a weathered tome, an ancient manuscript passed down through generations within the sect, detailing the intricate secrets of the dark breath of the netherworld. In the tranquil morning of the bamboo grove, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a mosaic of light and shadow upon the awakening stone. Huanqi and Jiang Liuyan stood beside a circular stone platform, intricately adorned with ancient runes. This platform served as a specialized apparatus employed by the sect to assess the elemental affinity of practitioners. Huanqi's expression was grave, his eyes shimmering with a blend of anticipation and solemnity, as he was about to measure Jiang Liuyan's affinity for the element of darkness. Jiang Liuyan stepped onto the stone platform, closed his eyes, and allowed himself to relax, seeking to harmonize his consciousness with the surrounding dark elements. Huanqi's voice was gentle yet resolute, fully aware of the significance this measurement held for Jiang Liuyan's future cultivation of the nether shadow breathing technique. As Jiang Liuyan heard the words, he took a deep breath and slowly ascended the stone platform, following the guidance of Huanqi to close his eyes. He endeavored to reach a state of mental clarity, as if merging with the surrounding environment, awaiting the response of the dark elements. Huanqi stood nearby and gently pressed a button on the stone platform. Suddenly, with two soft clicks, the surface of the platform illuminated, and ethereal beams of dim light shot forth from beneath it, swirling around Jiang Liuyan's body like playful sprites. These luminous entities seemed to possess their own consciousness, encircling Jiang Liuyan's form, moving deliberately as they sought to resonate with the dark elements within him. Each beam flickered with a mysterious and profound aura, as if conveying some enigmatic message to Jiang Liuyan. As time progressed, he felt enveloped by a warm force, an incessant influx of energy coursing through him, instilling an unparalleled sense of comfort and reassurance. Simultaneously, he sensed the dark elements within him stirring to life, awakened by the allure of those shadowy lights, resonating harmoniously with the energies of the external world. Jiang Liuyan closed his eyes, enveloped in the wondrous atmosphere, and felt the subtle transformations of the dark elements within him. He discovered that his mastery over these elusive dark elements was gradually strengthening. What had once been intangible now became docile and obedient, yielding to his command. As time flowed gently, the surroundings began to brighten, initially with a faint glimmer that swiftly coalesced into a dazzling beam of light. This radiance was so profound that it appeared akin to an endless black hole, capable of consuming everything in its vicinity. Ultimately, this beam surged directly towards Jiang Liuyan's brow. In that moment, he sensed an unprecedented force surging into his being, a power imbued with darkness and mystery, both alien and familiar. He understood that this was the call of the dark elements, and he had finally discerned the true significance of the profound connection between himself and these elements. Excellent. Jiang Liuyan, your affinity for the dark elements is remarkably high, hinting at a stage close to that pivotal point. Almost as if you were inherently suited for the cultivation of the nether dark breath technique. The voice of Huanqi carried a subtle note of joy. He was acutely aware of what such a talent signified for a cultivator. That pivotal point referred to the elemental body, yet generally, the elemental body is a double-edged sword. If one accelerates their cultivation to reach the celestial master realm too swiftly, failure to exercise restraint could lead to immediate assimilation by the fundamental elements embedded within the technique, resulting in elementalization and ultimately, a fate of utter annihilation. Hence, throughout the centuries, those with elemental bodies have made their names known, only to vanish without a trace in the end. Jiang Liuyan opened his eyes, a gleam of excitement and exhilaration sparkling within them. He had never anticipated possessing such a profound affinity for the dark element. This was undoubtedly the greatest affirmation and encouragement for his path of cultivation. Thank you, Master, Jiang Liuyan exclaimed, bowing deeply to Huanqi, his heart brimming with visions and expectations for the future. He understood that with such a talent and Huanqi's meticulous guidance, he would surely achieve extraordinary accomplishments in the cultivation of the nether dark breath technique. Subsequently, Huanqi instructed Jiang Liuyan in the practice of the nether dark breath technique. First, you must close your eyes and concentrate, feeling the flow of air around you, allowing your mind to immerse in the shadowy realm. As Huanqi spoke, he demonstrated. His eyes gently shut, his demeanor tranquil, and his breathing deep and rhythmic, as if he were merging with the surrounding environment. With each breath, a faint dark light seemed to swirl around him, twinkling like stars against the night sky, contrasting sharply with the morning light. This mysterious aura exuded a profound and serene power, as though he had transcended into another world. As Jiang Liuyan followed the instructions, he gradually closed his eyes, striving to calm the tumultuous emotions that stirred within him. Initially, he could only perceive the gentle caress of the breeze against his cheeks, bestowing a sense of coolness and comfort. However, As Huaqi's soft and soothing voice guided him, his thoughts delved deeper into the recesses of his mind. As if he had entered a shadowy and enigmatic realm. This world was devoid of light, filled solely with endless depths and expanses, resembling an infinite sea of darkness. Within this obscurity, Jiang Liuyan experienced an unprecedented tranquility and reassurance. His thoughts gradually became clearer, as though all his worries had been cast aside, leaving behind an ethereal void. At that moment, Huaqi's voice resonated once more. Next, we shall explore the art of breathing. Her words, akin to celestial melodies, gently floated into Jiang Liuyan's ears. Imbued with an irresistible enchantment, he inhaled deeply, following Huaqi's instructions, drawing the air into his lungs, and then exhaling slowly. His breathing rhythm gradually became steady and profound, with each inhalation feeling as though he were absorbing the energy of his surroundings, and each exhalation releasing the impurities within. As he inhaled, he envisioned himself drawing forth the essence of darkness from the abyss. As he exhaled, he expelled the impurities and negative emotions residing within him. Huaqi's voice echoed in his ears, meticulously articulating each word, ensuring that Jiang Liuyan missed nothing or misunderstood not a single detail. Jiang Liuyan sat quietly, completely absorbed in the teachings of Huaqi. He closed his eyes and began to breathe according to her instructions. With each inhalation, he felt a refreshing current rising from the depths of the abyss, as if the power of darkness was continuously flowing into his body. With each exhalation, he sensed the impurities and negative emotions within him being expelled, gradually rendering his body and mind lighter. As time passed, Jiang Liuyan found himself increasingly immersed in this extraordinary state of cultivation. His breathing became more steady, and his body more relaxed. Simultaneously, he felt as though his soul was being nourished through this practice, growing ever stronger. Huaqi stood nearby, silently observing Jiang Liuyan's progress. Witnessing his unwavering focus on cultivation brought her a sense of satisfaction. After all, for a practitioner, discovering a suitable method and persevering in it is a rare and valuable achievement. However, at that moment, Jiang Liuyan suddenly opened his eyes, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. "What is it? Have you encountered a problem?" Huaqi's inquired with concern. Jiang Liuyan shook his head, expressing a sense of unease. Every time he inhaled, an inexplicable fear surged within him, as if a pair of eyes were watching him from the depths of the underworld. Sending a chill down his spine, he envisioned the eyes of the celestial demon from the time of his clan's annihilation, akin to a vengeful spirit emerging from the abyss, intent on consuming him. Upon hearing Jiang Liuyan's words, Huaqi's expression shifted slightly, sensing an ominous portent. She placed her hand on Jiang Liuyan's shoulder, meticulously examining the elemental composition within his body, and found it rather disheartening. Her countenance altered momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure and explained, "This is due to your insufficient understanding of the essence of darkness. Though the essence derives from the depths of the underworld, it is not inherently malevolent. On the contrary, it harbors boundless potential and vitality. If you can master it correctly, it will become a formidable ally." Contemplating the unexpected developments in the underworld dark breathing technique, Huaqi pondered whether it was an issue with Jiang's constitution or perhaps the necklace around his neck. She decided to wait a few days until his training progressed further before addressing it. Although he was currently practicing the underworld dark breathing technique, the malevolent elements within him were increasing at a rate surpassing that of the dark elements he was primarily cultivating. Determined to set aside thoughts of the malevolent elements, Huaqi patiently elaborated on the nature and characteristics of the essence of darkness, guiding Jiang Liuyan on how to conquer his inner fears. She imparted to him a calming technique that effectively subdued the trepidation within his heart. After considerable effort, Jiang Liuyan finally re-entered a state of cultivation, continuing to draw upon the essence of darkness from the depths of the underworld. At that moment, the rate at which he communicated with and extracted the essence from the underworld clearly surpassed the growth of the malevolent elements within him. Following the guidance of Huaqi, Jiang Liuyan began to adjust his breathing. Initially, he found it somewhat challenging, yet as time passed, he gradually discovered a sense of rhythm. With each inhalation, he felt a cool and profound energy surge into his being. With every exhalation, it seemed as though he expelled all his worries and weariness into the ether. "Well done. You have taken your first step," Huaqi remarked, opening his eyes and nodding with satisfaction. He recognized that, were it not for the malevolent force within Jiang Liuyan, his extraordinary potential and innate talent would ultimately lead him to mastery of the shadow breath technique, allowing him to become a formidable wielder of dark elements. Moreover, With the 5 elemental affinities coursing through him, the intricate transformations they could engender would undoubtedly yield remarkable achievements. In the days that followed, Huangqi deepened his instruction. He not only imparted advanced techniques of the breathing method, but also guided Jiang Liuyan in harnessing the power of darkness for both offense and defense. Under Huangqi's meticulous tutelage, Jiang Liuyan's prowess surged forth. Yet, after his daytime lessons, Huangqi spent his nights seeking solutions to the concealed issues plaguing Jiang Liuyan's inner being. Should the elemental forces within him continue to escalate unchecked, it would lead to an imbalance, resulting in a discordant power within. Unlike the familiar elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth from the eastern continent, or the earth, fire, water, and wind of the western continent, Jiang Liuyan housed several rare elements: space, evil, power, wind, and thunder. While the 5 elements could correspond to the 5 organs to enhance and integrate through the meridians, and the 4 elements could strengthen the body in a cyclical manner. Jiang Liuyan's unique elements were possessed only by renowned individuals across the continent. Adding a temporal element brought to mind a figure from a century ago. Huangqi gently caressed the ancient tome resting on the table, inscribed with the crooked characters spelling Dark Demon Evil God Transformation. This book seemed destined for Jiang Liuyan. He had stumbled upon it amidst a temporal rift, where a black tiger's carcass clutched the book tightly, tracing the magic crystal within. It revealed itself to be the sacred celestial spirit tiger, a legendary elemental master from a century past. Perhaps this was all the work of fate. Gazing at the moon outside, Huangqi appeared to have made a profound decision. He carefully stored the book, thoroughly inspected it, and then pinned a volume on balancing the powers of dark elements. With both tomes meticulously arranged, he resolved to present them to Jiang Liuyan the following day, believing that their arrival in his possession would signify the promise of a greater destiny yet to unfold. With his wisdom and strength, he paved a path of greatness for Jiang Liuyan. In the distance, the figure of Si lay in a sandpit, having succumbed to the gritty embrace of the sand. Gazing skyward, lamenting his fate, with a defiant huff, he spat out a mouthful of sand. Chapter 37. A mundane training the following morning, before the sun had risen. The horizon was merely tinged with the soft hues of dawn, shrouded in a delicate mist. Huangqi gently pushed open the door and cautiously entered Jiang Liuyan's chamber. The room exuded a tranquil atmosphere. Jiang Liuyan lay quietly on his bed, eyes firmly shut, his face adorned with a faint frown, as if engaged in a silent struggle against an unseen force. His brows knitted together, hinting at the gravity of a challenging battle he faced. A gentle smile graced Huangqi's lips, his eyes shimmering with tenderness. He extended his index finger, its tip slightly curling before he flicked it lightly, causing a soft stream of spiritual energy to emanate from his fingertip, dancing gracefully like a delicate butterfly. This ethereal energy traced an elegant arc through the air, ultimately merging seamlessly into Jiang Liuyan's brow. This stream of spiritual energy resembled a clear spring, flowing gently into the depths of Jiang Liuyan's mind, tenderly dispelling the weariness and worries etched upon his brow. It caressed his spirit like a gentle breeze, imparting warmth and tranquility even amidst his slumber. As Jiang Liuyan gradually unfurled his brows, the once taut expression transformed into one of relaxation and serenity. His breaths became steady and profound, as if he were immersed in a tranquil realm, oblivious to the clamor and turmoil of the outside world. Huangqi observed Jiang Liuyan with quiet admiration, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. It was indeed a pleasant endeavor to occasionally gaze upon her disciple, she mused. When Jiang Liuyan finally opened his eyes, he was met with the captivating gaze of Huangqi, whose enchanting eyes held an irresistible allure. Rise, Liuyan, for a new day dawns, heralding a fresh beginning, Huangqi proclaimed. Her words imbued with an undeniable strength, yet as gentle as the warm sun of spring. Jiang Liuyan swiftly rose, donning his attire with precision, his eyes gleaming with an eagerness for the unknown challenges ahead. He understood that each training session with Huangqi represented a breakthrough of his own limits, perhaps bringing him closer to a realm where the hope for revenge would no longer seem so distant, and the odds would become more favorable. The two exited the room one after the other, embarking on a path that led deep into the bamboo grove. The morning dew was cool, and the lingering chill dispelled any remnants of Jiang Liuyan's drowsiness. Within the depths of the bamboo forest, enveloped in mist, lay a scene reminiscent of a paradise beyond the worldly realm. Huangqi had meticulously arranged a series of training grounds well in advance. First, there was a winding and convoluted course designed to enhance physical conditioning, lined with illusions and gravity arrays that Huangqi had personally crafted. These formations intertwined, testing not only Jiang Liuyan's speed and endurance but also honing his willpower and sharpening his judgment. In the battles that lay ahead, both skill and observation would be indispensable. In contests of equal rank, the more skilled would prevail. In battles across ranks, mastery would triumph over mere valor. When skills were comparable, willpower would be the cutting edge. Perseverance would ultimately conquer all adversaries. As one ascended through the ranks, the stakes grew perilous, and one's life could hang by a thread. In the realm of sages, one must tread cautiously, as sheer strength alone would not suffice. Preserving one's life was paramount. Huan Qi spoke to Jiang Liuyan in a deep, measured tone. This is the first lesson I impart to you, a lesson of utmost importance on your path of cultivation, which you must engrave in your heart. Remember, on the path of cultivation, do not allow momentary impulses to lead you into reckless bravado. Often, enduring a fleeting hardship can yield lasting tranquility and peace. When my strength is restored and I return with vigor, those who have wronged you shall face my retribution. They will learn that you are not to be trifled with. Furthermore, regarding future repercussions, you must exercise utmost caution. You are still young, and the road ahead is long. Your potential and capabilities are boundless. If, during your cultivation, you encounter peers who vastly surpass you in strength, even overpowering you, your response should not be to confront them head-on, but rather to learn the art of patience and retreat. This is not a sign of weakness, but a strategic wisdom aimed at long-term goals. In the short term, endure in silence, allowing them their moment of triumph while transforming your discontent and humiliation into the fuel for your training. Trust that as long as you persist in your efforts to cultivate and enhance your strength, there will come a day when you will surpass them, standing at a higher vantage point to demonstrate your worth through your prowess. When that day arrives, you will look back on the trials of patience and concession, realizing that every moment was indeed worthwhile. Huan Qi's words were imbued with hope and guidance for Jiang Liuyan. He wished for him to comprehend that true strength transcends mere physical superiority, resting instead in an unyielding will and profound wisdom. Only in this manner can one traverse the path of cultivation with greater distance and steadiness. Jiang Liuyan possessed a profound understanding of this sentiment. For the sole purpose of his ascendance and strength was to exact vengeance upon the demonic Tang San, reducing him to ashes for the sake of his kin. However, yesterday, his mentor had distinctly advised him to momentarily relinquish his hatred, and today's words felt somewhat dissonant. Jiang Liuyan pondered this perplexity inwardly. Yet outwardly he responded with the utmost respect, affirming his adherence to his master's teachings. Huan Qi was truly not the type to change his demeanor more swiftly than one could turn the pages of a book. Rather, today he had employed the eye of illusion to meticulously scrutinize the elemental forces within Jiang Liuyan. The malevolent energy within him had intensified beyond yesterday's measure. If the dark divine power had been akin to the thickness of a forearm yesterday, today it had burgeoned to the girth of a thigh, a frightening escalation. Huan Qi found himself at a loss, compelled to wait until the conclusion of today's training to bestow upon him the tome of the dark demon god transformation. Such a scenario had never transpired in his over 1,000 years of existence. Contemplating this, Huan Qi regarded Jiang Liuyan, gently brushing his sleeve, and signaled for him to await at the onset of this path. Remember well, tread steadily, let your heart be tranquil, and your gaze keen. Huan Qi's voice resonated softly through the verdant bamboo grove, akin to the chime of morning bells and evening drums, provoking deep contemplation. He stood resolutely at the threshold of the trial ground, his gaze profound and warm, bidding farewell to Jiang Liuyan's determined silhouette. As Jiang Liuyan stepped into the trial grounds, he immediately sensed a subtle shift in the surrounding environment. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the bamboo leaves, casting a dappled mosaic on the ground. Yet within this area meticulously arranged by Huan Qi, the light seemed to fluctuate unpredictably, at times glaringly bright, and at others dark and profound. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous thoughts, and, adhering to Huan Qi's teachings, embarked on this challenge of self-limits. The first obstacle he encountered was the illusion array. Suddenly, numerous seemingly identical paths appeared before Jiang Liuyan, winding and twisting, ultimately vanishing deep within the bamboo forest. He understood that among these paths, only one led to the genuine route of the next phase, while the rest were mere illusions, and stepping onto any of them would ensnare him in an endless cycle. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and endeavored to attune his senses to the flow of energy around him, seeking that elusive thread of authenticity. Even the most flawlessly constructed illusion would possess subtle divergences from reality. Moreover, this illusion array was a beginner-level challenge personally set up by Huan Qi. designed to test Jiang Liuyan's observational acumen from an introductory standpoint. After a brief moment, Jiang Liuyan abruptly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within them, and without hesitation chose a path, striding forward with determination. Huan Qi's lips curled slightly, a faint smile gracing his features as he turned to the white cat perched on his shoulder, softly chuckling. This lad does possess some merit. Upon hearing Huan Qi's words, the white cat squinted slightly, then arched its back, stretching vigorously as if in agreement. It then emitted a resigned meow that seemed to carry a hint of playful sarcasm, as if to say, "Indeed, you have the keenest eye." Having traversed the illusion array, Jiang Liuyan was soon confronted by the gravity array's trial. He felt an immediate weight upon his feet, as if laden with burdens of 1,000 pounds, rendering each step excruciatingly arduous. Struggling to lift his foot, he found his shoe deeply embedded in the ground, and the surrounding air had grown heavy, suffocating him with its oppressive weight. Jiang Liuyan gritted his teeth, regulating his breath, and concentrated all his strength into his legs, resolutely advancing step by step. Sweat trickled down his forehead, splattering onto the ground, which had been compressed by gravity to the brink of deformation, instantly evaporating into invisible vapor. His breathing grew labored, and his heart raced, yet he clenched his jaw, refusing to yield. "I cannot falter here," Jiang Liuyan roared within himself. He recalled the teachings of Huan Qi, reminding himself to remain calm and seek ways to counteract gravity. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes, attuning himself to the surrounding environment and the flow of energy. Gradually, he began to harness his dark elemental power to resist gravity, alleviating the burden on his body. As time progressed, Jiang Liuyan adapted to the pressure of the gravitational array, and his strides became increasingly steady and powerful. He incessantly challenged his limits, forging ahead toward his goals. Although each step was fraught with hardship, he never wavered, for he understood that only through this trial could he attain greater strength. With the passing of time, Jiang Liuyan grew more accustomed to the weight of gravity, and his movements became swifter and more agile. He commenced traversing the array with rapidity, experimenting with various techniques and maneuvers to enhance his speed and agility. Whenever fatigue threatened to overwhelm him, he would envision Huan Qi's expectant gaze and his own fervent desire for strength, fueling an unending wellspring of vitality within him, revitalizing his spirit. Throughout the trials, Jiang Liuyan faced not only the pressures imposed by the environment, but also the necessity to remain vigilant against unforeseen challenges and crises. These obstacles were akin to insurmountable barriers, testing his courage, intellect, and prowess. At times, he would be unexpectedly assailed by phantasmic beasts, creatures of diverse forms, some resembling lions, others tigers, and some wolves. Their ferocity and speed were astonishing, making them formidable adversaries. Jiang Liuyan had to maintain constant vigilance, employing his skills and strategies to combat these powerful foes. Moreover, the ground would occasionally give way, forming deep and treacherous pits. These traps were cunningly concealed, and a moment's inattention could lead to a disastrous fall. Jiang Liuyan needed to meticulously observe his surroundings, identifying these hazards in advance and navigating around them with utmost caution. Otherwise, the consequences of tumbling into such a pit would be dire. Yet, in the face of these adversities, Jiang Liuyan never flinched a single step. Undeterred, he pressed forward, with the ultimate goal being the destination on the opposite path. Armed with sharp intuition, extraordinary courage, and relentless effort, he adeptly navigated through various crises, continuously growing and advancing with each challenge. This was also the ultimate aim of Huan Qi, not only to strengthen Jiang Liuyan's physical prowess along this path, but also to refine his skills and enhance his ability to control his body under the peculiar conditions of altered gravity. In the latter stages, as Jiang Liuyan's stamina waned, it was sheer willpower that sustained him, allowing him to further fortify his resolve during the final stretch of the journey. In addition to physical training, Huan Qi meticulously designed a series of ethereal extraction formations, enabling Jiang Liuyan to learn how to effectively utilize and store elemental energy within himself in an environment scarce of spiritual essence. These formations not only tested Jiang Liuyan's elemental control abilities, but also encouraged him to delve deeper into the mysteries of his own elements, seeking a path to equilibrium. Ultimately, as the golden rays of the setting sun bathed the entire bamboo grove, Jiang Liuyan successfully completed all trials. Standing at the threshold of the testing grounds, he gazed back at the path he had traversed, his heart swelling with pride and fulfillment. He realized that this was not merely a physical trial, but a profound spiritual baptism. Under the gentle caress of the sunset, Everything within the bamboo forest was enveloped in a shimmering golden hue. Slowly rising to his feet, despite his physical exhaustion, his eyes sparkled with radiant anticipation for the future. He inhaled deeply, feeling the surge of newfound strength within him, a resilience and confidence emanating from the countless challenges and trials he had endured. Huanqi, standing nearby, was filled with a sense of contentment and admiration. He understood that Jiang Liuyan's journey was not solely about physical exertion but also about a transformative evolution of the spirit. This growth was more precious than any force. Liuyan, he remarked, you have demonstrated your potential and determination. Yet, remember, the path of cultivation is long and arduous, and the challenges ahead will only intensify. Always maintain humility and reverence, and continuously strive for higher realms. Jiang Liuyan nodded earnestly, etching the teachings of Huanqi deeply into his heart. Master, I shall indeed persevere. I will strive to enhance my abilities continuously while remaining steadfast to my core principles, impervious to the temptations of the outside world. I believe that if I persist, one day I shall stand atop that seemingly unattainable pinnacle. Upon hearing this, Huanqi's lips curved into a faint smile. Very well, I eagerly anticipate that day's arrival. For now, return and rest. The future holds many more challenges for you. Additionally, I urge you to study this book diligently. It may prove beneficial to you. Tomorrow, you shall come here to train systematically on your own. Do not grow lax. With that, Huanqi presented 2 volumes to Jiang Liuyan, one on the dark demonic transformation and the other his own reflections on elemental analysis. Thank you, Master, Jiang Liuyan expressed sincerely. Feeling the weight of the books in his hands, Huanqi waved his hand dismissively and turned to walk towards the bamboo grove, leaving behind only a silhouette. With Jiang Liuyan following closely, the 2 figures gradually faded into the distance amidst the afterglow of the sunset, leaving behind a trail of resolute and powerful footprints. Chapter 38. Former sect master Huanqi. Central region of the Huan continent. Criminal Huanqi requests an audience with the sect master of Huan. The reason for being addressed as the criminal Huanqi must be traced back several decades. Across the vast expanse of the Xianwu continent, there are 16 regions, each distinct in style and shrouded in mystery. Among them, one land stands out due to its unique allure and historical significance, the Huan continent. The history of this land can be traced back to the era of humanity's ancestors, closely intertwined with the legendary spirit of Huan, one of the 26 spirits. As a formidable entity under the command of the ancestor of humanity, the spirit of Huan once accompanied the ancestor in battles across the realms, achieving remarkable feats. In the aftermath of war, the ancestor bestowed a territory upon the spirit of Huan, entrusting it to guard that domain. Over the millennia, through immense changes and the passage of time, this territory gradually evolved into the Huan continent we know today. The Huan sect, one of the enduring sects on the Huan continent for nearly 10 million years, harbors countless secrets and legends within its walls. The illusory sect represents a profoundly orthodox lineage of the illusory book, transformed into the essence of illusions. To understand the origins of the sinner, Huanqi, one must delve into the tale of another prodigious youth, Qian Huan, who shared the same cohort. This narrative has, even amidst the vast continuum of time, left an indelible mark. Huanqi exhibited an extraordinary aptitude for cultivation from a tender age, coupled with a profound comprehension of the art of formations. His eyes shimmered with an insatiable curiosity and yearning for the unknown. Decades ago, upon his entry into the sect, Huanqi was assessed to possess a compatibility rate of nearly 98% with the ethereal techniques, suggesting that, barring any misfortune, he could attain the realm of the previous sect leader, a figure ranked 3rd among the 16 continents. The leader of the illusory sect is destined to inherit the title illusory, while simultaneously erasing the memory of their name from the heavens to avert potential curses, a tacit rule adhered to by the illusory sect and others. This precaution arose following the Second Temporal Conflict, during which individuals from both the future and the past conspired to curse a cadre of venerable warriors from the immortal martial continent. Consequently, high-tier warriors are often designated with titles recognized by the heavens, incurring a significant cost to obliterate their names from existence. Among Huanqi's contemporaries was a remarkable individual named Qian Huan, whose name had already been erased by the heavens, leaving only the designation Qian Huan. This individual possessed extraordinary talent, achieving a compatibility rate of 99% with the ethereal techniques, approaching perfection. Even the compatibility of the sect leader paled in comparison to his. Thus, Qian Huan was informally designated as a candidate for the sect leader, drawing considerable attention. Their formidable compatibility forged a bond between Huanqi and Qianhuan, rendering them the twin stars of their cohort, diligently cultivating together. Over the course of 3 years at the illusory sect, they supported one another and became the best of friends. However, fate seemed to revel in jest. As an unforeseen turn of events tarnished Huanqi with the stigma of a traitor, all stemming from his bond with the brother, Qianhuan. The tale takes a pivotal turn at the Disciples Promotion Conference, held 3 years after Huanqi's induction into the sect. This event resembled a grand competition, where disciples engaged in duels to earn points that would determine their rankings, subsequently influencing the allocation of cultivation resources for the following year. Those daring enough to challenge opponents of a higher tier could earn additional points. It was during this very conference that their paths diverged. At that time, Qianhuan had mastered the art of formations to such an extent that he created a rudimentary version of a formation previously documented in ancient texts, employing the void as ink and spiritual energy as pigment, delineating a breathtaking tableau where the ethereal and the tangible intertwined. Yet, it was merely a nascent form, and his illusionary formation exhibited certain imperfections during its deployment. However, to refine ancient texts and render them one's own is indeed a remarkable feat. Although the array possesses certain imperfections, each maneuver executed by Qianhuan, fueled by an imagination as boundless as the sky and an unparalleled innate talent, seems to serve as a testament to the essence of true transformation. The illusionary formations should be wielded in such a manner. During the year's Disciple Elevation Conference, it was truly a gathering of heroes. Qianhuan, with astonishing array techniques that defied convention, captivated the attention of all present. In the climactic battle, he summoned a spirit, hidden within the illusionary formations, through an ancient array he accidentally sketched from the tome. While this spirit may not rival the one who pioneered the illusionary continent under the guidance of the ancestor of humanity, it was nonetheless a unique entity that had not been seen in centuries. Qianhuan utilized this spirit as the primary controller of his illusionary array, intricately inscribing dozens of transformation arrays upon it to flawlessly replicate his height, weight, and other physical attributes. The numerous gathering arrays inscribed on his hands, joints, and torso were masterfully engineered to prevent any hindrance due to energy depletion. Yet, the core remained the spirit he had summoned. Qianhuan obscured his true form with a phantom, while his actual self stealthily infiltrated the most enigmatic forbidden area of the illusionary sect, the Dream Abyss. The Dream Abyss has been the site where successive leaders of the illusionary sect receive their legacies, housing countless ancient secret arts and treasures of the sect. Qianhuan's objective was the legendary Qianhuan mask. This mask, rumored to possess the terrifying ability to alter one's psyche and distort reality, had remained unmastered for millennia. It is said that the wearer can mimic any individual they have previously encountered and amplify their own abilities through illusion, achieving a flawless imitation of the opponent's techniques and even their unique spiritual energy. Yet, this is merely one of the lesser-known functions of the Qianhuan mask, which is an artifact born from the corporeal form of the fallen illusory spirit, shrouded in mysteries yet to be unveiled. However, it seemed as though Qianhuan had been irresistibly summoned by some force. On the eve of the duel, he acquired a manual detailing the safety protocols of the forbidden area, allowing him to evade all illusionary traps and even dismantle 2 principal formations. Following the modifications outlined in the manual, he altered the operational methods of his illusionary arrays. Upon successfully seizing the Qianhuan mask, the entire illusionary sect trembled in response. It can be said that the illusory mask of Qianhuan is the very foundation upon which the sect of illusions was established. Little did Qianhuan anticipate that, despite evading all illusionary formations, there existed a unique triggering mechanism on the illusory mask. In a sect renowned for its illusions, such intricate contrivances were unexpected, prompting Qianhuan to gaze at it with renewed interest. With a calm demeanor, Qianhuan made his way outside, donning the illusory mask, which reflected his visage like a mirror. In an instant, he transformed his appearance to that of a guard, striding confidently toward the entrance. Upon seeing the guard sprawled on the ground, a surge of resolve coursed through him, and he plunged a dagger into the guard's heart. He intended to exploit this guise for his escape, but to his astonishment, the blood gushing from the guard's heart was absorbed by the illusory mask. Qianhuan was intrigued to discover that, after absorbing the blood, he could access fragments of the deceased's memories through the mask. With no hesitation, he fed the entire corpse to the illusory mask, though an uncomfortable sensation washed over him. He dismissed it as a necessary sacrifice. As time ticked away, the elders of the sect arrived in haste, their brows furrowed at the sight before them. At this moment, Qianhuan feigned awakening, gazing at the blood-soaked ground and lifeless bodies, his complexion pale and his eyes filled with terror. Trembling, he cautiously implored, "Please forgive me, esteemed elders." The elders gathered around, their piercing gazes scrutinizing him. One elder spoke coldly, "What transpired here? Speak the truth." Taking a deep breath, Qianhuan endeavored to steady himself before recounting a harrowing tale. He vividly depicted the scene, detailing the guards' actions, expressions, and the nuances of their dialogue. The elders listened intently, occasionally interjecting with questions to uncover any inconsistencies in Qianhuan's account. However, he had meticulously crafted a flawless fabrication. Not only did he justify the multitude of slain guards, but he also deftly shifted the blame onto rival factions, asserting that he acted solely in self-defense. Nonetheless, the elders remained skeptical of Qianhuan's narrative. They meticulously interrogated him about his identity, including his name and origins. Internally relieved, Qianhuan recalled the fortunate discovery of another function of the illusory mask, which enabled him to answer these inquiries with ease. Despite this, the elders continued to harbor doubts. Ultimately, the leading elder commanded the law enforcement hall, apprehend him and confine him to the dungeon, awaiting judgment. The expression on Qianhuan's face shifted momentarily before settling into one of resignation, and he offered no resistance as he was taken away by the enforcers. Yet, within his heart, he felt a surge of joy. This was precisely the outcome he had long desired. With the Qianhuan mask adorning his visage, he harbored no fear of the spiritual suppression posed by the binding spirit chains. The power differential simulated by the mask was directly siphoned from its strength. In other words, unless the mask was forcibly removed, he would possess an endless supply of power until the mask's energy was depleted. During his escort, Qianhuan was immersed in thoughts of escape. He understood that he could no longer resort to murder, for that would plunge him deeper into a quagmire of sin. However, faced with a life-and-death dilemma, he was compelled to make a choice. Suddenly, he discerned an opportunity. As they passed through a grove, he seized the moment when the guards were unguarded, erupting with explosive force to strike their necks, rendering them unconscious. Gazing down at the two incapacitated figures, he felt a twinge of guilt. Yet he recognized this as the sole path to survival. Drawing a deep breath, he murmured, "No more bloodshed," before swiftly vanishing into the woods. Later, the elders confirmed that the stolen item was indeed the illusory mask, causing a chill to run through them. This mask was the sacred treasure of their illusion sect. They subsequently focused their attention on the living guard, but upon the elders' arrival at the enforcement hall, they found only the two escorting personnel, with not a trace of the guard to be seen. At that moment, Qianhuan's illusionary doppelganger on the arena had also reached the limit of its duration. The intricate array of spells had been operating beyond capacity, leading to a rapid collapse. In the chaos of the explosion, the controlling spirit of the formation seized the opportunity to flee. It was precisely because Qianhuan had drawn away much of the higher combatant strength by stealing the mask that the spirit could escape with relative ease. Following Qianhuan's theft of the illusory mask, the position of sect leader became vacant. Amidst a mix of skepticism and anticipation, the capable and virtuous Huanqi was elevated to the sect leader's throne. Not only did the Elder Council urgently require a new generation to lead the disciples of the illusion sect, but they also aimed to support a puppet leader while suppressing the scandal of the stolen sect treasure. However, the weight of power did not allow him to forget the profound bond he shared with Qianhuan. He discreetly sought opportunities to uncover the truth behind Qianhuan's actions. Letters became their sole means of communication, traversing various merchant guilds and pathways before finally reaching one another's hands. Sometimes, these letters took months or even years to arrive. Yet both persisted in their correspondence. In comparison, time seemed trivial against Huanqi's yearning for answers. Each letter carried Huanqi's deep affection and perplexity towards his brother, while Qianhuan's replies were invariably brief and enigmatic, merely alluding to the future of the illusion sect without further elaboration. This vague promise hung like a shroud over Huanqi's heart, evoking both anxiety and anticipation. Yet, ultimately, paper could not contain the fire. The clandestine correspondence between Huanqi and Qianhuan ultimately came to the attention of the enforcement hall. In an instant, the entire sect was engulfed in turmoil, transforming former friends and companions into adversaries. The head of the enforcement hall, in collusion with other leaders, launched a relentless pursuit of Huanqi, accusing him of treachery against the sect. Confronted with the sect's judgment, Huanqi offered no defense nor sought to evade his fate. He understood that his actions were merely mutual expressions of solace between brothers, Yet they had gravely transgressed the sect's immutable laws. Amidst the gazes of anger and sorrow from those around him, he calmly accepted the punishment of having his cultivation rendered null and his meridians destroyed, even losing the title of Huan. In that moment, his eyes reflected no regret, only a profound concern for the future of the sect. The words of Qian Huan about the future of the sect lingered in his mind. Deprived of his cultivation, Huanqi was no longer the exalted leader of the sect. He was expelled from the Huan sect, reduced even below that of an ordinary disciple. His body was frail, requiring assistance to walk. Yet his resolve was more steadfast than ever. He believed that Qian Huan's actions were driven by profound and undisclosed reasons. Thus, he vowed to protect the Huan sect in his own way until the day the truth was unveiled. Meanwhile, far away in the Qian Huan sect, Qian Huan, upon learning of Huanqi's plight, was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. He recognized the immense debt he owed to Huanqi, a debt that would likely remain unrepayable throughout his life. However, he also grasped that his responsibilities and mission outweighed any misunderstandings or accusations from others. The mask he possessed was one of the key elements in unraveling the most significant mysteries of the ancient world. Yet it had been hidden away by the foolish members of the Huan sect for far too long. With clenched jaws, Qian Huan seethed at the injustice of Huanqi's fate and felt an intense fury towards the absurdity of the Huan sect. He was acutely aware that Huanqi deserved a future far more brilliant than the one he had been dealt. And it was the ignorance of those individuals that had led to such a drastic alteration in his destiny. Subsequently, upon discovering that Huanqi had been utterly cast out from the Huan continent, Qian Huan did not hesitate to utilize his transcendent ability to manifest an external incarnation, accompanied by his precious formation spirit, to reach Huanqi. He employed the wondrous powers of the formation to reconstruct Huanqi's damaged meridians, achieving an astonishing compatibility with the ethereal tome, Wanjie Piao Miao Lu, at an unprecedented 99%. Following this, he ingeniously transformed the formation spirit into an adorable white cat to keep Huanqi company. In this manner, Huanqi could maintain contact and communicate with Qian Huan through the little white cat. Eventually, Qian Huan and Huanqi convened in a serene bamboo grove, deliberating on their future strategies. Qian Huan expressed his willingness to leverage the vast influence of the Qian Huan sect to diligently gather the remaining keys. Yet, Huanqi proactively offered to undertake the significant responsibility of seeking out the key figure capable of unraveling the current predicament. Chapter 39. Secrets upon the mist-shrouded and fantastical summit of the Huan sect. Huanqi's silhouette gradually entered the ancient and solemn main hall of the sect, each step seemingly treading upon the dust of time, stirring invisible ripples. After being guided to the Grand Master's hall by the attendant, Huanqi was respectfully addressed. "Mr. Huanqi, please enter." Following the imposition of the charge of treason against Huanqi, those in his proximity were also unjustly affected. Nevertheless, during his 4-year tenure as Grand Master, Huanqi diligently governed, leading the Huan sect to thrive, with the welfare of its disciples improving year by year. This is one reason why, even in Huanqi's absence from the Grand Master's position, the majority of disciples still hold him in high esteem. Within the hall, the flickering candlelight illuminated the profound and inscrutable eyes of Grand Master Huan, who sat regally upon a high platform, encircled by a faint lavender glow. His aura represented the pinnacle of the Huan realm's ethereal technique, as if his power resonated with the entire Grand Master's hall, hinting at an innate connection that suggested, with a mere command, the hall itself would bend to his will. Huanqi stepped forward a few paces, respectfully performing the customary greeting, even as a sinner. He was deeply ingrained with the understanding of propriety, daring not to overstep. Yet his voice bore a playful tone. "You, too, have ascended to the Grand Master's position." Huan chuckled, rising to move a stool, offering the Grand Master's seat. While he settled himself upon the stool he had brought, he appeared exceedingly respectful. Huanqi, unreserved and bold, casually approached and took the position of the sect leader that Huan had vacated, displaying not the slightest discomfort. "Time flies so quickly," Huanqi remarked, reflecting on the 60 or 70 years that had transpired. "Master Uncle, you have been gone for 6 or 7 decades. How's the outside world? Is it as marvelous as ever?" Huan spoke without the slightest hint of the imposing authority typical of a sect leader. The newly appointed leader, Huan, was a disciple of Huanqi's, and addressing him as Master Uncle or even Master seemed entirely appropriate, given that Huanqi's 2 masters were merely titular, with the true transmission of all techniques occurring during Huan's tenure, shared clandestinely. This included the intricacies of the techniques, the resonance between them, the augmentation strategies for maximizing attacks, and the foundational concepts of formations, all mirroring the practices of Huan Chi's era. However, after Huan Chi's meridians were shattered and subsequently restored, he chose a path of concealing formations within his body, neglecting the old methods for further study. To put it simply, after reconstructing my meridians, I felt invincible. Huan Chi smiled. Naturally, Huan was aware of the circumstances surrounding his master uncle's plight, including some details not suitable for public discussion. At that time, the grandson of the fourth hall master of the law enforcement hall desperately needed the blood essence of a saint to purify his Huan bloodline, aiming to compete with the elite within the hall. However, this prominent figure's talent was merely mediocre, ranking at the upper tier of the Xin realm, and the hall master had no means to procure the required blood essence. The fourth hall master found himself in a dire situation. A loss in the competition would severely diminish his own gains. Coincidentally, during that period, Huan Chi's correspondence with Qin Huan was discovered, prompting the fourth hall master to volunteer for punitive action with the intent of obtaining Huan Chi's blood. At that time, Huan Chi was a sage of the human realm, and with the aid of medicinal herbs, his grandson could achieve a more purified bloodline, potentially reaching the mid to upper tier of the earth realm. In the shadowy depths of the law enforcement hall, chains suspended a brazier, swaying with the breeze seeping through the cracks in the walls. The fourth hall master's visage flickered in the dim firelight, exuding a chilling ruthlessness. He summoned his internal energy, coalescing it in his hands. The power in his grasp resembled a colossal hammer, methodically pounding at Huan Chi's meridians. This alone would not be deemed a secret. However, the fourth hall master invoked a particularly insidious form of spiritual energy, radiating a black sheen akin to bone-eating maggots, which eroded Huan Chi's frail meridians. Each fracture was accompanied by the chaotic turmoil of Huan Chi's internal energy and his agonized groans. Yet, those groans gradually diminished, until they ultimately transformed into a soundless rasp, reminiscent of an old, worn bellows stirring the dust at its base, a desperate struggle from the depths of his soul. If it were merely a matter of destroying the meridian pathways, one could simply start from the heart meridian, following the blood flow, infusing the meridians with energy until they became engorged and eventually burst. After all, the punishment of destroying meridians was intended as a measure of retribution, not as a means of deriving sadistic pleasure from torment. The methodical erosion of the meridians, inch by inch, and the subsequent destruction were profoundly inhumane. It is akin to placing thousands of ants upon the meridians, incessantly gnawing at the veins, leading to a gradual and excruciating rupture. Overwhelming sensations that defy description and are intolerable to the common person surge through the channels. The enforcers surrounding the scene, though filled with compassion at the sight of this tragic spectacle, are nonetheless intimidated by the undeniable authority of the fourth hall master. They exchange glances, their eyes brimming with shock and fear, yet no one dares to speak and plea, terrified of becoming the next victim. After all, this is the fourth hall master. Should he report within the enforcement hall that someone attempted to rescue Huan Chi during the punishment? It might take but a flicker of his lips to add another name to the list of traitors, saturating the air within the enforcement hall with a palpable sense of bloodshed and despair, as if time itself has crystallized in this moment. Having completed his cruel ritual, the fourth hall master gazes at the nearly bloodied form of Huan Chi, a cold, merciless smile curling upon his lips. He is well aware that such brutal methods, while harsh, serve to maximally infuse the spiritual energy of the saint realm into Huan Chi's blood, paving the way for his unspeakable objectives. Without a hint of mercy, he ruthlessly slices open Huan Chi's already shattered meridians, allowing the blood, mingled with fragments of the veins, to gush forth, exacerbating Huan Chi's injuries. When Huan Chi is dragged out of the enforcement hall, he is no longer the exalted leader of the Phantom sect, but a battered and breathless shell of a man. His master, a venerable elder of esteemed reputation, witnesses the scene with a heart wrenched in agony it can only endure in silence. Had the accusations been of a different nature, he might have maneuvered to assist, but alas, the charges involve a treasonous liaison with the stolen sacred artifact. The Thousand Phantom Mask caught in the act, leaving his master powerless to intervene as he watches Huan Chi endure such torment. In a desperate bid to preserve Huan Chi's flickering spark of life, his master disregards all else to procure a talisman, affixing a charm capable of significantly invigorating vitality onto Huan Chi's back, the sole act within his power to perform. The talisman seemed to possess the extraordinary power of resurrection. forcibly igniting the remnants of life within the shattered body of Huan Qi, allowing him to laboriously crawl out of the upper district of the illusionary continent. Had it not been for this talisman, Huan Qi would likely have perished in the upper district, reduced to nothing more than a meal for the rats. The upper district was a realm inaccessible to Qian Huan, even with the Qian Huan mask. Entering the upper district would trigger detection by the formidable array established by the illusionary sect that enveloped the entire area. Thus rescue could only commence once Huan Qi managed to escape. In the outside world, the silence maintained by the enforcement officers led everyone to believe that Huan Qi's injuries were entirely normal. After all, he merely suffered a shattered meridian. Such a fate was considered merciful. Ordinary disciples guilty of treachery would have their spiritual roots extracted, becoming mere energy sources for the illusionary sect. Their bodies discarded in the herb garden to serve as fertilizer. That Huan Qi, as the sect leader, remained alive was deemed a fortunate outcome, and no one took interest in the torturous process he endured, effectively rendering the matter a closed chapter. Subsequently, the grandson of the Hall Master experienced a remarkable enhancement in his abilities, thanks to the purification of Huan Qi's blood. He single-handedly challenged the disciples of the enforcement hall, even being tentatively designated for the role of the sect leader's sparring partner. The position of sect leader is renewed every 20 years, during which the sparring partner serves as a litmus test for the new leader. If one can defeat the sect leader, they may be further evaluated for their character and capability to potentially succeed the leader. However, such occurrences are rare, as the sect leaders are invariably the elite of the elite, impervious to the mere sharpening stone. Meanwhile, Huan Qi's disciple, a young cultivator named Bai Fei, was overwhelmed with grief and indignation upon learning of his granduncle's plight. Unforeseen layers of intrigue lay behind this incident, prompting him to resolve to endure hardships and dedicate himself to relentless cultivation. At long last, the opportunity arose. During a grand competition among sects, Bai Fei skillfully utilized the techniques imparted to him by Huan Qi, deftly manipulating the fluctuations of spiritual energy within his opponent. At the moment when the adversary's bloodline became obstructed and their spiritual energy was thrown into chaos, Huan decisively made his move. Unleashing a variant of Huan Qi's renowned ultimate technique, 10,000 arrays converge into one. Countless illusory formations coalesced at his fingertips, ultimately transforming into a brilliant swordlight that pierced through the opponent's defenses, executing a breathtaking counterattack. Huan Qi's technique was unprecedented within the entire Huan sect. He had built upon the ethereal principles of the illusory realm to enhance his array drawing capabilities. The method of merging myriad formations was indeed profound. Yet, even at the pinnacle of his powers, Huan Qi could only remember about 10 to 12 formations without employing the technique of spirit energy memory fragmentation, which he had stumbled upon by chance. Bai Fei, however, possessed a unique understanding of this discipline, blessed with an exceptional memory. He not only excelled after learning the aforementioned technique, but also retained knowledge of countless formations, which ultimately enabled him to vanquish the grandson of the fourth Hall Master. Following this battle, Bai Fei's name resonated throughout the Huan sect, and it was during this time that he was informally designated as a candidate for the sect leader. 19 years had elapsed since Huan Qi was expelled from the sect. However, I did not come to reminisce with you, little Huan. My desires are of significant import. The essence of the bloodline from the demon god Tiger clan serves as a testament to our sect's unified efforts to suppress evil and maintain peace across the continent. I am aware of its extraordinary value. After all, I was a key player during that time and even vanquished several Earth Realm demon god tigers. I understand that such a treasure is hard to procure, given that no subsequent demon god tiger clan is left for us to hunt. Nevertheless, I possess a tome to offer in exchange, intended for my newly accepted disciple, Jiang Lionian, though his true form is that of the dark demon evil god tiger. He shares the same roots and essence, harnessing the power of darkness. Huan Qi paused momentarily before continuing. Very well. It is permissible to divulge this. This matter has the potential to reshape the entire continent and stir the winds of change throughout. He is the child of destiny, destined to be one of the final players on this continent. Huan Qi's words conveyed an indescribable sincerity and urgency. He recognized that his request might place little Huan in a difficult position, yet he was acutely aware of Jiang Lionian's potential and significance. Huan Qi further elaborated. The essence of the demon god tiger bloodline, while imbued with ferocious power, also harbors limitless possibilities. For Jiang Lionian, this is not merely a leap in strength but a challenge and transcendence of his own limits. I am willing to shoulder all consequences to ensure that he retains his true self amidst this power, living up to the expectations of our sect. The sect leader, upon hearing Huan's words, appeared contemplative, weighing the pros and cons. After a brief moment, he spoke slowly, his voice deep and resonant. Master Uncle, your words bear truth. Yet the matter of the demon god tiger bloodline essence is not trivial. It serves as a source of power. However, if consumed improperly, it may lead to endless repercussions, potentially even manifesting a beastly transformation, exhibiting traits reminiscent of the demon god tiger. Yet, since you, esteemed master, have indicated that your newly accepted disciple belongs to the feline lineage, it seems there is little cause for concern. I shall take the liberty of facilitating this exchange on your behalf. Furthermore, that tome of yours cannot possibly be the 6th chapter of the illusory realm's miscellaneous records, can it? Truly, it reflects my teachings, as I have always asserted, for it is indeed penned by the 8th sect leader, which you cunningly appropriated. And now you wish to seize it without recompense. Master, your audacity knows no bounds, and your unscrupulousness is unparalleled, Huancher chuckled. Enough of this. Hasten to deliver it to me, for pressing matters await my attention. Once tranquility returns, I shall seek you out to reminisce. Additionally, exercise caution in the interim. After my departure, be sure to handle the enforcers with care, lest you suffer a fate akin to mine. With a gentle nod, Huan waved his hand, summoning 6 crystalline vials, each imbued with formidable power, which appeared in his palm. These vials contained the essence of the demon god tiger's bloodline, encapsulating its most ferocious strength. Farewell, master. Convey my command. The sinner, Huancher, has absconded with 6 vials of the demon god tiger's bloodline essence from the sect's treasury. Pursue relentlessly. I have retrieved the 6th chapter of the illusory realm's miscellaneous records. I beseech the elders to impose punishment. Huan bowed in contrition. In the distance, Huancher felt a surge of anxiety, silently lamenting, had I known this lad would not maintain discretion, I would have foreseen the necessity of articulating a more astute dialogue with the enforcers. Instead, he has shifted the blame entirely onto me, proving he has learned well from my own boundless audacity. Chapter 40. A fitting weapon. Huancher activated the illusionary formations within his meridians, supplementing them with his spiritual energy, conjuring dozens of illusions that evenly cloaked his form. The pale violet energy morphed into intricate patterns, swiftly altering Huancher's height, weight, and overall appearance. Even the white robe he wore underwent a transformation, with Huancher taking delight in modifying its design, adding subtle gray embellishments. Ahem, this better aligns with my scholarly persona. Huancher mused internally. Simultaneously, he contemplated where to next exploit opportunities, calculating his next moves. Those long-standing acquaintances should be ripe for a bountiful harvest once I have taken on my disciples. As for that old talisman practitioner, it would be prudent to procure some life-preserving artifacts capable of withstanding damage, burrowing underground, or enabling swift travel. In due time, I shall venture to another continent to reap more rewards. Moreover, the alchemist, though their skills are rather mediocre, barely within the top 8 of the medicinal sect, could still provide pills suitable for my disciple Jiang Liuyan, fit for those below the sage realm. In his mind, Huanchi reflected upon the esteemed figures he had encountered across various domains. As for the realm of the illusion continent, aside from extracting the essence of the demonic bloodline from the illusion sect, it seemed there was little else to glean. During his tenure, he had frequented the sect's treasure vault, filled with numerous rare materials deemed extraordinarily effective for those skilled in the art of illusion formations. However, due to Jiang Liuyan's lack of resonance with the illusionary elements, these treasures proved unsuitable for him. Furthermore, any items capable of enhancing mental strength would likely overwhelm Jiang Liuyan's mental capacity, with even the most basic materials threatening to rupture his mental sea. Therefore, he refrained from seeking these treasures, for to do so would inevitably tarnish his reputation further, leading to accusations of theft from the sect, be it elixirs, tomes, or rare materials for mental fortitude. If the young Huan were to harbor a darker heart, he could easily frame him as the second great sinner in 5 centuries. All these factors culminated in the realization that Jiang Liuyan was ill-suited for the path of illusion formations. Instead, with his 6 unique elements, he could aspire to become a master in the art of array drawing. Simply put, illusion formations represent a significant branch of array arts, and Jiang Liuyan could indeed forge his own path in enhancing his combat prowess. Lost in thought, Huanqi wandered through several streets, eventually arriving at a secluded alleyway. In that hidden passageway, nestled at the city's edge, time seemed to have gently pressed the pause button, leaving behind a serene and ancient stillness. The alley was narrow and elongated, flanked by towering, weathered gray walls. The surface of these walls was adorned with vibrant green moss, sprawling freely like the brushstrokes of time. Slowly sketching the scrolls of history upon this deserted stage, sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, casting dappled patterns upon the moss, bestowing a gentle green hue to this tranquility. In a corner, a spider web resembled an intricate tapestry, its complex threads ensnaring the occasional hapless insect, which became the star of this microscopic realm. These seemingly chaotic lines harmoniously merged with their surroundings, narrating tales of life's continuity and nature's cyclical essence. The cobblestone path beneath his feet, worn by countless storms, had become uneven, each step eliciting a soft clatter, a gentle echo of time, and a melody of history's whispers. These stones had witnessed the comings and goings of generations, bearing the weight of innumerable stories. Although aged and in disrepair, they exuded an indomitable spirit that evoked respect. Despite the alley's exterior appearing desolate and somewhat dilapidated, it was precisely this unrefined beauty that endowed it with a unique charm. The air was imbued with the faint freshness of earth and moss, occasionally wafting in the savory aromas of distant meals, an essence of humanity, warm and familiar. Walking through such an alley, one feels as though they are traversing time and space, experiencing a long-lost tranquility and serenity, allowing the soul a moment of release and purification. Thus, this seemingly remote alley, overgrown with moss and teeming with cobwebs, transcends its reputation as a dilapidated remnant of time, becoming a place where one is inclined to slow down, savor life, and appreciate the gentle passage of years. Here, every piece of bluestone, every patch of moss, and every spiderweb appears perfectly in place. As the sun sets, Huinkyu strolls along the ancient, narrow alley, flanked by weathered walls that seem to recount the tales of time, with each bluestone slab bearing the imprints of past passers-by. His mood, initially heavy with recent misfortunes, felt as if the world had closed its doors upon him. Yet, in a moment of serendipity, his gaze was drawn to a somewhat worn sign, defective goods blacksmith shop. Despite the fading letters, it inexplicably resonated within him, stirring memories of an old friend named YNTI. YNTI, a forthright and exceptionally skilled blacksmith, had a remarkable ability to forge breathtaking creations from the most unassuming materials. Their acquaintance began through a twist of fate, prior to a selection trial for a sect leader. Huinkyu had been targeted for assassination by the forces behind rival candidates. Being alone and lacking any significant backing, he found himself desperately fleeing for his life. In the course of his escape, he inadvertently stumbled into this small alley, which was once vibrant but had since succumbed to desolation over the span of 6 or 7 decades. It was here, on the brink of death at the hands of assassins, that YNTI's Forge had provided him with a short sword for self-defense, discreetly equipped with a special mechanism that enabled Huinkyu to vanquish his 3 assailants. From that day forward, an unbreakable bond was forged between the two. Reflecting on this, a sly smile crept upon Huinkyu's lips. Now that I have procured materials to enhance my physique, how could I not gift my cherished apprentice with fine weaponry? He chuckled to himself. He understood that although YNTI outwardly dismissed wealth, deep down, he harbored an irresistible yearning for rare materials and unique designs. This desire stemmed not from greed or vanity, but from a pursuit of exquisite craftsmanship and distinctive artistry. Strictly speaking, YNTI was, in fact, a scion of affluence, a detail he would only occasionally divulge when intoxicated. On one such occasion, Huinkyu overheard YNTI's drunken confession, revealing that his father was one of the 10 renowned forgers on the continent, the master of the forging hall. However, YNTI sought to carve his own path, choosing to venture forth and prove his capabilities rather than rely on his familial lineage. He longed for recognition based on his talent and hard work, rather than merely as the son of a famed blacksmith. Nonetheless, every individual requires a reliable weapon, which has led to the proliferation of the 10 illustrious blacksmith shops across the 16 continents, like mushrooms after a rain. The branches of the forging pavilion, aside from attracting capital from various regions, serve another purpose, the pursuit of the long-lost young master. However, due to the exceedingly secretive nature of Yuntai, years have passed without the forging pavilion being able to locate him. Meanwhile, Huan Shi, a master of providing unique insights, possesses remarkable talent in the realm of illusion arrays. Having also studied the array inscriptions for weaponry, his distinctive understanding has enabled Yuntai to conceive numerous peculiar yet exceptionally practical creations during his forging endeavors. Additionally, as one of the foremost combatants of the illusory sect, Huan Chi often acquires a plethora of rare materials during large-scale battles or while exterminating other races. Thus, The transactions between the two often resemble an unspoken exchange of tricks, Yun Tai's craftsmanship for Huan Chi's treasures. As Huan Chi slowly pushed open the heavy door, the creaking of the hinges released a familiar scent of rust and charcoal that instantly transported him back to the past. Inside the blacksmith shop, the flames roared, casting flickering light upon Yun Tai's face, which had been chiseled into a more resolute visage by the passage of time. His gaze was focused and profound, as if the world around him consisted solely of the iron block and hammer in his hands. His arms swung powerfully, each strike imbued with substantial force, sending sparks flying like a dazzling display of fireworks. "Ah, is that you, brother Huan Chi? What brings you here?" Yun Tai lifted his head, his eyes landing on Huan Chi with a flash of surprise, which quickly gave way to his usual composure. He set down his tools, wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, and a faint smile graced his lips. Huan Chi returned the smile, approaching Yun Tai to closely inspect the half-forged iron block. "I came to visit an old friend and see if there are any treasures worth taking," he remarked. Yun Tai laughed heartily, patting Huan Chi on the shoulder. "You're still the same as ever, but there are no treasures here. These are merely ordinary iron blocks, intended for crafting agricultural tools and weapons." Huan Chi nodded, surveying the neatly arranged tools and semi-finished ironware. He picked up one item after another, his curiosity evident. "I must say, brother Yun Tai, your skills have improved significantly. The quality of this common iron is nearly on par with refined steel." "Not at all. I still have a long way to go," Yun Tai replied modestly. "However, these materials would certainly suffice for making agricultural tools or other daily necessities. Recently, I've been idle and have developed several extraction methods." As he spoke, Yun Tai continued his work, hammering the glowing iron block on the anvil. With each motion, the iron transformed, resonating with a rhythmic clanging sound. Meanwhile, the entire earth seemed to tremble in response to the resonating sound, as if acknowledging the might of Yun Tai. After a significant pause, Yun Tai set down the iron hammer, wiped the sweat from his brow, and chuckled. "You rascal! Why do you only come to me when there is nothing else to do? Pray tell, what treasures do you bring this time?" Huan Chi, feigning mystery, retrieved an exquisite wooden box from his bosom and gently opened it, revealing a peculiar mineral that exuded a soft blue glow. This mineral, known as Soul of the Underworld, is exceedingly rare. I stumbled upon it while guiding my disciple through the practice of the Netherworld's dark breath technique, peering into the Netherworld. It contains a power of the underworld that even I find difficult to decipher, a malevolent force. As you know, my expertise lies primarily in formations. Thus, I can only say I possess a slight understanding of this substance. Ancient texts record that it can significantly enhance the resilience and sharpness of weapons, making it an exceptional material for forging top-tier armaments. Brother Yun Tai, take a look at this. Are you satisfied?" Huan Chi proudly lifted his chin. Yun Tai's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement as he accepted the mineral, examining it closely. His fingers gently caressed its smooth surface, as if he could sense the immense power contained within. "Excellent. What a splendid soul of the underworld. Huan Chi, what extraordinary luck you possess. To discover such material while training your disciple is indeed more fortunate than mere chance. Haha, as long as brother Yun Tai can forge a weapon that pleases me. This small price is nothing," Huan Chi thought to himself, secretly delighted. He understood that once Yun Tai encountered such a remarkable material, he would exert every effort, allowing Huan Chi to procure a one-of-a-kind treasure in the process. In the days that followed, Yun Tai devoted nearly all his time and energy to the forging of the soul of the underworld. He worked tirelessly day and night, conducting repeated experiments, striving to extract every ounce of potential from the mineral. Meanwhile, Huan Chi seemed to have taken up residence in the blacksmith's shop, humorously musing that even his formidable illusion formation would falter against the Grand Elder. After all, the Huan clan was still pursuing him. Was he to risk his life by venturing out? Despite his temporary respite, Huan Chi occasionally procured fine wines and delicacies to share with Yun Tai, while observing the process from the sidelines, occasionally offering seemingly casual yet deeply insightful suggestions. Finally, on a stormy night, with the final resounding strike of the hammer, a long sword gleaming with black and gray emerged into existence. Its blade was slender yet unyielding, measuring over 4 feet in length, enveloped in a profound obsidian hue that seemed to devour the surrounding light, instilling a sense of dread. Dark purple demonic energy flowed along the blade, twisting and spiraling as if alive, emitting a low, eerie wail that seemed to recount endless grievances and curses. On either side of the blade, ancient and twisted runes are intricately carved, shimmering with an eerie green luminescence that emanates a formidable malevolence, capable of distorting reality and manipulating the hearts of men. The hilt is forged from an enigmatic dark metal, cold and weighty, adorned with a colossal black gem, within which swirls an abyss, unleashing an endless tide of darkness and despair. The wielder of this sword can sense a profound allure and encroachment emanating from the depths of their soul, as if the very world bows before them, rendering all rules and morals obsolete. Chapter 41. The transformation of the dark demon goddess Huanqi embarks on a lengthy and uncertain journey towards the third district of the illusory continent. Seeking to procure benefits for her newly acquired disciple, Jiang Liunyan does not indulge himself amidst the bamboo grove. In Jiang Liunyan's heart, there resided not only a profound animosity towards those who had annihilated his kin, but also an urgent yearning for the enhancement of his own abilities. The two tomes bestowed upon him by Huanqi resembled a mysterious key, imbued with an inexplicable power and allure, seemingly urging him to embark upon an exploration. They shone like a radiant beacon, illuminating his path forward and igniting a fervent desire within him to reach a more formidable realm. One particular tome, titled Transformation of the Dark Demon Evil God, piqued his interest intensely. This text was steeped in enigma and peril, evoking a mixture of exhilaration and confusion within him. He could not help but ponder the secrets concealed within such a name. What transformations and challenges might it bestow upon him? In his mind, this tome had become an irresistible riddle, enticing him to delve deeper into its mysteries. Each turn of the page drew him in with a compelling magnetism, propelling him to investigate its profound secrets. Perhaps this text would serve as the key to transcending his current limitations and ascending to a higher dimension. However, he was acutely aware that mastering such an enigmatic tome would not be a trivial endeavor. It would demand greater effort and time. Yet, he remained undaunted. Upon receiving the transformation of the dark demon evil god from Huanqi, Jiang Liunyan was brimming with anticipation. Yet, as he opened the ancient volume, he found that the inscriptions on the cover, while archaic, did not emanate the aura typically associated with a divine cultivation technique. This realization left him somewhat disheartened, even leading him to question whether the book was indeed as potent as Huanqi had claimed. Nevertheless, upon returning to his abode, he resolved to meticulously study this mysterious manuscript. As time unfolded, he became increasingly engrossed, gaining a deeper comprehension of the cultivation methods described within. He was astonished to discover that the techniques outlined in this tome were both unique and intricate, encompassing a myriad of domains and skills. These methods demanded not only exceptional insight and perseverance, but also a profound understanding of both body and spirit. Each page unfolded like a new universe, expanding his horizons. Jiang Liunyan began to realize that this book might conceal immense potential, merely awaiting more time for exploration and enlightenment. Thus, he resolved to thoroughly investigate the nuances of this technique, aspiring to unearth its mysteries and acquire the strength to become a true powerhouse. The cultivation method depicted within was a transcendent path, not merely an accumulation of power, but a relentless pursuit of the delicate balance between elements. Cultivating to a state of consummate mastery, possessing the power to shake the heavens and the earth without any side effects, is undoubtedly a rarity within the realm of cultivation. The known exceptional techniques, which reside among the pinnacle of the cultivation world on the immortal martial continent, such as the spectral dark breath technique, the carefree wind shadow technique, the holy radiance illuminating cannon, the spectral demonic melody spell, the purple lightning thunderstorm technique, the blazing inferno chronicle, the time-space flow scripture, the void star evasion art, the ethereal mirage technique, and the poisonous 100 solutions of the grand universe are the only comprehensive methods that do not bear a trace of adverse effects. In contrast, other secondary techniques invariably exhibit a myriad of minor complications, often revealing significant flaws. Thus, when Jiang Liunyan beheld the immense potential and brilliant prospects encapsulated within this technique, a surge of ecstatic joy welled up within him. He was eager to personally experience the transformations this extraordinary method would bring, and without hesitation, he seated himself upon the bed, bracing for the inaugural challenge of nocturnal cultivation. However, as Jiang Liunyan, filled with hope, endeavored to harness his quintessence of elemental energy in accordance with the technique's guidance, he was met with the unexpected realization that he was utterly incapable of practicing such a technique. Given his mastery over the elements, it seemed implausible that he could not even breach the threshold of entry into this profound practice. At that moment, he found himself grappling with grave doubts regarding his innate talent for cultivation. Yet, he soon discerned that his elemental control was not deficient. Rather, it was due to other reasons. he discovered that his quintuple elemental energies, under the framework of the dark demon transformation, appeared dissonant and discordant. The conflicts and repulsions among them surged like turbulent winds, violently colliding with his body and soul. Each attempt to amalgamate them would incite a ferocious tempest of energy, threatening to rend his very being asunder. This agony intensified as he delved deeper into the understanding of this technique. The text explicitly stated that to wield this power, one must achieve a balance among the 6 elemental forces. In other words, the absence of any one element would be akin to missing a crucial piece of a puzzle, potentially leading to the collapse of the entire system. Yet, he possessed only 5 elemental energies, and no amount of effort could bridge this void. This realization plunged him into profound despair, for he understood that no matter how diligently he endeavored, he would eternally remain incapable of truly mastering this unparalleled divine art. The intertwining of wind and thunder should represent the most ferocious amalgamation of forces within the cosmos. However, within Jiang Liuanian, this lacked the requisite equilibrium, rendering it chaotic. The lightness and agility of the wind element sought to guide the tempestuousness of the thunder element, yet often fell short, only to be rebuffed in return. The ferocity of the thunder element, devoid of the wind's effective guidance, spiraled into uncontrollable peril, threatening to tear apart his fragile meridians at any moment. The forces of darkness and malevolence are inextricably linked, each exerting influence upon the other. When darkness becomes too profound, it engulfs the brilliance of evil, rendering it dim and lifeless. Conversely, should malevolence reign unchecked, darkness loses its sanctuary, becoming exposed and vulnerable, potentially inciting inner fears and chaos. In contrast, Jiang Liuanian's own spatial power appears exceedingly feeble, akin to a pitiable chick, trembling in the corner of his consciousness amidst the fierce conflict. This is hardly surprising, for Jiang Liuanian has never systematically studied the arts of cultivating spatial abilities. His comprehension and mastery remain at a rudimentary level, although he yearns for strength. The absence of pertinent knowledge and experience leaves him feeling impotent. At this moment, Jiang Liuanian confronts a tumultuous clash of elemental forces, as if his spiritual river were violently stirred by a tempest. Yet, this turmoil is not a result of his own might, but rather a consequence of his exceedingly frail spiritual power. The elemental manifestations of the 5 forces resemble ferocious beasts battling within his mind, inducing a sense of dizziness and profound suffering. These elemental images rampage through his spiritual realm, causing his thoughts to spiral into chaos, rendering him unable to focus on the pressing situation. His spiritual power, akin to a fragile vessel, teeters precariously in this surging sea, at risk of being overwhelmed at any moment. Faced with such adversity, Jiang Liuanian musters all his strength to resist, striving to stabilize his mental state and seek a solution to his predicament. In the dim and tranquil confines of his meditation chamber, the flickering candlelight illuminates the aged wooden bed at the center, upon which Jiang Liuanian sits cross-legged, eyes closed, his expression contorted. Surrounded by a cacophony of vibrant yet chaotic elemental forces, thunder's frenzy, malevolence's chill, wind's razor edge, and darkness's inky depths, intertwining into a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic tableau. His spiritual energy, akin to a wild stallion, gallops unchecked within the sea of consciousness, each collision accompanied by searing pain, as if his very soul were being torn asunder. In this fragile moment between life and death, the moonlight pours in like water from outside, and a delicate white figure gracefully leaps into the room, the extraordinary white cat, often seen in the company of Huan Qi, possessing an extraordinary spirit. Its eyes shimmer with wisdom, its steps light and resolute, as if each footfall resonates with an invisible rhythm. Jiang Liuanian, awaken. The voice of the white cat does not resonate audibly, but rather penetrates Jiang Liuanian's tumultuous thoughts through a subtle telepathic connection, cleansing his restless soul like a pure spring. This voice is gentle yet firm, imbued with an irresistible power. The white cat lightly leaps onto the wooden bed, its supple tail, akin to a sinuous serpent, precisely landing on several hidden acupoints on Jiang Liuanian's body. These acupoints serve as conduits between the human form and the natural elements. And with the delicate touch of its tail, the previously chaotic elemental forces begin to flow gently, gradually restoring tranquility. The thunder no longer wreaks havoc, darkness recedes. The wind's edge retracts, and malevolence becomes milder, enveloping the room in an atmosphere of serenity and harmony. However, the white cat does not cease its efforts. A glimmer of cunning flickered in its gaze, as if it were privy to the extraordinary trickery that lay ahead. It parted its crimson lips and, astonishingly, uttered human speech. though this communication was conveyed through telepathy to Jiang Liuyan. Young one, what follows is my exclusive secret. Before the words had fully resonated, it had procured a verdant plant from an unknown location, a seemingly ordinary sprig of catnip. Jiang Liuyan swiftly recognized the object before him, his lingering consciousness allowing for such clarity. Primarily because the household of Uncle Shui kept a cat, which was given a whiff of catnip every few days. Could this substance also serve as a medicinal herb? His mind was shrouded in confusion, yet he managed to extract some semblance of intelligence to ponder these queries, though his contemplation yielded no fruitful results. The white cat gently placed the catnip into Jiang Liuyan's mouth, and an invigorating fragrance enveloped him, akin to a gentle spring breeze that whisked away all fatigue and irritation. At that moment, Jiang Liuyan's mental acuity received an unprecedented nourishment and solace. His furrowed brow began to relax, and his chaotic thoughts gradually aligned into clarity. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the wise gaze of the white cat, and an indescribable gratitude surged within him. "Thank you," Jiang Liuyan expressed weakly yet sincerely. Fully aware that without the timely assistance of this enigmatic white cat, his life would surely hang by a thread. The white cat seemed to comprehend his sentiment. Gently swishing its tail, its eyes brimming with pride and contentment, a telepathic message resonated in Jiang Liuyan's mind, saying, "No need for thanks. Had it not been for that old fellow Huanqi insisting I care for you, I would not have come. Remember to take it easy during your next training session. Do not allow yourself to become so distressed again." With that, the cat gracefully leapt off the bed, leaving behind an aura of warmth and tranquility. Vanishing once more into the night, while Jiang Liuyan lingered in the aftermath of this brush with death, he marveled at the unexpected outcome of his training. Realizing how close he had come to disaster without the intervention of the venerable white cat. Yet, upon reflection, he understood that he would have no opportunity to practice this particular technique again, for within him resided only a resonance of 5 elements. Where could he possibly seek the 6th? Jiang Liuyan found himself devoid of any clear direction in his thoughts. Jiang Liuyan had indeed contemplated the possibility of transforming the 6-element star array into a 5-element configuration. Yet it appeared that the intricate interplay and fusion of the elements surpassed his current capabilities. After all, the amalgamation of 6 elements within the array was an overwhelmingly complex endeavor, and to dismantle and recreate a balanced 5-element star array would be akin to developing an entirely new technique. The essence of the tome The Dark Demon God transformation lay in its myriad of formations, each interlocking without any corresponding elements detracting from the transmission efficiency. Although Jiang Liuyan found many of the constructs beyond his comprehension, the array was undoubtedly a formidable one. Confronted with this dilemma, he felt a wave of despondency and confusion. He was acutely aware that without resolving the imbalance among the elements, further cultivation would be a futile pursuit. However, this very challenge ignited within him an unprecedented fervor and determination. He began to explore various methods, seeking avenues to compensate for his shortcomings and achieve a harmonious balance among the 6 elemental forces. As night fell, and the moonlight bathed the land in silver, within a brightly lit tavern in the 3rd district of the Illusion Continent, the atmosphere was vibrant and lively. Huanqi, a young prodigy renowned for his intelligence and profound mastery of the illusion array, found himself unusually relaxed, having indulged in several jugs of fine wine. His cheeks flushed, and his eyes sparkling with a dazzling excitement. Opposite him sat Yun Tai, a robust warrior known for his formidable strength. His straightforward nature made him somewhat inarticulate, yet the mere mention of martial contests would ignite a fierce ambition in his eyes. Drawn by Huanqi's spirited invitation, he had come to the tavern intending to enjoy a few drinks, unaware that an unexpected duel was about to unfold. "Brother Yun Tai, we have known each other for many years and have yet to truly spar. Why not take advantage of this merry occasion and engage in a contest?" Huanqi proposed, his gaze slightly unfocused, yet filled with provocation and anticipation. Yun Tai was taken aback for a moment, but a smile soon graced his lips. He was well aware of Huanqi's exceptional prowess in the illusion array, yet seeing him slightly intoxicated stirred a sense of bravado within him. "Very well. Since Brother Huanqi has such a fancy for this, I shall gladly oblige." The patrons of the tavern, witnessing the unfolding scene, gathered around, their cheers and applause resonating, adding a lively ambience to the unexpected duel. With the sound of a wine cup shattering on the ground, the contest commenced. Although Huanqi was inebriated, his movements remained agile. He vanished into the shadows, transforming into countless phantoms, rendering his true form elusive. In contrast, Yun Tai remained as steadfast as a mountain. His fists clenched, enveloped by a faint aura of energy, a testament to his years of rigorous training, capable of withstanding any sudden onslaught. Phantom evasion, Huan Qi called out. And suddenly, the tavern's lighting became chaotic, as numerous illusory figures danced amidst the crowd, leaving onlookers bewildered. However, Yun Tai remained unmoved. With his eyes closed and his mind focused, he relied on his extraordinary perception to detect the almost imperceptible fluctuations of aura that revealed the true location of Huan Qi. Breakthrough all loss. Yun Tai suddenly opened his eyes, unleashing a thunderous roar as his body shot forth like a cannonball, directly targeting Huan Qi's true form. His fists, infused with a force akin to a tidal wave, seemed to rend the very air as they passed. In response, Huan Qi's lips curled into a sly smile. He chose not to confront Yun Tai head-on. Instead, he deftly melded back into the play of light and shadow, skillfully evading Yun Tai's onslaught. Simultaneously, he covertly activated the illusion array, aiming to confound Yun Tai's senses and create an opportunity for counterattack. Thus, a uniquely captivating duel unfolded within the tavern. Huan Qi, utilizing his masterful command of illusionary techniques, engaged in a battle of wits and strength with Yun Tai. Although intoxicated, his unwavering passion and dedication to martial arts remained undiminished, rendering him more audacious and unpredictable in combat. Meanwhile, Yun Tai exhibited his indomitable will and remarkable prowess, disregarding the surrounding clamor and distractions, singularly focused on pursuing Huan Qi, vowing to vanquish him. Ultimately, this contest concluded amidst the cheers of the onlookers. Though victory remained undecided, both combatants derived immense satisfaction and growth from the experience. They exchanged smiles, their friendship thereby deepened. That night, the tavern became an everlasting memory in their hearts. Chapter 42. Laying the foundation on a bed bathed in hues of gold and crimson by the setting sun, Jiang Liuyan appeared to have lost his soul. Sitting there in a daze, silent and unmoving, his gaze was vacant and bewildered, as if he were grappling with an ineffable pain and pressure. His body trembled slightly, on the brink of collapse. In his eyes, curiosity about the unknown intermittently flickered, only to be overshadowed by profound anxiety. This intricate web of emotions intertwined, plunging him into an abyss of relentless confusion. Jiang Liuyan found himself engulfed in confusion, utterly unsure of how to confront the predicament that lay before him. His disorientation stemmed not solely from the fleeting aftermath of his recent mental strain, but also from the realization that, despite his relentless efforts, he remained shackled by the constraints of his current realm. This overwhelming sense of despondency and despair weighed heavily upon him, compounding his misfortune. After attempting to cultivate his abilities through the 5 elemental forces, he experienced a backlash that only deepened his sorrow and helplessness, leading him to question his suitability for the path of cultivation. In that moment, Jiang Liuyan felt akin to a lost bird wandering in the darkness. Incapable of discerning the way back home, his heart was a tumult of contradictions and struggles, leaving him at a loss as to how to emerge from this shroud of uncertainty. He understood that, were he not in a state of mental fragmentation, the potent surge of energy from the catnip would have wreaked havoc upon his sea of consciousness, potentially obliterating his path to spiritual advancement. However, it was precisely this tumultuous interplay of the 5 elemental forces that fragmented his mental ocean, ultimately granting him unexpected benefits, allowing his consciousness to receive unparalleled nourishment and healing unbeknownst to him. Much like a chance encounter with life-giving rain in a parched desert, his tree of life thus blossomed with renewed vitality. Jiang Liuyan gently caressed the cover of the ancient tome, the dark demonic god transformation. The techniques inscribed within beckoned to him with an irresistible allure. How fervently he yearned to cultivate them. Perhaps with this knowledge, he could aspire to match Tang San's prowess, to follow in his footsteps and avenge his kin. This volume was undeniably his last glimmer of hope, yet it was cruelly stifled by the limitations of his own innate talents, extinguishing his final flicker of possibility. Why? Jiang Liuyan silently lamented, feeling powerless within. He understood that his unique constitution, embodying the 5 elemental forces, was both a remarkable gift and a formidable obstacle in mastering this arcane art. In a world where strength reigned supreme, the absence of a top-tier technique would render his path to growth exceedingly arduous. To illustrate, the wind and thunder elements coursing through his veins were among the most ubiquitous of natural forces. Yet, the pinnacle techniques for these elements were firmly held by the Wind God Tower in the Wind Continent and the Thunder Valley in the Thunder Continent, both regarded as forbidden territories. It was said that a millennium ago, the cultivation methods for these elements were not as scarce as they are today. However, following the emergence of two holy sons from both continents, the landscape dramatically shifted. They proclaimed their intent to consolidate all practitioners of wind and thunder, encompassing not only humans but also demon beasts, malevolent spirits, and even elemental entities of non-human origin. Consequently, in the millennium that has elapsed since that epoch, the 16 continents of immortal martial arts have scarcely witnessed any possessors of both wind and thunder elements. Why has this occurred? The answer lies in the fact that these individuals have been forcibly assimilated into those two continents. As for the techniques circulated across other lands, they are deemed mediocre at best, or even subpar. Thus, striving to cultivate the most formidable wind and thunder elements has nearly become an insurmountable endeavor. Jiang Liuyan was enveloped in profound sorrow and helplessness. He was acutely aware that if he chose to cultivate those rudimentary techniques, even if he devoted his entire lifetime to the endeavor, achieving any substantial progress would remain an elusive dream. He recognized the vast chasm that separated him from Tang San, and the prospect of catching up to or even surpassing Tang San seemed almost impossible. What pained him further was the burden of avenging his kin. Yet in light of his current circumstances, that aspiration appeared almost unattainable. As these thoughts overwhelmed him, tears streamed down his face, and a deep-seated despair regarding the future consumed his heart. Jiang Liuyan felt a wave of inner oppression, as if an invisible force were constricting his heart. He slowly closed the tome of the dark demon evil god, releasing a heavy sigh. As the pages came together, his thoughts gradually transitioned from the realm of the book back to reality. He lay there in silence, his gaze somewhat bewildered, seemingly still immersed in the emotions evoked by his recent reading. After a moment, Jiang Liuyan gently shook his head, attempting to dispel the oppressive sensation. He slightly tilted his head, his eyes resting upon a book on the table, a primer on the perception and application of elements, pinned by Huanqi herself. He reached out to extract the book, cautiously opening the first page, and began to read intently. Jiang Liuyan tightly clutched the precious tome, his emotions a tumultuous tide. He understood that this was not merely a manual of techniques, it was a profound expression of Huanqi's deep affection and aspirations for him. With gratitude, he gazed upon the book, as if he could sense Huanqi, in the stillness of the night, illuminating an oil lamp. Intently harnessing the elemental forces while meticulously practicing the techniques, each stroke of the pen a testament to her invaluable insights. Every character was forged from Huanqi's dedication and passion. And this heartfelt sentiment stirred an overwhelming sense of gratitude within Jiang Liuyan. Jiang Liuyan gently turned the pages of the book, his gaze lingering on the densely packed annotations beside him. These notes were meticulous and comprehensive, encompassing a myriad of potential situations and their corresponding responses. Whether it pertained to the sensations of elemental forces, methods of attraction or absorption, including how to react in various scenarios, or the predominant feelings associated with specific elements. Huanqi generously shared her insights with Jiang Liuyan without reservation. Each annotation was imbued with profound care, evoking a sense of warmth. Jiang Liuyan understood deeply that these notes would not only assist him in better comprehending and mastering the techniques, but would also help him avoid numerous pitfalls and dangers. It could be said that this book was the crystallization of Huanqi's cultivation experiences, the lifetime reflections of a grand master of the cosmos, laid out before him. As he read, tears welled in his eyes. His own kin had suffered devastating losses, nearly annihilated, yet his master Huanqi showed such care for him. In that moment, Jiang Liuyan silently vowed to treat Huanqi with the same devotion he would afford his own family, resolutely determined not to betray her expectations of him. Jiang Liuyan sprang to his feet, redirecting his spiritual power inward to examine his own being. Simultaneously, he summoned his elemental energy, allowing it to flow through him. Enveloped by a faint, mottled glow of elemental light, a miracle born from the arduous journey of mastering elemental forces. Yet, this joy was fleeting. For as he delved deeper into the techniques gifted by Huanqi, a vast and profound world began to unfurl before him. The 5-chi sealing technique, a revered scripture passed down through generations of the Dark Demon Tiger clan, is not merely remarkable for its ultimate control over elemental power, but for its perfect harmony with the practitioner's own bloodline and meridians, as if it were divinely tailored for this lineage. In contrast, Huanqi's method, while equally expansive and profound, exudes an essence that transcends the mundane, directly pointing to the celestial path of martial arts. The trajectory of elemental power within her technique diverges significantly from the 5-chi sealing technique, akin to two parallel lines that cannot converge. Faced with such disparity, Jiang Liuyan did not waver. Rather, It ignited the indomitable spirit within him. He understood that to establish himself in this realm teeming with formidable beings and stringent laws, and to pursue the elusive pinnacle of martial arts, he must break conventions and embrace the unknown. Thus, he resolutely chose to reforge his path through Huanqi's technique. A journey fraught with uncertainties and challenges, yet brimming with infinite possibilities. For Jiang Liuyan, the process of cultivation represented a dual refinement of body and spirit. He needed to abandon his reliance on the 5-qi sealing technique, starting afresh to perceive and adapt to the transformations that the new method would bring. Each time he guided the elemental energy through his meridians, it felt akin to a sharp blade slicing through the rigid barriers of his past, a pain both excruciating and essential for his progress. He had to meticulously expand the previously narrow meridians, enabling them to accommodate a more formidable elemental force. Furthermore, he needed to precisely align his acupoints, ensuring that every trace of elemental power landed accurately in designated positions, maximizing its efficacy. This arduous process was lengthy and grueling. His body often trembled under the immense pressure, sweat and tears blurring his vision. Yet, the thought of surrender never crossed his mind, for he knew that only through enduring such pain and trials could he truly transform into a formidable presence, one that could stand tall among the elite in the realm of celestial martial arts. As time progressed, Jiang Liuyan's body gradually acclimated to the operational nuances of the new technique. His meridians became more resilient and expansive, while his acupoints grew increasingly sensitive and precise. When he once again channeled the elemental energy, it surged forth no longer as a mere flicker, but akin to a roaring river, vibrant with unprecedented vigor and life. In that moment, Jiang Liuyan realized he had taken a significant step toward the pinnacle of martial arts. With his deepening practice of Huanqi's technique, he felt as if he had unlocked a portal to an entirely new realm. The trajectory of the elements within him has been utterly reshaped, no longer adhering to the previous rigid patterns and systematic approaches. Instead, it has evolved into a dynamic and multifaceted flow, akin to streams converging into rivers and surging into the sea, brimming with an inexhaustible vitality. This transformation has not only led to a qualitative leap in his elemental power, but has also resulted in an unprecedented quantitative expansion. Previously, the process by which Jiang Liuyan absorbed elemental energy resembled the meticulous use of a slender straw, carefully siphoning the faint drizzle from the vast, unfathomable cup of nature. Each thread of elemental energy appeared precious and rare, demanding significant time and effort for him to capture and integrate. However, following the alteration of his cultivation method, everything has changed dramatically. It is as if he has acquired an immense funnel, wide enough to effortlessly draw in primal energy from all directions. This force pours in like a tidal wave, continuously nourishing every inch of his skin and every meridian within him, causing his elemental power to expand swiftly, to a degree that even he finds astonishing. The benefits of this transformation are countless. As Jiang Liuyan introspected, integrating various facets of his current abilities into his mental powers and constructing a miniature version of himself within, he discovered that he could manipulate elemental power in battle with greater freedom. Whether launching offensive strikes or erecting defensive shields, he exhibited a potency several times stronger than before. His techniques became more ferocious, his speed akin to lightning, and his precision left opponents astounded, often defeating them before they could react. Furthermore, due to the significantly enhanced efficiency of absorbing elemental power, his recovery capabilities experienced a qualitative leap. In the midst of fierce battles, even when sustaining severe injuries, he could rapidly absorb the surrounding elemental energy to mend his damaged tissues, swiftly regaining his combat readiness and re-entering the fray. However, more importantly, this exceptional technique has brought not only an enhancement of strength, but also an expansion of Jiang Liuyan's mindset and perspective. Through the practice of this method, he began to comprehend the mysteries of elemental power and how to harmonize with the forces of nature. This newfound understanding has not only rendered him more adept in combat, but has also taught him to respect and align with nature in his daily life, allowing him to better integrate into the world around him. Moreover, as his power continues to grow, Jiang Liuyan gradually realizes the paramount importance of one's mindset for a cultivator. Only with unwavering faith and indomitable spirit can one maintain composure and courage in the face of adversity. Cultivating such a mindset requires ongoing refinement and accumulation, rather than a sudden achievement. Thus, he resolves to persist in his training in the days to come, continually enhancing his mindset and perspective to achieve even greater breakthroughs. Jiang Liuyan's comprehension of the elemental forces has deepened profoundly, even surpassing that of Huanqi. He began to grasp that true strength is not merely dictated by the quantity of power one wields, but rather by the artful application of that power. Furthermore, a profound understanding of the laws of nature and the truths of the universe is equally vital. This deep realization has laid a solid foundation for Jiang Liuyan's future path of cultivation. Meanwhile, on the Huan continent in the third region, Huanxi, in a state of intoxication, brandished the already forged evil cursed demonic abyss sword towards the heavens, pondering whether it would be acceptable to test the sword for her apprentice. She exclaimed, "What a splendid sword! Truly a magnificent sword." Chapter 43. The Necklace. Jiang Liuyan sat quietly within his bamboo dwelling nestled in the tranquil bamboo grove, surrounded by faint yet distinctly perceivable fluctuations of the five elemental forces. Since mastering the techniques bestowed upon him by his revered master, Huanxi, just yesterday, his sensitivity and control over the elements have indeed undergone a remarkable transformation, as if every inch of his skin resonated with the ethereal energies of the universe. Yet, this newfound strength, though formidable, resembled scattered pearls, lacking the cohesion to form a unified force. Jiang Liuyan assessed his current prowess and concluded that he could be deemed a modest elite contender. In other words, his combat strength enabled him to triumph over 5 adversaries of equal standing in succession. Yet he found it challenging to simultaneously amalgamate the 5 elemental forces to confront all 5 opponents. If engaged in combat at the same time, excluding his inherent skills, he could barely contend with 3 foes concurrently, a fact that plagued him greatly. In recent days, while Huanxi ventured to the 3rd district of the Huan continent, Jiang Liuyan stumbled upon a tome entitled Chronicles of Heroes from the Xianwu continent. Each time he completed his daily training or began a new day of cultivation, he would peruse this volume, savoring the tales within. The heroic deeds chronicled on its pages shone like brilliant stars, illuminating the desires and aspirations nestled in his heart. If I find some leisure time, I shall embark on composing a separate chronicle of the Xianwu continent, using Chronicles of Heroes as a source of inspiration. So stay tuned. These young talents, some wielding formidable strength, successfully altered the very fabric of reality. Others even transcended their realms to battle, inscribing their own legendary narratives. Jiang Liuyan was acutely aware that although he had traversed into this Xianwu continent and was but 18 years of age, the canvas of his life was just beginning to unfurl. However, the yearning to become a formidable being burned within him like an unquenchable inferno, growing ever more fervent. Each time he compared the characters from the book to his own circumstances, an indescribable sense of solitude and desolation would quietly creep into his heart, leading him to feel akin to an inconspicuous speck of dust in the vast expanse of the cosmos. Truly, it echoed the adage, if you do not cultivate, you perceive me as a frog in a well gazing at the moon above. If you do cultivate, you see me as a mayfly soaring towards the azure sky. After finishing a brief tale, Jiang Liuyan let out a deep sigh, only to muster his spirits once more. Yet, it was this very sense of dissatisfaction and yearning that blazed within him like an unquenchable flame, becoming his most enduring source of strength. Confronted with the adversities of life and the injustices of fate, he chose not to succumb, nor did he easily concede defeat. Each night over the past few days, after immersing himself in the heroic legends of the immortal martial continent, he carefully tucked away the tumultuous waves of desire for power that surged within him, burying them deep within his heart. Resolutely, he plunged back into the monotonous and arduous practice of cultivation. In that cramped bamboo cottage, the flickering candlelight danced gently in the darkness, resembling a solitary star illuminating his determined visage. Sweat trickled down his forehead, falling onto the cold ground with a faint yet resolute sound, as if narrating his indomitable spirit. On one seemingly mundane night, as Jiang Liuyan engaged in the cultivation techniques imparted by Huanxi, he suddenly sensed something amiss within his body. He discovered that the dark elements within him appeared to have grown stronger, their flow becoming remarkably smoother. As time passed, these dark elements began to accumulate within him, forming a formidable vortex. This vortex spun and swelled, seemingly boundless, while the other 4 elements retreated like mice before a cat, ceding the stage to the inky vortex that exuded an enigmatic aura. Jiang Liuyan felt an unprecedented pressure, yet simultaneously, an inexplicable thrill surge within him. Perhaps this was akin to Huanxi's description of the gathering of spirit within the body, though vastly different from the vortex within him. Nevertheless, it was evident that his elements were indeed coalescing, and the text indicated that the initial gathering of spirit bore the highest chance of success. Thus, he understood that despite some discrepancies with the depiction in the book, This was a harbinger of his impending breakthrough to a higher realm. As time continued its inexorable march, the vortex expanded ever larger, ultimately reaching a critical threshold. Suddenly, a resounding explosion erupted as the vortex burst forth, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. Jiang Liuyan felt as if his entire being were on the verge of splitting apart, for the explosion originated within the sea of his soul, sparing him from any harm. He sensed his very soul being torn asunder, yet astonishingly, the black vortex that had erupted fragmented into countless smaller vortices, occupying every corner of his soul's sea. To his amazement, he felt an invigorating vitality coursing through his body following the explosion, as if an inexhaustible reservoir of power flowed within him. Jiang Liuyan realized that he had successfully broken through. As he opened his eyes, the surrounding world appeared clearer, allowing him to perceive a wealth of details and information. He understood that this newfound clarity was a result of his enhanced cultivation, his strength now more formidable than ever. At that moment, the necklace hanging around his neck suddenly radiated a peculiar warmth, as if an ancient and mysterious power was quietly awakening. This necklace was not merely an ornament. It was a precious relic imbued with heart-stirring memories. Reflecting on those past events, his emotions remained tumultuous. At that time, Tang San descended like a reaper from the heavens, mercilessly slaughtering the dark demon evil god tiger clan, casting the entire forest into a shroud of bloodshed and despair. In the face of life and death, the soul residing within the esteemed Ancient Spirit Academy's headmaster awakened first, imparting a unique spatial logic to Jiang Liuyan, guiding him on how to respond as they united against Tang San's tyranny. The headmaster, typically refined and wise, was willing to sacrifice his own soul to protect the tranquility of this land and uphold justice. He bore the weight of numerous souls, both powerful and feeble, which converged into a formidable current at this critical juncture. Propelled by this force, the headmaster launched a decisive strike against Tang San, successfully inflicting severe damage upon him. In the midst of this fierce battle, he daringly retrieved the necklace, a relic tied to the essence of darkness. This artifact not only contained the last remnants of the dark demon evil god Tiger clan, but also embodied their endless hopes and unyielding spirit for the future. Today, as he experienced a breakthrough in his dark elemental power, the necklace underwent a transformation, and he felt as though he could hear that distant and muffled call, the final lament of the dark demon evil god Tiger clan, a perpetual quest for justice and peace. In this moment, the warmth of the necklace rekindled his memories, allowing him to once again feel the intensity of those tumultuous years. He grasped the necklace tightly, his heart brimming with unwavering conviction. The runes upon it glimmered with a ghostly light, akin to the resplendent stars in the night sky, exuding an aura of mystery and allure. They appeared to possess life, pulsating and narrating ancient, powerful tales, as if an invisible force was summoning him, guiding him towards uncharted realms. A sense of inexplicable premonition surged within Jiang Liuyan. This force might very well be the key to overcoming his limitations and achieving the unity of the five elements. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, allowing his heart to fully immerse itself in the guidance of this power. As the brilliance of the necklace intensified, he felt an unprecedented warmth flowing into his body, akin to the soothing embrace of the spring sun. This warmth intertwined with the restless elemental power within him, creating a harmonious symphony that sparked an extraordinary transformation. In that moment, he seemed to hear the call from the depths of his soul, a yearning for strength and an insatiable quest for the unknown world. Jiang Liuyan opened his eyes, a flicker of determination and resolve crossing his gaze. He understood well that the true challenge was only just beginning. Upon sensing the power contained within the necklace, he instantly comprehended everything, the reason why Xi had entrusted him with this necklace. Though it appeared unremarkable at first glance, it harbored an exceedingly terrifying secret. Jiang Liuyan let out a bitter chuckle, realizing that my five elements, nay, I should now refer to them as the sixth element I am about to acquire, were unexpectedly obtained in such a manner. Far away in the 3rd district, Huan Qi sheathed the sharp sword into the scabbard on his back, a roguish smile playing upon his lips. I'm off, Lao Yun. Next time there is good fortune, I shall seek you out again. That is enough from you. Don't come back. I've already invested quite a bit of material this time. And you haven't reimbursed me, Yun Tai chided with a laugh. After bidding farewell to Yun Tai, Huan Qi casually took some precious and unique materials for array crafting. Materials that might prove useful in the future when instructing his beloved disciple, Jiang Liuyan. With a final farewell to Yun Tai, Huan Qi embarked on the long journey back to his bamboo grove, his heart brimming with anticipation, eager to return to that tranquil and mysterious place. My dear disciple, Master has missed you dearly, Huan Qi thought to himself, reflecting on how much he had acquired under the guise of Jiang Liuyan's name. Chapter 44. The Past of Another Time and Space. C, a being of extraordinary wisdom, is one of the two survivors of the dark demon evil god tiger clan. Aside from the soul ring attached to Tang San's martial soul, after feigning death in the aftermath of a great fire, he evaded the relentless flow of time by elementalizing his own essence, continuously drawing power from the river of time, assimilating it into himself. The dark demon evil god tiger's secret realm itself is a colossal and intact fragment of space, yet after centuries of erosion by the river of time, it bears slight damage. This explains why, several centuries prior to Tang San's annihilation of the dark demon evil god tiger clan, methods of spatial rifts began proliferating. The primary reason for this was to manage the unstable spatial rifts resulting from the damage to the secret realm. Coincidentally, the dark demon evil god tiger clan possessed abilities related to space, thus seamlessly integrating these phenomena into their way of life. C, undoubtedly a genius in this domain, comprehended the entirety of the 6 systems of the dark demon evil god tiger clan over a span of 147 years, imbuing them with his profound understanding, transforming them into his own means. Within the river of time, he captured the power of time using fragments of his soul, enduring the agony of refining his soul in tandem with the power of time, thus resisting its corrosion. Concurrently, he exploited the existence of spatial rifts, repeatedly deconstructing them to gain a deep understanding of their fundamental structure, using these rifts as a foundation to forge a mediator for his body and soul. Positioned deep within the tributaries of the river of time, accessible only to himself. Moreover, the elements of wind, thunder, darkness, and evil within the dark demon evil god tiger clan empower their bodies to achieve complete elementalization. This capability renders them extraordinarily formidable. Without opposing elements or purer elements exceeding these 4 to counteract them, C's body shall remain indestructible and immortal. In other words, unless specific elements or energies can counteract his powers, he is virtually indestructible. Consequently, C possesses an almost invincible defense mechanism, granting him a considerable advantage in combat. With his minuscule yet pivotal understanding of space and time, C adeptly discovered a fissure and successfully traversed to an ineffable realm. This place was neither the familiar Douluo continent nor any known spatial or temporal nexus, but rather an entirely alien desert. The vast expanse of this desert stretched endlessly, with undulating dunes that seemed to have no termination. The sun blazed fiercely overhead, illuminating the golden dunes and casting shimmering reflections across the landscape. As the wind swept over the dunes, it produced a low, haunting wail, evoking a profound sense of solitude and desolation. Standing atop a dune, C gazed into the distance, his heart laden with confusion and unease. What was this place? Why had he arrived here? He began to ponder his predicament, striving to unearth clues to unravel this enigma. Yet, he found himself ensnared in a cul-de-sac, unable to discern any answers despite his efforts. C resolved to explore this desert, hoping to uncover some useful information. He cautiously descended the dune, the sand beneath his feet soft and fine, each step akin to treading on cotton. He navigated the valleys between the dunes, striving to avoid the towering formations to prevent losing his way. As he ventured deeper, he discovered an array of wondrous sights concealed within the desert. Occasionally, he would encounter bizarre plants thriving between the dunes, their peculiar forms and vibrant colors exuding a faint fragrance. At other times, he stumbled upon strange creatures resembling legendary beasts, yet possessing distinct characteristics. These sights filled C with both excitement and trepidation. He was uncertain whether these beings were benevolent or how to engage with them. Though C had only grasped a mere thread of power from the slender tributary of the temporal river flowing towards the Douluo continent, it was sufficient for him to claim mastery over cosmic forces. This power allowed him to contend with the elite forces of the dark demon evil god tiger clan on the Douluo continent, if not surpass them. However, in this unknown desert, C dared not exhibit any complacency. He understood well the adage that a strong dragon does not suppress a local snake, especially considering the spiritual energy here vastly exceeded that of the dark demon evil god tiger's secret realm. The richness of this spiritual energy not only astonished C, but also made him acutely aware of the power and mystery enveloping this place. He refrained from any rash actions, fearing that his impetuousness might invite unnecessary peril. Silently, C observed his surroundings, attempting to glean clues from the desert. Yet, apart from the endless yellow sands and the occasional whisper of the wind, he perceived nothing and heard nothing. Doubts began to gnaw at him. Had he truly ascended to the divine realm, or was this merely another, more advanced or primitive world? His heart brimmed with uncertainty and anxiety, yet he recognized the necessity of maintaining composure and rationality in the face of such bewilderment. He began to ponder how to establish his footing in this unfamiliar realm, how to harness his intellect and strength to unveil the mysteries of this world. A self-deprecating smile crossed his lips as he mused that perhaps he needed to offer himself some solace, a rationale to justify his presence in this alien landscape. After all, anyone confronted with such a sudden upheaval would inevitably feel disoriented and helpless, and he was no exception. He contemplated that perhaps this was the design of fate. Yet another trial on his path of cultivation. Only through such challenges could he forge ahead with greater resolve to explore the uncharted territories and pursue loftier realms. Chapter 45, Illusion? Do I Possess the Worthiness? Part 1. As Jiang Lianyan's fingers brushed against the ancient necklace that hung delicately around his neck, it seemed as though the relic, slumbering for a millennium, was suddenly awakened, erupting once more into a resplendent and extraordinary radiance. This luminescence was not of a singular hue. Instead, it fractured into three distinct beams of brilliance, resembling three invisible chains that enveloped him in an unyielding embrace. A tremor coursed through Jiang Lianyan's heart, and a heavy sense of unease surged within him, as if a dark cloud had enveloped his being. He could not help but berate himself for his carelessness. He should have been more astute, recognizing the sudden upheaval and preparing adequately in advance. However, it was too late for regrets. For those three enigmatic rays of light had encircled him tightly, rendering him incapable of escape. These beams seemed infused with a peculiar power, ensnaring Jiang Lianyan within their grasp and leaving him motionless. He endeavored to struggle, only to find himself bound by an invisible force that thwarted his attempts at liberation. Amidst the flickering of the lights, he glimpsed unfamiliar scenes and heard sounds that he had never encountered before. The emotions of Jiang Lianyan resembled a tumultuous roller coaster. Although his heart was rife with trepidation and unease, he endeavored to maintain his composure while attempting to observe the transformations in his surroundings. Upon witnessing the three radiant beams of light, he was struck with profound astonishment. These luminescences seemed to possess a mysterious and ineffable connection with him, as if they were summoned solely for his presence. As time unfolded, Jiang Lianyan gradually perceived the influence of these three beams. He discerned that they seemed endowed with the ability to penetrate his innermost defenses, delving into the softest and most secretive recesses of his heart. This sensation was both alien and familiar, akin to a long-lost relative suddenly materializing before him, enveloping him in the warmest embrace and whispering the gentlest words to soothe his weary soul. Jiang Lianyan found himself profoundly moved by this extraordinary sensation, prompting him to contemplate the mysteries of the world and his connection to the three radiant beams of light. He realized that perhaps this encounter was orchestrated by fate, allowing him to meet these illuminations at such a pivotal moment. Thus, he resolved to cast aside his inner fears and anxieties, wholeheartedly embracing the arrival of these three lights. The inky black light, reminiscent of the most profound dreams in the depths of night, exuded an air of mystery and an unfathomable power. It flowed gently around Jiang Lianyan, as if to draw him into an endless abyss, yet at critical junctures, it offered him a thread of reassurance, preventing him from losing his way. The pristine white light, akin to the rising sun, radiated warmth and a gentle glow. It caressed Jiang Lianyan's face, like a mother's hand tenderly brushing his forehead, alleviating the fears and unease that resided within him. This light seemed to possess a magical ability to rewind time. Under its illumination, Jiang Lianyan felt himself transported back to the carefree days of childhood, experiencing a long-lost tranquility and serenity. This light vaguely resonated with the void in his heart, and as he placed his hand on his chest, he sensed a subtle excitement, though its exact nature eluded him. As for the gray light, positioned between black and white, it appeared even more intricate and profound. It was neither as cold and unfeeling as the black light nor as pure and immaculate as the white. Instead, it embodied an elusive charm. This light spun slowly around Jiang Lianyan, instilling a deep chill within him, raising goosebumps on his skin, yet this sensation was fleeting, vanishing as if it had never existed. The three beams of light intertwined, creating a wondrous and beautiful tapestry. In this vivid tableau, Jiang Lianyan experienced an unprecedented sense of awe and emotion, as if an invisible force drew him in, compelling him to lower his guard and defenses. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, allowing the three lights to surge into the depths of his soul like a warm current. During this process, Jiang Lianyan felt as if his spirit had been reborn. The three beams of light pierced through the clouds like warm sunshine, illuminating the dark corners of his heart. Wherever the light reached, his distractions and troubles gradually dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of tranquility and peace. This sensation was akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought, nourishing and revitalizing his spirit. As the light permeated deeper, Jiang Liuyan sensed an unprecedented force welling up within him. This power did not stem from the external world, but arose from an awakening deep within his soul. It burned like a fiery flame, igniting his passion for life and pursuit of purpose. It seemed to reveal to him the most formidable essence of his ancestors, the ancient demonic tiger clan, leaving him utterly astounded. Simultaneously, the three beams bestowed upon him an extraordinary wisdom. He felt as though he could perceive the essence of all things in the world, unraveling the mysteries that had once perplexed him. This wisdom enabled him to perceive the entirety of things, transcending mere superficial appearances. He began to contemplate the meaning and value of life, seeking his own goals and direction. Jiang Liuyan found himself enveloped in this extraordinary experience, sensing the profound transformations and growth within his soul. Only three radiant glimmers encircled him, and these three beams merely penetrated his being in the slightest manner. As the light delved deeper, he gradually became aware of the changes occurring within his body. His muscles grew increasingly resilient and powerful, while his bones hardened to the strength of iron. Waves of formidable energy surged within him, as if poised to unleash astonishing might at any moment. Simultaneously, his mind sharpened with remarkable clarity, enabling him to perceive the subtlest fluctuations and shifts in the world around him. However, this newfound strength came at a significant cost. Even the faintest trace of light that entered Jiang Liuyan's body brought him immense agony. After all, the essence of existence revolves around a principle of equivalent exchange. To acquire power, one must inevitably pay a price. As the light penetrated and fused with him, he experienced unprecedented suffering and torment. A fragment of the three beams collided and intertwined within him, as if intent on tearing him apart. Even this minuscule portion inflicted such pain that thoughts of surrender crossed his mind, yet he gritted his teeth, enduring the anguish and trepidation, striving to maintain his composure and lucidity. In the distance, a pure white cat lay quietly on a branch, its eyes resembling profound lakes, observing everything within the house through layers of foliage. There, Jiang Liuyan writhed in torment, contorting into unnatural shapes, as if possessed by a malevolent spirit. The white cat let out a deep sigh, filled with helplessness and sympathy. Is this what they call inheritance? It pondered silently, its gaze betraying a hint of confusion and concern. The cat appeared perplexed by such power, but found itself at a loss for solutions. It understood that Jiang Liuyan was grappling with a formidable trial, confronting the fears and anguish buried deep within his heart to truly harness this formidable strength. Yet, for Jiang Liuyan, this was undoubtedly an immense challenge. The white cat gently shook its head, aware of its own limitations, and could only silently pray for Jiang Liuyan to persevere through this ordeal. After all, it was only through his own efforts and resilience that he might conquer the fears within and the pain in his body, ultimately emerging as a true warrior. In the desolate wilderness of the desert, Zi's heart suddenly resonated with an awareness. As the sole heir of the dark demon, evil tiger clan, enduring some suffering was to be expected. This was merely physical pain. Soon, he would find greater comfort, Zi chuckled mischievously, embodying the playful whims of an elder imposing a day of standing punishment upon a junior. As for why Z was not considered part of the dark demon evil tiger clan, even with his elemental transformation, he could not be regarded as one of them. His very soul had been fragmented into millions of pieces, which was precisely why he wielded the ability to manipulate various plants within the dark demon evil tiger academy, guiding Jiang Liuyan to the very place where he had once secluded himself. Chapter 46, An Illusion? Are You Worthy? Part 2. Jiang Liuyan's body began to tremble slightly as he gradually absorbed the three peculiar radiances. Among them, the black light was the most striking, resembling a colossal black hole that emanated in infinite darkness. This force seemed to possess an overwhelming allure, making Jiang feel as though he were being consumed by the black hole itself. As time passed, the gravitational pull intensified, and Jiang's soul was subjected to severe tearing and distortion. His complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet he gritted his teeth, striving to endure. The anguish and despair were nearly unbearable, but he understood that only through such tribulations could he attain greater strength. Throughout this ordeal, Jiang's inner self grappled with turmoil and contradiction. He was uncertain whether he could withstand the black hole's voracity, nor did he know the implications this power would bestow upon him. Yet, he recognized that to become a true powerhouse, he must bravely confront the pain and despair that this radiant force inflicted upon him. Conversely, the white light rendered time within Jiang Liuyan's soul motionless. He acutely sensed that this luminescence froze his thoughts, causing time to flow in an exceedingly peculiar manner. His mind, already ravaged by the black hole, was unable to replenish its spiritual energy in a timely fashion due to the bizarre white light enveloping his mental ocean. Consequently, he felt as though he were being visibly and slowly torn apart, with pain amplified to an unfathomable degree, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of being caught between life and death. Among the triadic radiances, the gray light emerged as the most enigmatic, earning an MVP rating of 16.0 as a golden auxiliary. This gray luminescence enveloped Jiang's battered form, perpetually seeping into his being, instilling within him an abnormally chilling sensation as if he had plunged into the frigid expanse of the Arctic. His thoughts seemed to freeze, becoming disordered to the point where he pondered the existential queries. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Had Jiang been a profound philosopher, he might have gleaned insights beyond the realm of mere strength. However, the gray light continuously constrained his body and thoughts, hindering his ability to think rationally. It left him with a peculiar sensation while simultaneously awakening the most trivial thoughts in his mind. He recalled, with a sense of shame, the childish notions of fabricating excuses for schoolwork or mischievously contemplating pranks that involved mixing sugar with salt or tossing firecrackers in the kitchen. Trivial misdeeds that now seemed utterly beneath him. Throughout this protracted experience, Jiang Liuyan seemed to traverse countless cycles of life and death. At times, he found himself engulfed in an endless abyss of darkness, besieged by waves of despair and terror. At other moments, he reveled in the stillness of time suspended, perceiving the gradual disintegration of his very soul. Yet again, he felt his essence frozen as each profoundly shameful act from his past was unearthed one by one, leaving him increasingly weary as the years flowed by. He incessantly grappled and resisted, striving to discover a delicate equilibrium amidst these three formidable forces. The passage of time for Jiang Liuyan was fraught with anguish, yet these three radiant lights appeared to possess a certain sentience, as if they feared not to extinguish Jiang Liuyan entirely. Instead, their brilliance intensified, doubling the torment they inflicted upon him. As Jiang Liuyan's thoughts drifted back to the tome of Tianji Bian, he encountered a sudden revelation upon reaching the 16th day. Nestled within the pages was a slip of paper resembling a note, inscribed with the words, "When heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility upon an individual, it must first torment their heart and will, labor their muscles and bones, starve their body, impoverish their form, and disrupt their actions. Thus, through the trials of the heart and the endurance of spirit, one may acquire what was previously beyond their capabilities." Jiang Liuyan had never experienced such profound anguish. However, a fleeting thought crossed his mind, resonating deeply with his current predicament. Indeed, the trials of the heart, the strain on the body, and the deprivation of sustenance all bear a price. In this world, everything is assigned a value. If such power were easily attained, perhaps my disposition would shift. Jiang Liuyan pondered. Where are all these so-called children of destiny, favored by an elusive deity without reason? Upon this vast earth, I, Jiang Liuyan, vow to forge an immortal legend with mere mortal flesh. My fate is dictated by me, not by heaven. Even if the path ahead is strewn with thorns and shrouded in tempestuous gloom, I shall shatter the shackles of destiny and break free from invisible restraints. While the world proclaims that fate is hard to defy, I am determined to inscribe a narrative of rebellion with fervent passion. I seek no mercy from gods or blessings from the heavens. I, Jiang Liuyan, shall be the dawn's light, illuminating the darkness, allowing all to witness what true resilience and fearlessness embody. I swear to demonstrate that every unwilling soul can become the master of their own fate. Those so-called predestined paths and inevitable outcomes are merely stepping stones on my journey, the rungs of the ladder as I ascend to great heights. I, Jiang Liuyan, shall be that defiant individual, causing the heavens to tremble, the stars to dim, and ensuring that future generations remember what it truly means to alter one's destiny. Jiang Liuyan murmured to himself. As the momentum of Jiang Liuyan ascended steadily, he seemed to have grown accustomed to the anguish brought forth by the three radiances. Even his hurried breaths had begun to steady. In the distance, a white cat perched upon a tree, fixated on Jiang Liuyan, seemed to have perceived his murmured soliloquy. The cat couldn't help but muse that Jiang Liuyan's character was truly impeccable. Just from this utterance alone, I could assign a score of 9.5. Reserving the remaining half to prevent him from becoming conceited, should he achieve greatness in the future and pen a book. This passage would undoubtedly qualify as a classic inspirational tale worthy of inclusion in the Legend of Immortal Warriors. Speaking of which, where is my 6th volume of Legend of Immortal Warriors? This set is a collector's edition, after all. Indeed, that volume is a treasured possession of the White Cat. Observing that Jiang Liunyan posed no significant issues, the White Cat leapt down from the tree, feeling a surge of joy. If his disciple had faltered during the departure of Huanqi, it was likely that Huanqi would withhold my dried fish treats. Such were the thoughts that crossed the cat's mind. Ji sensed the lingering essence of soul energy within the necklace, prompting a faint smile. It appeared the first phase had drawn to a close, and it was time for him to take action. Halt. This path was forged by my hand, and this tree was planted by me. If you wish to pass, leave behind a toll, Ji proclaimed loudly as he sprang forth from the nearby thicket, responding to the sounds around him. In the center of the road, 10 burly men glared menacingly at the seemingly frail Ji, all in unison demanding, "What did you say?" Without hesitation, they raised their fists to strike. I was mistaken. Please, be gentle with my face. I apologize. Is that not enough? Strike me again, and I may perish. Chapter 47. Is this an illusion? Am I worthy? Part 3. After absorbing the other strand of tricolored light that surged into his body, Jiang Liunyan underwent a profound transformation. Initially, this luminescence merely augmented his physical strength, however. As more light fused within him, the fortitude of his muscles, bones, and tendons astonishingly escalated by an astounding 30-fold. This newfound power not only imbued him with an unprecedented sense of might, but also invigorated his blood circulation, surging like a relentless river, tumultuously coursing through his meridians. The phenomenon known as qi and blood like a rainbow, once chronicled in the ancient tomes of the dark demon tiger tribe, now unfolded within Jiang Liunyan's very being. It was an indescribable awe, as if he harbored a formidable force capable of shaking mountains and rivers. According to the ancient texts, a soul beast that achieved the realm of qi and blood like a rainbow a millennium ago could single-handedly decimate an entire village, a testament to its immense power. Now, Jiang Liunyan seemed to transcend the boundaries of 1,000 years, as if he had rekindled the ancient essence of a soul beast, reinterpreting the profound meaning of qi and blood like a rainbow. Each inch of his skin, every bone, and every tendon, under the nurturing of this energy, became unassailable. As if he had transformed into a true ancient behemoth, poised to unleash earth-shattering strength at any moment, corresponding to the internal realm of qi and blood like a rainbow. Two states describing the pinnacle conditions of meridians and bones are respectively known as meridians like dragons and bones like jade. Jiang Liunyan continued to absorb the 3 strands of light, undergoing a profound transformation. In the realm where his meridians resembled dragons, they transcended their mere function as conduits for blood flow. They appeared to be imbued with life, morphing into serpentine dragons that coiled within him. These dragon veins coursed through his body, each pulsation accompanied by a surge of immense spiritual power, as if his entire being had been invigorated by this force. In this state, Jiang Liunyan's meridians became extraordinarily resilient and elastic, capable of withstanding spiritual impacts far beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals. Every movement, every breath he took, could guide this power through his meridians, creating a formidable internal circulation. This cycle not only amplified his strength considerably, but also elevated his reaction speed and sensitivity to unprecedented heights. Furthermore, the dragon-like quality of his meridians endowed Jiang Liunyan with a unique ability to perceive subtle changes in his surroundings, allowing him to adapt to these fluctuations by adjusting the flow of spiritual energy within his meridians. This capability kept him perpetually vigilant in battle, always prepared to counter sudden assaults. After absorbing the remnants of the light lingering within him, he felt as though he had undergone a metamorphosis, his entire being brimming with strength. Closing his eyes, he attuned himself to the internal transformations, discovering that his bones had become remarkably unyielding, akin to jade. This signified his successful entry into the realm of jade-like bones, a critical stage for cultivators. In this phase, Jiang Liunyan's bones became translucent, as though sculpted from the purest jade. These jade-like bones not only possessed exceptional hardness, capable of withstanding any form of physical assault, but also harbored a mysterious power that could absorb and convert external damage into energy for himself. In this state, Jiang Liunyan's bones seemingly transformed into a second source of energy for his body. Whenever he faced an attack, these jade bones would automatically activate a defensive mechanism, converting external forces into nourishing sustenance for the bones. With time, it was conceivable that his bones would grow increasingly robust, potentially achieving a stage of such perfection that they would emit a faint radiance, resembling true jade in their crystalline clarity. Moreover, the jade-like quality of his bones conferred upon Jiang Liuyan an extraordinary regenerative ability, regardless of the severity of his injuries, as long as he was not utterly obliterated. Given sufficient time, his bones could swiftly regenerate and return to their original state. This prowess rendered him nearly immortal in combat, allowing him to maintain an undefeated stance against even the most formidable adversaries. Jiang Liuyan felt a surge of joy within him. The surprise bestowed upon him by this necklace was truly immense. He never anticipated that these 3 radiances could rival the achievements of his 1,000 years of cultivation, and indeed, he realized that even a millennium of practice might not suffice to attain such a realm. Jiang Liuyan no longer paid heed to the anguish brought forth by those 3 kinds of radiance. He simply felt that if enduring pain could significantly enhance his strength, allowing him to pursue Tang San and the realm of his family's annihilators, he would gladly embrace it. As Jiang Liuyan's flow of time decelerated, his spirit became tranquil, and his inner consciousness appeared to detach from his physical form. In a uniquely introspective manner, he transformed a portion of his soul into a reflection of himself, enabling him to perceive the enhancements in his strength. The advantage of this phenomenon was that Jiang Liuyan could adopt a third-person perspective, allowing him to identify the deficiencies that accompanied his newfound power, thereby focusing on refining his unexpectedly augmented capabilities. This situation was akin to a Santana suddenly equipped with a Lamborghini engine. The abrupt change in components necessitated a period of adaptation and modification. Jiang Liuyan's extraordinary surge in strength had augmented his physical prowess by over 30-fold, undoubtedly requiring a distinct approach to harmonize with this newfound might. Yet, at present, he had only achieved this level of understanding. Perhaps, once Master Huanqi returned, new training methods would be revealed to him. Huanqi gently caressed her necklace, which seemed to harbor a unique tricolor energy. As she sensed the energy within Jiang Liuyan, it appeared almost alive. Although he initially intended to absorb all of it in one fervent attempt, the tricolor radiance suddenly receded, remaining unresponsive to his summons, much like a shy maiden hiding within the necklace. Perhaps I have yet to earn the necklace's approval? Jiang Liuyan pondered. Or could it be that my level of cultivation is insufficient to withstand such energy? A plethora of doubts flooded his mind. Yet he steadily placed the necklace upon the table. He then rose to stretch his limbs. It must be noted that his newfound strength rendered his thoughts somewhat uncontrollable. His steps slid as if he might ascend to the clouds, with the force of his punches capable of conjuring a miniature tornado. Is this what power feels like? Jiang Liuyan mused. Dressed and prepared, he stepped outside. After a night spent absorbing the energies from the necklace, he felt no fatigue. Instead, he was invigorated, his spirit radiant. Indeed, the tricolor light had even expanded his mental ocean, nurturing it and filling him with vitality. Chapter 48, A Mirage? Do I have the qualification? Part 4. After absorbing the tricolored radiance, Jiang Liuyan settled into a tranquil existence, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to the cultivation of his internal strength. He understood that true power lies not merely in possessing formidable abilities, but in the precise control and application of such power. Thus, he diligently endeavored to harmonize his newly acquired strength, striving to attain a level of mastery akin to the effortless movement of one's own fingers. At the very least, achieving perfect command over himself, lest this power become a wild stallion beyond his reins. However, this newfound strength proved to be overwhelmingly potent, far exceeding Jiang Liuyan's initial expectations. Whenever he attempted to harness this power, even the slightest motion would unleash astonishing force. For instance, as Jiang Liuyan stepped down from his bed, he inadvertently cracked the bamboo floor beneath him with a firm step, the crisp sound of the fracture tightening his chest and reminding him of the need for greater caution. The situation worsened upon his departure. Jiang Liuyan cautiously opened the door, fearful that a mere oversight might lead to greater calamity. Yet misfortune struck again. His strength had unintentionally swelled to unimaginable proportions. When he gently tugged at the door, it fell apart with a resounding crash, as if swept away by a tempest, shattering into countless fragments. This scene sent a chill down Jiang Liuyan's spine. Following these incidents, he became even more vigilant in controlling his strength, anxious that a single lapse could lead to irreversible consequences. He began to silently recite incantations in his mind, adjusting his breathing in an effort to gradually quell the surging power within him, integrating it into his very essence. He recognized that the path of a true warrior was long and fraught with challenges. He must proceed with steady determination to traverse this journey further. Thus, Jiang Liuyan embarked on a day of rigorous training, relentlessly challenging himself to master his strength under various circumstances. The gravitational array left by Huanqi was set to its maximum load, yet yielded scant results. Huanqi, having returned from the third district of the illusory realm, wielded a sword that shimmered with a cold light, exuding an air of mystery. Her steps were light, yet conveyed an undeniable sense of power, as if each footfall resonated with the very fabric of space. Upon entering the familiar bamboo grove, Huanqi's gaze immediately fell upon Jiang Liuyan, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. The transformation in Jiang Liuyan's physique was so pronounced that even Huanqi, with her extensive knowledge, could not help but feel astonished. However, this astonishment was short-lived, for the moment she stepped into the bamboo thicket, she established a mental link with the white cat waiting there. Discovering the events that had transpired during her absence, the white cat was not merely a companion who had grown alongside Huanqi, it possessed a remarkable tale of its own. This cat, a natural spirit of formation left to Huanqi by Qian Huan, not only boasted extraordinary wisdom but also shared a profound connection with her mind and heart. In the bygone days, the meridians of Huanqi were severed inch by inch, leaving her with but a fleeting lifespan. It was then that Qian Huan, using the innate array spirit of the heavens, inscribed the profound truths of the universe upon the shattered meridians of Huanqi in the form of a mystical formation. The protective array of her heart's vein was the core formation of the white cat's innate array spirit. Such core formations are exceedingly rare in the world, with only 3 existing, one belonging to the white cat, another to Huanqi, and the last to Qian Huan. The white cat lay curled up nearby, sleeping soundly. For the message to be conveyed was already known to Huanqi, rendering further elaboration unnecessary. She chose instead to indulge in a bit more rest. In pursuit of clarity regarding the unfolding events, Huanqi inquired about the tale of Jiang Liuyan. Upon hearing Jiang Liuyan's account, Huanqi maintained a demeanor as tranquil as still water. Yet her heart was tumultuous. She was acutely aware of the terrifying exponential growth of the power within Jiang Liuyan, even when as learned as she felt an overwhelming headache. This power presented both an opportunity and a challenge, and the quest for perfect control over it emerged as a formidable dilemma before them. It seemed prudent to revisit ancient tomes. Perhaps therein lay a solution. With a soft sigh, a glint of determination flashed in her eyes. She understood that in the face of the unknown, knowledge and wisdom were their most steadfast allies. Having spoken, she slowly turned, extending her hand behind her to draw forth a meticulously crafted sword. As the blade emerged, the surrounding air thickened, as if acknowledging its majesty and might. This sword, entirely black as ink, resembled the profound darkness of the night sky, obscuring its true visage. The blade shimmered with the glow of the nocturnal, an illumination not bright but imbued with a deep, mysterious aura that exuded an irresistible allure. Intricate runes adorned the hilt, each stroke steeped in ancient and formidable power. They flickered with a faint light, as though narrating the sword's origins and tales. Jiang Liuyan, Huanqi mused with a smile gracing her lips, gently presenting the sword before him. Her tone laced with a subtle anticipation. What name do you believe it should bear? Jiang Liuyan slowly extended his hand to grasp the sword, and in that fleeting moment, a profound weight surged within his heart. He scrutinized the blade, which appeared as dark as ink, deep and enigmatic, resembling an abyssal pool of black water, seemingly capable of devouring all light while simultaneously emanating a unique allure. Embedded in the hilt was a crystal-clear gem, glimmering with a faint radiance akin to the brightest star in the night sky. Huanqi, too, felt a stir of awe in her heart, but soon her apprehension dissipated. The sword's weight was likely around 100,000 pounds. Had Jiang Liuyan not enhanced his physique, he would have been utterly incapable of lifting it. Thus, he had inscribed over a dozen gravity-defying runes upon the blade, enabling the physically disadvantaged Jiang Liuyan to wield it. However, the unexpected elevation of Jiang Liuyan's physical capabilities left her in a state of astonished disbelief once more. Jiang Liuyan closed his eyes, immersing himself in the surging power that coursed through the sword, a force reminiscent of tumultuous ocean waves crashing against his soul. His heartbeat quickened involuntarily, and he could feel the blood within him begin to boil. This sword seemed to possess a wondrous connection to him, evoking an overwhelming sense of familiarity. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of resolve shining within them. Shall we name this sword Ma Yuan? His voice was deep and resonant, as if he were proclaiming a momentous decision. Huanqi nodded slightly in agreement, affirming that Ma Yuan was indeed a fitting name, perfectly encapsulating the essence of the sword. His gaze fell upon Jiang Liuyan, revealing a sense of admiration in his eyes. With a subtle smile, Jiang Liuyan gently caressed the sword's blade. as if engaging in a silent communion. Ma Yuan, from this moment forth, you shall be my companion. Together, we shall face the challenges that lie ahead. His gaze radiated unwavering resolve and determination. Chapter 49. Sword Techniques. Huan Qi stood quietly amidst the tranquil bamboo grove, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon him. It enveloped him in an aura of mystique, rendering him extraordinary and distinct from the ordinary. In his hand, he held an exquisitely crafted longsword, its blade shimmering with a soft blue luminescence, reminiscent of the brilliant stars in the night sky, captivating all who beheld it. Behind him lay an intricate formation, coalesced from spiritual energy, emanating an enigmatic presence. Jiang Liuyan stood quietly to the side, his gaze intently following every movement of Huan Qi, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. He was filled with a yearning for this unknown realm, eager to uncover the mysteries of cultivation and celestial arts. Huan Qi wielded his long sword, the blade tracing graceful arcs through the air, reminiscent of a fairy dancing in flight. His movements were light and agile, his swordsmanship exquisite and proficient, each swing radiating immense power. As he danced, the surrounding air seemed to stir, forming a gentle whirlwind that rustled the bamboo leaves in the forest. Yuan observed closely. Huan Qi's lips barely moved, his voice akin to a clear mountain spring, crisp and melodious. He deftly waved his long sword, the tip inscribing dozens of special symbols in the air, encoding infinite possibilities. These symbols, as if enchanted, drew closer together, and soon illusions began to materialize in the air, twisting and intertwining, ultimately forming a sophisticated illusionary array. This was the first form of the foundational sword technique, Huan's sword technique, basic version. You must use the sword tip as your pen and your spiritual energy as ink, sketching the array from your heart into the void. Remember, the sword is not merely a tool for combat. It is a medium for expressing one's will and creating miracles. As Huan Qi spoke, he demonstrated, each movement of the sword tip accompanied by subtle changes in the formation, rendering a breathtaking spectacle. As Jiang Liuyan listened intently, he initially found the name rather jarring. The term phantom sword technique, basic edition, seemed to him a rather haphazard choice for such an intricate sword skill. In his mind, the name of this technique, regardless of its lack of elegance, should at least resonate with the level of sophistication of names like Misty Realm's ethereal decision. He mused over this, shaking his head slightly, and focused earnestly on watching Huan Qi as she imparted her teachings. Although he had but a rudimentary understanding of formations, Huan Qi's words illuminated his path like a radiant beacon. He slowly drew the long sword from his waist, a blade crafted specifically for him by Huan Qi. Its entirely black blade exuded a profound depth, subtly reflecting Huan Qi's expectations for him. Huan Qi observed Jiang Liuyan momentarily, then adopted a serious demeanor, surmising his thoughts. To be candid, Huan Qi herself struggled to comprehend why scholars and chivalrous figures, or indeed most individuals, adorned themselves with swords at their waists, projecting an image of elegance or believing that wielding a sword was inherently stylish. Even the 43rd sect leader of the Phantom sect had forsaken his original artifact, a pen, to seize the forces of nature and forge it into a sword. This led to the creation of both the basic and advanced editions of the Phantom sword technique, ostensibly to provide all disciples with means of self-defense, while also integrating swordplay with formation techniques. The notion that one could employ a sword while delineating formations left her utterly perplexed. Nevertheless, Huan Qi adhered to the sect leader's new decree, which mandated that all future leaders must study this technique, leaving her with little choice in the matter. The privilege of the sect leader allows for a singular, irrevocable decision to be made during their tenure, which is then inscribed into the sect's regulations. This explains why subsequent leaders are bound to learn this technique. However, due to her act of treason against the sect, Huan Qi's opportunity was forcibly erased, marking only the second occurrence of such a fate in the millennium-long history of the Phantom sect. Following Huan Qi's guidance, Jiang Liuyan endeavored to outline the contours of the formation with the tip of his sword. Initially, his movements were clumsy and unrefined, and his spiritual energy seemed unresponsive. Yet with each attempt, he gradually discovered a rhythm, the flow of energy within him beginning to synchronize with his will. Where the sword tip traced, the ethereal patterns of the formation slowly took shape. Excellent. You have taken your first step, Huan Qi remarked, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. She recognized that while Jiang Liuyan may not be a prodigy in formations, his indomitable spirit and thirst for knowledge would propel him further along this path. In the days that followed, Jiang Liuyan devoted himself to the practice of swordsmanship, laboriously memorizing the foundational formations imparted by Huan Qi. Day and night, he persevered in his training, ultimately etching these complex patterns deeply into his memory. During the quiet of the night, he would use a pen in place of a sword, repeatedly sketching the formations on paper, with each delineation deepening his understanding. Now, we shall learn the second form. When Jiang Liuyan finally mastered the ability to draw those basic formations proficiently on paper, Huan Qi reappeared before him, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. This technique, known as the basic version of the Phantom Sword technique, second form, transcends mere swordsmanship. It is a sublime amalgamation of agility and swordplay. One must, whilst moving at high velocity, trace a series of enchanting formations with the tip of the sword, creating a dazzling array of illusions designed to bewilder the adversary and unveil opportunities for victory. As Huan Qi spoke, he demonstrated the technique, his figure weaving gracefully through the bamboo grove, the light of his sword weaving a tapestry of brilliance. Each stroke was accompanied by a flicker of phantoms, rendering his true position elusive and inscrutable. Jiang Liuyan widened his eyes, intently observing the movements of Huan Qi. He beheld Huan Qi's body gliding through the air like a wraith, the long sword in his hand tracing elegant arcs that resembled the fluttering of a butterfly. Each execution of the sword technique left Jiang Liuyan in awe and exhilaration. He could not help but ponder how wonderful it would be to master such a skillful swordplay himself. A surge of unprecedented longing welled up within him, a fervent desire to grasp this extraordinary art of the sword. Did you see clearly? Huan Qi suddenly halted, turning to gaze at Jiang Liuyan. Immersed in the realm of swordsmanship, Jiang Liuyan snapped back to reality. Perhaps, maybe, possibly. Unaware of Jiang Liuyan's innate talent for swordplay, Huan Qi could only smile and encourage him, saying, "It's all right. With diligent practice, you will surely master it." With that, he once again brandished his long sword, continuing to demonstrate the sword technique. Jiang Liuyan was wholly engrossed in observing Huan Qi's movements. An ordinary individual, Jiang Liuyan possessed no remarkable talents. If one were to cite a natural advantage, it would be the 5 elemental forces within him. Thus, this unremarkable Jiang Liuyan watched the swordsmanship with utmost seriousness, striving to commit every detail to memory. He understood that to become a true swordsman, he must invest greater effort and time. This moment marked the opportune beginning of his learning journey. Consequently, he immersed himself once more in rigorous training, with each failure reinforcing his resolve and every advancement filling him with elation. Under Huan Qi's meticulous guidance, Jiang Liuyan's swordsmanship and mastery of formations advanced significantly, his figure gradually weaving a unique legend within the bamboo grove. Chapter 50, Sword 3 in the early morning. The bamboo grove was tenderly cloaked in a gossamer veil of mist. Sunlight filtered through the sparse bamboo leaves, casting a mosaic of light and shadow that imbued this tranquil space with an air of mystery and vitality. The atmosphere was suffused with the fresh fragrances of soil and bamboo leaves, occasionally accompanied by the distant chirping of birds, harmonizing with the gentle rustle of the breeze through the bamboo, creating a melodious morning serenade. Dewdrops sparkled upon the verdant bamboo leaves, resembling pearls embedded in green satin. Crystalline and breathtaking, the entire bamboo grove seemed to have just awakened from slumber, imbued with a touch of languor and tranquility, awaiting the dawn of a new day. Huan Qi awaited Jiang Liuyan deep within the bamboo grove, ready to impart the foundational third form of the illusory sword technique. In the profound realm of the illusory sword technique, the third realm is celebrated as shadow dance of 1,000 illusions, representing the ultimate fusion of swordsmanship and illusion. Practitioners of this realm not only possess transcendent sword skills, but also harmonize themselves with their surroundings, transforming into intangible shadows, executing ever-changing sword techniques amid the interplay of light and shadow, leaving onlookers dazzled and defenseless. However, to embark on the mysterious path of the shadow dance of 1,000 illusions, one must first master a secret art known as the mysteries of shadows. Practitioners are required to close their eyes, focus their minds, and attune their inner selves to the world around them. They must learn to connect their consciousness with the surrounding shadows, light, and the whispers of the gentle breeze, thus entering an enigmatic realm where the mind moves with intent and shadows follow in kind. Only through prolonged meditation and profound enlightenment can a practitioner seamlessly merge their form into the shadows of their surroundings, akin to becoming one with the night, eluding capture. Crucially, shadows exist only in the presence of light. It is only by deeply understanding the connection between oneself and their shadow that one may advance further. It is said that in the legendary tale of the immortal martial heroes, there existed an assassin codenamed Shadow. This individual, though obscure, astonished all with their remarkable prowess. Mastering the art of becoming one with shadows, akin to a true specter hidden in darkness. In a memoir penned later, the assassin recounted spending decades seated before a stone wall, observing the sunlight and moonlight casting their shadows upon it, contemplating the shadows through the seasons. From the morning dew to the evening glow, they could endure decades in this meditative state, forging an intimate bond with their shadow, which ultimately birthed the assassin known as Shadow. Coincidentally, after the demise of Shadow, their secret techniques were unearthed by grave robbers and found their way into the black market. However, due to the greed of those seeking fortune, the techniques were snatched away. With their last breath, the grave robber, possessing an extraordinary memory, transcribed hundreds of tomes of secret arts, flooding the black market with Shadow's techniques, akin to cabbages in abundance. It is indeed my misfortune, but those who indulge in thievery must not expect fortune to favor them. Thus, the entire continent possessed a copy of this knowledge, though few pursued its mastery. As such practices demand immense willpower. Yet, the 43rd patriarch of the illusion sect was no ordinary person. During their reign, they developed a unique shadow technique that was particularly suited for the foundational version of the illusion sword arts, which has since been passed down. Upon mastering the shadow technique, practitioners commenced their training in the 1000 illusion sword shadow. This swordplay does not rely on brute force, but rather on speed and transformation. A mere flick of the sword's tip can generate countless sword shadows, each imbued with the practitioner's will and sword intent, rendering them indistinguishable in reality and illusion. In battle, these sword shadows traverse with the freedom of living beings, sometimes converging into a breathtaking sword light, at other times dispersing into a torrential rain of blades, plunging adversaries into a state of endless confusion and disarray. The pinnacle of the shadow dance of illusions is the union of heart and sword. In this state, the practitioner's spirit becomes one with the blade. The sword embodies the heart, and the heart embodies the sword. Without the need for sight, one can perceive the subtlest movements of an opponent, predicting their actions and executing the most lethal counterattacks with minimal effort. At this juncture, the sword techniques transcend mere forms. They manifest as the practitioner's emotions, will, and intellect, each strike embodying the profound truths of the universe, capable of stirring the heart and shaking the heavens. Huanqi turned the sword behind their back, gripping it in a gesture of readiness, signaling Jiang Liunian for a sparring match. In the midst of this confrontation, Huanqi unleashed the 1000 illusion sword shadow, their form instantaneously transforming into an ethereal specter, akin to a ghost on the battlefield. Huanqi approached Jiang Liunian silently, then launched an attack with astonishing swiftness. The primal instincts of Jiang Liunian were scarcely afforded a moment's warning before being swept aside by Huanqi's sword hilt, leaving him no time to react. In the depths of his heart, Jiang Liunian pondered, is this the formidable power of shadow dance of 1000 illusions? Huanqi continued to elucidate, stating that this technique excels in utilizing every element within the environment, such as light and shadow, terrain, and even the psychological blind spots of one's adversaries, to conjure an illusory formation that creates favorable battle conditions. Even when confronted by foes who vastly outnumber him, he can, through this unpredictable swordplay, systematically dismantle their assaults and ultimately achieve victory. However, despite the prowess of shadow dance of 1000 illusions, it is not invincible. It demands an exceptionally high level of mental concentration and a keen perception of the surroundings from its practitioners. A moment's negligence may lead one to become ensnared in the very illusions they have created, rendering them helpless. Thus, a true swordsman who attains this realm must not only refine their swordsmanship but also engage in profound spiritual cultivation, striving for a harmonious integration of inner and outer mastery to reach the pinnacle of the sword path. The essence lies in the illusory formation, which is fundamentally about the unity of sword formations, utilizing illusions to disrupt the opponent. Huanqi waved her hand nonchalantly, remarking that this is merely the basic version. Once one advances to the higher tier, those sword techniques would indeed be unparalleled in their extremity, she mused. Jiang Liunian nodded slightly, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. He grasped the sword in his hand tightly, as though channeling all his strength into the tip of the blade. Subsequently, he stepped forward, making his way towards the distant clearing, his gait steady and powerful. Upon reaching the open space, Jiang Liunian halted, inhaling deeply to regulate his breathing. He then began to wield his sword, executing strikes that were both fierce and exquisite. Each movement emanated boundless might, the wind from the blade howling and the sword energy surging. His body flowed like a nimble swallow, gracefully weaving through the shadows of the sword, the momentum as natural and fluid as flowing clouds and water. As time passed, Jiang Liuyan's swordsmanship became increasingly adept. His strikes grew sharper and more refined. Immersed in the realm of martial arts, he became oblivious to his surroundings. Sweat trickled down his forehead, yet he remained utterly absorbed, diligently practicing his techniques. He understood well that only through relentless training and enhancement of his sword skills could he aspire to become a true master of the sword. Chapter 51. Sword. For the next technique to be learned was the foundational fourth form of the illusory sword technique, moonlight weaving dreams. On a night when the moonlight flowed like silk, the illusory sword technique unveiled its fourth form, moonlight weaving dreams. This swordplay not only signifies a profound integration of sword and spirit, but also delicately captures the forces of nature and inner emotions. It melds the softness of moonlight, the ethereal quality of dreams, and the surging power of love, creating an unprecedented aesthetic of combat. Legend has it that this unique sword technique was crafted by the sect master to commemorate the moment he met his partner beneath the moonlight, intending to delight his beloved. In terms of practical application, its efficacy is nearly non-existent. However, its elegance is truly breathtaking, surpassing even the techniques practiced by dancers specializing in swordplay. The first step in mastering moonlight weaving dreams is to learn to stroll beneath the moonlight. Practitioners must, on a night bathed in silver glow, accompany themselves with their sword, treading lightly and attuning to the resonance between the moonlight and the intent of the sword. Yet, this is merely the beginning. The true challenge lies in how to infuse the emotions residing deep within the heart into the sword techniques. Practitioners must deeply comprehend and experience love in the flutter of the heart, for the essence of this technique is the power of love intertwined with the energy of moonlight. Huan Qi recounted another tale to Jiang Liuyan. One evening, the sect master stood alone atop a mountain, gazing at the resplendent full moon. He closed his eyes, reminiscing about those moments that had once stirred his heart, warm smiles, tender gazes, and genuine care. He endeavored to capture that feeling, merging it into his sword intent. When he opened his eyes again, he found he could sense the moonlight energy surrounding him. He raised his sword, gently swinging it, the blade glimmering with a faint light. With each movement, the moonlight appeared to respond, forming a beautiful halo around him. The sect master took a deep breath, concentrating all his attention on the sword. He began to move slowly, each step imbued with a distinctive rhythm. His body melded seamlessly with the sword technique, as if becoming a part of the moonlight itself. Under the gentle illumination of the moon, the figure of the brown bamboo emerged as both hazy and enigmatic. With each step he took, a subtle connection seemed to form between him, the earth, and the moonlight, rendering the swordsman's movements increasingly fluid and his sword intent profoundly deep, thereby giving birth to this exquisite sword art. Huan Qi could only sigh in admiration, his expression one of profound contemplation. Regrettably, he had never experienced romantic entanglements, nor had he found a soulmate. During his years in the position of sect leader, he poured his heart and soul into his duties, rejecting the advances of many female elders and wandering cultivators. Consequently, he was left with nothing but the teasing from classmates during his youth, who jested about his singular affection for the class monitor. As for this sword technique, he had always struggled to grasp its essence, only managing to mimic its form without capturing its spirit. Huan Qi continued, "Next, you must delve into the depths of your heart to perceive this surging love. As for how to achieve that, it rests solely upon you, Jiang Liuyan. This is a tale from the annals of our sect's history, along with notes penned by the former sect leader. Take a look." He handed Jiang Liuyan the foundational manuscript without awaiting a response. The essence of moonlight weaving dream lies within the moonlight sword dance. At this stage, the swordsman perfects the union of the moon's gentleness and the sword dance's ferocity, creating a combat style that is both elegant and lethal. Huan Qi drew the sword embedded in the ground, rolled up his sleeves, and began to demonstrate for Jiang Liuyan. In the pure, luminous moonlight, Huan Qi stood gracefully amidst the profound bamboo grove, enveloped by a gossamer mist, as if the entire world were cradled in the gentle embrace of silvery radiance. The long sword in his hand shimmered with a cold, mysterious luster under the moon's glow, resembling a slumbering silver dragon awaiting awakening. As Huan Qi slowly raised his arm, the sword glided lightly through the air, emitting a subtle yet melodious hum, akin to celestial music, resonating beautifully in the tranquil night. His movements were light and graceful, reminiscent of a fairy dancing beneath the moonlight. Each leap of the sword's tip and each rotation of its body seamlessly integrated into this serene and mysterious space, creating a delicate harmony with the moonlight, the bamboo grove, and the world itself. The moonlight cascaded like a flowing river, intertwining with Huan Qi's sword dance to form a mesmerizing tapestry. The sword tip traced silver arcs through the air, like ripples of moonlight dancing upon a lake's surface, light and rhythmically enchanting. The interplay of sword light and moonlight bathed the entire bamboo grove in a resplendent glow, causing every bamboo leaf and dewdrop to sparkle, radiating an alluring brilliance. Huan Chi's sword technique was ethereal and airy. Each swing of the sword felt as though he were painting a delicate watercolor masterpiece. The sword tip sculpted exquisite patterns in the air, embodying both the grandeur of mountains and the vivacity of flowers and birds. As if he had infused the beauty of the natural world into each stroke. As the sword light flickered, the bamboo leaves danced gently, producing a rustling sound that accompanied Huan Chi's sword dance, rendering the entire scene even more vivid and poetic. As Huan Chi's sword dance approached its climax, his movements became increasingly fluid and imbued with vigor. The tip of the sword traced brilliant arcs in the air, akin to the most resplendent meteor streaking across the night sky, piercing through the darkness and illuminating the path ahead. With each flash of the sword's brilliance, the inner tumult and fervor within Huan Chi surged, although he could not fully comprehend the overwhelming affection harbored by the venerable master. His agile physique and the established sword forms imbued his technique with a unique aesthetic beauty. As Huan Chi gradually sheathed the long sword that shimmered with the luster of moonlight, a subtle rise and fall of his chest betrayed his exertion, despite having undergone the rigorous trials of various formations. Endowing his physique with extraordinary strength and inscribing numerous enhancement runes upon his bones, he could not escape a tinge of fatigue after executing this intricate swordplay. In his eyes, this technique, though not yet fully grasped in its profound intricacies, seemed somewhat superfluous, yet its considerable toll was undeniably real. However, it was precisely this expenditure that ignited Huan Chi's indomitable spirit and passion deep within. Initially, his swordplay may not have seamlessly integrated that profound love. But as the dance of the blade deepened, he felt himself drawn by an inexplicable force, each move gradually transforming into a fierce and potent expression. This was not merely an interpretation of swordsmanship, but rather a cathartic release of the long-suppressed emotions within him. The echoes of past humiliations and tragic experiences surged forth like a tidal wave, transmuting into powerful impetus that propelled him onward. In the process, Huan Chi discovered that as he continued to wield the sword, the resentment and rage within him began to dissipate, replaced by an unprecedented sense of ease and liberation. It seemed as if this swordplay had, unbeknownst to him, become the key to unlocking his heart's knots, allowing him to emerge from the shadows of his past and confront both his inner self and the world anew. Contemplating this, Huan Chi could not help but feel a sense of astonishment. He had never anticipated that a technique he had deemed trivial could instigate such profound transformation, causing him to reconsider his previous judgments. In the desert, Xi calculated the odds and felt an ominous premonition, murmuring to himself that he must endure, holding on to hope. Chapter 52. Self-training under Huan Chi's meticulous guidance. Jiang Liunian gradually grasped the essence of the four foundational sets of the illusory sword techniques. Each movement became indelibly etched in his mind, like brilliant stars shining with infinite radiance. As time passed, his understanding of these sword techniques deepened, as if they had become an intrinsic part of his being, ready to be unleashed at will. Yet, while he reveled in this joy, an unprecedented pressure surged within him. He realized that although he had mastered the basics, this was merely the beginning. The path to becoming a true master remained distant. He needed to persistently strive and explore to transcend his limits and ascend to greater heights. Thus, he embarked on diligent practice, dedicating countless hours each day to honing his swordsmanship, meticulously repeating each movement in pursuit of perfection. Simultaneously, he does not neglect the study of other sword techniques, hoping to draw inspiration from them to forge his own distinctive style. Throughout this journey, he encounters numerous challenges and setbacks, yet he remains resolute in his pursuit. He firmly believes that with unwavering perseverance, he can surmount all obstacles and realize his aspirations. Thus, Jiang Liunian continues to navigate through the vast ocean of knowledge, undaunted by the plethora of novelties and uncertainties surrounding him. He understands that only by bravely confronting challenges can one continually grow and reach the shores of success. However, as Jiang Liunian diligently hones his skills, an undisclosed secret quietly unfolds within him. Each night, when silence envelopes the world or when he is wholly absorbed in his swordplay, a faint tricolored glow begins to manifest upon his being, flickering like fireflies on a summer evening, exuding a subtle aura of mystery. This luminescence displays three colors, black, white, and gray, intertwining like ribbons that endlessly swirl around his form. Initially faint, the radiance gradually intensifies over time, as if proclaiming something to the world. In the bamboo grove, this glow becomes particularly striking, akin to a mystical lightning bolt that instantaneously cleaves through the darkened sky, bestowing an extraordinary luster upon the entire grove. Strangely, however, neither Huanqi nor the leisurely white cat seems aware of this peculiar light, nor do the whispers of the wind that occasionally sweep through the bamboo forest appear to acknowledge its presence. This enigmatic phenomenon raises questions. Why is such a brilliant light overlooked by everything in its vicinity? Does this glow possess some unique attribute or power that allows only certain individuals to perceive it? Jiang Liuyan remained oblivious to the transformations within himself, wholly absorbed in the cultivation of his swordsmanship. The sword in his grasp seemed to forge a mysterious and wondrous connection with him, enabling his movements to flow effortlessly, as if the blade had become an extension of his very being. Each swing was as natural and fluid as the flowing of water, devoid of any sense of obstruction. This profound synergy not only significantly enhanced his proficiency in swordplay, but also deepened his bond with his martial arts. Each practice session felt akin to unlocking a door to a higher realm of swordsmanship, granting him glimpses into the profound depths of the art. As time passed, his comprehension and mastery of swordplay deepened, gradually transcending the limits of ordinary understanding. Time flew by, and the years wove themselves into a tapestry of relentless refinement in Jiang Liuyan's swordsmanship. After countless repetitions of the first form of his martial art, he finally experienced a breakthrough. In that fleeting moment, a surge of formidable power surged within him, as if it yearned to break free from the confines of his body. This sensation resembled a long-slumbering dragon awakening, revealing its unparalleled might and majesty. With the emergence of this power, the sword in his hand became increasingly formidable, each strike imbued with an unstoppable force. The movements of his swordplay flowed even more seamlessly, as if he and the sword were one. His swordsmanship transcended mere technique, embodying boundless strength and spirit. At that moment, Jiang Liuyan realized he had successfully crossed the threshold of swordsmanship, achieving mastery of the foundational first form of the illusory sword technique. His swordplay had transcended the ordinary realm of martial arts, entering a new echelon. From this juncture onward, his understanding of sword intent would ascend to unprecedented heights. This accomplishment felt like a refreshing spring, nourishing his long-parched heart. He understood profoundly that to attain greater heights in the path of the sword, relentless effort and perseverance were paramount. Thereafter, he dedicated himself even more fervently, devoting the majority of his time to the practice of swordsmanship, seldom pausing for even a moment. Whether under the sweltering heat of summer or the biting chill of winter, or amidst the ferocious storms of inclement weather, nothing could deter his unwavering march toward the pinnacle of the sword path. As time wore on, his swordplay became increasingly refined, each flourish akin to an extraordinary legendary tale that captivated all who beheld it. The sword, resonating with his spirit, radiated a dazzling brilliance in his hands, akin to a shining star illuminating the vast expanse of the world. This luminescence not only represented his prowess, but also symbolized his unwavering pursuit and passion for the art of the sword. During this journey, Jiang Liuyan gradually comprehended the profound essence of swordsmanship, realizing that the true quintessence lies in the harmony and emotional connection between the sword and its wielder. In the future, when he single-handedly confronted 10 allied clans in a certain realm, it was not merely an act of overpowering the local tyrants, but rather a response to their egregious arrogance. They falsely claimed that he consumed 2 bowls of chaos for the price of 1, and while he could have overlooked such an ordinary affront, their insinuation that he could not afford it, coupled with their insults and curses that wished for the annihilation of his clan, struck at the very core of his being. Such provocations were intolerable. Thus, he rose to challenge that clan, only to discover their collusion with 9 other clans, leading to an extraordinary confrontation where he stood alone against 10 factions. Chapter 53, a tribute to the teacher the setting sun, is red as blood, cast its warm glow over the verdant bamboo grove, draping this tranquil sanctuary in a golden veil. A gentle breeze rustled the bamboo leaves, producing a soft, whispering sound akin to nature's own murmurs, narrating tales of the past and the future. Deep within this bamboo thicket, tinted crimson by the sunset, stood a modest yet elegant cottage. Before the cottage, Huanqi, clad in simple garments, faced away from the sun, gazing towards the approaching Jiang Liuyan. His silhouette stretched long in the fading light, exuding an aura of profound solitude and solemnity. With a light step, Jiang Liuyan traversed the bamboo grove, his heart filled with both admiration for his master and a poignant reluctance to part ways. As he approached Huanqi, the latter turned, revealing a pair of profound eyes that shimmered with a blend of complex emotions, gratitude, concern, and a subtle ache of impending farewell. Liuyan, you have grown, Huanqi's voice resonated. Deep and magnetic, as if it could penetrate the dust of time and reach the very depths of Jiang Liuyan's soul. He extended his hand, gently patting Jiang Liuyan's shoulder. The gesture conveyed both affirmation of his disciple and aspirations for his future. Master, have you summoned me? Jiang Liuyan inquired respectfully, his gaze brimming with dependence and reverence for Huanqi. A faint smile graced Huanqi's lips as he turned his gaze towards the bamboo forest bathed in the crimson hue of the setting sun, slowly articulating, Liuyan. You are on the cusp of adulthood and will soon embark on your own path. All that I could impart to you has been shared. What remains is for you to comprehend and practice on your own. He paused, his tone becoming more solemn. But remember, hatred is a double-edged sword. It can empower you, yet it may also lead you astray. You must learn to let go. At least do not allow hatred to blind your vision. On the road ahead, you will encounter numerous challenges, but keep in mind the virtues of self-restraint and prudence. The journey beyond this point is one you must undertake alone, he continued. With that, Huanqi retrieved a book and a black card from his robe, presenting them to Jiang Liuyan. This book contains the essence of my lifelong learning. You must study it diligently, for it will yield great wisdom. As for this black card, it will grant you unhindered passage across the continent and contains a wealth of resources for unforeseen circumstances. Jiang Liuyan took the book and the black card, a surge of warmth flooding his heart. He understood the significance of these two items and the sincerity behind his master's thoughtful intentions. Lowering his head, his voice trembled slightly as he said, Master. Huanqi gently interrupted him. Go, Liuyan, pursue your dreams and craft your own legend. Remember, no matter when or where, your master will be here, waiting for you. As dusk approached, the sun gradually sank in the west, leaving behind a splendid glow of twilight. The remnants of the setting sun filtered through the window, casting a slanting beam into the room, enveloping the master and disciple in a warm, gentle light. Yet, this ray of sunset bore a crimson hue that stung Jiang Liuyan's eyes. Nevertheless, he made an effort to open his eyes one last time, longing to behold the master who had accompanied him for a decade. Jiang Liuyan gazed quietly at his master's visage, his heart brimming with an overwhelming sense of reluctance and affection. Over the past decade, they had shared countless days and nights together. His master not only imparted skills and knowledge, but also offered meticulous care and guidance. Now, as the moment of parting approached, Jiang Liuyan felt as though his heart were being cleaved asunder, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He reminisced about the myriad experiences shared with his master, each moment etched indelibly in his memory. From his initial ignorance to his current maturity, his master had steadfastly guided him, enabling him to transcend his limitations. Yet now, he was compelled to confront the impending farewell, the anguish within him too profound for words. Jiang Liuyan grasped his master's hand firmly, savoring the warmth and strength it conveyed. As the sun descended gradually, the light within the room dimmed. Jiang Liuyan silently rose to his feet, bowing deeply to his master before turning to depart. His steps were laden with weight, and his emotions were tumultuous. Yet he understood that only by courageously confronting the challenges ahead could he honor his master's expectations. Jiang Liuyan slowly withdrew from the room, each step laden with profound weight. He performed 3 bows and 9 prostrations, every gesture imbued with heartfelt emotion and reverence. A manifestation of gratitude for Master Huanqi's years of guidance, as well as an expression of reluctance to embark on a new journey. Within the room, the flickering candlelight illuminated Master Huanqi's countenance, which bore both warmth and a hint of sorrow. The door gently closed, severing the last exchange of glances between master and disciple, yet unable to diminish the deep bond of affection that united them. Jiang Liuyan returned to his humble, yet cozy abode, a small dwelling nestled beside a modest bamboo grove, where the rustling leaves seemed to whisper tales of the past and future. Reclining on his bed, he gazed at the hazy moonlight streaming through the window, his heart awash with a myriad of emotions. Over the past decade, he had transformed from a naive youth into a young man on the cusp of adulthood. Each day and night vividly etched in his memory, both astonishingly swift and profoundly fulfilling, filling him with gratitude. As he closed his eyes, his thoughts drifted far away, only to be interrupted by a subtle, yet distinct pain emanating from his neck. Startled, Jiang Liuyan sat upright, his right hand instinctively brushing against an unassuming yet profoundly significant necklace that hung around his neck. It was this very necklace that had significantly enhanced his physical prowess. though he had never comprehended how to awaken the remaining power it held. Perhaps the time had not yet come, he mused. Memories surged like a tidal wave. Recalling a brush with death, the moment when the necklace had once again imparted the sensation of life hanging by a thread, confronting him with the duality of mortality and strength. The tricolor radiance contained not merely power, but seemed to veil some profound secret or an enigmatic connection yet to be unraveled. However, since that fateful encounter, the necklace had returned to a state of tranquility, the tricolor glow never to reappear, leaving only a gentle warmth against his skin, a warmth that often went unnoticed. Despite a decade of practice in the bamboo grove, he remained unable to unlock the mysteries of the necklace. Jiang Liunian gently caressed the necklace, a surge of complex emotions swelling within him. He realized that although he had made significant progress over the past decade, a long and arduous journey still lay ahead, fraught with the unknown and challenges awaiting his embrace. The book and black card gifted by Master Huanqi undoubtedly represented invaluable treasures on his future path. However, it was the master's teachings and expectations that illuminated the principles of self-discipline and thoughtful deliberation, serving as a spiritual pillar that no material possession could ever replace. As the night deepened, Jiang Liunian gradually found his tranquility, acutely aware that regardless of what the future held, he must face it with courage. Employing wisdom and bravery to unveil the mysteries behind the tricolored radiance and to pen his own legend. The bamboo grove, that room, and the figure of Master Huanqi would forever remain his warmest sanctuary, guiding him toward his destined direction. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon Jiang Liunian's face, reflecting a glimmer of determination and hope. He closed his eyes, surrendering once more to the embrace of slumber, where the tricolored brilliance continued to shine, leading him toward a broader horizon. Chapter 54. Everything is an illusion, surprising or not. It is said that Jiang Liunian, over the course of 10 years, diligently toiled without a single day of laxity. However, such an intense regimen of study kept his spirit perpetually on edge. Despite Master Huanqi being a remarkably amiable teacher, Jiang Liunian's unyielding self-expectations rendered his nerves perpetually taut. Whether in cultivation or the study of techniques, he exerted himself beyond limits, causing his thoughts to whirl with a speed akin to lightning. Previously mentioned, the necklace exhibited an anomalous phenomenon, which was, in truth, an omen of its intent to assimilate Jiang Liunian. This necklace embodies the quintessence of darkness, malevolence, and time, originating from the impurities of one of the 6 elemental strains of the dark demon evil god tiger clan, existing beyond the Douluo continent in the river of time. It was subsequently purified by and through the power of the evil god, eliminating impurities. Logically, the materials within a tributary of a river are akin to those within its main channel. Thus, this is the principal reason the path of time can be applied within the realm of Xianwu. It is precisely due to An's wicked influence that the forces of evil and time became intertwined. Yet, after prolonged confrontation, they distinctly maintained their independence. This dark power was orchestrated by C. Do you recall Guling, the dean of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy? At that time, he gathered numerous souls from the Hall of Heroic Spirits and the exteriorized souls controlled within the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger's secret realm, amalgamating 1,000,000 soul energies to deliver a fatal blow to Tang San. Although the effect was minimal, it granted Guling the opportunity to place the necklace into Jiang Liunian's hands. In truth, it was not merely the soul energy, but rather the combined essence of countless years of cultivation in both soul and dark powers that were transmitted into Guling's being. Under such circumstances, Guling selflessly sacrificed his own frail form to filter out the majority of impurities, leaving only the most refined essence of dark power within the necklace. It is essential to understand that the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan does not excel in the cultivation of mental power. Their innate talents are predominantly concentrated in the attributes of wind, thunder, time, space, darkness, and evil, rendering any mental aberration improbable. If confronted by a soul beast specializing in mental prowess, the combined mental energy of all within the Hall of Heroic Spirits would be sufficient to render Tang San into a state of utter stupor. However, even such formidable power merely weakened the gray mist within Tang San's sea of consciousness slightly, an entirely unforeseen outcome. Among these 3 elements, the most peculiar is the element of time, which can advance into the future and perceive the vast majority of timelines unclouded by destiny. Darkness, on the other hand, can obscure one's own senses, whilst malevolence has the capacity to discern all vulnerabilities within oneself, which elucidates why Jiang Liunian remained oblivious to the true reality for a decade. At the moment when Jiang Liunian was abruptly struck by a tricolored radiance, his body felt as though it had been struck by an invisible hammer, causing not only physical tremors but also unleashing tumultuous waves within his mental sea. His mental faculties suffered grave damage, plunging him into a semi-conscious state. His complexion as pale as parchment, breath shallow and rapid. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through the bamboo grove, rustling the leaves, and a cat, pure white and immaculate, with eyes as bright as stars, suddenly leaped gracefully from the verdant bamboo tips, moving with the agility and elegance of a woodland sprite. It weaves gracefully through the dense bamboo grove, each step perfectly landing upon the sturdiest notes, scarcely making a sound, showcasing an extraordinary blend of agility and intellect. Ultimately, this white cat leaps effortlessly onto the ancient eaves outside Jiang Liunian's room, its sharp feline eyes intently focused on the interior, filled with anxiety and unrest. Without hesitation, it bounds directly from the eaves to the bedside, its light leap seemingly burdened with the weight of 1,000 concerns. The cat's expression is one of deep distress, as if it has witnessed an unfathomable catastrophe. Its paws flail helplessly in the air, occasionally measuring Jiang Liunian's forehead temperature with cautious touches, or gently probing his chest, as if seeking to confirm his heartbeat. As a spirit cat born to respond to crises, it too is a being of essence, destined to navigate the complexities of formations. Yet it is merely a spirit of illusionary arrays, limited to the realm of mirages. Such a situation is beyond its experience. Not to mention that it is not a refined essence of medicine. This predicament truly exceeds its capabilities. The white cat's agitation intensifies, its fur seemingly attuned to its master's turmoil, bristling as if struck by static electricity, appearing exceedingly disheveled. It mutters anxiously to itself. Huanqi has only just departed for a few days. How could this young man conjure such grave trouble? If Huanqi returns to find Jiang Liunian in this precarious state, I shall surely be devoured whole. Huanqi has waited 15 long years for him to awaken. Should anything go awry on my watch, I would be beyond redemption. With these thoughts, the white cat grows even more restless, pacing back and forth across the room, each step causing the floor to tremble slightly, as if in search of a means to alleviate its distress or to vent its pent-up anxiety and helplessness. The entire room, infused with the presence of this white cat, becomes thick with tension and unease. The tricolored light that has rendered Jiang Liunian unconscious does not dissipate. Instead, it swirls around him like three fierce guardians. This sudden shift catches the white cat off guard, prompting it to take a step back, a flicker of wariness in its gaze. However, it soon realizes that these three beams of light harbor no hostility. Just moments ago, when it attempted to approach Jiang Liunian to assess his condition, the lights had not attacked. Otherwise, given their power, the white cat would likely have been torn to shreds. Feeling a sense of relief, the cat's curiosity towards these enigmatic lights deepens. It cautiously observes them, striving to decipher their origins and intentions. At that moment, the three beams of light seemingly gain their own life and consciousness, beginning to intertwine and weave together, ultimately coalescing into a vague, yet discernible human silhouette. This ethereal figure is none other than the mysterious individual, C, who had previously infused dark energy into the necklace. His appearance astounds the white cat. It has never encountered this person before, yet it is overwhelmed with questions and confusion. Who exactly is this figure? Z gazed at the white cat before him, his eyes shimmering with profound light. He spoke in a calm and resolute tone. I understand that this may be somewhat difficult for you to accept and comprehend. But please trust me, this indeed presents a rare opportunity. Therefore, there is no need for excessive worry, dear kitten. Chapter 55, The Unwritten Future. Upon hearing Z's enigmatic words, which seemed to carry deep significance, the white cat's vigilance did not entirely dissipate, yet the baseless fear and anxiety it had harbored were considerably alleviated. Tilting its head, the feline fixed its crystalline gaze upon Z's ethereal figure, as if striving to capture a semblance of reality from each subtle expression. Observing this, Z's lips curled into a gentle smile, as though he had anticipated the white cat's reaction. So, this is not a crisis, but rather an opportunity? The white cat finally spoke, its recent companionship with Jiang Liunian having forged a deeper bond, thereby amplifying its concern. Z's spectral form nodded lightly, his tricolored eyes slowly shifting towards Jiang Liunian, tenderly caressing the sleeping visage, as if capable of piercing through the mist of time to glimpse the hope of the future. Rest assured, I have seen it. Before Z could conclude his thought, The three beams of light swirled and gradually dispersed, encircling Jiang Liuyan once more, akin to loyal guardians. Protecting him as he delved deeper into his slumber and restoration, the white cat observed this scene. Its heart brimming with questions like twinkling stars in the night sky, bright and numerous. The appearance of Z, the transformation of the three mysterious lights, and Jiang Liuyan's unconsciousness, all of these transcended its previous understanding and experience. Nonetheless, the white cat knew that this moment was not opportune for inquiry or the pursuit of truth. It must remain composed and await the right moment. Thus, it approached Jiang Liuyan with light, careful steps, each movement delicate, fearful of disturbing his rest. Upon reaching his side, it gently nudged his arm with its head. The soft fur's contact with Jiang Liuyan's skin felt like a silent communication and comfort. The white cat's gaze was filled with tenderness and concern, as if to convey, "Master, I shall remain here with you until you awaken." After nuzzling his arm, the white cat began to seek a comfortable spot. It surveyed its surroundings and ultimately chose a quiet, sheltered corner. Slowly curling its body, it buried its head in its chest, leaving only its vigilant eyes exposed. In this manner, it quietly guarded Jiang Liuyan, as if protecting its most treasured possession. As time passed, the white cat began to feel somewhat fatigued. It gently closed its eyes, yet its ears remained alert. It understood that it could not lower its guard, for Jiang Liuyan still required its protection. Thus, it found a delicate balance between weariness and vigilance, patiently awaiting Jiang Liuyan's awakening. Throughout this process, the white cat continually pondered Z's words and the origin of the mysterious light. It endeavored to piece together the fragments of information, striving to form a coherent picture. Yet, each time it felt on the verge of uncovering the truth, the clues would dissipate like mist before its eyes. This left it both perplexed and filled with curiosity. Nonetheless, the white cat remained steadfast in its belief that one day it would unveil the mysteries that lay ahead. Thus, the white cat quietly guarded Jiang Liuyan in the corner, its silhouette appearing particularly warm and resolute under the faint glow of light. And so, the future had arrived. It was an era of the Forsaken, a time jointly resisted by the present and the ancient realm of the Xianwu continent, which belonged to a bygone age. When speaking of this future, one must mention the West Sandhills of that land, which, despite being referred to as hills, were in fact an expansive desert. Within this arid expanse, the 8 prominent clans overtly controlled the resources of the entire West Sandhills. In their pursuit of unparalleled glory and resources, these clans would host an unprecedented duel challenge each year. This event evolved into a battleground for the youth and a testament to the strengths of various factions, as well as a complex mechanism for the allocation of future resources. In the sky, clouds danced gracefully, while on the earth, the spirit of battle surged. At this moment, C was no longer the ethereal figure composed of tricolor light. He stood upon the arena of the challenge with an air of transcendence, his gaze profound, as if capable of perceiving all that exists. The reason for C's presence here stemmed from a minor incident that had occurred upon his arrival. Having consumed a bowl of chaos and faced a language barrier, a dispute arose. This matter, which could have easily been trivialized, escalated due to the fact that the proprietor of the chaos establishment was a nephew of the Bai clan's patriarch, one of the 8 clans. Given this connection, coupled with C's status as an outsider, the entire future realm harbored a peculiar aversion to individuals of unknown identity. After all, beyond this land lay 3 territories. One was their sworn enemy, the coveted past of the Xianwu continent. Another was their ally, yet one to be wary of, the present resurgence of spiritual energy. And the last was the elusive clan of celestial demons that drifted through the currents of time. Thus, C suffered greatly in this unfamiliar territory. Even though he chose to endure and remain silent, escaping discovery proved elusive. Moreover, he possessed neither wealth nor connections, nor could he comprehend the local language. However, fortune favored C, for he was indeed a prodigious talent, cunning and born of the dark demon tiger clan, a rarity in a millennium. Drawing upon the slivers of his spiritual path extracted from the river of time, he was temporarily able to understand the language spoken by the people of this land. This subtle path of the soul became a bridge for him to communicate with the outside world, enabling him to discern the intentions of those around him. Fortunately, the 8 major clans highly revered martial prowess, thus entering into a contract with C, whereby if he were to emerge victorious in the grand competition, he would merely need to offer an apology and all matters would be forgiven. Otherwise, they would reach out to the rulers of other continents, namely Bailing, Central, Nangxian Pavilion, Donghai, and the Gray Zone, to unite in pursuit of him. Consequently, C was compelled to participate in the martial contest, realizing that escape was futile. Weighing the pros and cons, he opted for this course of action. As for the prospect of defeat, losing was merely losing. Whether he fled after a loss or before the fight, the difference was negligible. Thus, C accepted the challenge with a clear conscience, and even pilfered a plethora of martial techniques from the Bai family's ancestral hall and library, feeling a sense of secret delight at having gained such an advantage. Although the overall martial prowess in this realm was not particularly formidable, these techniques opened his eyes to new possibilities. Undoubtedly, these were techniques of the future, their intricacies surpassing his imagination. Perhaps it was precisely due to their sophistication that practitioners found them so arduous to master. After all, genius is not a common sight. Even with profound techniques, ordinary folk struggle to grasp them. Lacking talent and resources, they remain confined within their limitations, left only to sigh and longing. For common people, these techniques are as distant as tales from the Arabian Nights. Nevertheless, this did not diminish C's esteem for them. He understood their intrinsic value and resolved to study them diligently, striving to extract greater power from their depths. In this world brimming with challenges and opportunities, he must ceaselessly elevate himself to confront various crises. These techniques from the future undoubtedly became a catalyst on his path forward. Chapter 56. The arena in this vast and boundless continent. The winds of martial arts prevail, with the strong revered above all. The various clans and factions twinkle like stars in the night sky, each vying for brilliance. Amidst this intricate web of power, the annual clan martial competition undoubtedly stands as one of the most captivating events. It is not merely a contest of strength and skill, but also a splendid stage for clans to showcase their might and vie for honor and resources. This year's martial competition adopted an unprecedented format of arena points, aimed at selecting true champions through a more equitable and transparent competitive mechanism. The arena was situated upon a vast plain at the continent's heart, surrounded by lush mountains and forests. At its center lay a colossal circular platform paved with resilient blue stones, measuring 100 paces in diameter, ample enough to accommodate hundreds of contestants and spectators. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its rays bathed this ancient land, casting a golden glow upon the arena and imbuing it with an air of solemnity and sanctity. The rules of the competition were simple and direct. Each participant must continuously challenge opponents on the platform. For each victory, they would earn corresponding points, which directly determined their ranking. Notably, after each victory, contestants would face scoring from 9 judges. The 9 judges, without exception, are eminent figures on the continent. 8 of them represent the 8 great clans, each steeped in history and rich in heritage, possessing unique martial arts and resources, rendering them significant forces not to be overlooked. The 9th judge, however, is an envoy from the Central Imperial Court, bearing a particularly distinguished status as both a manifestation of the court's will and a symbol of justice and fairness. The Central Imperial Court, a mysterious institution nestled in the heart of the continent, wields immense power and influence that far exceeds the imagination of the common folk. Beneath the court, there are over 100 registered formidable factions, each controlling abundant mineral resources, possessing formidable martial arts legacies, or constituting commercial giants that govern the continent's economic lifeline. Yet, this merely scratches the surface. In the shadows lie countless lesser factions, perhaps fewer in number, but often harboring unique skills or secrets that are equally formidable. The existence of these factions renders the situation in the central region intricate and fraught with unpredictability. Nevertheless, amidst this complexity, the Central Imperial Court remains steadfast, attributed not only to its formidable might and wisdom, but also to its adept management and equilibrium of the various powers. The court understands that maintaining a delicate balance among these top-tier factions is paramount to ensuring peace and stability across the continent. Thus, when selecting judges for the martial competition, the court exercises utmost caution, ensuring impartiality while weighing the interests of the various factions. The 9th judge, the envoy from the Central Imperial Court, is named Yun Feiyang. In his 30s, he possesses a striking countenance, and his gaze exudes an aura of authority without anger. Yun Feiyang hails from a subsidiary family of the Yun clan within the Imperial Court, yet this family, through strategic alliances, has become a core member of the Central Imperial Court's alliance. From a young age, he underwent rigorous training and education, mastering martial arts as well as military strategy, making him a rare talent within the court. The public remains unaware of his connection to the Yun family, believing his surname to be mere coincidence. More importantly, he is known for his impartiality and decisiveness, never favoring any side. During the martial competition, Yun Feiyang's role is crucial. He meticulously observes each participant's performance, assessing their martial techniques, battle strategies, mental fortitude, and even their respect and demeanor towards opponents. He understands that a true contest of arms transcends mere physical strength, embodying wisdom, courage, and character. Consequently, his evaluations accurately reflect the contestant's overall strength and potential. Most significantly, he is poised to reveal his true identity today, stepping forth to represent the Yun family in the climactic battle. The first match, C versus Bai families. Bai Mo cloaked in garments as pure as snow. Bai Mo stands on the arena, wielding a shimmering longsword, its tip quivering as if ready to slice through the heavens at any moment. He, a young prodigy of the Bai family, had gained fame for his swordsmanship from a tender age. His flowing cloud sword technique was a closely guarded secret of the Bai clan, light and agile, akin to the ever-changing clouds. In the face of C, Bai Mo exhibited no trace of trepidation. Instead, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He was acutely aware that this confrontation would serve as the finest opportunity to demonstrate his prowess. With a sharp whistle, Bai Mo launched himself, his sword soaring like a dragon, transforming into a silver streak aimed directly at C's vital points. However, C seemed to have anticipated every move. With a gentle sidestep, he effortlessly evaded Bai Mo's assault. Subsequently, C's figure danced across the arena like a wraith, appearing to Bai Mo's left one moment and to his right the next, each strike perfectly countering Bai Mo's swordplay while seeking openings for a counterattack. Although Bai Mo's swordsmanship was exquisite, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage under C's elusive maneuvers. Ultimately, during a clash, C closed the distance with a phantom-like step, lightly striking Bai Mo's palm, causing the sword to slip from his grasp, decisively determining the outcome. Second match, C versus Qian family's Qianju. The wind from the punches split the air, embodying the essence of Tai Chi. The Qian family was renowned for their martial arts, with Qianju standing out among them. His thousand-rending fist possessed formidable power, each punch seemingly capable of rending the very air, instilling fear in those who heard it. Confronting C, Qianju held nothing back, launching an aggressive onslaught from the outset. The wind from his punches howled like a tempest, surging towards C. Yet, C moved with the grace of a fish in water, weaving effortlessly through the flurry of fists, sometimes using strength against strength, at other times employing softness to overcome rigidity, skillfully neutralizing Qianju's assault. Observing this, Qianju felt a surge of alarm within. He realized he must unleash greater power to triumph over C. Taking a deep breath, he tensed every muscle, intensifying the ferocity of his punches as if he aimed to tear the very air apart. Nevertheless, C remained undaunted, grounding himself in inner strength and engaged Qianju in a contest of speed and power. Ultimately, in a decisive exchange, C executed a Tai Chi push, firmly sending Qianju off the stage, securing his victory. Third match, C versus Shin family. Shin Lang chasing soul needles and instantaneous evasion. The Shin family excelled in hidden weapons and lightness techniques, with Shin Lang being its pinnacle. His chasing soul needles were elusive, rendering defenses nearly futile. Facing C, Shin Lang showed no hesitation, immediately unleashing his barrage of hidden weapons. The needles shot forth like meteors streaking across the night sky, densely aimed at C. Yet, C seemed to possess an intimate understanding of Shin Lang's hidden armaments, deftly evading them at critical moments. His instantaneous steps rendered Shin Lang's agility ineffective, as each of his attempts fell short. Observing this, Shin Lang felt a pang of anxiety. He understood he needed to alter his strategy to overcome C. Thus, he began experimenting with varying angles and velocities of his needle launches, attempting to disrupt C's rhythm. However, it appeared that C had already foreseen everything. His movements became even more fluid, each evasion perfectly timed to elude Shin Lang's projectiles. Ultimately, in a fierce confrontation, C captured Shin Lang's wrist with a dragon's claw grip, compelling him to concede defeat. Chapter 57, The Battle Arena 4-6, the fourth match, C versus Yi families. You see Yuan with swords aimed at the heavens, a web of blades intertwined. The Yi family is renowned for its exquisite swordsmanship, which elicits admiration from all who witness it. Among the younger generation, Yifeng stands out as a paragon, having reached the pinnacle of sword artistry. When he wields his long sword, it transforms into a nimble water serpent, gliding effortlessly through the air in harmony with his intent. Each of his strikes is imbued with an unparalleled momentum that inspires awe in onlookers. However, today he faces the formidable opponent, C. This enigmatic figure possesses immense strength and an unfathomable background. Yet, Yifeng does not waver. Instead, a fervent spirit of battle ignites in his eyes. He understands that this will be a grueling contest, but he harbors no fear. For he has unwavering faith in his swordsmanship and the latent power within him. With a sharp whistle, Yufeng sprang into action. His long sword soaring like a dragon emerging from the sea, manifesting as a brilliant beam of light aimed directly at Ci's vital points. Ci, however, remained unperturbed. Drawing upon a mixture of elemental forces and the sword techniques he had recently acquired from the library, engaging Yi Siyuan in a duel of swordplay. The luminous blades wove a tapestry of light as the two exchanged blows on the arena, their sword tips intertwining to create a breathtaking tableau. Yet beneath this beautiful canvas lurked an inexorable threat. Each clash seemed intent on shattering the opponent's technique entirely. In the end, during a decisive encounter, Ci unleashed a secret technique of the Yi family, sword pointing to the heavens. The sword light surged like a dragon, breaking through Yi Feng's defenses and securing victory. Indeed, it was the Yi family's ultimate technique. Although the lower tiers of the 8 great families have seen some individuals engaging in questionable conduct under their banner, it cannot be denied that in a continent where martial prowess is revered and those obsessed with it are often deemed mad, the dedication to martial arts is indeed staggering. Therefore, in the interest of fair combat, these 8 families laid bare all their martial skills before Ci, allowing him 10 days of training, resulting in a prolonged contest compared to previous matches. The 5th match, Ci versus Huang family's Huang Tian, inviolable and unyielding. He is a force of indomitable strength. The Huang family is celebrated for its mastery of fist techniques and internal energy, with Huang Tian being a distinguished representative of his lineage. His cultivation of the indestructible body renders his physique as resilient as steel, nearly impervious to enemy assaults. When confronted with Ci, Huang Tian exhibited no signs of trepidation. On the contrary, excitement sparkled in his eyes. This is because Huang Tian understands profoundly that only when confronted with formidable adversaries can one truly gauge their strength and skill. Although in the previous battle 10 days prior, he witnessed the otherworldly sorcerer's use of the secret technique, sword pointing to the sky, which is renowned for its overwhelming offensive power, he yearns to challenge his limits and transcend himself. Thus he approaches this battle with great anticipation. In this moment, Huang Tian exhibits the confidence and courage of a top-tier warrior, ready to embrace any challenge. With a fierce roar, his muscles tense instantaneously, charging towards the sorcerer like a moving mountain. His fists are immensely powerful, each strike seemingly capable of shaking the very heavens. Huang Tian taunts, "Let me see. Is your swordsmanship sharper, or is my body more resilient?" The tremendous roar reverberates, as if intending to tear through the sorcerer's countenance with sheer sound. However, the sorcerer remains unfazed, wielding his sword single-handedly, combining agility with his swordplay to engage in a battle of sword techniques against Huang Tian's indomitable might. Although Huang Tian's fists are formidable, they gradually appear inadequate against the sorcerer's agility and swordsmanship. The air is filled with the sounds of clashing metal, reminiscent of iron striking iron as the sorcerer's blade meets Huang Tian's seemingly unyielding form. Seizing this rare opportunity, Huang Tian's eyes blaze with intensity, channeling all his strength into his right fist, which whips through the air like a coiled tiger springing forth from the shadows, aiming to strike the sorcerer with a thunderous blow. His muscles are taut, veins bulging, clearly indicating that this strike embodies his total explosive power and determination, should it connect. The outcome would be a foregone conclusion, with the sorcerer either gravely injured or defeated. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming assault, the sorcerer merely displays a calm smile, one that radiates both composure and a hint of recognition for Huang Tian's efforts. He opts not for a direct confrontation. Instead, with extraordinary speed and agility, he deftly sidesteps Huang Tian's powerful punch. Almost simultaneously, the sorcerer performs an unexpected maneuver, lifting his sword gracefully before casting it away without hesitation. The blade arcs through the air in a splendid silver streak, akin to the brightest meteor across the night sky, imbued with the sorcerer's will and resolve, embedding itself diagonally into the hard ground of the arena. The sound of the blade piercing the earth is distinctly audible as dust swirls around it, the sword vibrating slightly as if whispering the clarion call of battle. This action not only showcases the sorcerer's precise control over his power, but also reveals his astute judgment of the battlefield. He is confident that even without a weapon, he can remain invincible in this confrontation. Witnessing this, Huang Tian's heart tightens. He realizes that despite the ferocity of his onslaught, it seems to have been wholly perceived by the sorcerer, leaving no secrets to be uncovered. After launching his sword, Si's form did not falter. Instead, he leaped forward with the agility of a hare, swiftly forming seals with his hands. An ethereal glow flickered around him, suggesting he was preparing for a more formidable technique. Though Huang Tian was valiant, facing an opponent of Si's inscrutable prowess, he seemed to be at a disadvantage. Yet, Huang Tian displayed no hint of panic. Rather, his gaze grew more resolute, as if he had drawn newfound motivation from Si's composure. Taking a deep breath, a surge of power coursed through him. His muscles became more defined, each inch of his skin seemingly infused with explosive strength. He quickly adjusted his stance, his feet firmly planted like the roots of an ancient tree, stable and profound. Then, Huang Tian unleashed a deafening roar, his body propelled like a released arrow, launching a fierce assault upon Si. This time, each punch and kick embodied his fervent desire for victory and indomitable spirit. Observing this, Si's lips curled into a deeper, more meaningful smile, for he understood that the true contest had only just begun. Si gracefully sidestepped, akin to a feather swaying in the wind, effortlessly evading Huang Tian's tempestuous onslaught. His eyes sparkled with keen intelligence as he calculated the trajectory and force of each of Huang Tian's movements, seeking the opportune moment for counterattack. Though Huang Tian's offensive was fierce, it gradually appeared futile against Si's agile dodges. Each strike felt as if it landed in thin air, instilling an indescribable frustration within him. Nevertheless, Huang Tian refused to yield. He understood that in this battle, surrender equated to defeat. Suddenly, Si paused mid-motion, seemingly suspended in the air. Elated, Huang Tian seized what he believed to be an opening and unhesitatingly hurled a punch towards Si's chest. However, just as his fist was about to connect, Si vanished like a mirage, leaving behind only a faint afterimage. Huang Tian's attack went awry, causing him to stumble forward. At that moment, Si's voice echoed in his ear, ghostly and disembodied. "Your strength is formidable, but unfortunately, you have encountered me." Huang Tian whirled around, only to find Si had inexplicably appeared behind him, gently resting his hands on Huang Tian's shoulders. Huang Tian felt a gentle yet powerful energy flowing from Si's hands into his body, instantly dissipating the buildup of energy from his relentless assaults. Indeed, Huang Tian had not only mastered the indestructible technique, but also a rare skill that could amplify momentum and strength. If he could stack it 99 times, he could unleash power exceeding his own by 281, a staggering 2, 417, 851, 639, 229, 258, 349, 412, 358, 352 times. Regrettably, most individuals would succumb to the overwhelming surge of power after only 18 accumulations, resulting in their bodies exploding. Yet, it was evident that even with such a subtle accumulation, Si had perceived it and effortlessly neutralized the technique. Combat is not merely a contest of strength but a sophisticated interplay of wisdom and skill. The voice of Si was gentle yet resolute, reminiscent of a sage imparting the profound truths of life. "You have performed admirably, yet there remains ample room for enhancement." Upon hearing these words, Huang Tian was overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of respect. He understood that Si was not only a formidable adversary, but also a mentor deserving of reverence. Bowing his head, he sincerely remarked, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your guidance. I shall strive to become stronger." Si smiled slightly and gently patted Huang Tian's shoulder, saying, "Excellent. With such determination, your future path will be ever more expansive." Meanwhile, the audience below the arena was left utterly astonished. They had never witnessed such a captivating battle or encountered opponents so magnanimous and wise. The confrontation between Si and Huang Tian not only showcased their extraordinary prowess but also conveyed a spirit of positivity and resilience. As Si and Huang Tian shook hands in reconciliation, this fierce clan martial arts competition came to a close. However, for Si, this was merely the beginning. As the subsequent battles, 6th, 7th, 8th, and the climactic showdown, would prove to be formidable challenges. In the 6th battle, Si versus Li Jia's Li Ru. With a dance of the sword, akin to swallows returning to their nests, the Li family is renowned for its mastery of both swordplay and agility, with Li Ru standing out as a paragon among them. The sword in his hand was as light as a swallow, and his lightness of foot was truly remarkable. The name Li Ru was derived from his clan's cultivation methods, which are rooted in a Confucian classic, suggesting a philosophical enlightenment through Confucian principles. Thus, the most gifted individuals in this lineage, after undergoing assessments of their innate potential and affinity for Confucian texts, are bestowed the name Li Ru. Faced with Si, Li Ru exhibited no trace of trepidation. Instead, his eyes sparkled with the light of challenge. He recognized the strength of his opponent but bore no fear of defeat. He held unwavering faith in his abilities, courage, and intellect. With a sharp whistle, Li Ru soared into action, his long sword fluttering through the air like a delicate swallow. His agility was breathtaking, each leap seemingly defying the constraints of gravity. His movements were as light and quick as a gentle breeze skimming across a lake, creating ripples in its wake. Yet, Xi remained unperturbed. His gaze was as tranquil as still water, and the long sword in his hand moved with the grace of a serpent, poised to deliver a lethal strike at any moment. Over the past 10 days, he had refined his swordsmanship while studying the entirety of the Li family's techniques. It must be acknowledged that the swordplay, which has been inherited for millennia and is recognized as one of the 8 great families of the West, remains exquisitely intricate, a fitting testament to such a prestigious lineage. Xi found himself somewhat daunted. After observing the sword techniques, he realized that prior to practice, he had been akin to a frog at the bottom of a well gazing at the moon above. After training, however, he felt like a mayfly witnessing the vast sky. The disparity in swordsmanship weighed heavily on him. Even with his exceptional memory, absorbing all the techniques in 10 days was far from sufficient. Thus, he resolved to do his utmost. He based his efforts on his spatial and temporal awareness, merging these elements into his sword, rendering it incredibly resilient. His swordsmanship was no longer as light and graceful as in the previous 5 matches. Instead, it surged forth like a tempest, fierce and unstoppable. Li Ru, a true prodigy of the Li lineage, effortlessly positioned his longsword to counter every offensive move from Xi, exuding an air of ease and comfort. On the arena, their figures intertwined like 2 bolts of lightning, the glint of swords illuminating the space, while the sound of their blades clashing resonated like thunder. Their movements were as swift as the wind, and each strike bore an overwhelming intent to kill. This was a contest akin to a life-and-death struggle, with both combatants pouring every ounce of their strength into the bout, showing no mercy. The audience watched with rapt attention, their eyes wide, fearing they might miss any thrilling moment. Their emotions ebbed and flowed with the tides of battle, alternating between tension and excitement. Each individual was wholly absorbed in this breathtaking confrontation, experiencing the clash and sparks between these masters of swordsmanship. Suddenly, Xi pivoted, his longsword spinning gracefully to form a beautiful flourish. With a resounding shout of swallow returns, Li Ru, observing Xi's intricate maneuver, immediately recognized the technique as part of the Li family's swordsmanship and attempted to block with an alternative defensive stance. A smile curled at Xi's lips as Li Ru, sensing danger, sought to retreat and defend himself, his longsword suspended momentarily in the air before crossing in front of his chest. However, how could Li Ru, misled by an erroneous battle cry, anticipate such a diversion? Xi's blade traced a graceful arc, akin to a swallow soaring through the air. His swordplay sharpened, radiating brilliance that dazzled the eye. Indeed, this was not swallow returns, but rather swallow returns to the nest. Unlike the former, the method of attack in this technique was entirely different, rendering Li Ru's defense futile under Xi's cunning deception. Feeling immense pressure, Li Ru fought desperately to defend himself. Yet how could he let such a precious opportunity slip away? Xi's onslaught intensified, gradually forcing him into a defensive position. In a fierce clash, Xi unleashed an attack starkly different from swallow returns to the nest, the very technique he had mistakenly called out earlier. This time, he capitalized on Li Ru's lack of preparedness for the earlier move, channeling his own vitality to simultaneously execute 2 distinct techniques, aiming to severely wound Li Ru. His longsword streaked across the sky like a meteor, imbued with unparalleled speed and power. Li Ru attempted to block the blow with his sword, but Xi's technique exploited his vulnerabilities, and in an instant, his longsword was sent flying away, soaring into the distance. Simultaneously, Li Ru's body involuntarily recoiled, his steps faltering, nearly causing him to stumble. He gazed at Xi, a glimmer of resignation and disappointment flashing in his eyes. He knew he had exerted his utmost effort, yet still found himself unable to overcome this formidable opponent. He took a deep breath, slowly straightened his body, and conceded to Xi with a cupped fist. Chapter 58, The Arena of Battle, 7. The 7th match, Xi versus Zhao Yunke of the Zhao family. The spear shadows danced like dragons, and the sword cleaved through the river. The Zhao family is renowned for their spear techniques, and Zhao Yunke is a master of this art. The long spear, the king of cold weapons, with its extended shaft and sharp tip, is versatile in its tactics, thrusting, flicking, sweeping, and deflecting, serving as both the vanguard on the battlefield and a protector of the flanks. Its very existence is the source of morale and a crucial strategic asset, eloquently detailed in the annals of ancient martial warfare. Before him, Zhao Yunke gripped the long spear with both hands, exuding a fierce aura reminiscent of a ferocious dragon poised to leap from the depths of the sea. The spearhead glinted ominously, sending chills down the spine. Confronted with the formidable sea, Zhao Yunke showed no fear. His eyes shone with unwavering determination, akin to the stars above. Suddenly, Zhao Yunke let out a roar that resonated like thunder across the heavens, causing an echo that buzzed in the ears of those present. He leapt into action. Akin to a fierce cheetah, his speed dazzling to behold. Like a cannonball, he surged towards sea, propelled by an unstoppable momentum. The long spear transformed into an enraged dragon, lunging at sea with claws bared. Zhao Yunke's spear techniques were both powerful and fluid, each thrust imbued with boundless strength. His movements flowed as naturally as water, yet struck with the ferocity of a tempest. His attacks came like a torrential storm, swift as lightning, leaving no time for response. Each strike appeared destined to shatter sea entirely, leaving him with no avenue of escape. As Zhao Yunke's onslaught intensified, Sea found himself retreating, yet he was not disheartened. Rather, he grew more exhilarated. He summoned every ounce of his skill to withstand Zhao Yunke's relentless barrage. Nonetheless, the ferocity of Zhao Yunke's spear play began to overwhelm him, and Sea gradually sensed his strength waning. Still, he gritted his teeth and refused to yield easily. Yet, Sea remained remarkably composed. Drawing upon his internal energy and integrating his sword techniques, he engaged Zhao in a duel of blades and spears. The arena became a canvas of intertwining sword light and spear shadows, painting a breathtaking spectacle. Sea's swordsmanship resembled a tempest, swift and fierce, each strike brimming with lethal intent. His techniques were ever-changing, at times striking like a serpent from its lair, at others pouncing like a predatory bird, rendering defense nearly impossible. In contrast, Zhao Yunke's spear play was an indomitable fortress, steady and forceful, each thrust carrying an overwhelming momentum. His techniques were exquisite, impeccable in both attack and defense. The two figures darted across the arena, their movements a flurry of intersecting sword light and spear shadows, resonating with crisp clashes. Their pace quickened, leaving the audience spellbound, eliciting gasps of astonishment. This clash of swordsmanship and spear techniques illuminated the allure and power of martial arts. The struggle between Sea and Zhao Yunke resembled a dance of dragons and serpents, captivating all who beheld it. Zhao Yunke, a master of spear techniques, wielded his long spear like a god of war, each move radiating immense power. The spear in his grasp seemed to possess a life of its own, at times swirling like the wind amid the clouds, and at others striking with the ferocity of thunder and lightning, aiming directly at Sea's vital points. Sea, well aware of Zhao Yunke's formidable prowess, dared not exhibit the slightest hint of carelessness. He summoned all his strength, executing his swordsmanship to its fullest potential. His technique flowed as naturally as water, devoid of any flaws. Each of his strikes was impeccably timed, skillfully evading Zhao Yunke's spear while delivering potentially lethal counterattacks. Zhao Yunke, however, was equally relentless. His spear techniques grew increasingly fierce, each thrust infused with unparalleled momentum. His methods were as varied as they were unpredictable, sometimes descending like a ferocious tiger from the mountains, at other times surging forth like a dragon from the sea, rendering him difficult to anticipate. Each of his assaults placed immense pressure on Sea, yet he maintained his composure, deftly countering crisis after crisis with his ingenious swordplay. Sea exhibited a fluidity of movement, his swordsmanship akin to the grace of a water snake, while also embodying the formidable force of the four elemental powers. His technique fluctuated between light and airy gracefulness and thunderous might, standing in stark contrast to Zhao Yunke's spear mastery. Nevertheless, despite Sea's exquisite skill, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed by Zhao Yunke's transcendent spear techniques. Zhao Yunke's spear play flowed like an unceasing river, with each maneuver perfectly executed to dismantle Sea's swordsmanship. Although Sea's style was dynamic and adaptable, it appeared increasingly strained under Zhao Yunke's relentless onslaught. He swung, parried, and thrust with all his might, barely managing to fend off Zhao Yunke's advances. Yet, Zhao Yunke remained vigilant, fully aware of Sea's capabilities and the gravity of their conflict. Despite momentarily holding the upper hand, he understood that Sea would not yield easily and might possess even greater strength yet to be unleashed. He firmly gripped his spear, bracing himself for the challenges ahead. He remarked, "Sea, you are indeed a worthy adversary, but today shall mark your first defeat in 9 battles." Listening to Zhao Yunke's words, Sea felt no trace of fear. He was acutely aware of the purpose behind this confrontation, to demonstrate his worth. Thus, victory was imperative. For if he only triumphed in the first 6 encounters, even if the 8 major clans showed him leniency, his future path would likely become far more arduous. C remained silent, slowly positioning his sword horizontally across his chest, his gaze fixed intently on Zhao Yunker, his eyes revealing an indescribable resolve and determination. The corners of his mouth tightened, as if he were gathering all his strength in preparation for the impending climactic duel. How could I fall here? C pondered inwardly. This was merely a means of elevating his momentum. Moreover, centuries ago, he had discovered a unique, incomplete technique within the fissures of time, the 3 questions, which required him to pose 3 inquiries to himself. If he could resolutely convince himself of the answers in his heart, he could provide himself with a psychological suggestion, significantly enhancing his momentum and slightly augmenting his strength. Alas, this technique was but a fragment, and C had only mastered the first inquiry. Then, C gently raised his right hand, his index finger delicately flicking the back of his sword. At that moment, the strike seemed to awaken the slumbering spirit within the long sword, which emitted a crisp and resonant cry, echoing across the battlefield like the roar of a dragon or the howl of a tiger, instilling a profound sense of reverence in all who heard it. C's demeanor transformed into one of intense focus. His eyes appeared to possess the ability to discern the mysteries of the world. The tip of his sword quivered slightly, as if resonating with his very soul. Though his body stood still, a surging force coursed within him, flowing through his fingertips and enhancing the brilliance of the sword's radiance. The sound of the sword's cry represented both a challenge to Zhao Yunke and a manifestation of C's indomitable spirit. It seemed to narrate C's resilience and tenacity, proclaiming to everyone surrounding the arena that he would not easily concede, regardless of the might of his adversary. To C's surprise, the resonance with the sword's spirit significantly amplified his abilities, further solidifying his belief in his impending victory. In that fleeting moment, the spectators around the arena sensed a shift and rose in unison to pay their respects to this enigmatic figure. The sword's cry was the most direct reflection of a sword cultivator's heart. With that singular sound, C earned the admiration of all present. As the sword's call reverberated, C's aura underwent a subtle transformation. His breaths grew deeper and more powerful, each inhalation seemingly connecting him with the essence of the universe, enhancing his strength even further. Observing C's series of movements, Zhao Yunke felt a shiver run through him. He sensed the formidable energy radiating from C and grasped the depth of his resolve and will. He understood that the contest had reached a pivotal moment, and that he must exert all his effort to match C's prowess. However, just as Zhao Yunke prepared to launch another attack, C suddenly vanished in a flash, moving with a speed that surpassed his previous display, like a specter slipping away into the shadows. By the time Zhao Yunke realized that C had left behind but an afterimage, C had already disappeared from sight. Yet, as a prodigy of the Zhao family spear technique, Zhao Yunke's instincts were remarkably acute. When C reappeared, it was directly behind Zhao Yunke. The long sword aimed precisely at his vital points. The strike was both swift and precise, completely catching Zhao Yunke off guard. Zhao Yunke, a prodigy of the Zhao family spear technique, swiftly turned to fend off the onslaught from C, positioning his spear across his chest to deflect the silver glint of the sword. A smirk curled at the corner of C's lips, a mocking grin that seemed to deride Zhao Yunke's audacity. Zhao Yunke sensed this inexplicable smile, instinctively feeling as though he had been ensnared in a trap. Yet his intuition remained unperturbed, compelling him to retreat and create distance. It must be noted that after entering a frenzied state, C's attributes surged to their zenith: speed, strength, agility, intellect, and even mental fortitude had all seen substantial enhancement. C perceived Zhao Yunke's inclination to withdraw and launched a powerful overhead strike. Although this maneuver left his own vital points exposed, it was the most decisive move he could muster. Having sensed Zhao Yunke's intent to retreat, C understood that this attack would not be met with calm contemplation. His singular advantage lay in his significantly augmented physical prowess and extraordinary cognitive ability. He intended to seize this moment to deliver a crippling blow. Zhao Yunke found himself momentarily stunned by this straightforward yet audacious strike, pondering C's audacity. Was this not an invitation for him to turn the tide? However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that C's formidable physicality might not afford him an opportunity. This strike could very well be insurmountable. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Yunke's mind raced with myriad thoughts, yet his instinctive reactions prevailed. Even though he recognized that C's exposed position presented an optimal chance for counterattack, the impact of his previous retreat dulled his thoughts, leading him to prioritize defense. Thus, he continued to withdraw. At that moment, C's sword sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, reaching Zhao Yunke's face before he could react, striking his protective aura. Xi's speed exceeded Zhao Yunke's retreat by more than tenfold, and the sheer disparity in physical capabilities rendered Zhao Yunke breathless. This was not merely an assault on the body. It was a manipulation of human nature. Despite Zhao Yunke's decades of arduous training and mastery over swordsmanship, he had not been tested against the trials of human experience. Perhaps a study of military strategy would serve him well. Though Zhao Yunke's protective aura was remarkably resilient, it trembled under Xi's blow. He felt an overwhelming force emanate from the sword, causing his blood to surge and threatening his stability. Observing Zhao Yunke's disarray, Xi could not suppress a subtle smile. He had disowned the key to overcoming Zhao Yunke. All that remained was to press the advantage and bring this conflict to a decisive conclusion. The battle raged on. With Xi's swordsmanship becoming increasingly ferocious, each strike aimed at Zhao Yunke's vital points. Yet, Zhao Yunke appeared to anticipate Xi's every move, skillfully thwarting each assault. Despite sustaining numerous wounds from Zhao Yunke's spear, Xi showed no signs of retreat. At that moment, a sudden inspiration struck Xi. He was acutely aware that although Zhao Yunke's spear technique was exquisite, it harbored a fatal vulnerability beyond mere humanity, an excessive reliance on techniques and brute strength. In terms of human nature, Zhao Yunke would undoubtedly be on guard against any previous openings, compelling him to seek an alternative strategy, one that transcended conventional techniques. This was the so-called spontaneity of heart, and the resonance with the sword's spirit served as an additional advantage. Thus, Xi abruptly altered his swordsmanship. No longer pursuing the intricacy of techniques or the might of power, but instead focusing all his energy on the comprehension of sword intent and the application of sword chi. His swordplay transformed into an ethereal dance, as if merging seamlessly with the cosmos. Observing Xi's transformation, Zhao Yunke felt a slight shock within. He sensed the shift in Xi's swordsmanship and the formidable sword chi emanating from him. He understood that Xi was countering his techniques and strength with sword intent and chi. However, Zhao Yunke remained unfazed, fully aware of his own prowess and advantages. He continued to assault Xi with his spear techniques, attempting to shatter Xi's sword intent and chi. Yet, in that instant, Xi launched a sudden counterattack. The long sword in his hand erupted with a potent sword chi that struck Zhao Yunke's spear directly. This sword chi seemed to possess boundless power, sending Zhao Yunke's spear flying away. Zhao Yunke stared at his dislodged spear, momentarily taken aback. He felt the overwhelming force within Xi's swordplay and comprehended his precarious situation. He realized he had been defeated. Xi smiled at Zhao Yunke, his eyes glimmering with a hint of pride and confidence. He was acutely aware that this victory was unexpected yet profoundly real, deepening his understanding of his own strength. Zhao Yunke's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Xi depart, unable to fathom losing the match in such a manner, his heart brimming with reluctance and disappointment. Xi gently sheathed his long sword, as if placing the victory softly behind him. He turned away resolutely, leaving the arena and leaving Zhao Yunke in a state of stunned silence. As Xi departed, the atmosphere in the arena grew unusually quiet, before erupting into fervent cheers. The audience's exuberance heightened by the resounding echoes of the indomitable sword chant, bringing them unexpected delight. Chapter 59, The Battle Arena, 8. Defeated? 8th match, Xi vs. Yun Feiyang of the Yun family, also a member of the Central Imperial Court. The mystery of the sword piercing the sky. The Yun family has historically represented the pinnacle of swordsmanship, agility, and internal strength on the continent. However, to outsiders, Yun Feiyang bore another identity. He was the 1345th generation young disciple of the Yun family. He was the biological son of Yun Yao, the head of the 6th branch of the Yun family. Upon his birth, 9 golden dragons circled in the sky, ultimately diving into the womb of Yun Yao's wife. Koi in the pond leapt from the water as if celebrating the arrival of new life, while myriad birds soared above the 6th branch of the Yun family, collectively rejoicing in the birth of this young soul. From an early age, Yun Feiyang garnered immense attention, becoming the focal point of admiration. He is regarded as the hope of the family and a future star, thus receiving the unwavering support and cultivation of the entire 6th house. A continuous flow of invaluable resources has been directed towards him, including the finest cultivation techniques, top-tier elixirs, and the guidance of exceptional mentors. The augmentation provided by these resources has rendered Yun Feiyang's path of cultivation remarkably smooth and rapid. Growing up in such an environment, Yun Feiyang has displayed extraordinary talent and brilliance. He has surmounted various realms at an astonishing pace, achieving heights by the age of 18 that many can only aspire to throughout their lives. His prowess and accomplishments are nothing short of awe-inspiring, leading many to place their hopes upon him. Yet, is Yun Feiyang's true identity as simple as it appears? In fact, Yun Feiyang is the first public manifestation of a secret scientific endeavor from the Yun family's sixth house. On the surface, the Yun family is a lineage of martial arts, yet it is intricately linked to the defeated scientific factions of the future continent. It is essential to mention the devastating war instigated by the First Cataclysm, which nearly annihilated the entire continent. The timeline has endured two cataclysms. The first shattered the continuum into past, present, and future, leading to immense struggles in each era during the latter stages of the cataclysm. During this tumultuous period, the future martial continent split into two factions, one venerating brute force, which is the prevailing doctrine of the current continent, and the other advocating for technology, believing that technology must dominate the future. The sixth-generation android is an exemplary product co-developed by the Yun family and remnants of the technological faction. However, within the core researchers of the Yun family lies a painful and reluctant history, in an era referred to as the dawn of blood and iron. The path to the creation of androids was undoubtedly a thorny road paved with the blood and lamentations of countless warriors. This endeavor posed not only a challenge to the limits of technology, but also a brutal trial of humanity and morality. The Yun family, one of the 8 prominent martial clans of the Shisha Hills, pursued the near-mythical ideal of a perfect life form at any cost. Even allying with remnants of the defeated and covertly betraying their faith in the martial deity, stepping onto this forbidden path, they yearned to transcend the limitations of human body and spirit, to explore infinite possibilities, and to create an entirely new form of existence. The goal was to forge a perfect warrior android, one that surpasses human limits and integrates strength, wisdom, and emotion. Initially, the researchers of the Yun family were filled with hope, believing that the invaluable data provided by their collaboration with the technological faction would swiftly unravel the mysteries of creation. However, the reality proved to be 100-fold more brutal than they had envisioned. The development process of the first 5 generations of androids was nothing short of a living tragedy. In an endeavor to replicate the intricate structure of the human body, the ordinary data at hand proved insufficient to support the grandiose theory. Thus, the Yun family embarked on their initial descent into moral decay. Initially, they sought out vagrants, those who had suffered the cruel hand of fate, individuals who had strayed from the hope of life, and even malevolent warriors. However, as the experimental data remained inadequate, the Yun family resorted to the dissection of countless innocent warriors. They lured various combatants with the promise of secret realms, only to metamorphose these valiant souls into mere specimens for their experiments. Every muscle, every bone, and every nerve was meticulously examined in hopes of recreating them in artificial beings. Among these warriors were once renowned heroes and ordinary individuals unwittingly ensnared in this catastrophe. Their lives were thus transformed into offerings on the cold dissection table, sacrificed in the name of uncovering the unknown. Once, they may have basked in glory, yet now they exist as bodies devoid of dignity and freedom. Their spirits have departed this world, while their corporeal forms have been reduced to instruments of scientific inquiry. Within the laboratory, scientists utilized various instruments and devices to analyze and study these bodies, seeking to unveil the mysteries of human anatomy. Their muscles were sliced into fragments and scrutinized under microscopes to discern their structure and function. Their bones were disassembled into individual pieces, measured for length, width, and thickness to ascertain strength and resilience. Their nervous systems were traced to comprehend the manner and speed of signal transmission. This data was deemed essential for the creation of more formidable artificial beings. However, such research was fraught with challenges. Many warriors suffered grievous harm during the experiments, some even perishing in the process. Yet this did not deter the scientists. They relentlessly pursued new methodologies to enhance artificial human technology. Throughout this endeavor, countless warriors became victims, their lives ruthlessly extinguished to satiate the Yun family's insatiable quest for knowledge. The trial and error process was nothing short of horrific. Researchers experimented with myriad materials, ranging from precious rare metals to unknown extraterrestrial biological tissues, with each attempt fraught with potential failure and disaster. Some models of artificial beings exploded upon initial activation due to material incompatibility, while others spiraled out of control during tests, exhibiting terrifying power and ultimately necessitating destruction. Each failure signified further sacrifice, not merely in terms of material waste, but also concerning the half-finished artificial beings used for testing, who could not escape their fated demise. Their existence seemed solely to illustrate the arduous and brutal nature of this path. Over the span of more than 1,600 years, the Yun family witnessed countless oscillations between hope and despair, with every minor advancement shadowed by the loss of innumerable lives. Until one fateful day, when the 6,893rd experiment was initiated, a miracle finally unfolded. An artificial being named Yun Feiyong emerged, presenting itself to the world in a form that was nearly perfect after enduring countless failures. He possesses not only extraordinary strength and speed, but astonishingly, he is capable of emulating human emotions, showcasing incredible wisdom and empathy. Yet, behind this success lies the blood and tears of countless warriors, a burden unspeakable to the researchers of the Yun family, who have toiled for generations. The birth of Yun Feiyong signifies not merely a triumph of technology, but also a profound reflection on the sins of the past. In the days to come, how the Yun family will confront this bloody history, and how they will pursue technological advancement while seeking a more humane and brighter path, presents a formidable new challenge. Yun Feiyong exhibits an unparalleled capacity for learning. Whether in swordsmanship or other arts, he swiftly masters and adeptly applies them. Even more astounding, he is able to integrate the martial arts of all 8 prominent clans, innovating and creating unprecedented heights and realms. He transcends the role of a mere swordsman, evolving into an extraordinary master who embodies the essence of the martial techniques from all 8 clans. Within him, one can witness a harmonious fusion of diverse martial styles, culminating in a unique and powerful system of combat. This innovation renders him more agile and unpredictable in battle, making him difficult to anticipate. All of this originates from the special blood coursing through Yun Feiyong's veins, an elixir meticulously cultivated through millennia of research by the Yun family. This lineage bestows upon him extraordinary talent and capabilities, enabling him to effortlessly grasp and wield various martial techniques. Every move is executed with exquisite precision, akin to a mechanical marvel. In combat, Yun Feiyong resembles a flawless war machine. His movements are fluid and natural, devoid of any flaw. His swordplay is akin to a tempest, swift as lightning. His fists are robust and formidable, exuding tremendous might. His palm techniques are elusive and unpredictable, leaving opponents defenseless. Each strike is delivered with impeccable timing, inspiring awe in all who behold. Regarding the enhancement of Yun Feiyong's prowess, it is attributed to the 6th generation's former patriarch, Yun Yao, who, as his grandfather, filtered the energies of several ancestors of the Yun family, including Yun Yin, founder of the Yun hidden sword technique, Yun Xiaoyao, founder of the mysterious step, and Yun Hu, founder of the transforming cloud technique. This process distilled their energies into a singular, pure force infused into Yun Feiyong, who, at the mere appearance of 28 years, possesses the combined martial essence of millennia, thus dominating the genius rankings with an ethereal demeanor. In the face of C, the prodigious talent of the Dark Demon Tiger clan, who emerges once every 1,000 years, Yun Feiyong's eyes betray not a flicker of emotional turmoil. His mind fixates solely on the concepts of enemy in the Yun family. This is due to the stipulations during the creation of the artificial beings, which mandate not only independent thought but also unconditional obedience to the commands of the head of the Yun family. Therefore, as Yun Feiyong steps onto the arena, he already perceives C as his adversary, his aura surging with an almost indifferent confidence. He was acutely aware that the technological prowess within him was formidable enough to crush any adversary, including the one before him, C. With a sharp whistle, Yun Feiyong sprang into action, like a delicate cloud drifting effortlessly through the air. His figure appeared alternately at C's left and right, leaving C utterly unprepared. The long sword in Yun Feiyong's hand gleamed with a chilling light, and his cloud concealment sword technique had reached an extraordinary level of mastery. Each strike seemed to meld into the very air, evading capture. The inner strength he wielded was derived from the filtered power of one of the ancient ancestors, continuously surging forth from his being, enhancing the potency of his attacks. Had Yun Yin been present to witness his swordsmanship, he would undoubtedly have marveled at the emergence of a worthy successor. Even more astonishing was Yun Feiyong's profound connection with the sword spirit, achieving a state of unity between man and sword. His long sword appeared almost sentient, moving in harmony with his intentions. Each strike was imbued with a fierce sword energy, imposing immense pressure upon C. Although C possessed remarkable talents, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed in the presence of Yun Feiyong. The latter's swordplay, agility, and command of the rhythm of battle far surpassed C's expectations. Every move C made was anticipated by Yun Feiyong, rendering C's actions painfully slow in the latter's eyes. C inwardly lamented, He had believed himself sufficiently powerful to defeat Yun Fei-yong, but it now became evident that he had gravely underestimated his opponent's prowess. A sense of oppression began to settle in his heart. He had never encountered such a formidable adversary. He attempted to engage Yun Fei-yong in a desperate struggle, relying on his inner strength and sword techniques. Yet each clash was deftly countered by Yun Fei-yong's superior tactics. The latter's swordplay ensnared C like an inescapable net, leaving no avenue for escape. However, just as everyone anticipated Yun Fei-yong's effortless victory, C suddenly unleashed a remarkable surge of power. The bloodline of the dark demon tiger within him seemed awakened, resonating with the sword spirit he had only grasped 10 days prior, releasing a powerful primal essence that gradually permeated the arena. C's sword techniques grew increasingly ferocious, each attack imbued with cataclysmic force. Yet, despite this newfound ferocity, Yun Fei-yong remained unperturbed. He was acutely aware that the technological strength within him was capable of meeting any challenge. Taking a deep breath, he recalibrated his stance, meeting C's ferocious onslaught with a composed demeanor. In the midst of an intense clash, Yun Fei-yong unleashed an unprecedented sword technique, the Cloud Concealment Dawn. With a sudden flick of his wrist, the long sword released a sharp sword energy that sliced through the air like lightning, imbued with boundless momentum and lethal intent. This strike seemed to encapsulate the entirety of the Yun family's wisdom and might, the blade radiating brilliance akin to a rising sun, illuminating the entire arena. The sword light pierced through C's defensive web, striking directly at his vital points. C's body halted mid-air, a grimace of agony etched upon his face, and the long sword in his hand slowly slipped from his grasp. At last, he fell helplessly onto the arena, stirring up a cloud of dust. In that moment, the audience fell silent, utterly astonished by Yun Fei-yong's swordsmanship. They had never witnessed such formidable swordplay, nor had they encountered a victor so composed. Standing on the platform, Yun Fei-yong's figure loomed large, his gaze sweeping over the spectators below, his heart unwavering, just as everyone believed the outcome was settled, and that Yun Fei-yong was destined to become the unchallenged champion of this duel. C's unconscious body suddenly erupted in a dazzling radiance. This brilliance encompassed 6 distinct elemental hues: black, white, purple, green, silver, and gray, representing the 6 elemental forces embedded within the bloodline of the dark demon god: darkness, time, thunder, wind, space, and evil. These elements spiraled wildly around him, intertwining to create an extraordinary tableau. At that instant, C's eyes transformed from hollow to profound, resembling the depths of the universe, as if he could perceive the mysteries of time and space. The very fabric of space around him began to warp, resonating subtly with an unknown rift in the fabric of reality, propelling his speed to unimaginable heights. C's form flickered across the arena, appearing at times to Yun Fei-yong's left, then instantly teleporting to his right, his velocity so swift that even Yun Fei-yong's keen eyes struggled to follow, as if he were indeed traversing freely through the rifts of space. Such manifestations of time-space traversal and the shattering of the void were feats achievable only by those of imperial caliber. This world is replete with endless possibilities, and individuals pursue the so-called imperial realm through various paths. However, most choose a steady path of cultivation, beginning with the refinement of qi and gradually enhancing their strength. They undergo stages such as foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul, relentlessly breaking through their limits, ultimately reaching higher realms like the transformation of divinity, void refinement, integration, great ascendance, true immortality, golden immortality, supreme unity, and the Grand Luo. Among these, the Grand Luo realm is equivalent to the imperial level. Yet the few who can ascend to the status of Dao ancestor are exceedingly rare. The power of a Dao ancestor far surpasses that of an emperor, capable of effortlessly overpowering them. Nevertheless, there exists a select few exceptionally gifted individuals who, through their remarkable talents and relentless efforts, may contend with emperors. However, such prodigies are indeed scarce. An alternative approach lies in mastering a singular great Dao, enhancing one's strength through profound comprehension of that path. As the saying goes, the 3,000 worlds encompass 3,000 great Daos. Generally, if one can grasp over 90% of a great Dao, they may attain the imperial realm. Yet, just as there is a distinction between the main and tributary streams of a river, the turbulent waters of the river of time also differentiate between primary and secondary currents. These great Daos, as segments within the river of time, naturally vary in strength and significance. If the path is formidable, perhaps mastering merely 70% could elevate one to the status of an emperor. However, if the path is feeble, Even complete mastery may not yield strength surpassing that of an ordinary emperor. The Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Clan, a uniquely distinctive presence within a small world, faces a journey of ascension fraught with trials and tribulations. Unlike most beings who enhance their strength through cultivation or elevation of realms, the Dark Demon Evil God Tigers gauge and augment their power through the passage of years in a most peculiar manner. From the nascent stage of a decade-old cub, enduring the trials of a century, millennium, and ultimately the extensive accumulation over 10,000 or even 100,000 years, their strength gradually amplifies. Nevertheless, constrained by the cosmic laws of their diminutive realm, despite possessing remarkable potential, the actual energy accumulation of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger struggles to transcend the million-year threshold. Although their cultivation may approach or even reach the level of certain high-tier soul beasts, the limitations of their rank prevent their strength from attaining the true caliber of a million-year soul beast. This precarious position places the Dark Demon Evil God Tigers in a state of delicate equilibrium within the realm of soul beasts, neither at the pinnacle nor considered weak. To surmount this predicament, the Dark Demon Evil God Tigers must seek a unique divine position. This divine rank not only symbolizes strength but is the key to transcending hierarchies and breaking through cosmic constraints. However, for soul beasts, the path to acquiring a divine position is far more arduous than for human soul masters. The humanoid form of human soul masters renders them more favored by deities, facilitating the attainment of divine legacies, whereas soul beasts often find themselves hindered by their forms and innate natures, making it difficult to garner the favor of divine ranks. Among the myriad divine positions, those of the Beast Clan are particularly scarce, with the most renowned being the Beast God position. This rank epitomizes the utmost glory of the Beast Clan and is the aspiration of all beast kind. Yet, obtaining this divine status is no trivial endeavor. It necessitates extraordinary talent, unparalleled strength, and unfathomable wisdom. Furthermore, one must endure countless arduous trials and tribulations, each challenge potentially a matter of life and death, with only the most tenacious soul beasts able to persevere to the end, even for a powerful lineage such as the Dark Demon Evil God Tigers. The pursuit of the Beast God position resembles the struggle of scaling a lofty peak. The divine rank must resonate with its host. Yet the Dark Demon Evil God Tigers reside within a mystical realm, unable to forge effective connections with the divine positions. This results in a discernible disparity compared to other races, leaving them to gaze longingly at the unattainable Beast God position. It is precisely due to these myriad disadvantages that, when confronted with formidable adversaries like Tang San, the Dark Demon Evil God Tigers, despite possessing power nearly akin to that of deities, find themselves unable to withstand. Tang San not only wields formidable cultivation and soul skills, but more crucially, he possesses the inheritance of a divine position, placing him far above the Dark Demon Evil God Tigers in terms of rank. Hence, regardless of the efforts of the Dark Demon Evil God Tigers, evading their fated demise proves exceedingly challenging. Naturally, C, as a member of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan, has not wholly adhered to the traditional path of ascension laid out by his lineage. During his cultivation journey, he unexpectedly encountered a unique opportunity or inheritance within the tributaries of the River of Time, resulting in a profound leap in his strength. Consequently, this led him to embark on an entirely different path. He captured the essence of time through fragments of his soul, enduring the pain to forge a symbiotic relationship between his spirit and the power of time, rendering himself impervious to its decay. Moreover, he harnessed the existence of spatial rifts, meticulously dismantling them to gain an intricate understanding of their fundamental structure. Utilizing these rifts as a foundation, he crafted a conduit between his body and soul, positioned deep within the tributaries of the River of Time, allowing him to summon it at will while remaining concealed from others. Furthermore, the powers of wind, thunder, darkness, and evil inherent in the Dark Demon Tiger clan enabled their bodies to become entirely elemental. This elemental transformation endowed them with remarkable strength, making them nearly indestructible unless confronted by opposing elements or purer elements that far surpass these four. Thus, unless a specific element or energy could counter his power, he was virtually immortal. This bestowed upon him an almost invincible defensive mechanism, granting him a significant advantage in combat. Such a path of cultivation liberated him from the constraints of his realm, enabling him to navigate the vast martial continent with ease and compete with the 8 great clans. Additionally, it is noteworthy that his soul coordinates still reside within the tributaries of the River of Time, near the secret realm of the Dark Demon Tiger. Although mobilizing this power is increasingly arduous, his soul has truly achieved immortality. as it is unlikely anyone could traverse the river of time for the sake of such a humble soul coordinate. Chapter 61. Do you think you can kill me? Part 1. Time and space intertwine, shattering the void. With a low growl, the space around him seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force, as numerous small and menacing spatial fissures rapidly manifested around him. Each movement was accompanied by the fragmentation and reconstitution of space, releasing a heart-stirring wave of energy. This was a domain accessible only to those who had attained the level of an emperor, though he had not fully entered the emperor realm. The power he displayed was sufficient to astonish all present, stirring the spectators' emotions. Yun Feiyang's expression instantly turned grave, for he understood that the figure before him was far from ordinary, with hidden powers that exceeded his initial expectations. Faced with the suffocating ability of time and space traversal possessed by Si, Yun Feiyang swiftly adjusted his strategy, no longer relying solely on his exquisite swordsmanship. Taking a deep breath, he elevated the technological force within him to a new level, creating an unprecedented combat mode. In this mode, his swordsmanship not only exhibited swifter speed and greater strength, but also incorporated the precision and variability of technology, making him resemble an extraordinarily refined, over-functioning machine. Although Yun Feiyang was a synthetic human, he had absorbed the essence of the myriad paths during his transmission into the world of cultivation. While many believed they had complete control over this war machine, Yun Feiyang, through the infusion of techniques, had already been assimilated by an overwhelming volume of data, rendering him transformed. Among the myriad paths, I seize one. The path of technology can also lead to the attainment of the emperor. Yun Feiyang mused, fully aware that, despite Si demonstrating remarkable abilities in space-time traversal, every skill possesses its limitations in the vast expanse of the myriad paths. He began to channel the technological energy within him with utmost intensity, and a multitude of martial arts suddenly materialized before his eyes, their brilliance akin to stars in the night sky. These techniques were not merely extensions of swordplay, but rather a perfect amalgamation of technology and the art of the sword. The actions they manifested danced around him within a 10-meter radius, flashing wildly, weaving an invisible force field. This force field resembled an enormous net, striving to ensnare Si's omnipresent ability to traverse space. As Yun Feiyang's thoughts coalesced, these martial movements seemed to breathe with life, transforming into invisible forces that intertwined, constructing an indomitable and intangible barrier. This barrier, like an expansive web, was laced with countless delicate threads of energy, each thread embodying Yun Feiyang's profound comprehension of technology and swordsmanship, tightly entwining in an effort to restrain Si's boundless spatial capabilities. Si sensed an unprecedented pressure. His once fluid ability to traverse space became laborious within the invisible force field crafted by Yun Feiyang. Each attempt to traverse felt as though he was colliding with an unseen wall, both resilient and agile. It ensnared him just as he was on the brink of breakthrough. Si's countenance darkened, acutely aware that he was ensnared by the sealing prowess of martial arts, rendering even his esteemed spatial abilities ineffective. Within the domain governed by Yun Feiyang, he felt akin to an insect ensnared in a web, every struggle proving futile. Within the 10-meter radius around Yun Feiyang, an absolute domain seemed to manifest, where any object encroaching upon this space would be ensnared by his omnipresent sword techniques. These techniques transcended mere physical attacks. They were a contest of spirit and will, capable of discerning the slightest movements of the opponent, preemptively predicting and responding to them. Si realized that once he entered this realm, it was as though he were under the scrutiny of countless watchful eyes, with every action subject to constraint. He endeavored to utilize the spatial rift for instantaneous movement. Yet each attempt merely yielded a meager shift, quickly followed by the relentless pursuit of Yun Feiyang's sword techniques, ensnaring him once more. Within this absolute domain, Si was engulfed by an unprecedented sense of despair and impotence. He realized that escaping this predicament was exceedingly arduous. Unless he could shatter the intangible force field constructed by Yun Feiyang, he would remain eternally trapped within this deathly cage. Nevertheless, Si did not resign himself to inaction. He was acutely aware that his advantage lay in his mastery over time and space, a unique ability bestowed upon him by the peculiar ascension method of the dark demon evil god tiger clan. Though constrained by the laws of this miniature world, limiting his actual energy to a mere million years, his comprehension of time and space had approached the level of certain great emperors. An indomitable will surged within him. He was determined to prove that even without adhering to the conventional path of ascension, he could, in his own manner, challenge the authority of the emperors and break the shackles of fate. The divine position is the key to my ascension, Si proclaimed internally. Understanding that to genuinely transcend that boundary and attain the realm of 1,000,000 years, he must earn the recognition of the divine position. At that moment, C felt a subtle connection with the distant and enigmatic rules of the Douluo continent's miniature world. The bloodline of the dark demon evil god tiger within him surged like a tide, and the power of the 6 elemental forces oscillated within him, reaching unprecedented heights. It seemed as though he was calling out to an unknown entity, yearning for that strength from his homeland. Just as this confrontation was on the brink of intensifying, the sky above the arena suddenly fissured, revealing a colossal rift visible only to see. This rift projected directly onto the sole coordinate of the tributary of the Douluo continent where C resided. An ancient and mysterious power seeped forth, emanating from the gaze of the Douluo continent. This gaze was not born of mortal flesh, but rather from the divine, imbued with the chaotic power of the universe's inception, and the ultimate mysteries of birth, decay, and reincarnation. These eyes, profound as a black hole, seemed capable of devouring all light, yet radiant as the dawn, illuminating the deepest recesses of the soul. Their huge transcended human comprehension, at times as deep as the night sky adorned with countless stars, at others as fierce as flames, burning with endless majesty and strength. Whenever these eyes opened, the entire universe seemed to tremble, stars dimmed in their presence, and all beings felt their overwhelming pressure. Within these eyes dwelled the weight of millennia of vicissitudes and wisdom. They silently scrutinized all existence. Whether vast galaxies or minute particles of dust, none could escape their gaze. The pressure they exuded was so profound that even the mightiest beings felt their insignificance and impotence before these eyes, akin to a mere leaf afloat on the tumultuous sea. Vulnerable to the wrath of a tempest, these eyes not only embodied the will and strength of the divine, but also served as guardians of cosmic order. They witnessed the birth and demise of life, maintaining the balance and harmony of the universe. Any entity daring to challenge this power, defying the laws of the cosmos, would find itself enveloped in an unprecedented fear and despair under the scrutiny of these eyes. It seemed as if an ineffable will was observing the battle. A glimmer of enlightenment flickered in C's eyes. He understood that this might be his sole opportunity to attain divinity and transcend his limitations. Clenching his fists tightly, all his strength coalesced to a zenith in that moment, poised to confront the imminent challenge. Meanwhile, Yun Fei-yong, faced with this sudden turn of events, discarded his earlier contempt. He realized that this confrontation had transcended the realm of personal grievances. It pertained to the collision and fusion of two disparate divine ascension systems, as well as the exploration and pursuit of a higher realm. Drawing a deep breath, he concentrated all his attention on the forthcoming decisive battle, knowing his opponent was not to be underestimated. As that pair of eyes, transcending time and imbued with the mysteries of the universe, slowly opened, C's aura began to undergo a cataclysmic transformation. His form appeared to be enveloped in a faint radiance, a glow that bore the weight of ancient epics while also pulsating with the vitality of nascent power. Each breath he took resonated with the essence of time and space. C's gaze sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance, yet it was not directed at Yun Fei-yong before him, but rather through him. Peering back through countless ages to a soul beacon he had left in the river of time, he had never anticipated that at this moment, he would receive a glimpse from the divine. The power within him seemed to resonate with the very rules of the Douluo continent, each breath causing subtle tremors in the surrounding space. The 6 elemental forces within him achieved perfect equilibrium, becoming the cornerstone for the divine power that was about to arrive. At that moment, Yun Fei-yong, witnessing the transformations unfolding within C, felt a profound sense of gravity swell within him. He was uncertain of the state C was experiencing. Perhaps it was a peculiar technique that allowed for an explosive surge of strength, or maybe it was an extraordinarily unique ritual. However, from the escalating aura radiating from C, Yun Fei-yong deduced that if C were to successfully complete this metamorphosis, the ensuing battle would become exceedingly arduous, and he might face defeat. No longer did Yun Fei-yong regard C with disdain typically reserved for beings from lower realms. Instead, a weighty seriousness replaced it. A cold smile crept across Yun Fei-yong's lips as he mused. What kind of protagonist waits for the antagonist to fully transform and unleash their ultimate form before engaging? Such a notion is utterly foolish. I will certainly strive to interrupt this transformation, having been influenced by the tales of heroic legends. Yun Fei-yong evidently saw himself as a fated protagonist. With this thought, he vanished in a blur, transforming into a streak of light rushing toward C's position. Surrounding him was a 10-meter radius brimming with myriad martial techniques, each move imbued with formidable power, coalescing into solidity as Yun Fei-yong surged forth. Yun Fei-yong, for the first time, unleashed his long-cherished technique, 10,000 Laws of Nature. The myriad phantoms he had conjured began to materialize, hinting that perhaps in a few years, once he had fully comprehended all the techniques, he could solidify these phantoms completely, though that moment was not yet upon him. At this instant, Yun Feiyong regulated his breath, striving for his most perfect state to intercept C, as if he intended to ensnare him within this endless ocean of techniques. His figure flitted like a specter, swiftly navigating through the myriad techniques, with countless phantoms where, in the next heartbeat, Yun Feiyong's form could emerge from the semi-ethereal shadows. However, as Yun Feiyong approached C, he was astonished to discover that his realm of techniques could not touch C's body. C appeared to be in a remarkably peculiar state, as though he did not exist within this space-time continuum, but rather drifted between past and future. A jolt of realization surged through Yun Feiyong. He was not anchored in this plane. Such occurrences were exceedingly rare, for the past, present, and future existed independently, without mutual influence or interference. The past remained untouched by the present and future, while the present was unbound by the constraints of the past and the future, too, was free from the balance of the past and present. Yet when conflict arose among the three, the actual battleground was not the entirety of space-time, but rather a specific domain within the past and present, namely the site of the war. During the first and second cataclysms, an alliance was forged between the present and the future, culminating in a covenant known as the Spirit Time Pact. The core aim of this agreement was to ensure the inhabitants of the Spirit Martial Continent could traverse to the battlefield and unite against the Celestial Martial Continent. This arrangement allowed various forces to converge, forming a formidable coalition to repel external threats. This elucidated why the location of the Dark Demon God Tiger's tributary in Douluo continent was precisely at the juncture of the past and present. C's soul coordinate resided within a small tributary between the past and present, akin to an island adrift in the river of time, compelling his soul to be forcibly yanked from the future back to the present upon accepting the divine position or pass, since his soul was no longer in the future. Naturally, attacks from the future could not affect his corporeal form. Yun Feiyong's expression turned grave, necessitating his retreat by several steps, his brow furrowed, his mind racing with myriad thoughts. Confronted with this mysterious force of temporal protection, he felt an unprecedented weight of pressure and confusion. Within his reservoir of knowledge, he began to swiftly search for any clues or inspirations that might illuminate a path through this predicament. He recalled the various disciplines he had studied in the past: martial arts, science, theology, and more, but found no information relevant to this enigma. The concept of temporal protection seemed entirely foreign, leaving him at a loss. As time progressed, his anxiety deepened. He continuously pondered possible avenues, striving to comprehend and analyze the issue from different perspectives. Yet, akin to a malfunctioning algorithm, there was no progress whatsoever. This epitomized the shortcomings of artificial beings. When confronted with issues that transcended their comprehension, they failed to think rationally, exhibiting the very flaws of a frozen algorithm. Ultimately, Yun Feiyong could only heave a weary sigh, his heart laden with bitterness and resentment. He had endeavored to deter C, yet found himself powerless. Now, he was compelled to confront reality, opting to observe the unfolding events with a passive demeanor. It was no wonder that protagonists often awaited the transformation of villains before engaging in battle. Some fated individuals truly seemed invincible. As Yun Feiyong pondered this, his gaze remained fixed upon C, meticulously observing his every movement, prepared for any eventuality. Meanwhile, C appeared completely oblivious to Yun Feiyong's transformation, fully immersed in the resonance with the rules of the Douluo continent's miniature world. As time elapsed, C's aura grew increasingly potent, as if on the brink of transcending a critical threshold and entering an entirely new realm. During this process, a faint halo began to emanate from around C's body, rippling outward like gentle waves, enveloping the entire space in a mysterious and solemn atmosphere. Those present, whether seasoned elders or fledgling disciples, were profoundly astonished by this sudden turn of events. Sunlight filtered through sparse clouds, casting dappled shadows upon the ancient arena. Yet it seemed unable to dispel the peculiar unease that permeated the air. Just as Yun Feiyong held his breath, ready to summon all his strength in an attempt to breach C's seemingly impenetrable defenses, C's aura unexpectedly plummeted without warning. It resembled autumn leaves, ruthlessly swept away by a chilling gust, descending gracefully from the branches, embodying an irretrievable sense of desolation and decay. That aura, once as steadfast as mountains, had now become alarmingly fragile, as if it had plummeted overnight from the zenith of vitality to the precipice of decline. Each breath flickered like a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. Yun Feiyang's movements involuntarily halted, his eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at C, his clenched fists trembling slightly. The amassed power seemingly losing its direction for release. Outside the arena, the spectators erupted in a clamor, some gasped in astonishment, others whispered among themselves. And a few even stood up, their expressions filled with shock and confusion. What on earth was happening? An elderly man, his hair white as snow, murmured to himself, "Ah." Despite his extensive experience, he had never witnessed such an enigmatic phenomenon. Could it be that this was not some legendary secret art capable of drastically enhancing one's strength in a short span, but rather a forbidden technique? A younger disciple, his face etched with confusion, oscillated his gaze between C and Yun Feiyang, desperately seeking answers. Or perhaps C, in a reckless pursuit of power, had forcibly invoked some taboo technique in a moment of desperation, aiming to achieve superlative strength in a fleeting instant, only to suffer a dreadful backlash? A voice resonated among the crowd, tinged with speculation and unease. As these conjectures and inquiries spread through the assembly, the atmosphere of the arena grew increasingly tense and delicate. C's body trembled slightly, his complexion pale as parchment, the once resolute and fervent gleam in his eyes now appeared hollow, as if all vitality had been siphoned away in that moment. Yun Feiyang's heart was a tumult of emotions, encompassing both sympathy for C's plight and trepidation regarding the unknown challenges he was about to face. Such an extraordinary spectacle had never been witnessed in this region of the martial continent. He took a deep breath, striving to compose himself, acutely aware that regardless of C's tribulations, as a rival, he must be prepared to confront whatever might ensue. The astonishing phenomenon was rooted in an unprecedented anomaly regarding C's divine inheritance. It was revealed that this turmoil stemmed from a supreme deity, an SSR-level dark demon god, who forcefully wrenched C's soul from the confines of the material world, drawing it to a distant and enigmatic soul anchor. This separation of soul and body placed C's ethereal form in a realm entirely distinct from reality, where he could only tenuously grasp a fragment of the vast divine power bestowed by the dark demon god. This inscrutable deity, with eyes as profound as an abyss, exuded an air of solemnity and mystery, seemingly capable of unraveling the secrets of existence. The elemental powers he wielded encompassed darkness, evil, and the spiritual, resonating profoundly with the depths of C's soul, as if they were fated to be a pair crafted by the cosmos. Were C to methodically embrace these three divine powers, he appeared to be the ideal vessel for this deity. The process of accepting the divine position might proceed with remarkable ease, encountering virtually no resistance in his acceptance of the dark demon god's dominion. However, beneath this seemingly flawless integration, an unprecedented crisis was quietly brewing. C, this exceptionally gifted warrior, possessed elemental powers across 6 realms, whereas the dark demon god's dominion, at its fullest, could only exhibit mastery in the realms of darkness, evil, and the spiritual. This disparity between the 3 and 6 realms manifested as an insurmountable chasm, standing between C and the divine position. Should C wish to fully embrace this legacy, he would have to relinquish the other 3 elemental powers within him, undoubtedly diminishing his strength and potentially preventing him from ever regaining his peak form. Yet, C remained acutely aware that he was amidst a contest of honor and life or death on the martial continent stage. Despite the dark demon god's voice echoing in his ears, assuring him that his body had been temporarily etherealized and that external threats were to be disregarded, C understood that Yun Feiyang was no ordinary adversary. With profound depth and an array of stratagems at his disposal, it was entirely possible that he possessed means to counter this ethereal state. Therefore, under the guidance of the dark demon god, C made a bold decision to forcibly accommodate 3 divine powers within the 6 elemental forces. After all, relinquishing the 3 powers would mean abandoning nearly 2/3 of his own strength. Moreover, his understanding of the dark demon god's spiritual power was limited. Even after receiving the divine gifts and inheritances, his capabilities might be inferior to those before accepting the divine position. In the battle against Yun Feiyang, C was destined for defeat. This marked an unprecedented adventure, as an intense conflict seemed to unfold within C's very being. 3 formidable divine powers clashed with 6 elemental forces in a life-and-death struggle, akin to a ferocious storm mercilessly ravaging his soul and body. During this fierce battle, the unparalleled might of the 3 divine powers pierced through the balance of the 6 elemental forces within C, triggering a catastrophic explosion. His soul was instantly subjected to a heavy blow, as if torn apart by an invisible force, inflicting unbearable pain. Simultaneously, on the distant arena of the Wu continent, C's physical form experienced a sudden decline in vitality due to this unforeseen turmoil, reminiscent of a withered leaf blown down by autumn winds, its life force gradually fading. His complexion turned as pale as parchment, lips purpling, and his eyes reflected a glimmer of despair. His breaths grew rapid and weak, each inhalation akin to a struggle against death. The surrounding spectators, witnessing this scene, were left speechless in shock. They had anticipated C to showcase his strength in this battle. Yet now they observed the flickering flame of his life teetering in the wind. The arena was enveloped in a tense atmosphere, as whispers circulated concerning whether C could endure this crisis. However, despite his body being pushed to the brink of weakness, his spirit burned with unwavering determination. He clenched his teeth, striving to maintain his consciousness, aware that only by persevering could he grasp a glimmer of hope. Chapter 63. Do you think you can kill me? Part 2. On the precipice of his soul being torn asunder, the voice of the dark demon god resonated once more within C's heart, imbued with an unprecedented urgency and resolve. This time, it was not mere seduction but a genuine vow of symbiosis. The dark demon god realized that C was not only his successor but also the key to breaking free from existing constraints in pursuit of liberation. Thousands of years of waiting could not be shattered by a momentary imbalance. C's consciousness began to blur, yet he refused to surrender. His heart brimmed with a yearning for survival and a relentless pursuit of power. At that moment, the voice of the dark demon god suddenly echoed in C's mind. C, my successor, do not allow this trivial elemental conflict to jeopardize your future and my freedom. This proclamation resounded like thunder in the depths of C's consciousness, awakening the fighting spirit buried within. C's soul awakened with a fierce determination, his eyes glimmering with resolute light. He sensed a powerful force surging from around his soul coordinates, a torrent of inheritance power from the dark demon god flooding into his very essence. Tightly clenching his fists, C felt the surging power within him tearing at his spirit. His soul floated within the river of time, emanating a formidable aura. Each breath seemed to create profound ripples in the surrounding space and time. With the intervention of the dark demonic god's will, a cataclysmic transformation unfolded within C's inner battlefield. The once fiercely opposing triad of divine powers and the hexad of elemental forces began an extraordinary attempt at fusion, transcending mere conquest and submission, instead intertwining and seeking a path to coexistence. The dark, sinister, and spiritual essences of the dark demonic god took on a sacrificial posture, actively adjusting their own frequencies in an attempt to achieve a delicate balance with C's 6 elements. This transformation rendered C's aura exceptionally complex. At times, his vitality seemed utterly drained, his presence dim like a candle flickering in the wind, inciting murmurs of concern among the audience. At other moments, a profound and ancient force surged within him, imbuing his essence with an inscrutable depth, as if connecting to the mysteries of another realm, a testament to the dark demonic god's relentless efforts to mend C's body with divine power. In this second struggle, C appeared as a battleground where two worlds clashed, each breath and heartbeat accompanied by excruciating pain and unknown metamorphosis. Yet it was this very suffering that ignited unprecedented potential within him, guiding him along the precipice of life and death, gradually revealing a path uniquely his own, a path that fused the dark demonic god's power with his own 6 elemental forces, shattering conventions and creating new possibilities. The dark demonic god's reckless abandon stemmed not only from his recognition of C, but also from his deep understanding that while divine status symbolizes identity and power, it also serves as a shackle, constraining freedom and growth. He yearned to achieve self-transcendence through C, to break free from the confines of divinity and explore a broader expanse. Thus, he was willing to pay a great price, even sacrificing a portion of his own power, to ensure C's survival and continued journey. As time passed, the conflicts within C gradually subsided, giving birth to an unprecedented harmony within him. The 6 elements and 3 divine powers ceased to be adversaries, instead becoming interdependent, collaboratively constructing a brand new power system. C utilized the foundations of darkness, evil, and spirit, self-destructing the forces of darkness and evil, allowing wind and thunder to draw upon the power of darkness, while time and space relied upon the force of evil, ultimately equating the combined strength of wind, thunder, and darkness with that of time, space, and evil, culminating in the essence of spirit. C sacrificed a significant portion of his original force, achieving an extraordinary equilibrium. C's aura was no longer subdued, nor merely profound. It now encompassed an ineffable majesty and power, a miracle forged through the combined efforts of the dark demonic god and C. When C reopened his eyes, they sparkled with a determination that transcended life and death. He slowly rose to his feet, his body still appearing somewhat frail. The 6 elements within him yet to fully merge. Nevertheless, the formidable presence radiating from him left an indelible impression of awe. This formidable aura seemed capable of penetrating all barriers, directly striking at the depths of the soul. Upon witnessing this scene, Yun Feiyong could not help but adopt a grave expression. He understood that the current Si was vastly different from before. Both his strength and aura had undergone a tremendous enhancement. Si had now transformed into a far more formidable and perilous adversary. Having accepted the divine position, he slowly opened his eyes, as if returning from an endless abyss, radiating a transcendent tranquility and power. His body gradually emerged from its previous ethereal state, each inch of skin emanating a faint glow, even hinting at a subtle blue luminescence. A testament to the perfect fusion of the dark demon god's power with his own 6 elemental forces and mental prowess. This sudden turn of events surged forth like a thunderclap in the silent space, catching Yun Feiyong, who sat opposite Si, completely off guard. His body was struck by an overwhelming force, jolting him abruptly from his meditative state. His eyes were filled with astonishment and vigilance. His muscles tensed like a leopard poised to pounce. In that instant, Yun Feiyong moved with the swiftness of lightning, leaping from the ground, his battle intent surging within him like a torrential flood. His aura became sharp and fierce, akin to a sword unsheathed, glinting with a chilling light. Yun Feiyong's gaze was firmly locked onto Si, and he could distinctly sense the profound transformation of Si's aura. The once tranquil essence had now become unfathomable, as if concealing endless mysteries. This shift stirred a sense of unease within Yun Feiyong, yet simultaneously ignited the fighting spirit deep within him. Faced with such a bizarre situation, he dared not show an ounce of complacency. He furrowed his brow tightly, focusing intently on Si, striving to decipher his every move. He knew that compared to a mere quarter-hour ago, this battle was bound to be much more intense. Si's aura now transcended this realm, as if he were no longer merely a warrior, but an entity wielding some ancient and powerful force. The 6 elemental forces within him, already boiling with energy, became even more tempestuous and orderly after absorbing the triadic divine power of the dark demon god. They swirled around him in a frenzy, forming radiant elemental storms, each strand of energy infused with the capability to annihilate all. Most astonishingly, due to the divine inheritance of mental power, Si's perception had reached unprecedented heights. His eyes seemed to penetrate the mists of space, capable of detecting even the faintest fluctuations of energy. Previously, he might have barely managed to glimpse the residual shadows of his opponent's techniques, but now, his perception was so potent that he could effortlessly track every movement within a 10-meter radius of Yun Feiyong, even anticipating his next actions. Standing amidst the swirling elemental storms, Si radiated an aura of calmness and wisdom, his eyes shimmering with an enlightened clarity. He is acutely aware that the power he now possesses far exceeds his previous imaginings. Power, he muses with a light-hearted chuckle. Although he has not yet fully mastered the prowess of the 7 elemental forces, he can still wield them with a degree of finesse, as evidenced by the swirling vortex of 7 vibrant hues that dances at his fingertips. In contrast, Yun Feiyong stands before this almost divine adversary, and a profound sense of reverence wells up within him. The opponent's formidable aura and unparalleled strength make him feel as though he is engulfed in an abyss of endless darkness, while his foe shines like a resplendent star, illuminating the heavens with dazzling brilliance. Yet, concurrently, a fierce battle spirit ignites within him, a yearning for self-challenge, a determination to transcend limits and overcome adversity. He realizes that retreating in the face of such a formidable enemy would only lead him to despair. Only by forging ahead can he glimpse the dawn of victory. Such an opportunity is rare, Yun Feiyong quietly contemplates. He fully understands that clashing with this godlike opponent will be a rare and valuable trial. This confrontation is not merely a struggle for survival. It is also a chance for self-improvement and breaking through personal barriers. Each strike and maneuver tests his capabilities. Every attack and defense hones his skills. The atmosphere in the arena is tense to the breaking point, as if the very air has solidified. The audience holds their breath, aware that this battle will be etched into the annals of history, becoming a legendary chapter in the realm of Douluo. Si channels the 6 elemental forces within him, which traverse the rifts of time and space like meteors streaking across the night sky, leaving behind dazzling and enigmatic trails. The inky blackness of the dark element, under Si's control, swiftly envelopes the entire arena, its intensity nearly tangible, as though it threatens to consume the world itself. Within this darkness, a chilling and malevolent force emerges, exuding an icy aura that sends shivers down the spine. rendering even the staunchest will feeble under its oppressive weight. As the dark element spreads, the illumination in the arena seems to be devoured, shrouding everything in profound obscurity. Within this gloom, time appears to slow, even come to a standstill, with all movements and sounds stretched infinitely, as if the world has succumbed to an eerie tranquility. Yet, hidden within this stillness lies an inexhaustible peril. Around sea, the dark element surges like a tide, each wave accompanied by a subtle distortion of space. This is the unique manifestation of the dark element in the fabric of time and space. This power transcends the comprehension of ordinary warriors, representing a deeper and far more formidable existence. The wind howls through the darkness, brimming with unending fury and defiance, as if protesting against the sudden onset of the shadow. Amongst the howling winds, the rumble of thunder intermingles, a celestial admonition against the encroaching gloom. The thunder reverberated through the air, intertwining with the howling wind, creating a poignant and stirring symphony. Amidst this orchestral backdrop, the figure of sea flickered in and out of the darkness, akin to a specter gliding freely through the night. Each of his movements was accompanied by the surge of dark elements, as if he had become one with the shadows, reigning supreme over the abyss. In stark contrast, Yun Feiyong confronted this sudden onslaught of darkness and malevolence with unwavering resolve. The gleam in his eyes sparkled with determination, embodying both a yearning for victory and a challenge to his own limits. He inhaled deeply, recalibrating his focus, bracing himself for an unprecedented trial. Around Yun Feiyong, the realm of sword technique subtly surged, the power of the sword within him leaping joyously, becoming increasingly vibrant and orderly in response to Si's formidable presence. Under his command, it coalesced into a series of razor-sharp sword energy shields, providing steadfast protection. Meanwhile, beyond this safeguarding barrier, Yun Feiyong's techniques silently brewed, as he sought a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness to deliver a decisive blow to Si. However, Si afforded him no such opportunity. Enveloped in shadows, his sole power enveloped the entire arena, seemingly granting him the ability to perceive everything. He accurately captured Yun Feiyong's every movement and breath. With a soft chuckle, he merely raised his hand, the dark elements in his grasp swiftly coalescing into a black blade, slicing through the darkness like lightning, hurtling towards Yun Feiyong. A jolt of surprise coursed through Yun Feiyong. He had not anticipated the swiftness and precision of Si's assault. He hastily raised his sword, attempting to parry the black blade. Yet, it pierced through his sword as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. His weapon, forged from bitter cold crystal, faltered before it could even endure a breath. The black blade aimed directly at his vital points. In that critical moment, the sword intent within Yun Feiyong erupted with immense power, detonating and propelling him backward several meters, narrowly evading the lethal strike. A wave of trepidation washed over him. Had he not unleashed his sword intent, he would not have escaped the blade's trajectory. If there was a time when Yun Feiyong fought with ease and comfort before Si ascended to his divine status, now he found himself in a state of disarray. The tides of battle had shifted dramatically. The conflict escalated into a fevered intensity. Si and Yun Feiyong exchanged blows in the darkness, each strike imbued with enough energy to obliterate anything in its path. Amidst this fierce skirmish, they continually pushed their limits, striving for the faint glimmer of victory. As time progressed, the darkness within the arena gradually dissipated, sunlight once again gracing the land. Yet, both Si and Yun Feiyong had paid a steep price in this confrontation. Their garments were drenched in sweat, their bodies bearing the marks of varying degrees of injury. However, within their gazes flickered a resolute glimmer, a manifestation of their yearning for victory and the transcendence of their own limits. Ultimately, even though Si had harnessed divine power, the six-element domain enveloping the entire arena was exceedingly draining, compelling him to retract it. Yet Yun Feiyong, a tireless automaton, was sustained by several energy sources crafted from pseudo-emperor materials, all of the highest caliber from the West. The ferocity of their battle left both parties utterly exhausted, culminating in a simultaneous expulsion from the arena, Si's six-element chaotic decision, and Yun Feiyong's 10,000 swords returning to the origin clashing in a draw. Chapter 64. Celebration Feast. The clash between Si and Yun Feiyong concluded in a tie, unexpectedly heralding a new chapter. According to the prior agreement among the 8 great clans, Si not only gained the respect he deserved but also their forgiveness and acceptance, although Si was acutely aware that he bore no substantial fault. The harmonious atmosphere at that moment was evidently more significant than any defense he could offer. The celebration feast was hosted at the Xianwei Tower, a majestic edifice that soared into the clouds, comprising 9 stories, each resembling a celestial palace, breathtaking in its splendor, adorned with a myriad of lanterns as night fell. Their illumination intertwined with the moonlight, transforming the entire Xianwei Tower into a dreamlike vision. The top floor radiated an ethereal ambience, as if a mere step further would allow one to reach out and pluck the resplendent moon from the sky. The banquet was divided into 3 tiers, with the first tier naturally reserved for the esteemed guests on the top floor, an exclusive domain for the noble. The second tier was situated on the next level, and so forth, with each layer tailored to the status of its guests. Almost the entire clan was present, save for those bound by duty who could not attend. The architectural splendor of the Xianwei Tower was not solely defined by its height and exterior, but also by its intricate interior design. Each column was adorned with vividly carved dragon and phoenix motifs, as though they could soar at any moment. The murals on the walls were masterpieces, depicting various mythological tales, immersing one in an ancient and enigmatic world. On the first-tier banquet table, an array of exquisite dishes was presented. These culinary delights not only tantalized the senses with their aroma and flavor, but also fused the unique taste of the Western desert with fantastical elements from novels. There were golden, crispy sandworms, among the desert's most treasured ingredients, known for their delectable meat and unique texture, camel humps marinated in secret sauces, each bite bursting with rich fragrance and abundant nutrition, and broths simmered with precious herbs, each spoonful brimming with boundless vitality and the mysteries of life. Yun Feiyong, a pivotal figure bridging the central imperial court and the Yun family, carried profound influence and significance in every gesture. At this grand celebration feast, he unveiled his stance in an unexpectedly striking manner. He voluntarily set aside his noble demeanor, raised his wine glass, and approached Si to offer a toast. Yet, within this seemingly ordinary gesture of respect, Yun Feiyong exuded an aura that subtly oppressed Si, hinting at an underlying threat. Would he dare to accept? This action drew the attention and speculation of all present. Many pondered the motivations behind his gesture. Some believed it signified his acknowledgement of Si's strength, while others considered it a strategic move regarding future circumstances. Regardless, this act underscored the unprecedented significance Yun Feiyong now attributed to Si. For Si, this toast was an affirmation. Yet he could not ignore the formidable presence emanating from Yun Feiyong, nor the implications it carried. From the intelligence he had gathered post-battle, he understood that Yun Feiyong was not merely a hidden pawn of the Yun clan, despite the revelation of his identity. The Central Imperial Court traditionally welcomed members from all corners. It was conceivable that Yun Feiyong's status would ascend further, aimed at reinforcing